I am an orphan, raised by Wu Lauer and subsequently taken under the wing of the Thieves' Guild. Weighing 36 pounds, the guild reigned supreme. From that moment, I traversed an extraordinary path through the world of martial arts. My experiences, from the royal tombs of Lingnan to the ancient city of the Tanguts and the ruins of Kunlun, have afforded me a profound understanding of the duality of good and evil within this realm. If you have a moment, I would be delighted to share my tale with you. Chapter 1. My name is Wu Gua. I am an orphan. From the day my memories began, I lived alongside Wu Lauer. At that time, I was unaware of his esteemed name. I only knew him as a man without children, a wife, or any Taisakint. Central figure of solitude, he regarded me as his own son, bestowing upon me a name, Wu Gua. In my youth, I harbored a disdain for this name, as I believed Gua to be a name befitting a girl. How could a dignified boy of 2 feet be saddled with such a feminine moniker? I had confronted Wu Lauer about this on more than one occasion, yet my voice was feeble against his authority, and I resigned myself to fate. I often inquired of Wu Lauer regarding the identity of my biological parents. He claimed ignorance, stating that he had rescued me from the clutches of a human trafficker. I questioned how he could ascertain that the individual was indeed a trafficker. What if they were my true parents? Would he not then be the abductor? Wu Lauer pointed to his own eyes, asserting that in this world, nothing escapes the gaze of Wu Lauer. Moreover, he questioned who among one's true parents would use cold water to mix formula in the dead of winter. Listening to his boasts, I was led to momentarily believe that Wu Lauer himself was the very trafficker who had taken me. Wu Lauer is a man who neither drinks nor indulges in debauchery. His sole passion lies in gambling. He cannot possess wealth. For the moment he acquires money, he finds himself at the card table. Although his skills in the game are rather modest, his character is commendable, never displaying the frantic demeanor that others exhibit when they lose a few coins. I recall once inquiring why he seemed unfazed by his substantial losses. Wu Lauer responded, "This amount is but a trifle should I desire to earn money. I could easily bring in 10 of thousands in a heartbeat." It is essential to note that during the 1980s, becoming a 10,000 yuan household marked one as part of the initial wave of wealth brought about. Why the reforms an ordinary worker earned merely 30 yuan a month. Given Wu Lauer's claim of being able to earn tens of thousands at will, it was evident that he could easily ascend to the wealthiest position in the town, let alone the village. At that time, I paid little heed to his words, dismissing them as mere bravado. Whenever I probed him about the source of his funds, he would nonchalantly reply that he was fortunate and had one. I regarded this assertion with skepticism with his card-playing prowess. Winning seemed a feat only achievable if a divine gambler were to possess him. He continued to gamble, perpetually losing, in an endless cycle. The townsfolk affectionately dubbed him Wu the Scatterer of Wealth. In my youth, I had little understanding of money. As long as I had food and drink, I felt no sorrow. Upon reaching the age of 7, the time came for me to attend school. Lacking a household registration, I was unable to enroll. Wu Lauer solemnly asked if I would be willing to take on his surname. I nodded in agreement, but stipulated one condition. I did not wish to be called Wu Gua. Upon hearing this, Wu Lauer's expression soured, as if he were about to pout to the heavens. He insisted that the name had been bestowed upon me by a learned individual and that he had spent considerable effort advocating for it. He declared that if I did not wish to bear that name, I need not adopt his surname at all. I find myself in a position where I must once again concede. Thus, with considerable expenditure and leveraging connections, Wu Lauer managed to inscribe my name upon his household registration. Despite his lack of formal education, Wu Lauer harbored exceedingly high expectations for my academic pursuits. In his own words, knowledge is the key to altering one's fate. Without education, one is destined for a life of toil. Regrettably, my academic performance was far from stellar. Apart from a slight proficiency in Chinese, I scarcely managed to pass any other subjects. The school had summoned Wu Lauer on numerous occasions regarding this matter, and before the teachers, he could do little more than wear a forced smile, which left me feeling quite disheartened. Inevitably, I failed to qualify for high school during the junior high entrance examination, not even managing to secure a spot in the county's least prestigious institution. That year was 1998, and I was 16 years of age. Given my dismal results, The only way to pursue further education would require exorbitant sums to secure admission into the most inferior high school. My inclination was to forego any further studies, as my grades were glaringly evident, and during that era, many placed little emphasis on formal qualifications. Wu Lao heir endeavored to persuade me on multiple occasions, assuring me that his wealth could easily cover my educational expenses. Yet, I remained resolute, firmly rejecting any notion of returning to school. Approximately a month later, one evening, Wu Lao heir summoned me to his room. Typically averse to alcohol, he now exhibited a slight flush upon his cheeks. He poured a glass of liquor and presented it to me, stating, "Wu Gua, have you made your decision? If you choose to continue your studies, rest assured that the financial aspects will be taken care of by me. However, if you decide against further education, have you contemplated what you will do in your current state?" I paused momentarily, accepting the wine glass and taking a gentle sip. Zinged, this was my inaugural experience with alcohol, inevitably stirring a mix of curiosity and discomfort within me. The liquid tantalized my taste buds, imparting a hint of bitterness, yet there lingered a trace of sweetness. I shall no longer dwell on this, continuing would merely squander both money and time. Did not Elder Zhang mention that his factory is in need of apprentices? I shall accompany him tomorrow to see for myself. Upon hearing my declaration, old Wu set down his glass, letting out a sigh as he spoke. "Wu Gua, have you considered how much you might earn in a month at the factory? Do you intend to live your life this way?" Elder Zhang said the factory is thriving now. "Apprentices can earn $40 a month," I replied. Old Wu shook his head, rising to approach the cabinet. He rummaged through it for a moment before retrieving a plastic bag. He tossed the bag directly to me, and I hastily caught it with both hands. "Wu Gua, open the bag," he urged. The contents were not particularly heavy, perhaps weighing 2 or 3 pounds. However, the instant I unwrapped the bag, I was taken aback. Inside lay stacks of old coins I counted and found there were 10 neat bundles. This amounted to a staggering $100,000. Or did you rob a bank? It was no wonder I was so astonished. $100,000 in that era held immense significance. The entire fiscal revenue of a town might not even reach that sum. Old Wu calmly took a sip of his drink, gesturing towards the bag as he inquired. "Wu Gua, I inquire, if you earn a mere 40 a month, how long will it take you to amass that 100,000? 40 a month amounts to 480 a year for 1,008 over a decade, 9,006 over 2 decades, and 40 years. Wu Lao heir scoffed, "Perhaps 200 years, and that is under the condition of abstaining from all consumption. Since you are reluctant to pursue your studies, I shall not force you. Tell me, do you wish to become my disciple?" Chapter 2. Becoming a disciple. Become a disciple? Wu Lao heir's proposition left me somewhat bewildered. Become a disciple of what? A master who can guide you to earn such wealth. Wu Lao heir raised his cup and drained its contents before continuing. "I had no intention of leading you down this path, but witnessing your lack of academic diligence, I cannot bear to see you live a life of mediocrity. By becoming my disciple, you may find yourself with endless wealth, yet you might also endure unending hardships. Reflect on this." Gazing at the bundles of cash cradled in my arms, I did not hesitate and exclaimed, "I am willing." Who would turn away from the prospect of wealth? Wu Lao heir sighed deeply, then sat upright on the bed. "Come here, kneel before me." Having read martial arts novels, I understood that becoming a disciple required ritual. I could not help but fantasize that Wu Lao heir was undoubtedly a hidden master. With eager anticipation, I knelt before the bed, awaiting his admonitions and the transmission of unparalleled skills. Then, I heard Wu Lao heir speak with solemn gravity. "Wu Gua, today you officially become a member of the thieves' sect. You must diligently uphold the teachings of our ancestors. Adhere to the 5 precepts of sanctity, bravery, righteousness, knowledge, and benevolence." Listening to this, my heart surged with excitement. So, I was to become a practitioner of the Tao, and indeed, Wu Lao heir was a hidden master of the folk. As I awaited Wu Lao heir to continue, he simply stated, "All right, rise." I abruptly lifted my head, a twitch forming at the corner of my mouth. "Is that it?" "That's a dot." I stood up and promptly sat beside Wu Lao heir, a fawning expression on my face as I inquired, "Old Wu, which sect does our Tao belong to? Is it the complete reality sect or the Wudong sect?" Wu Lao heir shot me a disdainful glance and replied, What nonsense about sex. We are the thieves' sect, the thieves. I was utterly dumbfounded, sitting on the bed, petrified. After all this, what sort of absurd thieves' sect was this? Old Wu, you can't be serious. Even if I were to fall to the lowest depths, you can't possibly expect me to become a thief. Wu Lao Air promptly delivered a sharp knock on my head, exuding a look of disappointment. What do you know? Who said the thieves' sect is merely about thievery? Today, I shall enlighten you about the history of the thieves' sect. The thieves' sect is the largest faction among the 8 great banner sects. As the ancient saying goes, among the 36 paths, the thieves' sect reigns supreme. Many ventures lacking capital are classified under the thieves' sect. Whether it be the nimble-footed bandit traversing through countless households, or the brigand who claims a territory and raises their banner, even including the grave robbers and solate wildernesses, these all fall under the banner of the thieves' sect. There exists a distinction among thieves, categorized into red, black, and white. The term red thief refers to those who specialize in pilfering the riches of affluent households, redistributing wealth to the impoverished. Conversely, black thieves are those who seize the ill-gotten gains of bandits and tyrants. Acting as avengers of justice, such individuals are often referred to as righteous thieves. White thieves, on the other hand, denote grave robbers, commonly known as earth scholars. Notable figures in history, such as Cao Cao, the patriarch of the tomb-raiding sect, Wu Zixu, the founder of the Grave Relocation School, and Xiang Yu, the eminent disciple of them, out-and-moving faction, all belong to this category of white thieves. The realm of thievery is one of China's most clandestine sects, shrouded in the murky waters of the underworld and detached from the judgments of society. Numerous factions exist, each venerating distinct ancestral figures. It is noteworthy that during the Tang Dynasty, the Kong sect unified the various branches of thievery, establishing itself as the most formidable force among the 8 factions. However, by the Ming Dynasty, the thieving sects fragmented once more, giving rise to 2 opposing factions in the north and south. In modern times, the thieving community has waned, with many individuals resorting to grave robbing as a lucrative means of livelihood. Old Wu, animated and fervent, spoke passionately. Following his discourse, he gazed at me expectantly, seemingly eager to witness my astonishment. Yet, I remained unmoved, placing the 10 stacks of money on the table. Pouting as I remarked, "Old Wu, after all your elaborate talk, aren't we still thieves? You seem rather proud of it." Upon hearing this, Old Wu's temper flared, and he reached for his shoe on the ground, intending to throw it at me. However, with swift reflexes, I had already kicked his shoe aside. Wu Lao Air pointed at me, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Wu Gua, do you understand the meaning of there is a way even in thievery? This is a tale passed down from our esteemed ancestor." "Who is this esteemed ancestor?" "Daoji. I've never heard of him." Wu Lao Air took a deep breath, striving to steady his emotions before continuing. "You've heard of Lu Xiaohui, haven't you?" I nodded slightly. Wu Lao Air went on. "Lu Xiaohui had a brother named Lu Xiaji, who is none other than the patriarch of the thieving sect, Daoji. He once rendered Confucius speechless. Would you say our ancestor is formidable?" I let out a soft "oh," and upon noticing my dismissive demeanor, Wu Lao Air couldn't help but curse under his breath. He then turned his back to me, reclined on his bed, and waved his hand, signaling me to leave his room. I shrugged at his back and turned to exit Wu Lao Air's chamber. To be honest, I did not harbor any disdain for this so-called thieving sect. I merely felt that engaging in such activities at my tender age might not be appropriate. In the following 2 days, Wu Lao Air largely ignored me aside from our meal times. He remained ensconced in his room, seemingly absorbed in some endeavor. Even when others called him to play cards, he remained indifferent, despite it being his favorite pastime. I pondered whether my actions had truly vexed him to the point of renouncing gambling. Another day passed, and the heavens turned unkind, unleashing a torrential downpour. The rain brought a fleeting respite, washing away the torment of the sweltering heat. As evening approached and the rain subsided, just as I intended to light a fire to prepare dinner, a knock resounded at the gate of the courtyard. I initially thought someone was calling Wu Lao Air to play cards, so I irately inquired, "Who is it?" A middle-aged man's voice emanated from outside, slightly hoarse as he asked, "Is this Wu Denghui's residence?" "Wu Denghui. I don't know him, you must have a wrong place." Just as I was about to turn towards the kitchen, The long silent Wu Lao heir's voice resonated from within. Wu Gua, please bring him in, he is looking for me. I was taken aback. Wu Lao heir actually possessed a name, one I had never heard him mention throughout the years. However, the name Wu Denghui sounded far more pleasant than that of Wu Lao heir. I opened the door to find a disheveled man, drenched and unkempt, standing at the threshold. His gaze was fierce and menacing, akin to that of a viper poised to strike. I dare not scrutinize him too closely and merely lower my head, leading him into Wu Lao heir's chamber. I had never encountered this man before. What could he possibly want with Wu Lao heir? Moreover, he certainly did not appear to be of good character. Concerned for Wu Lao heir's safety, I crouched by the doorway, ready to rush in should any danger arise. In truth, my primary motive was to eavesdrop on their conversation. Chapter 3. The robbery. Wu Lao heir must have known I was eavesdropping, for he called out to me from within, instructing me to boil water and brew tea in the kitchen. I snorted in disdain, turning towards the kitchen, pondering the secrets they might be harboring that they wished to keep from me. Having boiled the water, I prepared to deliver it to old Wu heir. As I approached his door, I caught snippets of conversation, meat dumplings cannot wrap, and watchful eye. Upon hearing my footsteps, the voices within hushed immediately. Wu Gua, please bring in the tea. I entered the room and cast a fleeting glance at the man present. He appeared to regard old Wu heir with a semblance of respect. This prompted me to ponder the possibility that old Wu heir, a figure from the underworld, held a significant position within the realm. Wu Gua, allow me to introduce you to Zhang Lao San, whom we affectionately call Sanshu. Sanshu. I respectfully acknowledged him. Even as a curious thought crossed my mind, why did they all address each other in such a manner, as if their true names were unutterable? Zhang Lao San inclined his head slightly, signifying a greeting in return. Ah, understood. Noticing they had matters to discuss, I wisely excused myself from old Wu heir's quarters. Old Wu heir and Zhang Lao San conversed deep into the night indeed. When I retired around 10 o'clock, the light in their room still burned brightly. The following morning, when I arose and made my way to old Wu heir's room, both he and Zhang Lao San had vanished. On the table, I discovered a letter addressed to me, bearing the following message. Wu Gua, I have departed. The 100,000 yuan remains in the cabinet. If you seek a peaceful life, consider utilizing this money for a small business. It will sustain you or a lifetime. However, if you aspire to venture into the world, within the cabinet lies a copy of the Dragon Shaking Classic and the essentials of ancient texts for your thorough study. Should you encounter insurmountable difficulties in the future, seek out Sun Dahai in Jinggu. Upon reading the letter left to me by old Wu heir, a chill ran down my spine. It felt as though he had penned a farewell missive. I hurriedly dashed out of the courtyard, frantically searching for any trace of old Wu heir. Yet, despite scouring the entire village, I could not catch even a glimpse of him. I made my way to old Wu heir's room, retrieving the money he had left for me, along with the volumes of the Dragon Shaking Classic and Essentials of Antiquities. Initially, I approached the book out of mere curiosity. It was hand-drawn. After flipping through a few pages, I found myself utterly captivated. The Dragon Shaking Classic is divided into 5 volumes. The Doubting Dragon Classic, the Discerning Dragon Classic, the Dragon Shaking Classic, the Burial Method and Staff, and the Secret Language of the Green Bag. This tome primarily discusses the formations of mountains and rivers, the identification of burial spots, and the layout of feng shui. Moreover, the book contains old Wu heir's annotations and insights, along with explanations of various terminologies. On the other hand, Essentials of Antiquities serves as a guide to artifact appraisal. I also came to understand the meaning behind the conversation between old Wu heir and Zhang Lao San from the previous day. The term meat dumplings implied a burial site filled with valuable offerings, while unable to pack signified an assurance against deception. Mastering the eye referred to the practice of discerning feng shui. I surmised that their discussion revolved around Zhang Lao San discovering a grand tomb abundant in burial goods, seeking old Wu heir's expertise. Given the potential risks associated with this tomb, it seemed evident why old Wu heir would leave me such a letter. Now, 2 months have swiftly passed. The weather has turned cooler, ushering in early autumn, yet there remains no word from old Wu heir. Time flies swiftly. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. For the first time, I have departed from the small mountain village where I lived for 16 years and embarked On a journey to Jingu. Jingu is renowned for three culinary delights: the famous dog doesn't care buns, the ear-shaped fried cakes, and the 18th Street twisted donuts. Upon my arrival, I was utterly awestruck by the vibrancy and opulence of this place. Back in '98, the real estate prices in Jingu had already surpassed 1,000 yuan per square meter, and the average annual salary of workers was nearing the 10th yuan mark. Second only to the capital, in light of the bustling atmosphere here. Attempting to locate Sundahai felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. I could only blame Wu for leaving me with but a name, and I reproached myself for my ignorance in daring to venture alone in search of someone in Jingu. After disembarking from the train station, I meandered through the streets, purchasing a few buns to satisfy my hunger. Suddenly, I spotted a vendor selling newspapers by the roadside, and a brilliant idea struck me. I could place a missing person notice in the paper. Thus, I hailed a taxi to the newspaper office, at that time. The fare commenced at 2 yuan, and it was quite rare for anyone to opt for such an expensive mode of transport. As I entered the vehicle, the driver frequently glanced at me in his rearview mirror, likely curious about the appearance of this knave traveler. With no accommodation in Jingu, I sought a nearby inn to stay for a few nights. By then, darkness had enveloped the streets, and as I walked, I couldn't shake the unsettling sensation on that several individuals were trailing behind me. Consequently, I quickened my pace, having brought along 2,000 yuan impressive sum in those days. Unfamiliar with the surroundings, I easily attracted the unwanted attention of nefarious individuals. As the figures behind me drew closer, I found myself encircled at a secluded intersection by 7 or 8 men. Ah, young fellow, you appear quite unfamiliar here. From where have you come to seek your fortune? These individuals exuded malice, their eyes glinting with avarice as they fixated on the bag slung across my shoulder. Who are you? What do you want? The leader, a figure with a cigarette dangling from his lips, spoke in a lascivious tone. We are model citizens, you see. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in a bit of a bind and wish to borrow some money from you, my young friend. Are you attempting to rob me? As soon as the words escaped my lips, they erupted into uproarious laughter. The man who had spoken previously tossed the cigarette but to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. With a sinister grin, "Damn it, we're here to rob you." Chapter 4. The bun. I never imagined that I would find myself the victim of a robbery. Indeed, I was the one being robbed. Confronted by 7 or 8 burly men, while I was merely a naive 16-year-old, it was impossible not to feel panic. I clutched my shoulder bag tightly, when one of them delivered a kick that landed squarely on my abdomen. The force of the blow sent me staggering backward, and I collapsed onto the ground. The buns I had just eaten nearly resurfaced. The man who had kicked me advanced, seizing my collar and lifting me off the ground. He opened his mouth, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and an odor more repugnant than that of a public restroom assaulted my senses. For heaven's sake, did these fools not brush their teeth? Kid, be sensible and hand over the bag, or you'll regret it. He snarled. You've entered Tianju territory. Even if you're a dragon, you need to bow down. His spittle sprayed my face. Adhering to the principle that a wise man does not suffer in vain, I surrendered the bag. This was not cowardice. Rather, it was the wisdom of recognizing the situation. The man with the yellow teeth accepted the bag with a satisfied grin, then unceremoniously tossed me back to the ground, where I had an intimate encounter with the earth. As the group of thugs turned to leave with the bag in hand, a voice rang out from a nearby alley. What is going on? Are you all just beating him up? At that moment, a plump figure came into view. The chubby boy was not tall, barely standing at a little over 5 feet. I estimate my weight to be around 160 to 70 pounds. Clad in a black robe. However, the robe appears somewhat ill-fitting, lending a rather comical air to my appearance. The band of robbers, upon witnessing the rotund figure before them, could not help but chuckle. One of them, known for his yellowing teeth, rolled up his sleeves without a second thought, preparing to teach me a lesson. As he approached, a sudden scream pierced the air, prompting me to sigh inwardly in silent tribute to the unfortunate fellow. To my astonishment, mere moments later, it was he who found himself on his knees, the very scream having emanated from him. In this modern age, it is disheartening to witness such shameless acts. The reputation of our city, Tianjin, tarnished by their deeds. I spoke with a distinct local accent, my words reminiscent of a comedic dialogue. Observing their companion's misfortune, the remaining thugs charged at me in unison. Yet, within less than a minute, they too lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their groins in agony. their cries drawing the attention of passers-by. Having dispatched these assailants, I dusted off my hands and proclaimed, "Today, consider this a lesson. I'm not one to change my name or my nature. I am shall long remember it well." With that, I picked up the bag that belonged to the yellow-toothed thug and approached the individual I had just rescued, offering him the bag. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, I shot him a knowing glance and swiftly led him away. Once we were out of sight of the thugs, I grabbed his hand and we took off running, traversing several streets before finally coming to a halt. I was panting heavily, yet despite his stout appearance, he maintained a steady breath as if unfazed by the exertion. I silently mused to myself, he is indeed a master of his craft. I pondered, "Do you have any money? I find myself quite hungry." I hastily nodded and retrieved several old coins from my bag, presenting them to the stout boy. He glanced around and, without hesitation, stuffed the money into his pocket. "Consider this a loan," I said, just as I had managed to catch my breath. I waved my hand, insisting he needn't repay me. "All right," the stout boy replied. He led me to a small eatery, where he devoured 2 hefty bowls of hand-pulled noodles. After a gluttonous feast, he patted his belly contentedly and let out a satisfied belch, as if he had not had a full meal in ages. "What is your name?" I inquired. "I am Bao Xiaogu," he replied. "Didn't you just say your name was Xiaolong?" "Ah, Xiaolong is the name of my master. This group is merely the errand boys of Tianjin, engaging in all sorts of petty mischief. I mentioned my master's name to them, so they would seek vengeance on my behalf." Bao Xiaogu proved to be quite an intriguing character. From our conversation, I learned that he was a disciple of the Medicine King Temple in Jingu. The previous day, he had concocted a potion of his own and sought to test its efficacy by tossing it into a well. This grave mistake resulted in a calamity, as his lack of skill led to the potion incapacitating everyone in the temple. Fortunately, his master swiftly formulated an antidote, saving the congregation from peril. Otherwise, dozens might have perished or been left severely harmed. Realizing that the incident was undoubtedly an act of poisoning, the crowd was determined to capture the nefarious culprit behind it. Aware of the monumental trouble he had caused, Bao Xiaogu seized the opportunity to flee, hastily donning his clothes as all eyes were diverted. Having not eaten since yesterday, he fortuitously crossed paths with me, whom he rescued from being bullied. This can be considered fate. "Wu Guo, you mentioned you were coming to Jingu to seek someone. Yet you arrived without any information, daring to venture alone. I am uncertain whether to commend your bravery or to deem you foolish. I have placed an advertisement, hoping that Sun Dahai will reach out to me upon seeing it. But how will he contact you? Have you left an address, or do you possess a pager? Are you aware of how many individuals named Sun Dahai reside in Jingu? And here you are, embarking on a solitary journey through the world, oblivious to the dangers that lurk." I found myself at a loss for words in response to his assertions. Indeed, I had not considered these matters at the time, nor had the newspaper staff posed such questions to me. In the words of Bao Xiaogu, they perceived me as a young outsider, simply seeking to exploit my naivety for a quick sum of money. Is 30 yuan not a reasonable price for something? Here's a suggestion. Since you are new to Jingu and unfamiliar with the surroundings, if you provide me with sustenance, I will assist you in locating Sun Dahai, given my familiarity with the area. As for him, a person who consumes 2 bowls of stretched noodles in one sitting, I truly wonder how long this 2,000 yuan will last. Nevertheless, Bao Xiaogu's proposition seems to be the most prudent course of action. His skills are commendable, and at the very least, he can serve as my protector. Upon reflection, covering 3 meals a day is not a loss. Bao Xiaogu, hey, do not call me by my full name. It sounds awkward. Just refer to me as Baozi. I glanced at him. His name indeed suits his physique. Baozi. Where shall we head next? Naturally, we must find a place to rest. Baozi has just celebrated his 19th birthday, 3 years my senior. His circumstances are quite similar to mine, having been abandoned by his parents at the entrance of the Yaowang Temple. His master, Xiaolong, took pity on him and raised him within the temple from a young age. Such a background has significantly heightened my admiration for him. As we are both unfortunate children of fate, the sole consolation is that we are fortunate enough to have benevolent mentors. As I reclined on the bed in the inn, memories of Wu Lao'er flooded my mind. I wondered where he was at that moment and whether he was safe. Unavoidably, on my first night in Jinju, I found myself unable to sleep. Chapter 5. The Divine Hand of Li Wuguo. You claim your master belongs to the thieving sect. Surely you must have acquired numerous skills. Why did you appear so timid yesterday? After rising and completing my morning routine, Baozi began inquiring about my circumstances. What are you talking about? The thieving sect is divided into red, black, and white factions. Unfortunately, my master belongs to the white thieves. In my youth, I was unaware. Only now do I comprehend how he amassed his wealth, all through grave robbing. Upon hearing my explanation, Bowsy suddenly slapped his thigh and gazed at me as if I were a national treasure. Moments later, he leaned towards my bedside with an impish grin and said, "Wu Gua, with your skills, we could easily unearth a few graves and strike it rich." After uttering this, he looked at me with deep affection, his eyes filled with visions of a splendid future. I couldn't rob a grave if my life depended on it. Besides, it's getting late. Did you not promise to assist me in finding Sundahai? Let us embark on our journey. Bowsy shrugged his shoulders, remaining silent. Yet, I could see the wheels turning in his mind as he concocted some mischievous scheme. In Jinju of 1998, transportation primarily relied on bicycles. As private cars had yet to become widespread, the minibuses and small buses did not accept card payments, with a starting fare of 50 cents. For larger buses, the fare was also 50 cents with a card, but 1 yuan without. The buses often took an eternity to arrive. Bowsy insisted that I place my bag on him. He remarked that thieves on the bus were rampant, and with my level of intelligence, I wouldn't even realize I was being robbed. I inquired why he didn't take a taxi, to which he told me not to ask, as he had his own plans. Once aboard, the bus was overcrowded, leaving scarcely any space to stand. The driver was quite amiable, repeatedly urging passengers to safeguard their belongings. I discreetly asked Bowsy where we were headed, to which he replied he didn't know, waiting for a fortuitous encounter. Noticing his feigned mystery, I chose to remain silent, my gaze fixed on the bag slung across his shoulder. After a considerable jolt of the bus, Bowsy nudged me to disembark as we reached the racetrack road. Upon exiting, he abruptly seized the clothing of a tall, lean figure ahead and deftly tripped him to the ground. "Hey, buddy, did you decide to steal from Bowsy?" I was startled and immediately checked Bowsy's shoulder bag, discovering a neat incision along its side, and the money inside had vanished. How could this have happened? I had been keeping a watchful eye on that bag. "Hey, are you out of your mind? When did I steal your money?" He retorted defiantly. "Wu Gua, search him." Soon enough, I uncovered a wad of cash from the tall figure, a mix of denominations, and among the crumpled bills were my own notes. Realizing he had been exposed, the tall man opted not to concede, but instead issued a threat. "Do you know who my elder brother is? If you know what is good for you, let me go, or you'll regret it." "Oh, I'm so frightened. What are you going to do?" "My elder brother is the illustrious Master Li." Before the tall, slender fellow could finish his words, Bowsy delivered a swift kick to his groin, causing the unfortunate man to curl up on the ground like a shrimp in agony. It seemed that Bowsy had a peculiar fascination with the groin area of others. Just as I was about to speak, Bowsy helped the tall man to his feet and whispered something in his ear, prompting him to nod repeatedly. "What kind of maneuver is this? Let us proceed, Zaiguoguo. To meet their leader, I believe you shall soon locate the person you seek. I am called Wu Gua, not Zaiguoguo. If you continue to address me in that manner, I shall be displeased." "Very well, I shall refrain from using that name, Zaiguoguo. Have you perhaps matured since then?" At that moment, I truly felt the urge to deliver a kick to him. The tall man led us to a courtyard, which, despite its unassuming appearance, had a lookout stationed at the entrance. Upon seeing the tall man escort 2 unfamiliar voices, the lookout hurriedly approached for a discreet inquiry before disappearing into the courtyard. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he emerged, nodding to the tall man and stating, "Brotherly requests that you enter." It was only upon entering the courtyard that I realized the reason for the lookout's presence. To my astonishment, it was a gambling den. The atmosphere was rife with noise, the air thick with smoke, and the cacophony of shouts and curses echoed throughout. Navigating past the gambling tables, the tall man arrived at the door of a room and knocked. A voice from within beckoned him to enter. He then pushed the door open, gesturing for us to follow while gently closing the door behind him. The interior was simply furnished, featuring only a bed, with a cabinet facing it, upon which sat a 19-inch television. At that time, a color television cost around 4,000 yuan, and the one in my home was purchased by Old Wu last year. "You two are looking for me?" Master Li, reclining on the bed with a cigarette in his mouth, was fixated on the television screen, absorbed in the drama, "My fair princess." "Indeed, we have a matter to discuss," we replied. "Oh?" Master Li squinted at Bowsy and me before sitting up. "What is it?" "Do share. We would like your assistance in locating a certain individual." Upon hearing Bowsy's words, Master Li chuckled. He retrieved a cigarette from the pack, lit it, and asked, "What makes you think I would be inclined to help you?" With a dismissive glance, he regarded Bowsy and me. a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. What if I told you my brother is a disciple of the thieves' sect, and I myself am a disciple of the Medicine King's temple? The Medicine King's temple holds considerable esteem among the locals in Jinju, with many prominent figures seeking remedies from there. However, the medicines from the temple are not easily obtainable. They are notoriously difficult to procure. The primary reason being that wild medicinal herbs are increasingly rare and cultivated varieties fail to meet the desired efficacy. After a brief moment of contemplation, Master Li nodded in agreement. To my surprise, he had acquiesced, likely out of respect for Baozi's affiliation with the Medicine King's temple rather than for my connection to the thieves' sect. Who is it you wish for me to find? He inquired. Sun Dahai, can you be more specific? He is acquainted with old Wu from the thieves' sect, which should link him to that world. Upon exiting the presence of the illustrious Master Li, I exhaled in relief, simultaneously admiring the audacity and intellect of Baozi. His choice to take the bus was a calculated maneuver, deliberately allowing a thief to pilfer his belongings. Once the thief had succeeded, he would then serve as a conduit to locate his superior. The profession of thievery, often referred to as the honorary guild, once fell under the broader category of theft, but eventually branched off to establish its own identity. With a multitude of operatives within the honorary guild, gathering intelligence and locating individuals seemed rather effortless. Chapter 6. The Art of Qi Manipulation. Baozi and I ventured to the garment estimation street, where his ill-fitting Taoist robe attracted undue attention. It is often said that one is judged by their attire. However, this adage was not exemplified by Baozi. His proportions rendered formal were less appealing than the robe. To encapsulate his appearance in a single term, it could be described as somewhat unseemly. After providing him with a change of clothes, we proceeded to the North Gate outer street to indulge in ear-fried cakes. The exterior of these delicacies was crisp, while the interior was tender, sweet, and delicious. Baozi himself devoured 6. At this rate, my modest funds would scarcely last a month. Oh, I said, Wu Gua. Could you perhaps exhibit a bit more fortitude in the future? Stop acting like a frightened mouse at the sight of every stranger. Am I? Can you really silence me with mere fried cakes? Why don't you burn your mouth? Not at all. Just look at how cowardly you appeared in front of Master Li. Let me tell you, one must possess confidence, regardless of the circumstances. One should first stand tall and project an imposing aura to intimidate the opponent. What if the opponent retaliates? Retaliate? Haven't you heard the saying? The weak fear the strong. The strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. Strike at the opponent's vulnerable points, such as the groin. If I am not mistaken, Baozi indeed has a penchant for targeting others in that manner. Noticing my reluctance to engage with him, Baozi placed his hand on my shoulder and remarked, Listen, Wu Gua. This world is one where only the strong survive. If you wish to lead a tranquil life, then disregard my words. I believe we share a certain affinity, otherwise, would I be idly passing the time? Having said this, he removed his hand and resumed enjoying his fried cake. However, I could distinctly feel the grease from his hand transferred onto my shoulder. Baozi, with your remarkable skills, why not teach me a few moves? Upon broaching this subject, Baozi's interest was evidently piqued. He devoured another fried cake, wiped his hands, and said, Wu Gua, why don't you take me as your master? And I shall impart some techniques to you? Get lost. As we exited through the North Gate, evening had already descended. Having just finished his fried cake, Baozi began to complain of hunger again. He lamented that the broth served at the temple was insipid, and now that he had the opportunity to venture out, he intended to indulge. Just as I contemplated finding a place to eat, Baozi suddenly grabbed my arm, gesturing for me to look ahead. A group of people, brimming with hostility, was advancing towards us. Upon a cursory glance, I estimated their number to be around 20 or 30. Among them was the yellow-toothed ruffian who had robbed me the previous day. Realizing the precarious situation, Baozi quickly pulled me around to flee. Did you not say one should be confident? Why are we running? The world is fraught with danger. If we cannot stand our ground, we must retreat. Baozi led me through crowded areas as we ran. Despite his corpulence, he was surprisingly swift. I sensed that had he not been waiting for me, he would have already vanished from sight. In an instant, the entire thoroughfare echoed with shouts and curses. Emerging onto the thoroughfare, a providential bus idled at the station, which we boarded just as it began to depart. From within, I observed our pursuers, a sense of cathartic liberation washing over me. These scoundrels from Tianjin, with their endless reinforcements, would one day face my retribution, a complete dismantling of their organization. Beside me, Baozi, witnessing the receding figures of our antagonists, spoke with fervent animosity. The other passengers regarded us with curiosity, likely pondering the circumstances that had embroiled two such youths with that particular cohort. Wu Gua, I inquired, "Are there any belongings remaining at the inn from last night?" I shook my head, still regaining my composure from our hurried flight. "Good," Baozi affirmed. "Tonight, we shall seek lodging elsewhere. Those wretches possess extensive influence and may well uncover our whereabouts." I nodded in agreement. Baozi, observing my labored breathing, cast a look of exasperation in my direction before navigating through the throng to engage the driver in conversation. Upon reaching Bangman, Baozi, predictably, sought sustenance. Truthfully, the exertion had stirred my appetite as well. We procured 2 jianbing guizi from a roadside vendor, adorned with peanut sauce and scallions, exceedingly authentic. We settled by the stall to consume our repast, my gaze darting about, wary of the potential return of our pursuers. Baozi swiftly devoured his portion and, remarkably, abstained from requesting another. "Wu Gua, let us first secure a place to rest," he urged. We found another inn, and upon entering our room, Baozi immediately instructed me to disrobe. I looked at him in bewilderment and said, "Baozi, although we share a bond akin to life and death, I must confess that I harbor no interest in men." I noticed a twitch at the corner of Baozi's mouth. He then scrutinized me from head to toe and remarked, "You? Even if you begged, I wouldn't be inclined. Hurry and remove your clothes. I shall teach you a method of energy cultivation. Practice it when you have the chance, lest you find yourself gasping after running a few steps." That sounds splendid. Although Wu Lao claims to be my master, he merely provided me with a book. As for other matters, I am utterly ignorant. Baozi, being a disciple of the Medicine King Temple, undoubtedly possesses Taoist knowledge. It would be most beneficial for him to impart some wisdom to me. Following his instructions, I stripped my upper body bare and settled into a lotus position on the bed. Baozi guided me through the energy cultivation process, revealing several fundamental acupoints. I focused my mind, allowing myself to relax and breathe naturally. My lips gently closed, and my breathing became steady. My hands were firmly gripped, and my gaze remained level. I concentrated my spirit, aiming for the heavenly core, entering the Niwen and descending to the energy center. The sensation was subtle yet palpable, and I was encouraged to use it sparingly. As my lower dantian warmed, it felt akin to a simmering broth. The energy coursed along my meridians, refining my inner strength. Baozi recited the energy cultivation mantra repeatedly, and under his guidance, I genuinely felt a current flowing within me. Not too shabby. I'm not entirely foolish. If you persist in your practice, I cannot guarantee much, but at the very least, you shall possess greater strength than others. I nodded with excitement, and Baozi yawned before continuing. "Wu Gua, although we lack the formal title of master and disciple, we certainly share the essence of such a relationship. Henceforth, it is only right that I partake in your provisions, is it not?" Emotions linger in anticipation, as he employs this method of entering the flow of energy to exchange for a long-term sustenance ticket. This transaction is not without merit. Naturally, I believe I am not at a disadvantage either. Sleep now, and ponder it at your leisure. With that, Baozi reclined on the bed and drifted into slumber. Following his technique, I diligently practiced for an entire hour. Surprisingly, that night, I experienced an unusually restful sleep. Upon awakening the next morning, I felt remarkably invigorated, my energy brimming. The Taoist wisdom, honed over millennia, indeed lives up to its reputation. Chapter 7. Sundahai Baozi, shall we venture to savor the famed dog doesn't care buns later? The next day, I found Baozi still lost in slumber. I approached his bed and gently shook him awake. Rubbing his eyes, he muttered, "What a nuisance," before turning over to continue his sleep. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Who among the virtuous would sleep so long? "Get up quickly. We need to inquire with Masterly if there are any updates on Sundahai." Yet, Baozi remained unperturbed. I reached out to tug at his blanket, only to discover he was sleeping in the nude. When had he shed his clothing? "What are you staring at? Never seen such a sight before?" With my disturbance disrupting his sleep, Baozi finally began to rise and dress. I must admit, I hadn't noticed any significant endowment, at least. It appeared somewhat shorter than mine. Alas, it was rare to have the luxury of skipping morning lessons, yet even a leisurely sleep was elusive. "There is no need for you to seek out Masterly. If he has any news, he will surely find a way to reach us." No sooner had Baozi's words left his lips than a knock echoed from the hotel room door. We exchanged glances, and he nodded slightly, signaling for me to answer the door. A sense of unease lingered in my heart. Could it be that the people from Tianjin had come to find me? As I opened the door, a sigh of relief escaped my lips. Standing at the threshold was an elderly gentleman, his hair a distinguished gray yet impeccably styled. He sported a pair of black-rimmed glasses, emanating an amiable aura, clad in a Zhongshan suit and wearing a pair of traditional Beijing cloth shoes. He distinctly appeared to be a man of refined tastes. "Who are you looking for?" I inquired. "Aren't you the one searching for me?" At that moment, Baozi appeared behind me, astonished as he exclaimed, "Grandfather's son." The venerable figure before us was none other than Sun Dahai. How did Baozi know him? "Ah, grandfather's son. Your real name is Sun Dahai," he exclaimed. "Had I known, we could have simply brought Wu Guo to find you without all this fuss." Sun Dahai chuckled at the doorway. "What? Aren't you going to invite me in for a visit?" "Please, do come in," I urged, still in a state of bewilderment. "You must be Wu Guo," he said, helping me to my feet. "I've heard your name mentioned by Ergo. My, how you've grown." With a sigh, Sun Dahai added, "Ergo and Sangu may be a bit hasty. I fear they might have encountered some troublesome matters." His words sent a wave of anxiety coursing through me. Although Wu Laodi was not my father, he had raised me since childhood, more of a kin than mere relation. If he were truly in distress, what would become of me? "There's no need to fret," he reassured me. "Brother Qian and Brother Ma set off last month. They too are addressing matters concerning Ergo and Sangu. We should receive news shortly." Through conversation, I learned that Sun Dahai and Wu Laoer are sworn brothers. Their brotherhood consists of 5 members: Qian Laoda, Qian Deqiang, Wu Laoer, Wu Denghui, Zhang Laosan, Zhang Guangyi, Ma Laosi, Ma Shuwen, and Sun Laowu, Sun Dahai. In the 1970s and 1980s, these 5 were renowned as the infamous Tomb Raiding 5 in the underworld. Qian Laodao assumes the role of the leader, while Wu Laoer serves as the eyes of the operation. Zhang Laosan is the legs, Ma Laosi bears the labor, and Sun Laowu keeps watch. Let me briefly introduce the responsibilities associated with each role. The leader acts as the head of the team. If we were to liken Tomb Raiding to a project, the leader would be akin to the project manager. It is imperative for the leader to maintain a good reputation in the underworld, demonstrate loyalty, and ensure fair distribution of wealth. The eyes of the operation engage in intellectual labor, possessing profound knowledge of feng shui, history, and geography. They can even observe the night sky to accurately locate valuable burial sites. The legs are the commanders at the tomb raiding site, responsible for the actual operations and technical guidance, playing a crucial role in the success or failure of the endeavor. When the leader and the eyes are absent, the legs hold absolute authority in matters of guidance. The laborers, as the name suggests, undertake the physical work, carrying the tools for tomb raiding and digging at designated spots. They are tasked with excavating and transporting soil, making them the most arduous among the group. Lastly, the Watchers, as implied by their name, are tasked with keeping an eye on the surroundings to ensure the safety of the raiding operation. If suspicious individuals or dangerous signals are detected, they will promptly notify their team, allowing members ample time to evacuate or implement appropriate safety measures. Upon learning of the connection between Sun Dahai and Wu Laoer, I immediately rephrased my inquiry. "Uncle Wu, when Uncle Zhang met with old Wu that day, they were rather secretive. Where exactly did they go?" "Tanzhou, to the royal tomb of the Western Han Dynasty. The royal tomb undoubtedly harbors numerous priceless artifacts, each of which would be deemed a national treasure, commanding an exorbitant price. It is no wonder that Wu Laoer and Zhang Laosan departed in such haste. However, a tomb of that caliber must be fraught with traps. Uncle Wu, shall we set off for Tanzhou now?" Before I could finish my sentence, Sun Dahai raised his hand to interrupt me, furrowing his brow as he said, "Wu Guo, one must remain composed in the face of adversity. If Ergo and Sangu are indeed in trouble, our presence there would be futile. Did I not mention that Degu and Sigu have already set out? We should patiently await their return here." At that moment, Baozi stepped in to ease the tension, saying, "Master Wu, Wu Guo is merely concerned for his mentor. Have you had your meal yet? Would you like me to fetch some buns?" Sun Dahai waved his hand dismissively, letting out a sigh as he remarked, "Wu Guo, you must learn to remain unperturbed like Ergo. Only then can you become a competent observer. Allow me to test you. How much of Ergo's skill have you absorbed?" I felt somewhat bewildered, for Wu Laoer had imparted no teachings to me, leaving behind merely a book for my self-study. What skills could I possibly have acquired? In a flurry, I waved my hand and said, "Fifth uncle." Old Wu did not impart much knowledge to me, just that one tattered book which I have perused several times. Should you choose to test me? I fear I may disappoint you. Sun Dahai looked at me with disbelief, his gaze lingering for a moment before he suddenly inquired, "What is the secret to tomb searching?" Without hesitation, I replied, "During the spring and autumn period in the warring states, Graves are hidden atop mountains in the Qin and Han dynasties. Great tombs are interred in mountain ridges. In the Eastern Han and Southern dynasties, they are chosen at the waist of hills, and in the Sui, Tang, and Song dynasties, they lie beneath corpse slopes. These verses had been etched into my memory long ago. After I finished, Sun Dahai nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "Not bad. Although second brother did not teach you anything substantial, you have indeed mastered this specialized knowledge. What you now lack is the opportunity for practical application. In a couple of days, I shall take you to a location to hone your skills." Baozi, brimming with excitement, eagerly asked, "Fifth Master, might you take me along as well?" Chapter 8. The Exploration Duel. Sun Dahai had some connections with Baozi's master, as Baozi had encountered Sun Dahai previously. However, at that time, he merely referred to him as Fifth Master, unaware of his true name. "Fifth Uncle, how did you find us?" Sun Dahai smiled gently and replied, "Didn't you send the divine hand, Li, to seek me out? Upon learning of your whereabouts, I came directly. In this small place of Jinju, finding you is not a difficult task. This speaks volumes of the capabilities of the divine hand, Li. Within a single day, he located the person we were searching for, and we should take the time to express our gratitude." Baozi, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and said, "Fifth Master, I have spent 19 years in the temple and wish to venture into the outside world. Your mention of treasure hunting piques my interest greatly, and I have resolved to follow your esteemed guidance in this endeavor." I interjected with a sound, as I was aware of his intentions. He was contemplating the treasures concealed within, which could be exchanged for currency. Sun Dahai offered a slight smile, seemingly perceiving the thoughts of the young man. "However, treasure hunting is not as simplistic as you might presume. It entails considerable toil. It is entirely plausible that one might find themselves incarcerated on any given day. So contemplate this carefully." The young man, exuding a fearless demeanor, retorted, "What is there to fear? At worst, I shall emerge anew as a better person in 18 years. As Sun Dahai departed, he cautioned us against wandering aimlessly, assuring us that he would mediate the affairs concerning Tianjin. After his exit, I inquired of the young man regarding Sun Dahai's apparent influence in the region. He nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I know he possesses wealth. Several years ago, when we undertook repairs at the temple, it was funded by Master Sunday. At that time, I was unaware of his true identity, as my mentor instructed me to refer to him as Master Sunday regardless of the era. Money wields immense power. Those who possess wealth are regarded with reverence, an immutable truth throughout history. Wu Guo, would you enlighten me about the customs associated with treasure hunting?" I observed the intensity in his gaze and, with a sense of resignation, replied, "I am still but a novice, possessing only theoretical knowledge. Did not Uncle Sun mention that we would practice soon? I shall share more with you then. What's wrong? Are you upset?" The young man huffed in affirmation. With no recourse but to oblige, I imparted a few rudimentary phrases, which satisfied him enough to rise and partake in his meal. As night fell, Sun Dahai returned to the small inn, this time accompanied by a young man who appeared to be of a similar age to mine. "Wu Guo, Baozi, allow me to introduce my cousin, Sun Tianli. Shortly, I shall take you to witness the world beyond." Sun Tianli, 18 years of age, possessed a robust physique that seemed to be composed entirely of sinewy muscle, leaving me curious as to how someone of his age had developed such strength. He was not particularly loquacious when Baozi and I greeted him. He merely offered a sheepish smile. This fellow clearly looked the part of a dedicated laborer. "Uncle Wu, where are you taking us?" "To Yushan." Our party of 4 exited the inn and boarded a van. Neither Baozi nor I possessed the skills to drive. Thus the task fell to Sun Tianli. After relaying this, Sun Dahai retrieved a burlap sack from the back of the van. Upon opening it, we discovered an array of tools essential for excavation. This is the probing shovel. This is the probing rod. And this is the whirlwind shovel. Sun Dahai meticulously introduced each instrument from the sack, while Baozi listened intently, eager to find a location to immediately test their utility. Those who frequently engage in excavation would surely recognize the purpose of these tools, along with others I have not mentioned, such as the centipede hanging ladder and the flying tiger claw, which I shall refrain from detailing further. "Master Sun, with these tools in hand, how can we accurately ascertain the location of an ancient tomb?" Baozi, resembling an inquisitive child, began to pepper Sun Dahai with questions. "You may call me Uncle Wu, just as you do with Wu Guo. As for your query, I believe Wu Guo can provide you with the answer." After Sun Dahai finished speaking, Baozi turned his gaze towards me, his expression one of eagerness and a thirst for knowledge. "In truth, there exist myriad methods for locating burial sites. However, The commonly mentioned technique of utilizing a compass for this purpose is beyond my capabilities. The technical demands of this method are exceedingly high, and it is indeed challenging for individuals lacking a certain level of education and insight to master it. This serves as a natural barrier. I perused a few books, but if mere reading could enable one to locate tombs, then everyone would aspire to be a master of tomb raiding. The first essential skill in this endeavor is to observe the color of the grass. If the vegetation in a particular area appears withered and yellow, distinctly different from its surroundings, or if there is an absence of plant life altogether, it is highly probable that an ancient tomb lies beneath. In addition to observing the grass, one must also examine the traces of soil. The backfilled earth often contains lime and loess, intended to prevent water seepage into the tomb chamber. During the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, the sealing soil was predominantly a bluish clay, while the tombs from the Tang and Song dynasties primarily utilized glutinous rice clay. The graves from the Ming and Qing dynasties typically incorporated lime, whereas those from the Qin and Han dynasties often bore watermarks and vermilion, exuding a distinctive aroma. Upon hearing my explanation, Sun Dahai nodded with satisfaction and remarked, "It seems that Wu Guo has grasped the fundamental knowledge required for entry. However, there are no absolutes in this matter. The exploration of tombs is akin to diagnosing a patient. One must also consider the aspects of observation, inquiry, and analysis. Engaging in conversation with an experienced hand like Sun Dahai enriches my understanding far beyond what textbooks can offer." As we conversed, the vehicle arrived at our destination, Tianli. "Unload the items from the car. Wu Guo, you check whether there are any signs of a burial site in the vicinity." Recognizing Sun Dahai's intention to test my skills, I equipped myself with a probing lamp, ready to embark on an exploration. The Bun followed me closely, brandishing a rod acquired from Sun Tianli, resembling someone poised to spear fish. In October, the weather in Tianjin had turned rather chilly, and much of the vegetation had withered. After approximately 10 minutes, I paused beside a cypress tree, its surrounding flora sparse, and the branches of the tree itself rather meager. I summoned Sun Tianli and instructed, "Zhang Ge, this is the spot. You may place the clamp here." Sun Tianli nodded, then emitted 3 bird calls from his throat, at which point I realized that Sun Dahai had not accompanied us. I nearly forgot that he was tasked with keeping watch. The display of strength left the Bun utterly astounded. Chapter 9. The Ming Tomb. Sun Tianli's 3 bird calls were a query regarding Sun Dahai's current safety and whether it was time to commence digging. In those days, communication devices were non-existent. It was not like now, where each person possesses a walkie-talkie. Sun Tianli plunged the rod into the ground, achieving a depth of 20 to 30 centimeters, a true test of both strength and skill. It appeared he had spent considerable time excavating with Sun Dahai. Upon extracting the rod, he glanced at the soil it had brought up, then continued to probe deeper. He must have reached the tamped earth layer, interspersed with lime, suggesting it was a small Ming or Qing pot. I nodded. This entirely aligned with Sun Dahai's expectations. Indeed, the pot was somewhat diminutive, merely sufficient for us to practice our techniques. "Bun, it is your turn. Dig here." The Bun, already brimming with impatience, spat into his palm and seized the Luoyang spade, declaring, "My spade has long been yearning for action." Having spoken, he seized the shovel and began to dig as if he were excavating a cellar in his own home. Hey, stop. Is this how you dig? What do you mean? How else should I do it?" Baozi paused, a look of confusion on his face. "This pit cannot be dug in a circular manner. If it is round, it will lack the support of the surrounding soil and may collapse. So it should be square?" Sun Tianli, who was usually taciturn, responded affirmatively, stating that a square opening would allow for a straight ascent and descent via a ladder. Baozi's expression immediately drooped. Yet he did not halt his labor, quickly beginning to reshape the opening. "Do not widen it too much. It should only be just enough for a person to pass through. Baozi, you ought to lose some weight. Otherwise, how much more soil will need to be dug out? I did not grow up on your family's food. You are unnecessarily fretting over trifles. You too, do not just stand there, scatter the soil." Upon hearing this, I thought, how knowledgeable, aware of the need to disperse the soil. The freshly excavated earth, differing in color from the surrounding soil, should not be piled at the entrance. Sun Tianli and I each took a bag and evenly distributed the soil around. Baozi's pace was painfully slow. After over an hour, he had only reached a depth of about 3 meters, barely even reaching the tamped layer. "Baozi, come up. Call Li Ge down to take a turn." By this point, Baozi was somewhat exhausted. He climbed out and slumped down on the spot, exclaiming that this was truly not a task for humans. Sun Tianli, who was about to descend, glanced at him, took the shovel, and went down. I nudged Baozi, remarking that the way he spoke made it sound as if he were implying that Li Gu was not human at all. Bun shrugged, indicating that he did not mean it that way. He remarked that such an intelligent person as Brother Li would surely not be concerned. After digging for about an hour, the soil he handed up already contained lime. He instructed me to lower the mountain ladder, as he intended to begin excavating the slanted tunnel. Once we reached the tamped earth layer, the digging progressed swiftly, taking merely 20 minutes before Brother Li announced that it was done. He then ascended the ladder. Let some air in, and shortly put on your mask, he advised, bringing along a candle and 3 incense sticks. Bun, do not act recklessly. Adhere to the rules. As the tomb chamber was revealed, Bun's earlier fatigue dissipated, and he hastily donned his mask, ready to descend into the pit at any moment. After a brief respite of about 10 minutes, I was the first to descend into the hole via the mountain ladder. To be honest, it was my first experience, and I felt a mix of nervousness and a hint of fear. This pit was a brick tomb, adhering to the standards of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Standing atop the vault, I glanced into the pitch-black tomb chamber. Then, steeling my resolve, I jumped down. Brother Li had dug the hole with precision, directly aligned with the coffin above. This was a brick chamber tomb from the Ming dynasty, with the floor laid in blue bricks, featuring 2 burial chambers separated by a partition wall. Bun and Brother Li followed suit, and I promptly retrieved my lighter to ignite the candle and incense. There exists an unwritten rule in tomb raiding. Whenever a grand tomb is excavated, a candle must be lit within the tomb's chamber, placed in the southeast corner. Before commencing the search for treasures, when handling the remains, one must exercise utmost care, gently feeling from head to toe, ultimately leaving 1 or 2 artifacts for the deceased. It is imperative to wear a mask upon entering the tomb, and one must never remove it. Firstly, the air quality within is rather poor. Secondly, the presence of the living in a tomb is considered inauspicious. Thirdly, one should avoid exhaling towards ancient corpses, lest they awaken. Baozi, gently lift the coffin lid. Do not disturb the master. Baozi raised a middle finger at me and remarked, why concern yourself with the useless? If a thief enters your abode, wouldn't you be aware? The fellow sleeping here would know from the moment we breached the roof. Shall we not get to work? Li Gu chuckled, inserting a crowbar into the crevice of the coffin, and together with Baozi, they exerted force, unveiling the sarcophagus that had lain undisturbed for centuries. Good grief. Did this fellow construct a brick tomb for such scant offerings? We rummaged through both chambers, uncovering but a few porcelain items and a handful of copper coins. The coins were from the Jiajing era, valued at mere tens of coins each during that time. As for the porcelain, their individual worth barely reached 200 to 300. Wu Guo, a sudden realization struck me. Perhaps grave robbing was not as amusing as I once thought. Baozi, fiddling with the copper coins, lamented, all right, let us hasten our departure. Even fly meat is still meat. In our line of work, how can one guarantee that every venture yields something of value? In the vehicle, Sun Dahai observed us with a smile, inquiring if we had any insights to share. Li Gu shook his head, while I shrugged, indicating I had nothing to express. It was Baozi who, holding a piece of pottery, asked, Uncle Wu, how much could this jar possibly be worth? Sun Dahai took the jar, examined it, and replied, how does one appraise such an item? A connoisseur might offer you 100,000, while another might not even accept it for free. The value of this item is contingent upon the price you assign to it in your minds. This statement is as ambiguous as it is unhelpful. Baozi, still not fully grasping the concept, pressed on, Uncle Wu, being an experienced hand, could you offer a price? In our trade, merely excavating is but a fraction of the endeavor. The true challenge lies in determining how to sell these raw artifacts at the right price. Tomorrow, we shall venture to Shenyang Road, where I will guide you through the market. Chapter 10. The Sale in Jinggu. There exists a Shenyang Road, nestled within the bustling commercial district of Quanichang. As the saying goes, first came Shenyang Road, then came Panjiayuan. Each day, Shenyang Road hosts a grand market, attracting numerous antique vendors. Hundreds of stalls line the streets, with tourists jostling for space. Wu Guo, Baozi, you two should sell these few raw artifacts. As for the pricing, that is for you to decide, Sun Dahai declared before he and Li Gu disappeared into the throng, searching for hidden treasures. Meanwhile, Baozi and I observed the hawking merchants on either side, feeling rather overwhelmed. Wuzzy, how much do you think these items could fetch? He inquired, a question he had posed to me at least 10 times the previous night. You are Guozzi, or perhaps a twisted pretzel, I replied. Doesn't calling me that sound endearing? Besides, I wasn't upset when you called me Baozi. After all, we both share a fondness for food. With a resigned shake of my head, I casually squatted in front of a stall, listening to the vendor eloquently recounting the provenance of his treasures. Upon noticing Hao Diao and me approaching, the stall owner immediately beckoned, inquiring if we had set our sights on any particular gem. I took a cursory glance and found that most of the items at this stall were merely antiquities, crafted with poor techniques, likely to deceive inexperienced novices. After perusing several stalls, I encountered a similar situation at nearly every one. I certainly could not entrust my goods to them, as they would surely offer me a price far below my expectations, rendering my efforts futile. What on earth are you searching for? Just find a place to sell your goods already, I remarked. You know nothing. I wish to sell my items to those who truly appreciate them. Baozi scoffed, muttering something inaudible under his breath. After about an hour of wandering, I had shown my wares to 2 stalls, but their offers were far too low, failing to meet my anticipated value. The thought of parting with my hard-earned items for a pittance was unacceptable. If no one was interested today, I would simply hold on to them. My mental benchmark was set at 2,000 yuan for these few pieces. Although the porcelain originated from the Jiajing period, the body and glaze were relatively refined, and the vibrant cobalt blue hues were striking, making them small treasures among folk wares. Hey, buddy, before the rush starts, care to take a look? Just as Baozi and I were about to exit the antique market, a nondescript stall at the edge caught our attention as the proprietor called out to us. Turning around, I saw a young man in his 20s, with thick brows and bright eyes, exuding a lively spirit. When I remained silent, he continued, Hey, do you happen to have any raw items fresh from the ground? Let me take a look. If I like them, I assure you I will offer you a generous price. If that doesn't work out, I can also act as an intermediary. Just give me a call. Noticing his familiarity with the trade, I squatted down and inquired, Would you like to see my Jiajing porcelain? Is it from the official kiln, or the folk kiln during the Jiajing period? Folk kiln. All right, just a moment. The individual promptly tidied his stall, stowing his items into a bag, and then led us to a nearby antique shop named Gui Xian, a title imbued with poetic charm. Upon entering the shop, he first brewed a cup of tea for both me and Baozi before inviting me to present my items. He held the porcelain vase in his hands, examining it closely before remarking, This is a Jiajing garlic head vase, with a relatively thick body and a slightly rough texture. The joining marks are quite apparent, and the foot is not entirely complete. After pausing to meet my gaze, he continued, The glaze exhibits variations in thickness and smoothness. Nevertheless, for porcelain from a folk kiln, this is considered quite exceptional. His insightful commentary genuinely surprised me. Despite his youth, he possessed a profound understanding of such artifacts. His attentive approach rendered it difficult for me to propose a price, so I inquired, What would you be willing to offer for this item? If the price is agreeable, we can proceed with the transaction. Rest assured, I shall not engage in any underhanded dealings. How many such pieces do you have? It seems they have only recently emerged, as I can still detect a hint of earthy scent. The term engage in underhanded dealings refers to the practice of acquiring valuable items at a low price. Noticing his candor, I extended my hand to indicate that I currently possessed 5 pieces of such porcelain. Baozi interjected, I also have 36 Jiajing Tonggao coins. Could you tell us the total amount you would be willing to offer? Baozi, while speaking, took out a coin from his pocket and handed it to him. He examined it briefly and said, If all are of this quality, I shall offer 18 each, along with 5 pieces of folk kiln porcelain, totaling 1,800. What do you think? 1,800? That's 200 less than I anticipated. Yet his offer is quite reasonable in this market. Baozi glanced at me, subtly nodding in agreement, clearly satisfied with the price. Very well, it's a deal. I have placed the items at the inn. Will you retrieve them, or shall we deliver them to you? Provide me with the address, and I shall collect them tonight. It was evident that you were newcomers to this trade. I am Ching Guqing, the third in my family. The people in the circle call me Sanyazi. I look forward to a long-term partnership. Guzi, Baozi. Upon hearing our nicknames, Sanyazi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, saying, In our line of work, we typically do not reveal our true names, yet your aliases are rather amusing. Do you have a companion named Zhao Gao? Listening to Sanyazi's jest, I chuckled in response, and after setting a time, I went to find Sun Dahai. When I arrived at Sun Dahai, he was squatting in front of a stall, haggling with the vendor, while Zheng Gu stood beside him, assuming the role of a bodyguard. Vendor. This is a coral red tea bowl with white glaze and gilded detailing from the Qing dynasty. Your price is rather low for such an item, and I cannot accept it. Sun Dahai was scrutinizing a pair of tea bowls with keen interest. Upon my arrival, He handed me one of the bowls and inquired, "Wu Gua, what do you think of this piece?" I took the teacup, examined it briefly, and remarked, this shade of coral red was quite fashionable during the late Qing and Republican eras. The depiction of the blank space with cranes symbolizes longevity, while the gilding represents pine trees. The early coral red displayed a deep jujube color. This teacup should not be from an earlier period. It likely dates back to the Republican era. Upon hearing my comments, the stall owner reacted with irritation, stating, "What do you, a mere child, know about this? Observe how uneven the glaze is. Look at the precision of the gilding. This is merely a teacup crafted during the Republican period with decent craftsmanship. It pales in comparison to those from the Qing dynasty." Sun Dahai laughed heartily, handed the teacup back to the vendor, and turned to lead us away. Seeing his business slip away, the stall owner urgently called out from behind, "Don't go. The price is negotiable, hey." Chapter 11. The informant Sun Dahai was quite pleased with the price I received for the items. He remarked that this trio of youngsters was rather genuine and could be worth establishing a relationship with. However, one must always remain vigilant in our line of work. One must keep their wits about them. A moment's inattention could result in a perilous situation. The trio arrived at the inn at precisely 9 in the evening, barely examining the other items, and directly handed me the money. Counting it in front of me, he asserted, "Business is business, and friends are friends." In total, there were 18 old coins, equivalent to nearly half a year's salary for an average person. It is no wonder that so many, fully aware of the dangers of such undertakings, still flock to them. This is indeed a venture that could lead to overnight wealth. This sum of 1,800 yuan, divided according to custom, would grant Sun Dahai 40%, with the remainder shared among the three of us. However, Sun Dahai declined, deeming the sum too trivial for his taste. Consequently, Baozi, Li Gu, and I each received 600 yuan. This marked the first time in 16 years that I had earned money, and an inexplicable exhilaration surged within me. As for Baozi, he had never encountered such a considerable amount before in the temple. After receiving his share, he hurried to borrow a needle and thread from the innkeeper, and somehow procured a piece of cloth, into which he meticulously sewed his 600 yuan. I inquired about his peculiar actions, to which he replied that the money needed to be saved for his future bride. Instantly, I felt a wave of disappointment. It seemed he intended to mooch off me rather than spend his own earnings. I reminded him, "Aren't Taoists forbidden to marry?" "Who told you that?" He retorted, "It's those shaven-headed monks who can't wed. Besides, I am not a traditional Taoist. Our temple primarily focuses on pharmacology and self-cultivation." I scoffed. Finding Baozi uncharacteristic of a temple dweller, he resembled more street hoodlum. The following morning, Baozi and I appeared invigorated on Gui Street. Sun Dahai had already resolved matters with the Jin men, allowing us to roam the streets without trepidation. I had inquired how he negotiated with the Jin men, to which Sun Dahai responded with a mysterious smile, stating that such matters belonged to the realm of the Jianghu. Regardless, I could not comprehend his explanation, and further questioning yielded no more insights. With money in our pockets, Baozi and I each procured 2 sets of clothing and purchased 2 bottles of fine wine, planning to visit Sun Dahai that evening. However, plans are often subject to change. Just as we were about to leave, Sanyazi reappeared at our doorstep, expressing a desire to join us for dinner. His unsolicited eagerness was suspicious. One could assume that such flattery masked ulterior motives. I exchanged a glance with Baozi, intrigued to discern what scheme Sanyazi was concocting, and thus, I followed him out the door. This fellow was quite lavish, arranging a table for the 2 of us at Xian Kulai. With an abundance of food and drink before us, we began to engage in light conversation. After a few cups of wine, Sanyazi's words flowed more freely. "Brother, do you usually work as a team, or do you prefer to operate solo?" he inquired. "Sometimes we work as a team, and other times we go solo. What's on your mind?" I replied. Sanyazi chuckled softly and said, "Don't misunderstand. I have no ulterior motives in probing for information. I merely wish to ask if you are in need of informants." Informants, of course, are those who provide intelligence regarding ancient tombs, earning their living through the sale of such information. "Oh, why does Boss Cheng ask this?" I queried. Sanyazi took a sip of his drink and replied, "I hail from the Cheng family of Jingu, where my family has long dealt in antiques. Our connections are predominantly with individuals like ourselves, so it's not surprising that I possess some leads on significant tombs. Given your knowledge, why not set up your own operation? Wouldn't that yield greater profits?" I asked. With a resigned smile, Sanyazi responded, "It is a family tradition that we, the Chengs, engage solely in business and refrain from such perilous endeavors. After all, Should things go awry, the consequences could be dire. Sanyazi spoke candidly, and upon hearing this, Baozi, slightly inebriated, stood unsteadily and slurred. Since ancient times, men have perished for birds, and wealth has led to ruin. Enough of that. Who the hell would risk their life for a few coins? You've had too much to drink. Just sit down, I admonished. The capacity for alcohol of Baozi is inferior to mine. That evening, he had indulged excessively. Meanwhile, I reached an agreement with Sanyazi. As long as he provided valuable leads, we would successfully commence our venture, granting him a 10% commission on all goods sold. This arrangement was akin to a gentleman's agreement, and Sanyazi had no fear of my deceit. It was only later that I discovered the formidable influence of the Chung family from Qingjiazhuang in the antiquities realm. But that is a tale for another time. Upon returning to the inn and settling Baozi comfortably, I seated myself cross-legged on the bed to circulate my energy. After several rounds, the effects of the alcohol had significantly diminished. Gazing at Baozi, who was soundly asleep on the bed, I couldn't help but muse. Initially, my sole intent was to locate old Wu, yet I found myself on this unforeseen path. In the dead of night, I experienced a peculiar dream. In this dream, the master of the Ming tomb demanded his possessions from me, and I found myself running incessantly while he pursued me, his face forever obscured. After what felt like an eternity of flight, Baozi suddenly appeared before me, wielding a peachwood sword, which he used to vanquish the tomb's master into nothingness. At that moment, I awoke. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld Baozi crouched beside my bed, clutching a thumb-sized peachwood sword. Upon noticing my awakening, he leered and remarked, "Having a nightmare yet still standing tall, could it be that you dreamed of a female ghost? I hope I haven't interrupted any of your delightful activities." I raised myself to glance around, realizing the blanket had somehow found its way to the floor, explaining the chill I had felt in my dream. Hastily rising, I retrieved the blanket and retorted, "Away with you. What do you intend by loitering at my bedside so early in the morning? I've told you before. I do not harbor affections for men." Bun curled his lips and tossed the miniature peachwood sword back to me, saying, "Find a rope to hang it close to you." "Ah, how did I not notice your humor a few days ago? You were haunted by nightmares and still idling here. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't know when you would wake up." "Bun, do ghosts really exist in this world?" Bun stretched lazily, snorted, and replied, "How can I answer that question? If you feel they exist, then they do. If you feel they do not, then they do not. If you do not commit wrongful deeds, you need not fear ghosts knocking at your door. Overthinking only serves to frighten oneself." Seeing me sitting dazedly on the bed with no intention of getting up, Bun yanked my quilt and exclaimed, "I say, my friend, if you don't eat breakfast soon, I shall starve into a bun myself. Today, I shall treat you to some dog doesn't care buns." Chapter 12. Little beggar brother, could you spare me some food? I haven't eaten for 2 days. After exiting the bun shop with Bun, we encountered a little beggar at the entrance. The little beggar was filthy, with long, unkempt hair obscuring much of his face. In this cold weather, he was still clad in thin summer clothes and wore a pair of slippers. "What about your family?" Immediately after speaking, I realized how pointless my question was. If he had family, would he be begging here? "Brother, I have no family. Please give me something to eat." "Thank you." "Bun, go buy him a few buns." Without hesitation, Bun turned and entered the shop to purchase 4 buns for the little beggar. Upon receiving the buns, the little beggar wasted no time and began to devour them ravenously, disregarding their heat. "Eat slowly. There is more if you wish." Perhaps it was the reflection on my own origins that stirred a deep empathy within me for the young beggar. Baozi, too, gazed at the boy with a look of compassion, seemingly reminded of his own past. The little beggar swiftly consumed 4 buns, then lifted his gaze towards me, his eyes glistening with longing, indicating his desire for more. Out of 10 buns, he devoured them all within a mere 10 minutes, clearly famished. After expressing his gratitude to both me and the buns, the little beggar turned to leave. Watching his frail figure retreat, I suddenly made a resolute decision. "Would you care to accompany me?" The beggar, taken aback, uttered a soft, "Huh?" I repeated my inquiry. "Would you care to accompany me?" He paused momentarily, scrutinizing me from head to toe before nodding vigorously. To be honest, I harbored a selfish motive. Our small team currently lacked sufficient personnel, and I was uncertain if Li Gu would join us. Even if he did, we would still only be 3, which was inadequate. By bringing the little beggar along, I could nurture him into a lookout or perhaps assign him logistical duties. "Do you have a name?" I inquired. The young boy shook his head and timidly replied, "No." Given our limited cultural background, it seemed unlikely we could bestow a meaningful name upon him. At that moment, Baozi chimed in. How about we call him Dumpling? It would unify our names. Baozi had discerned my inner thoughts and showed no objection to my desire to adopt the little beggar. Is Dumpling acceptable? I asked. The young beggar nodded in agreement. The bun extended his hand and asked me for money, truly a miser at heart. I remarked that if he had the capability, he should not let me witness him spend a single penny. The bun took the money with a grin and walked away cheerfully. I pondered that one day. While he was asleep, I must stealthily procure that 600 yuan. I thought he was merely shy, so I did not press the matter. After a full 2 hours, the dumpling finally emerged from the bathroom. Upon his exit, the bun and I stared at him for quite some time. After a sharp intake of breath, the bun curiously remarked, Dumpling, why does your face resemble that of a woman? The dumpling's damp hair cascaded over his shoulders. And whether it was due to just having bathed or the bun's comment, his face bore a slight blush. I scrutinized him closely and, upon noticing his subtly rounded chest, I suddenly exclaimed, Oh my, Dumpling, you are a girl. What? The bun sprang up from the bed, his mouth agape in astonishment. You mean to say Dumpling is a woman? At that moment, the dumpling brushed aside his hair, revealing a fair complexion, and shyly replied, I never claimed to be a male. Both the bun and I were left in utter disbelief. It was only before the bath that I could not discern her true appearance. Additionally, her voice led me to assume she had yet to enter the phase of voice change. My voice had also been quite high-pitched before reaching that stage in my teenage years. Well then, you should handle your own matters, the bun stammered, hastily exiting the room, leaving me alone in an awkward silence. How old are you? I attempted to initiate a conversation to alleviate the uncomfortable atmosphere. 16. She shook her head. Her expression tinged with melancholy as she spoke. I no longer have a home. I truly wandered here from Yuzhou. Please do not cast me away. I am capable of working, and I only need a morsel to eat. Though she was of the same age as I, her stature was notably diminutive. Perhaps just over 1.5 meters tall. Coupled with what seemed to be a prolonged state of malnutrition, she appeared to weigh no more than 80 pounds. A thought crossed my mind. The phonetic resemblance between Jiao and Jiaozi, perhaps she would prefer to be called that. My previous notion may have been unfeasible, as I had yet to hear of any female tomb raiders. I shrugged, uncertain of what to do. Noticing the awkwardness on my and Baozi's faces, she spoke up. I can cook and assist with household chores. Her voice dwindled, as if fearing we might dismiss her. Baozi, take a look around for rental accommodations nearby. We should move out of this inn. It's inconvenient to do anything here. We need our own stronghold. All right. You can rest here for now. Guozi and I will explore the vicinity. Please do not wander off. Jiaozi acknowledged with a soft indicating her understanding. Stepping out of the inn, I sighed deeply, pondering the whims of fate. Guozi, I actually feel that if she were to assume a logistical role, it might work out well. Such a small girl could serve as an excellent cover. Who would suspect that we would bring a woman along on a tomb raiding expedition? Alas. Let us first find a place to stay, and later inquire about her thoughts. During that time, finding a suitable residence proved challenging. We scoured the area but found nothing appropriate. As dusk approached, Baozi and I discovered a rental courtyard situated approximately 5 kilometers from the inn. Comprising 4 rooms and a warehouse, the monthly rent was set at 100, while the annual rate amounted to 1,000. After settling the rent, I was left with a mere 300 yuan. Chapter 13. The formation of the team. With nightfall upon us, we resolved to postpone tidying the house until the morrow. The bed, burdened by nearly 300 pounds, had certainly endured a great deal. By the way, I pondered, what ailment could be attributed to the act of passing gas in one's sleep? Baozi, facing away from me, had spent the entire night releasing flatulence, and I found myself tempted to silence him with a stick. The following morning, we rose early, perhaps due to the prolonged absence of a restful slumber, as Jiaozi appeared revitalized. Our primary task for the day was to organize the rented courtyard and its rooms. In truth, there was little to organize, for the previous tenants had maintained a commendable level of cleanliness. We merely needed to conduct a thorough cleaning and procure some essential supplies. Despite her petite stature, Jiaozi exhibited remarkable vigor when it came to labor. I often felt that beneath her slender frame lay a wellspring of untapped energy. Baozi, it's time to part with some of your secret stash. Otherwise, the 3 of us may find ourselves homeless, I urged. Once we had gathered all the necessary items, my pockets were completely devoid of funds. Aware of my predicament, Baozi reluctantly unstitched a patch he had sewn just days prior and, with trembling hands, offered me the money. Guozi, consider this a loan. You must repay me. I swiftly seized the money from Baozi's hands and pressed it into Jiaozi's palm. She hesitated to accept, but I insisted, saying, "Use this to buy 2 outfits for yourself, and then procure some staples. Will you cook for us tonight?" Jiaozi nodded slightly and turned to go out for some shopping. "You observe your miserly demeanor, as if several hundred yuan were a matter of life and death." Baozi immediately retorted, "Hey, be generous. Don't borrow from me. And don't you dare eat the food later." "Why shouldn't I eat? I paid for it." Baozi possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is undeniably frugal when it comes to money. That evening, I invited Sun Dahai and Li Go over. I still had not delivered the liquor I had purchased for Sun Dahai 2 days prior, so it was a perfect opportunity to host them for dinner. Jiaozi's culinary skills are commendable, having prepared 6 dishes. The flavors were delightful, embodying the essence of Yuzhou cuisine, reminiscent of the taste from my hometown of Chaozhou. Sun Dahai exhibited considerable interest in Jiaozi, bombarding her with numerous questions. During the meal, I subtly revealed our profession to Jiaozi, and to my surprise, she showed no aversion. Rather, she appeared quite intrigued. This brought me a sense of relief, as Baozi had said. Having a girl to cover for you in certain matters would indeed make things much easier. After dinner, Sun Dahai invited Li Go to stay, conveniently providing each of us with a room in the 4-bedroom house. Thus, my small team was officially established that day. Before leaving, Sun Dahai beckoned me aside and advised, "Wu Guo, that young girl may have an extraordinary background. It's wise to remain vigilant. You need not worry about Ergo for the time being. Focus on your endeavors. We are getting older, and it's time for us to retire." With that, he cast a significant glance at Jiaozi. I intended to see him off, but he declined, humming a tune as he vanished into the night. "Brotherly, tonight you shall sleep with Baozi, and tomorrow I will procure you some bedding. However, to be cautious this evening, Baozi's flatulence is akin to a toxic gas bomb." Baozi chuckled sheepishly, claiming that he had overeaten and would consume less tomorrow to remedy the situation. Before slumber, the 4 of us convened in the courtyard for a modest oath-taking ceremony. In order of age, Brother Li is the eldest, Baozi the second, I third, and Jiaozi the youngest. Today, we pledge together that we shall not seek to share the same year or month. Hold on. Are you here to make a pact? Repeat after me. From now on, the 4 of us shall share wealth and prosper together. As night fell, I began to worry. It is difficult to prepare a meal without ingredients, and the daily expenses of this family are considerable. I contemplated seeking out Sanyu tomorrow. Irrespective of whether it is a large or small pot, we shall begin with one. The next morning, while washing up, I noticed Brother Li seated in the courtyard. Faint dark circles under his eyes. He looked weary and informed me that he had risen before 6 o'clock. Baozi's flatulence is quite potent. I suggested that Brother Li take a nap in my room, to which he inquired about my plans. No need to wait for breakfast. I have matters to attend to. On Xinyang Road in the morning, the place was already bustling with people. Many arrive early each day, hoping to stumble upon new goods and seize an opportunity. I spotted Sanya curled up on a stool, resting his eyes. "Boss Ching, you're up so early?" I inquired. "No games to play. I wanted to ask if you have any work available, as feeding this large family is becoming increasingly difficult." With a chuckle, San Yazi remarked that winter was fast approaching, and the soil in the northern region was nearly frozen. Most individuals were preparing to hibernate for the season. Who would still be out working? "So what should we do? Perhaps you could lend me some money for the time being, and I will repay you when we resume work next year." San Yazi paused for a moment, gazing at me for about 5 seconds, making me feel quite awkward. I replied, "Wu Guo, I have only heard of monks seeking alms from benefactors. It is quite unprecedented for a benefactor to borrow money from a monk. If you find it difficult, perhaps you should venture south and acquire a large pot. It would suffice for a prosperous year." Although San Yazi suggested otherwise, he still counted out 10 old coins from his bag and handed them to me. I accepted the money without hesitation. I inquired about the specific location of the south, to which San Yazi bit his lip and replied, "Guanqing." Noticing a hint of discomfort in his expression, a flicker of doubt arose within me, prompting me to furrow my brow and ask him. San Yazi hesitantly responded, "I have heard elders from the south mention that, according to the records of the Grand Historian and the Book of Han, there should be a royal tomb in Guangqing. However, despite the passage of many years, neither the people from the south nor those from the north have managed to locate it." His implication was clear. If so many predecessors had failed to find this royal tomb, what hope did our inexperienced group of novices have? Chapter 14. To the south. Upon returning home, I relayed San Yazi's words to Baozi and the others. The 3 of them were enjoying breakfast, having fried dough sticks with their porridge. I had not eaten in the morning, and I was indeed feeling a bit hungry now. Jiaozi went to the kitchen to fetch me a pair of bowls and chopsticks, while Ligo asked, "Didn't you say you weren't eating?" Sometimes. The honesty of a simple person can be quite disconcerting. Do you think this matter is feasible? The only way to ascertain its viability is through experimentation. Did Sanyazi not mention that historical texts contain records? Let us procure a couple of books and ascertain the truth. Thus, without hesitation, I hastily consumed a few spoonfuls of kanji and dragged Baozi along to the bookstore. Alas, the typical bookstore lacked both records of the Grand Historian and Book of Han. Eventually, we found ourselves at the library, where we were able to borrow them. Reading, particularly classical texts, feels akin to a hypnotic trance for me. I searched from dawn until dusk, but could not uncover the royal tomb that Sanyazi had spoken of. Is this rascal merely spinning tales? Baozi, rubbing his neck, initially boasted of his profound knowledge of celestial and terrestrial matters, claiming that a mere glance at the texts would unveil their meanings. Surely not. Sanyazi does not strike me as such a person. My own eyes were beginning to blur from the effort, prompting me to stretch and step into the courtyard, seeking to relax my weary body. At that moment, Jiaozi had prepared dinner, and the four of us convened in the courtyard to deliberate on the matter at hand. First and foremost, we needed to ascertain the dynasty to which the royal tomb mentioned by Sanyazi belonged, a detail he himself was uncertain about. Records of the Grand Historian chronicles events from the time of the Yellow Emperor to the first year of Emperor Wu of Han, whereas Book of Han begins its account from the second year of the Qin dynasty. Our task was to discern the temporal gap between these two periods. What was the name of the region we now refer to as Wan City during that era? I glanced at Baozi and Ligo, both of whom shook their heads in unison. Just then, Jiaozi softly interjected, "I believe it was called Lingnan." Baozi promptly stood up, hurried into the house, and began rifling through the books, muttering to himself, "I do recall seeing the characters for Lingnan somewhere." In an instant, the yard was enveloped in the solitary sound of Baozi turning pages. He glanced up at us briefly before lowering his head to continue his reading. "You all enjoy your meal. I have found something to share with you." This revelation was quite unexpected for Baozi, who was notoriously devoted to his meals. After approximately 10 minutes, he excitedly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "I've found it. Look here." Although classical Chinese is often obscure, the general meaning is as follows. In 221 BC, after the Qin dynasty conquered the 6 states, Emperor Qin Shi Huang initiated a campaign to pacify Lingnan, establishing the 3 commanderies of Nanhai, Guilin, and Xiong, appointing Ren Shao as the commandant of Nanhai. In the later years of the Qin dynasty, the uprising led by Chun Sheng and Wu Guang erupted, igniting rebellions across the Central Plains. In 208 BC, Ren Shao, the commandant of Nanhai, fell gravely ill and, on his deathbed, advised Zhao Tuo to leverage the advantageous geography of Lingnan, which was fortified by mountains and the sea, to fend off enemies. By 204 BC, Zhao Tuo unified Lingnan and became the king of Lingnan, reigning from 204 BC to 111 BC, a span of 93 years under 5 kings. "If we could locate the tomb of the king of Lingnan, we would be set for life," exclaimed Guozi. "When shall we set forth?" Baozi's grin widened, as if he had already unearthed the treasures of the king of Lingnan. This matter requires careful deliberation. After all, the information we can access has likely been uncovered by others long ago. Despite the passage of years, no one has succeeded in locating it. Deliberation? Nonsense. I, Baozi, have always been favored by the heavens. I assure you, once we arrive, we shall unearth the treasures of the king of Lingnan. At this moment, he was in a state of exuberance, and I chose to disengage from his fervent enthusiasm. I inquired about the opinions of Li Gu and Jiaozi. They tend to follow the crowd, readily agreeing to whatever is proposed. Asking them was an exercise in futility. "Jiaozi, do you possess an identification card?" Jiaozi shook his head. "In that case, tomorrow we shall find a way to procure an ID for you, and then we will embark on our journey." The identification cards of that era were the first generation, relatively easy to forge. With the assistance of a skilled craftsman, the counterfeit would be nearly indistinguishable from the authentic. The following day, Baozi and I made a special visit to the esteemed Master Li, firstly to express our gratitude for his help in locating Sun Dahai, and secondly to request his assistance in acquiring a fake ID. With Master Li's guidance, Jiaozi obtained his identification that very day, albeit a counterfeit. Upon examination, it appeared almost identical to my genuine one. "Wu Zhao Jiao," I mused. "How peculiar that we share a surname." On the train to Guangqing, Baozi was busily munching on an apple while we engaged in a game of cards. As the game of Do Di Ju commenced, with a 2-against-1 scenario, it became evident that Li Gu, despite his usual silence, was exceptionally skilled at this game, easily outplaying both Jiaozi and myself. Baozi, adorned with a face full of sticky notes, chose to abstain from playing. Jiaozi, you shouldn't have played that sequence. You could have simply led with a triple and let the fruit run free, I remarked. Perhaps having grown comfortable with each other over the past few days. Jiaozi shot Baozi an exasperated glance, admonishing him not to give unsolicited advice if he wasn't participating. I couldn't help but chuckle at Jiaozi's face, plastered with notes. In frustration, he gathered his cards and tossed them onto the small table, declaring that he was done playing. As dinner time approached, Jiaozi began preparing instant noodles for us. I asserted, we must speak the truth without resorting to personal attacks. Across from us sat 3 middle-aged gentlemen, who had already begun their revelry, having indulged in several rounds of drinks by this point. In this drinking establishment, conversation flows effortlessly. Initially, I paid little heed to the chatter around me, until a particular remark piqued my interest. Have you heard? Wu Lauer and Zhang Laosen have unearthed the Longyan Yuzhu in Tanzhou, which is purportedly a gem transformed from the true dragon's eye. Presently, individuals from both the southern and northern factions are scouring the globe in search of these two. Listen to those fools rambling. Is there really such a thing as a true dragon? At best, it could be a large python. Besides, what is so remarkable about a singular pearl? These people must be utterly idle. Upon hearing this, a previously silent figure rapped on the table, gesturing for the duo to lower their voices. The two glanced around, noticing they were not attracting attention, and one muttered softly, we cannot dismiss it so lightly. Some say that through the Longyan Yuzhu, one can discern whether there are mushrooms underground. If that were true, none could resist the allure of such a thing. At that point, we, the Grey Eight Lords, would be thrown into chaos. Chapter 15. Du San show I am certain these 3 individuals are from the same profession, each employing distinct regional jargon. Their reference to mushrooms signifies ancient tombs, while Grey Eight Lords is a self-designation for tomb raiders. From their discourse, I gathered that Wu Lauer is not in imminent danger, which relieved me. The treasures he has procured from Tanzhou are now coveted by the entire underworld, necessitating his discretion in remaining unseen. Baozi shot me a knowing glance, urging me to approach and glean some intelligence. I composed myself, donned a smile, and approached their table. Good sir, what delightful libation are you partaking in? I can smell its enticing aroma from afar. The 3 individuals appeared to be seasoned scavengers, exuding an earthy aroma. They raised their heads to glance at me, and the previously silent one directly offered me the remaining half-bottle of liquor. It was not particularly fine wine, merely the remnants. But he insisted I take it and sample it. I feel rather embarrassed. You haven't finished yet. A small cup will suffice for me. May I take a seat here? The 3 exchanged glances, and the one who had offered me the drink seemed to be their leader. He nodded, indicating I could sit down. Where are you gentlemen headed? We are bound for Guanqing. I maintained an impassive facade, though my mind brimmed with curiosity. Could it be that they too were en route to the tomb of the Lingnan king? What a coincidence, as we were also heading to Guanqing. Having heard that the sound is there unparalleled in the nation, we thought to indulge in the experience. Upon mentioning this, a glint of intrigue sparkled in their eyes, one even emitting a lewd chuckle. I lingered for a while, attempting to elicit some conversation, yet they remained guarded, only engaging in casual chatter and dismissing any other topics. The hard-seated train journey grew increasingly arduous as the night wore on, and by the latter half, my eyelids felt heavy with fatigue. The young man beside me rested his head on my shoulder, seemingly in a deep slumber. I leaned back against the seat, drifting into a drowsy state, when suddenly, I sensed a hand probing into my pocket. Instinctively, I clasped the wrist of the intruding hand, but it was surprisingly slippery. It twisted free from my grip. At the very moment I rose, Li Gu had already awakened. He swiftly dashed behind the thief, grasping his neck with a firm grip and lifting him off the ground. Ouch, that hurts. The thief's face was gaunt, with a flat nose and thick lips. His skin was rough, and his eyes gleamed with cunning and greed. Do I possess anything of value in my pocket? Don't slander me. Who has rummaged through your belongings? You big oaf, release me at once, or I shall call the police. I nearly burst into laughter at his antics. Is this not the quintessential case of the thief crying, "Stop thief"? Go ahead and call the police. I am quite eager to see how you will explain this to them. Upon hearing my words, he instantly transformed his demeanor, the earlier arrogance vanishing without a trace. Hey, my friend, it's all a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. I had no idea you were still awake. I sincerely apologize for disturbing your slumber. We are all children of the world. Let us show some grace. At this moment, several people were awakened by our commotion, their gazes drawn to the scene. The three individuals next door wore expressions of amusement, seemingly awaiting the situation to escalate further. All right, let him go. We haven't lost anything of significance. Bowsy, usually so meticulous, now spoke with surprising candor. Liga glanced at me, and I nodded, allowing the thief to be freed. Uncle, you may leave now. This is merely a misunderstanding. I turned to Bowsy, puzzled by his unusual behavior. Hey, I said to the young ones. Is it not your own misdeeds that have come back to haunt you? When one is out in the world, it's wise to show mercy. For we are all just trying to make a living. The three individuals next door gave a thumbs up to the dumpling, leaving me uncertain whether it was a compliment or a derision. What was the situation? Is this person a relative of yours? I whispered to the dumpling, while Li Gu and Jiaozi leaned in, eager to glean an answer from him. What relatives or friends? This individual reminded me of someone my master had once mentioned. Who? Liang Shang Junzi, Du Senshou. I nodded, urging the dumpling to continue. It is said that Du Senshou possesses 3 hands and delights in robbing the rich to aid the poor, having mastered the art of thievery to an extraordinary degree. Unlike the renowned thief Li, Du Senshou operates solo, lacking a crew. Though a thief, he maintains a rather respectable reputation within the underworld. You speak so highly of him, yet he was caught in the act by me. Perhaps you are mistaken? The dumpling shook his head, admitting his ignorance while sensing that the man from earlier was no ordinary character, possibly acting with intent. Just as I was about to dismiss his notion, a man from next door suddenly sprang to his feet, frantically rummaging through his pockets. His face contorted in despair as he cried out, "Brother, our money is gone." The other two swiftly regained their composure and began to search the man's pockets again. Damn it, that scoundrel just stole our money. Let us chase after him. The trio hastily gathered their belongings, abandoning their food and drinks on the table, and pursued the direction in which the thief had fled. The dumpling watched their departing figures with a sense of schadenfreude. Moments ago, they had mocked us, and now they had become the protagonists of their own tale. Upon reflection, it seems that Du Sanshou is indeed a man of virtue, one who redistributes wealth and punishes wrongdoing. The three individuals appear to be far from virtuous. I remain perplexed. If that truly was Du Sanshou, he could have easily absconded with the trio's money. Why then did he orchestrate such a spectacle? Was it merely to annoy them? Or did he harbor some ulterior motive? As I pondered this, I instinctively reached into my pocket and was startled to discover a note nestled within. Baozi, noticing my anxious demeanor, inquired about my condition. Wu Guo, congratulations on taking your first step. Times are perilous. Do not mention our connection to avoid attracting trouble. I am fine, and you should not seek me out. When the time is ripe, I shall meet you. It was from Wu Lao Air. The realization sent a surge of exhilaration through me. Clearly, I had underestimated Wu Lao Air, believing him to be merely a simple rustic. Little did I know of his considerable prowess. My every action was evidently under his surveillance. All my thoughts coalesced into 2 words: impressive. Chapter 16. Guangzhou. As I disembarked from the train, I felt as though I could scarcely walk. My feet had swollen to the point of discomfort, my shoes nearly unwearable. In the wake of the reform and opening up, this once predominantly agricultural county has transformed into one of the foremost industrial cities in the nation. I recall that every train station is populated by individuals vying for business. How do they achieve such nationwide uniformity? The heat here is intense. Jiaozi, please procure some bottles of water. If there are ice creams available, that would be even better. You are the most greedy among us. Neither Li Gun nor Wu Guo has uttered a word. Through our interactions over the past couple of days, Jiaozi has become more talkative than before, and she has developed a penchant for sparring verbally with Baozi. Yet, despite their banter, she still endeavors to fulfill Baozi's needs whenever possible. This bustling metropolis is truly remarkable. Guozi, once we earn some money, let us purchase a flat here, and during winter, we can retreat to this haven, a most delightful prospect. Li Gu chuckled, suggesting that if we were to buy, it ought to be in Yueshou, as this place lacks the sophistication we seek. What do you know? He retorted. Does Yueshou offer so many saunas? Do you even comprehend what a paradise it is? As we turned the corner, I began to search for Jiaozi's silhouette. Baozi, spotting something in the distance, cursed under his breath and dashed towards it. At the entrance of the shop, a group of unruly youths surrounded Jiaozi. Little sister, who are you buying all that water for? Jiaozi, already petite, appeared even more vulnerable in that moment. Baozi surged ahead, with Li Gu and I closely trailing behind. In our haste, I noticed that Jiaozi had been jostled, causing her ice cream to fall to the ground. Damn it, I'll make you pay for this. With only a few meters to go, Baozi executed a flying kick, sending one of the ruffians tumbling to the ground. The image remains vividly etched in my memory, a hefty figure soaring through the air, both formidable and somewhat comical. Li Gu was ruthless. He seized one individual and collided him with another, resulting in both of them sprawled dazedly on the pavement, with only one adversary left standing. It was my turn to take action. Unexpectedly, Jiaozi seized the moment of his distraction and delivered a swift kick to his groin. Ah, to whom does this pertain? How audacious! You dare to provoke respectable women even before dusk. Depart at once, lest I, Master Bao, lay eyes upon you again. You insolent fool! Whom do you refer to as a woman? With the danger averted, the young lad began to argue, while the stout fellow grinned and remarked, You do not express gratitude for my rescue and instead dwell on trivialities. You are not a woman, but a young maiden, is that not so? Subsequently, the stout man sighed dramatically. Indeed, it is the feminine and the petty that are most difficult to nurture. Initially, we paid little heed to this interlude. Our primary task was to seek out individuals based on the address left by San Yazi. The street of Guanxing, akin to Xinyang Road in Jinggu, is renowned for its antique trade. By evening, we arrived at our destination. Like in Jinggu, there exists a shop known as Gaixuan, a property belonging to San Yazi's family. The shop is managed by San Yazi's paternal uncle, Chang Jianbin, a man in his 40s, exuding an air of seasoned expertise in the business realm. San Yazi had previously introduced me to him. However, Chang Jianbin drew out a long breath, glanced at us, and continued, since the 1960s. Countless local craftsmen have descended upon Guangzhou in search of the tomb of the Lingyan king. Yet nearly 40 years have elapsed, and I have yet to hear of anyone uncovering the tomb. His words were unmistakably clear, implying that we should not harbor excessive hopes. Uncle Chang, nothing is absolute. What if fortune smiles upon us? Chang Jianbin chuckled softly. Then I shall wish you success in locating the tomb of the Lingyan king. At that time, I shall acquire your findings at a price 20% above market value. Chang Jianbin helped us rent a small courtyard in the urban village, of course. We are responsible for the rent ourselves. Before he departed, he informed us that we could reach out to him whenever necessary. Once he left, Li Gu scoffed, remarking that this person clearly looked down upon us. It is rare for Li Gu to speak up. Feeling slighted is only natural. We are merely 4.5 young adults. It is already a considerable favor for him to assist us in finding accommodation. This is undoubtedly due to the favor owed to San Yazi. Otherwise, would he even acknowledge us? Jiaozi, crossing her arms, declared, Let us achieve something noteworthy. So these antiquated figures come to realize that they are no longer the youth of the industry. The realm of treasure hunting will belong to our generation. Baozi chimed in enthusiastically, Exactly. Isn't there a saying that the waves of the Yangtze River push the previous waves aside? We will leave them stranded on the beach. Wuzi, Li Gu, shall we venture out tonight to experience the allure of Guangzhou? Baozi proposed. However, as soon as he voiced this, Jiaozi opposed, stating that anyone could go except for Wu Gua. With merely 2,000 yuan to our name, after deducting the expenses for tickets, food, and lodging, there would only be a little over 1,000 left. What is the point of going out? Baozi pouted, asserting that he could play the good guy, requesting Jiaozi to lend him 200 yuan for him and Li Gu to go out. Jiaozi, with an air of annoyance, pulled out 2 old bills and handed them to Baozi, muttering, Men are all the same. Baozi, unfazed, happily left with Li Gu. I was surprised that Li Gu would join Baozi. He seems to be the reserved type. Now, it's just the two of us, Jiaozi. What shall we eat? You can eat by yourself. Just as I was preparing to turn over and continue my slumber, a voice echoed from the courtyard. Is this the right place? Certainly. It is beyond doubt. Liuzi had been following them all afternoon. Damn it. Soon one man severed a hand, while the woman was passed around for everyone's amusement. Although she lacked prominent features, she was nonetheless a woman. Observing her demeanor, she appeared to be untouched. Upon hearing such words, my drowsiness vanished, and I realized that the group of ruffians had returned for vengeance. With Baozi and Li Gu absent, it was merely Jiaozi and myself, making us nothing more than meat on their chopping block. I swiftly descended from the bed and made my way to Jiaozi's room. Gently nudging her, she awakened immediately. Fearing she might make a sound, I promptly covered her mouth and shushed her. Jiaozi, when the chaos ensues, escape without concern for me and seek out Baozi and Li Gu, understood? Damn it, the dead ascend to the heavens. The living endure through the ages. I shall confront them. Chapter 17. Hospitalization having reassured Jiaozi, I seized a fruit knife from the table and dashed into the courtyard before that gang of ruffians could enter. In the yard stood 7 or 8 individuals who paused momentarily upon seeing me emerge alone. The leader, grinning maliciously, inquired, "Hey, kid, where's that short, chubby fellow and the dimwit? What do you want with your grandfather? Enough chatter, incapacitate him first." In an instant, several of them closed in on me, and I brandished the fruit knife threateningly. "Whoever approaches shall meet their demise. Haha, with your kind, slicing an apple would be a challenge. Go on, take his hand first." At that moment, to be candid, fear coursed through me. I had never encountered such a situation, and it was impossible not to feel apprehensive. Confronted by an overwhelming throng, I flailed my fruit knife chaotically. Yet, I inflicted no significant harm upon my assailants. Instead, their fists and feet rained down upon me, causing such pain that I nearly cried out. In no time, my fruit knife was knocked from my grasp, and I shut my eyes, swinging wildly. Suddenly, a powerful blow struck my knee, accompanied by a searing pang. I was brought down, desperately shielding my head, oblivious to the multitude of strikes I had already endured. Soon after, a sharp sting coursed through my arm, and the metallic scent of blood filled the air. They had seized my fruit knife and plunged it into my forearm. Perhaps it was the agony that sent my adrenaline soaring. I yanked the knife from my arm with a fierce determination, executing a swift maneuver to grasp the ankle of the nearest assailant, driving my knife viciously into his foot. My singular thought was that if I were to perish, I would take someone with me. A piercing scream shattered the night. "For heaven's sake, finish him off." As those words left his lips, I felt a solid object collide with my head. The intensity of the pain sent me into darkness, and I lost consciousness. In my subconscious, I sensed someone tending to my wounds and heard the sound of a girl's sobs. "Yes, fine. You all leave now. Don't interfere while I stitch him up." Upon hearing this, my awareness sank once more into an abyss of blackness. I cannot tell how much time passed, but gradually, I opened my eyes to find the haggard face of the girl and the pervasive scent of antiseptic. "Wu Guo, you're awake." Upon witnessing my awakening, a smile illuminated the face of the young woman beside me. Her eyes bore dark circles, and noticeable bags had formed beneath them, suggesting she had not enjoyed restful slumber for quite some time. "How long have I been unconscious?" I inquired, but the very act of speaking sent a jolt of pain through my head, nearly causing me to lose consciousness once more. Sensing my distress, she hurriedly urged me to remain silent and focus on recuperating before she went to summon the doctor. After a brief interval, the physician arrived, a young woman with striking features. Her deep-set eyes, straight nose, and vibrant lips were captivating. I felt compelled to emphasize her appearance, for she epitomized my aesthetic ideals. Following closely behind her were Baozi and Li Gu, who, upon seeing me awake, attempted to approach, only to be rebuked by the doctor. "He requires peace for recovery. Do not disturb him," she asserted, before coming to my bedside and raising her hand to pose a question. "Wu Guo, what is this?" Taken aback, I paused, wondering if this was an assessment of my mental faculties. However, I quickly grasped that the doctor was concerned about potential repercussions from my head injury, such as cognitive impairment. "Wu Guo, what is this?" she repeated. "This is a finger," I replied. "Haha. Silence. You all must leave and allow the patient to rest," she commanded, prompting Baozi and the others to exit the room with a sense of disappointment. The doctor then examined my arm and assessed my overall condition, nodding in satisfaction. "Rest well, avoid unnecessary movement, and call for me if needed." With that, she bestowed upon me a sweet smile, and in that moment, I felt as though I had fallen in love. Upon observing her name tag, I discerned her name, Bai Lu. Two orioles sing amidst the verdant willows. A line of egrets soars across the azure sky. What a beautiful name. "Dr. Bai, when might I be discharged?" Bai Lu, who was on the verge of leaving the ward, halted upon hearing my inquiry. She turned to me and replied, "Discharged? You should focus on recuperating first. Do not entertain thoughts of leaving the hospital just yet." With that, Bai Lu exited the room. I let out a long sigh. What was I to make of this? Had I embarked on my journey only to meet an untimely end? "Wuzzy, you truly are formidable, facing so many without flinching, possessing half my flair." As I lay on the hospital bed, indulging in the tender ministrations of my companions, I listened to Baozi and Li Gu recount the events of that day. I had been in a coma for 3 days, with 4 stitches in my arm and 18 in my head. My body was largely covered in bruises, the most severe being that hefty blow to my head, which not only required stitches but also left me with a concussion. Through Qingjianbin, The backgrounds of those ruffians were uncovered. They were mere thugs, idling their days away while seeking trouble. Cheng Jianbin possessed some influence in Guanqing. He enlisted assistance to handle the matter and also fronted my medical expenses, for our remaining funds would hardly suffice. Guozi, do you know who Old Cheng enlisted? I shook my head. Old Cheng sought the help of Jianshi. Do you know who he is? I again shook my head. You are unaware of Jianshi? He is a legendary figure who led 300 brothers in a fierce battle against the local underworld in Guangzhou, who in the entire Pearl River Delta possesses greater renown than Jianshi. I would have never imagined that Old Cheng had ties to him. Such a debt of gratitude we owe, and once I am discharged, I shall express my heartfelt thanks. Let us discuss it further upon your release. I am contemplating an outing with Li Gu in the coming days, hoping to procure a few small pots to address some pressing life issues. We should also bring Jiaozi along to familiarize her with the business. However, Jiaozi is reluctant, claiming she needs to tend to me. But I am quite capable of taking care of myself. There is no need for her concern. You should join Baozi and the others, should anything arise. I will summon Dr. Bai. Jiaozi reluctantly acquiesced, and I urged Baozi and the others to exercise caution and not to underestimate the situation. That evening, the three of them departed, leaving me alone in the desolate hospital room. The thought of Dr. Bai's face lingered in my mind, and I found myself yearning to see her. Just as this thought crossed my mind, Dr. Bai arrived for her rounds. Upon seeing my stable condition, she engaged me in conversation. Dr. Bai, how old are you? 25. Why do you ask? Do you have a boyfriend? No. Why? Are you interested in me? Her teasing revelation of my inner thoughts left me blushing with embarrassment. First, focus on healing your injuries, you little brat. How did she perceive my youthfulness? Chapter 18. Exploration. In the following days, Baozi and his companions returned early and departed late. When I inquired about their findings, all three shook their heads in unison, lamenting their inability to uncover even a single Qing dynasty pot. I reassured them that there was no rush. I am now able to rise from bed, and it won't be long before I am discharged. On the day of my sutures being removed, I gazed at the scar on my scalp, resembling a centipede, and felt a twinge of sorrow in my heart. However, this scar has indeed endowed me with a touch of ferocity, potentially augmenting my combat prowess by 5 points. The day after the stitches were removed, I was discharged from the hospital. On that day, I did not encounter Dr. Bailu. Upon inquiring with the nurse, I learned she was off duty, which left me feeling a tinge of sorrow. I wondered if we would ever meet again. In the evening, Jiaozi prepared a lavish feast, replete with nourishing dishes, especially the chicken soup, which was topped with a layer of oil. With each sip, it felt as though the oil surged up my throat. Guozi. Over the past few days, we have perused the records of Guangdong Province and the chronicles of Ling'an, where we found such accounts. I nodded in acknowledgement, encouraging him to continue. During Sun Quan's era, the tomb of Zhao Tuo was often sought after using rare treasures as offerings, prompting thousands to excavate his grave. Yet they were unsuccessful. This implies that Sun Quan had once mobilized soldiers to search for Zhao Tuo's tomb. But Zhao Tuo had arranged for its concealment with utmost secrecy during his lifetime. The grave was camouflaged by mountains, leaving no trace upon the surface. According to the theory that the Qin buried in mountains and the Han in slopes, it is possible that this tomb of the Lingnan king lies either on a mountain or a hillside. Jiaozi rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, "Then let us procure a map tomorrow and search for hills in Guangzhou. We can systematically investigate." It seems his intelligence has notably increased over these days. Such thoughts now occur to him. As Baozi and Jiaozi were engaged in lively banter, a knock on the door interrupted them. Li Gu set down his utensils and went to open the door, revealing Cheng Jianbin, who entered carrying a considerable load. "Why did you not inform me of your discharge? You made me make a fruitless trip to the hospital." Cheng Jianbin appeared to be a transformed individual, extending a helping hand by covering medical expenses and seeking assistance in dealing with some ruffians. Surely, his actions could not be attributed to my personal charm. I possess enough self-awareness for that. However, since he refrained from voicing his thoughts, I decided not to press the matter, trusting that he would disclose his intentions when the time was ripe. After all, it was not my intention to trouble Uncle Cheng further, especially since I had already caused him considerable inconvenience in recent days. "Have you eaten?" I inquired. "Shall we share a meal together?" Cheng Jianbin promptly waved his hand, indicating that he had already dined. "How is your recovery progressing? You seemed a bit hasty in your discharge. It would be wise to rest a few more days for proper recuperation. There's no rush to leave." I pondered the nature of my relationship with Sanyazi and felt it inappropriate to allow Cheng Jianbin to fuss over me so. Uncle Chung, I assure you. I am quite well, I replied. I heard from Baozi that you enlisted a prominent figure's assistance on our behalf. I feel rather embarrassed to owe such a favor. Chung Jianbin dismissed my concerns with a wave of his hand. Such matters are trivial. Who in this world does not require the occasional favor? We all navigate the complexities of life. I chuckled softly, unsure of how to respond to his remarks. Observing my hesitation, Chung Jianbin rose to take his leave, and I accompanied him to the door. Wu Gui, what is your relationship with Wu Dangwei? His sudden inquiry caught me off guard. But I quickly realized the underlying reason for his newfound concern. His abrupt shift in attitude stemmed from his connection to Wu Lauer. Wu Lauer had advised me to keep our relationship private, but Qing Jianbin's demeanor suggested an ally rather than an adversary. Uncle Qing, do you know my master? Upon hearing my question, Chung Jianbin seemed to have attained the desired answer. He patted my shoulder and said, observing Chung Jianbin's silhouette, I felt a sense of astonishment. Just how extensive are Wu Lauer's connections? Upon returning to the courtyard, I recounted my earlier conversation with Chung Jianbin to Baozi and the others. Baozi shrugged and remarked that such relationships should not go to waste, as they were all favors owed to my master, regardless of whose favor it was. It was still a debt we had incurred. Moreover, Guizi's master had not requested anything from him. Li Ji's words resonated deeply with Jiaozi. Baozi stretched languidly and suggested that we could repay the favor in due time. What was there to be troubled about? From the map, it appeared that there were more than 10 mountains surrounding Guangzhou. Notably, the locations of Songzhan Peak, Jinping Mountain, Longfeng Mountain, and Beimin Mountain were all exceptional. However, we needed to conduct a thorough on-site investigation. After finishing our meal, we set off, treating the excursion as a leisurely trip. Our first destination was Jinping Mountain. Although it boasted an impressive grandeur, the mountain range was gently undulating, making it less than ideal as a burial site. Next, we visited Songzhan Peak and Longfeng Mountain. At Songzhan Peak, the entrance lacked the horns of an ox, causing the energy to dissipate. Meanwhile, Longfeng Mountain's protrusions were shielded from behind, leading to a blockage of energy. In the afternoon, we arrived at Beimin Mountain. Upon my arrival, I was immediately captivated. Beimin Mountain, located in Longgang town of Guangzhou, is characterized by low hills, with elevated terrain surrounding a central depression. According to the principles outlined in the shape and energy decisive method, it states, water mouths lock and intercept the transverse bar. Wood and fire stars interlink in layers. Sand signifies a proper and upright site. Storage clearly resides on both sides. This place might hold promise. Upon hearing this, Baozi and the others became exhilarated, completely forgetting the weariness of the day. The fruit vendor suggested that there might be goods available, though nothing has been confirmed yet. Why the haste? Let us take a look. Perhaps it is merely someone else's leftovers, which would bring us unnecessary joy. Indeed, there is a lack of depth in such excitement. The bun let out a sigh and remarked that even if it were leftovers, there should be some remnants of broth and rice. Surely, a thief does not leave empty-handed. Would you really open a pot only to leave others with a morsel? The bun chuckled sheepishly and took the lead towards the northern gate mountain. Do you think this could be the pot of the king of Lingnan? I shook my head. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about geomancy could discern the characteristics of the terrain here. If the king of Lingnan's pot were indeed located here, it would have been discovered long ago. This is precisely why I advised the bun not to celebrate too early. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. As anticipated, it wasn't long after entering the mountain that we stumbled upon the bricks of a tomb. This appears to be a Tang dynasty tomb. What a pity. The bun looked at me in confusion and asked, how can you tell this is a Tang tomb? Did these bricks inform you? You are indeed correct. It is precisely these bricks that have revealed the truth to me. Chapter 19. Relocation. These tomb bricks are adorned with lotus patterns, a traditional floral emblem of our nation. During the Tang dynasty, the lotus was revered by Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism alike, symbolizing purity and beauty while signifying auspiciousness and the creation of a sacred paradise. Thus, lotus motifs were highly esteemed and frequently appeared in Tang dynasty burials. After I explained, the bun looked as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. And both the delicate girl and Li Gu lost their enthusiasm. Do not be disheartened. Have you ever considered how many individuals are engaged in our line of work? Among them, there are countless exceptional talents. We must maintain a calm demeanor. After all, we initiated this situation, but what of the others? Baozi, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, picked up a few grave bricks to take with him. I inquired about his intentions. Surely, these bricks, being from the Tang dynasty, must hold some value. Indeed. They are valuable. I shall use them to construct your tomb once you have departed from this world. That day yielded no results. Upon returning home, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. From a distance, we noticed the gate of the courtyard ajar, prompting an immediate alertness among the four of us. Could it be that those troublemakers with yellow hair had returned? Bowsy and Legay each picked up a brick from the wall as base, while I shielded Jiazi behind me and cautiously approached the entrance. Peering through the doorway into the courtyard, I spotted a solitary figure seated at the stone table. Behind him stood four others, resembling bodyguards. Who could this distinguished individual be? I had never encountered him before. Ahem, please come in. The man cleared his throat and called out toward the entrance. He did not appear to be an adversary. Let us investigate further, Bowsy said, leading the way into the courtyard, though he still clutched the brick tightly in his hand. As we entered, I discerned the man's features more clearly. He appeared quite refined, with a slender build, an oval face, and large, expressive eyes, exuding an air of vitality. I apologize for entering without permission. I presumed you would not be far and decided to wait here. I hope you do not mind. Regardless of your feelings, I have already entered. Do you seek something from us? The man smiled as he rose, his height seemingly around 175 centimeters, radiating an intellectual charm. I neglected to introduce myself. My name is Jianshi. Who among you is Wugua? Jianshi? Bowsy immediately discarded the brick he was holding, his face lighting up with a broad smile, his lips almost reaching his ears. Jiangu, I have long heard of your illustrious deeds. He is indeed Wugua. As he spoke, Bowsy pushed me, who was still in a daze, forward and even gave my backside a gentle kick. Jiangu, are you looking for me? Do not be anxious. I heard from Lao Qing that old Wu's disciple was here, and I came today to take a look. It has come to my attention that old Wu is facing considerable troubles lately, and as his friend, I ought to extend some assistance to you. His manner was refined and elegant, making it hard to believe he was a formidable figure in the underworld. Jianshi's willingness to lower his status to seek me out indicated a strong bond with old Wu. This once again heightened my respect for old Wu. This rural elder has surprisingly forged connections with so many capable friends. I own several apartments in Xiangshan. As the conditions here are rather rudimentary, you should move there. I scratched my head, intending to decline, but Jianshi continued. Do not refuse. The situation is currently unstable, and that place is under my protection, ensuring your safety. Many are seeking to trouble old Wu, and given that you are his disciple, I believe this fact will soon be known to others. For the sake of safety, it would be prudent for you to relocate. Upon hearing this, I ceased to be polite. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Jiangu. In truth, we have little to pack. We only need to bring our bedding and toiletries. In the van, Jianshi was continuously engaged in a conversation on his mobile phone. I glanced at his subordinates, who had remained utterly silent from the beginning. After ending the call, Jianshi smiled faintly, saying, recently, I've been targeted in several assassination attempts. I must exercise greater caution. This place lacks the security of the capital, and there are still many who oppose us. Bowsy, gazing at Jianshi with admiration, inquired, Brother Jian, I heard you even had a confrontation with Ma Zhonghao. Is that true? Jianshi sighed. That was a matter from years ago. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on it. Upon arriving at our destination, Jianshi led us into an apartment that indeed boasted a far superior living environment compared to the previous courtyard. However, I felt a twinge of regret for the rent of the courtyard. You may stay here for now. If anything arises, just give me a call, he remarked, handing me a mobile phone that he retrieved from his subordinate's pocket. At 16 years of age, I had watched plenty of television, but had never encountered a mobile phone of this caliber. Back in the day, a mobile phone like this, along with landline fees, would cost around 20,000 yuan, enough to purchase an apartment in a second-tier city. After Jianshi departed, we began to sort out our rooms. There was little to choose from, as the rooms were all similarly furnished. We were located on the ground floor, which housed 10 apartments, all belonging to Jianshi. How I wished to embody his carefree demeanor. After Bowsy finished organizing his room, he came to mind to chat idly. You should stop. I fear you might provoke old Will. After a long day, it's best to rest early. Tomorrow, we will explore other places. I felt that our visit might have been in vain, but I decided to regard it as a mere excursion. Did you not claim that you were favored by the heavens, destined to uncover the tomb of the Lingnan king? After uttering those words, you departed for slumber. As I lay in bed, contemplating the events of recent days, my mind was awash with myriad thoughts. From the moment I stepped into the world of martial arts, I understood that my future was rife with uncertainty. This realm is treacherous, fraught with peril at every turn. In the dead of night, I was roused from my reverie by the clatter of high heels echoing through the corridor. Considering the nefarious nature of Jian Shi, it was hardly surprising that he surrounded himself with women engaged in dubious services. Once the sound of the heels faded away, I rose from my bed. Sleep evaded me, and I resolved to step into the courtyard for a breath of fresh air. The night was serene, and as I stretched languidly, my gaze fell upon the distant Elephant Mountain. Suddenly, I sensed an unusual resonance in its positioning. Gazing skyward, I observed an alignment between Elephant Mountain and the Yuanwu star, the latter symbolizing the earth element. Surely, this could not be mere coincidence. This revelation filled me with exhilaration. While Elephant Mountain appeared unremarkable, it may well conceal profound mysteries. I yearned for dawn to break, eager to explore the mountain's secrets. Jian Gu informed me that several esteemed guests have taken residence here. I was taken aback by their youth. Little brother, what is your name? Would you like your sister to give you a massage? Chapter 20. The ruler of the nipple point. The significant discovery concerning Elephant Mountain rendered me unable to sleep. Tossing and turning in bed, I struggled to endure until the first light of dawn. I then rose and proceeded to knock on the doors of my companions. Baozi and the others. Are you out of your mind? What time is it that you are knocking? Just because you cannot sleep does not mean we should all suffer. Sleep? I can't sleep. I have uncovered a secret. Quickly, follow me up the mountain. Upon arriving at the door of Jiazi, just as I was about to knock, she swung it open. Wasn't he that enticing woman from last night captivating? At this moment, Jiazi was clad in her pajamas, although her chest was modest. Her figure still possessed a certain allure. I hastily averted my gaze and remarked, "What nonsense are you babbling? Hurry and get dressed. We have matters to attend to." Jiazi rubbed her sleepy eyes and, with a playful tone, responded, "Oh, little brother, you've noticed. I shall change right away. Just look at your pretentious demeanor." 5 minutes later, we had assembled and set forth toward Xiangshan. Guozi, you mentioned that you observed the celestial phenomena last night and discovered something unusual about Xiangshan. Is there anything amiss? Baozi looked at me, his expression a mixture of curiosity and confusion. Guozi, I see you have embraced the art of boasting, I quipped. Even my master, at his advanced age, cannot claim to know all the constellations. You yourself have stated that you are adept in the art of medicine, which may not necessarily encompass such studies. Xiangshan is not particularly vast. When viewed as a whole, it resembles an artificially constructed hillside. After an hour of ascent, we reached the summit, and from our vantage point, we discerned that the feng shui of Xiangshan was indeed sophisticated. From our perspective looking down the mountain, do you observe anything remarkable? Li Gu scratched his head, indicating that he had seen nothing out of the ordinary. Jiazi speculated that perhaps the terrain on either side of the mountain was slightly elevated. I nodded in agreement, and Baozi continued, "In the center, where our apartment is located, it is somewhat lower. To survey and select auspicious sites, one must consider the natural landscape. The high mountains and flat lands reveal a hidden essence. Yet, the circular view must align appropriately. The peaks should form a harmonious balance. The configuration of Elephant Mountain mirrors that of Yuanwu Star, with elevated terrain on either side of the mountain's base and a depression in the center, indicative of a classic mammillary cavity. Observe how the topography on the flanks resembles undulating currents, converging upon a central pool of pristine water. Adverse water sands beget affluence, boasted Baozi. East granaries and west armories denote a wealthy lineage. Golden chests and jade cabinets amass treasures, while silver vases overflow with grains like sand. Baozi gestured, directing his hand toward the location of our apartment complex. Right here? I nodded in affirmation. Then what are we waiting for? Let's gather our implements and commence forthwith. Not only was Baozi impatient, but I, too, felt a sense of urgency. If my assessment held true, this site harbored a significant tomb. Descending the mountain, the four of us dispersed to our respective tasks. Li Gu and Baozi sought out Cheng Jianbin to procure the necessary tools. Jiaozi was tasked with procuring logistical provisions. As for myself, I ventured to conduct an on-site reconnaissance. The apartment complex sprawled across tens of thousands of square meters, housing a considerable number of residents. Subterranean exploration, conducted surreptitiously, would prove to be no simple feat. After traversing the entire complex, I had yet to identify a suitable point of entry. Suddenly, inspiration struck me. Could there be a subterranean level? I retrieved my mobile phone and contacted Jian Shi. The sounds of mahjong tiles clattering emanated from the other end, suggesting he was at leisure. Hello, Guazi. Are you settling in comfortably there? Yes, quite comfortably indeed. I replied. Jiange, I have a query for you. Does the complex where I reside have a basement? A basement? The sound of mahjong abruptly ceased on the other end of the phone, followed by the sound of a door closing. Jianshi coughed lightly and inquired, have you perhaps discovered some clues? Jianshi was well acquainted with Changjianbin and naturally understood the purpose of our visit to Guanqing, so I did not conceal anything from him. Brother Jian, I have indeed found some hints, but I cannot be certain. There are too many people here, and it is quite difficult to take action. Therefore, I wanted to inquire if there is a basement available, as I wish to know where to begin. Jianshi pondered for a moment and replied, there should be a basement. I did not pay much attention to it at the time, thinking it would not be necessary. I will send someone over shortly. If that does not suffice, we can simply purchase one. Before long, a van drove into the community, and one of Jianshi's bodyguards emerged. Brother Jian asked me to come and take a look. Generally, basements are located beneath the stairwell. This building has 3 units, so there should be 3 basements. He then led me to the person in charge of overseeing the community, but this individual informed us that the basement had already been purchased, primarily for the storage of miscellaneous items. Can you get in touch with the owner? I would like to acquire the basement, with Jianshi's reputation at stake. The person in charge took our request seriously. In less than half an hour, the previous owner arrived, offering a flat price of 800 yuan. The basement was acquired. In Guangzhou, Jianshi's name indeed carried weight. The previous owner was merely recouping the original purchase price. We entered the basement and cleared out the debris, managing to sell the scrap for a little over 10 yuan, enough for a meal for us all. After tidying up, we returned to my room to discuss how to proceed with our task. The delicate task of keeping watch fell to Jiaozi, while Li Gu and Baozi were entrusted with probing the earth, and I was responsible for transporting the excavated soil away. My role is of paramount importance. Unlike the wilderness, even the slightest noise here could attract unwanted attention. The soil cannot be deposited in a single location, and the sheer volume of work is enough to induce a headache. Everything is ready. We await the cloak of night. This marks our inaugural independent operation, and we all harbor a simmering determination within. The basement was laid with a layer of bricks. Li Gu pried open a section with a crowbar and began his excavation. After only a few thrusts, he withdrew the tool, shaking his head to indicate the presence of rock beneath. Let us change positions. He moved about 50 centimeters to the left and resumed his probing. This time, he encountered no obstacles. However, once the entire length of the probe was buried, the soil remained unchanged. The probe isn't long enough. Bring me a casing. As the final probe was extracted, our gazes converged upon the circular tip of the tool. Blue clay. Guazi Li Gu. We are truly on the brink of fortune this time. Chapter 21. Digging, could you keep your voice down? Are you so eager for everyone to know what we're doing here? Baozi, aware of his earlier exuberance, seized a nearby shovel, pried up the surrounding bricks, and began to dig vigorously. Do not rush. The depth is at least several meters. We want to finish this in a single day. Li Gu, you and Baozi take turns digging while I find a place to disperse the soil. This is indeed laborious work. I'm mused how much easier it would be in the wilderness, where we could simply scatter the earth. Now, whatever Baozi and Li Gu excavate, I must disperse in equal measure. Initially, I dared only to transport soil in small bags, but eventually, noticing that no one paid me any mind, I switched to burlap sacks. Each filled bag weighed around 70 to 80 pounds, making it quite a strenuous endeavor to carry. Fortunately, there was an artificial pond behind the apartment, which concealed some of the soil I was discarding. As the night deepened, Baozi and Li Ji's pace began to slow, for this laborious task was taking a toll on their stamina. Baozi was reluctant, claiming he had already excavated 7 or 8 meters, and with a bit more effort, we could reach the capstone before dawn. Are you truly afraid that the duck you have in your grasp might fly away? If you exhaust yourself, that treasure will have to be shared among the 3 of us. It was only then that Baozi emerged from the tunnel, eyeing the considerable amount of soil left, eager to help me transport it, but I declined. Guazi was right. Let us leave now, Baozi. Once Baozi and the others departed, I transported 3 more bags of soil before the basement was entirely cleared. Little brother, why are you still awake at this late hour? What are you up to? Nothing much, just enjoying the breeze. Is it necessary to take a burlap sack to catch the wind? You are covered in dirt. Have you been up to no good? I frowned slightly and looked up at her. This woman had her hair tied back in a ponytail, still clad in yesterday's low-cut tank top, exposing a considerable portion of her décolletage. Her features were striking, yet perhaps due to long-term indulgence, her skin appeared somewhat slack. holding a feminine cigarette. She leaned against the doorway, smiling at me. Oh, I intended to gather some soil to nurture a few potted plants indoors. But the soil over there is riddled with broken bricks, so I decided against it. Oh, her prolonged oh made me feel quite uncomfortable, perhaps sensing my facial expression. She chuckled and said, "It's getting late. You should go to sleep. If you find it difficult to doze off, feel free to seek out your sister. My door is always open." After saying this, she even threw me a flirtatious glance. A shiver ran down my spine. This woman was rather bothersome. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was more than just a mere courtesan in a brothel. The following day, I recounted the incident to Baozi and the others. Jiaozi pouted and remarked, "I overheard your conversation last night. That woman is definitely no good." Baozi, baring his teeth, inquired how Jiaozi knew. She shot him a disdainful look and replied, "I could smell it." "What scent?" I asked. "A seductive scent." Her words sent us into a fit of laughter. But once we settled down, Li Ge furrowed his brow and stated, "The fewer people who know about this, the better. Tonight, we shall see if that woman has ulterior motives. If so." Li Ge gestured as if to slice his throat. Baozi hesitated before saying, "We are tomb raiders, not murderers. Taking a life would bring dire consequences." Li Ge snorted, his expression growing cold. "Regardless, it would be enough to land you in deep trouble. You do understand the principle of not letting too many lice bite you, right?" He turned to Guozi and Jiaozi, asking, "What do you think of my perspective?" "Indeed, we should eliminate all the seductive vixens," they exclaimed. Their words struck me. It seemed as though Jiaozi bore a grudge against that woman. At that moment, "We shall act according to the circumstances. Should that woman cause any trouble, we will deal with her decisively. No one can impede our path to wealth." In the afternoon, Jianshi called me, inquiring about the progress of our endeavor, revealing his keen interest in our operation. Just yesterday, I pondered whether, upon opening the tomb of Lingnan Wang, we should leave a few artifacts for Jianshi. "Brother Jian, things are proceeding smoothly, but..." I recounted the situation regarding that woman to Jianshi. He chuckled and said, "You're speaking of Sister Hua. She is the madam at my nightclub. You need not worry. Sister Hua will not interfere with your work." Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. After all, the last thing I desired was for her to become a liability or be embroiled in a scandal. "Rest assured, Brother Jian, if I uncover anything valuable, I shall set aside a couple of items for you." After ending the call, I toyed with my walkie-talkie, contemplating the possibility that if fortune favored us, each of us might soon possess our own device. As night fell, our work continued. Baozi confidently assured us that we would surely excavate the capstone tonight, and he and Li Ge rolled up their sleeves to labor, yet I was utterly exhausted. "Hey, I've struck compacted earth," I called out. "Baozi, do not excavate directly. Instead, create horizontal tunnels on both the left and right to ensure a passage for a person." Given the age of this grand tomb, it was prone to collapse, and thus, establishing lateral tunnels was a precautionary measure. "Baozi, would you like to take a break? I can take over for a while." Li Ge, pulling on the rope, peered down into the pit, and before long, a basket of compacted earth was hoisted up. "Fruits," I detected the scent of bronze. "If we could unearth a 4-sheep square zone, we would be free from financial worries for the rest of our lives." Li Ge, descend and strike at the horizontal hole. I am utterly exhausted. Baozi, panting, emerged from the cave, completely covered in dirt. The moment he surfaced, he collapsed onto the ground, claiming that even the prospect of a beautiful maiden could not invigorate him at this juncture. Li Ge stretched his muscles and descended the centipede ladder. "Fruits, lower the rope for me shortly. Let us endeavor to complete this within the hour." Chapter 22, Baozi's Dilemma. The pot is boiling. After more than an hour of excavation, Li Ji's voice, tinged with fatigue yet excitement, resonated from above. As Baozi organized the centipede ladder to descend, the melodious call of a bird reached our ears from outside. "Cuckoo! Cuckoo!" The 3 calls startled me into alarm. I urged Baozi to act judiciously. Swiftly, I opened the basement door and locked it with seamless precision. Upon reaching the corridor, I saw Sister Hua approaching me. "Have you excavated well, little brother?" Her words instantly ignited a flicker of unease within me. How did this woman come by such information? It couldn't possibly have been conveyed by Jianshi, could it? "What did you say?" "I do not comprehend. In the current predicament, I could only feign ignorance while gathering strength in my legs, ready to launch an attack at any moment." Sister Hua retrieved a cigarette from her purse, lit it, and exhaled a cloud of smoke towards my face, saying, "Do not be anxious. I am merely curious about the identity of the master who has cultivated such a gifted disciple at such a tender age. To be honest, I have been investigating this place for over half a year, and I never expected the true location to be beneath this apartment building. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of doubt arose within me. Was she also in the same line of work? Noticing my silence, Sister Hua smiled and remarked, historically, the northern and southern factions have kept to themselves. You've traveled a great distance from the north and even turned over this territory. Do you think the locals would remain oblivious? Are you threatening me? At that moment, anger flared within me. If it weren't for her being a woman, I would have kicked her away without hesitation. No, I harbor no intention of threatening you. I merely propose that we collaborate in the future. But I expect to take a 10% share of the spoils from your head start. I nearly burst into laughter at her audacity. She sought to claim a portion of my earnings with such ease. Sensing my displeasure, Sister Hua continued, this will bring you no harm. Are you familiar with the Lingnan gang? I am one of their key operatives. Her words were nothing short of astonishing. Did Jianga know of her affiliation? Sister Hua stepped closer, draping her arm over my shoulder. She was nearly my height, her presence pressing against my arm, enveloped in an alluring fragrance. I may address him as Jiangu, but does he not owe me the courtesy of calling me Sister Hua? Dongzhou is not solely under his dominion. Surely you understand this principle? After absorbing her words and feeling the softness against my arm, I inexplicably found myself agreeing. Indeed, a deal is a deal. But if you have provisions to share, you must allocate a portion for us. The agreement was sealed. Baozi nodded affirmatively and, accompanied by several burlap sacks, ventured into the cavern first. I too seized a few sacks and followed closely behind. Li Gu, how are things? The last to descend, Li Gu shook the flashlight in his hand and illuminated the pitch-black tomb, stating, I am merely waiting for ventilation. It should suffice by now. Have you secured the goods? We can proceed at any moment. Let us go. Li Gu was the first to climb down, and I was the last. Upon entering the tomb, a chilling breeze enveloped me, sending shivers down my spine. The burial chamber was adorned with red sandstone walls, and our landing spot was precisely within the passageway behind the tomb's entrance. Due to the pressure exerted by the earth and stones, the stone door had been forced ajar. Its hinges fractured. Entering the passage led us to the antechamber of the tomb, with flanking chambers on either side. The walls of the main chamber were intricately engraved with exquisite murals that, at first glance, resembled dragon-like creatures. I cautiously stepped into the eastern chamber, and the beam from my flashlight revealed an array of large bronze vessels, copper basins, and copper tubes meticulously arranged together. What thrilled me most was the sight of copper bells and stone chimes, all neatly lined up along the base of the stone wall. I found myself at a loss for words to describe the grandeur of this place, standing transfixed and forgetting to fill the burlap sacks with these treasures. Suddenly, I noticed Baozi, one hand clutching his rear, the other propped against the ground, kneeling with a pained expression. Li Gu has gone to the main chamber. Guozi, I believe I've been bitten by a snake. Please help me extract the poison. As he spoke, he shifted his rear towards me, pointing to the injured flesh and imploring me to assist in drawing out the venom. There were no snakes here. Let me see if you remove your trousers. At this moment, Baozi was already drenched in sweat, yet he jested, if I take off my pants. Don't harbor any improper thoughts. Upon his disrobing, I beheld a row of bite marks on his backside, the wound darkening ominously, clearly not the mark of a serpent. Baozi, I believe we ought to ascend first. This situation may prove rather troublesome. No, we need to gather our supplies first. Trust me. Li Gu? Li Gu. Upon my call, Li Gu swiftly emerged from the main tomb chamber, his expression shifting to one of astonishment upon seeing Baozi's condition. Hurry, we must go up, otherwise, Baozi could perish. Baozi, while you still possess some strength, climb upward. Li Gu was the first to scale the centipede ladder, gripping Baozi firmly, while I brought up the rear, using both hands to hoist Baozi's legs, inching upward. After a strenuous 10 minutes of climbing the several meters to the exit, Baozi began to drift into delirium. Li Gu, guide Baozi to my room. I will summon Jiaozi. Jiaozi, fetch some hot water and warm towels. Li Gu waved his hand in urgency, stating, it's futile. Baozi has been poisoned. Tombs typically harbor venomous ants and ferocious insects. Just look at how swollen his backside has become. I cast a glance at Baozi's rear. The wound was beginning to take on a darker hue. Guozi, Li Gu, hurry up and act. It's already this late, yet Baozi still clings to those treasures. This is clearly a bit nonsensical. Stop dawdling and quickly find a doctor. Jiaozai urged us as he noticed our bewilderment. At such a late hour, where could we possibly find a doctor? Then let us take him to the hospital. Li Gu shook his head, expressing doubt about whether there would be enough time. We can't just stand by and watch Baozi die. Zhao Zai's voice quivered with the onset of tears. Despite their usual bickering, he genuinely cared for Baozi in times of crisis. Thinking of Sister Hua, I realized that as a member of the Lingyan gang, she must possess knowledge of the unknown creatures lurking in the tomb. Only with the right treatment could we hope to neutralize Baozi's poison. With this in mind, I rushed to knock on Sister Hua's door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Sister Hua, it's me. Come in. The door's unlocked. She truly didn't lock her door. Was she truly unafraid of potential intruders? Inside her room, the layout mirrored ours. Beyond the entrance, the bed was visible. At that moment, Sister Hua lay propped on her side, gazing at me, her arm supporting her head, revealing a generous expanse of skin. Sister Hua, my friend was bitten by something in the tomb and has now fallen into unconsciousness. I was hoping you could take a look and see if there's any way to help him. Oh. Sister Hua immediately sprang from her bed, her long legs partially obscured beneath her nightgown. Quick, take me to him. Her expression was unusually serious, and I led her into the room. Upon seeing Sister Hua, Zhao Zai frowned, his demeanor radiating hostility. Sister Hua meticulously examined the wound on the bun's rear, her expression turning somber as she remarked, "First, we must use black glutinous rice and virgin urine to save his life. Are you two virgins? If so, hurry and relieve yourselves." I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me as I scratched my head, hesitantly asking, "Well, Sister Hua, does having experienced nocturnal emissions still count as being a virgin?" Sister Hua burst into laughter, and after a moment, she conceded that it did count. Blushing, I hurried to the restroom. Before long, Jingshi's subordinates delivered the black glutinous rice, and I had prepared my virgin urine as well. Despite Li Ji's seemingly honest demeanor, it turned out he was no longer a virgin. How deceptive appearances can be. I approached the bun with the urine. But just as I was about to pry open his mouth, Sister Hua stopped me. "This virgin urine is not for him to drink. It is for drawing out the poison." Suddenly enlightened, I quickly followed Sister Hua's instructions, though a twinge of disappointment lingered within me, as I had been rather curious about the bun's reaction upon discovering he had ingested my urine. I mixed the black glutinous rice with the virgin urine and applied it to his wound. I glanced at Jiaozi, who immediately recoiled in disgust. Then I looked at Li Gu. He was staring up at the ceiling, as if there were something captivating above. Damn it, if he could endure his own urine, I would brave it for the bun. Ugh, Jiaozi, do you have any gloves? Ugh, the concoction of black glutinous rice infused with virgin urine was applied to the bun's injury. The bun shuddered, and I noticed the black glutinous rice gradually transforming into a dark red hue. The rat, known as the underworld mouse, dwells underground and feeds on decaying corpses. It possesses a potent venom, and combined with the toxins from the corpse, it is indeed a lethal concoction. Once the glutinous rice turns red, it must be replaced. Remember, do not handle the red glutinous rice with your hands. Instead, use a pair of chopsticks to retrieve it. Baozi seems to have found some comfort, lying on the bed with faint sounds of snoring. I am grateful to Sister Hua. Without her today, Baozi might not have survived. No need for thanks. It is getting late. I must retire for the night. Sister Hua yawned and turned to leave. Jiaozi muttered behind her, "Sly vixen." Such remarks are uncalled for. She undeniably saved Baozi's life. Wouldn't you agree? Guzi. Li Gu spoke well of Sister Hua, provoking an angry retort from Jiaozi. "You're no saint either." Li Gu shrugged. "What have I done to deserve this?" I caught a whiff of my own hands, reeking of urine. Even after washing with soap several times in the restroom, the odor lingered. Baozi is truly fortunate to have a friend like me. Upon observing Baozi's condition, I remarked, "Though I may not comprehend your profession, I am aware of its inherent dangers. One must act within their means." Jiaozi took the ingredients and began preparing medicine for Baozi. As the pot reached a boil, the stench was unbearable, prompting someone from another floor to shout, "Who the hell is cooking excrement in here?" We had no retort. Indeed, the odor was reminiscent of boiling waste. After 2 hours of slow simmering, the pound of bull urine had finally transformed into a potion. Jiaozi and Li Gu had long since retreated to a safe distance, leaving me alone to tend to Baozi. Gazing into the bowl, filled with a dark crimson liquid tinged with purple, accompanied by an odor reminiscent of excrement, I could scarcely suppress my retching. Holding my breath, I brought the concoction beside Baozi, pinching my nose as I uttered, "Baozi, be good. Rise and drink your medicine." Oh no, I meant the urine. He then let out a burp that was utterly nauseating. I dutifully attended to Baozi, swiftly retrieving a bag to contain both the pot and the bowl, instructing Jiaozi to dispose of them. In less than half an hour, Baozi stirred awake, appearing somewhat frail, his eyes devoid of focus as they met mine. Guozi, what have you made me consume? I taste something foul in my mouth. It's merely an antidote. You must rest well. No, I can't hold it. I feel as though a tempest rages within my abdomen. I hastily assisted him to the restroom, apprehensive that a moment's delay might result in a disaster on my bed. The instant he entered, a cacophony erupted from the bathroom, akin to the sound of firecrackers. Almost immediately, a foul stench wafted out, compelling me to evacuate the room in haste. This abode had become unbearable. Are you all done? Is this a study on biochemical weaponry? As I emerged into the corridor, I noticed that every door and window upstairs remained tightly shut. The source of the earlier commotion remained a mystery. Guozi, Wu Guo, hurry and help me out. I feel like I'm suffocating. Baozi's voice echoed from the room, raw with desperation. To be honest, I was reluctant to re-enter. Yet, Li Gu had vanished without a trace, and it seemed inappropriate for Jiaozi, a girl, to assist. Wait a moment, for I have once more regained my senses. At this very moment, I can only compose a poem, with my feet planted on both banks of the Yellow River, and in my hands, a confidential document. Ahead, machine guns fire relentlessly, while behind me, artillery roars like thunder. Finally, after enduring half an hour of excruciating torment, the bun has emerged. Fruits. Hastily summon the chef to prepare a meal for me, for I feel utterly drained. Chapter 24. Opening the coffin, I must admit my admiration for the bun. Astonishingly, he can still consume food despite the lingering odor of urine. The chef prepared a porridge from the remaining black glutinous rice, and the bun devoured nearly a half basin clean. Why aren't you eating? We three in unison shook our heads, indicating our lack of appetite. Especially when recalling the mixture of child's urine and black glutinous rice, I was overwhelmed by the illusion of the bun consuming such a concoction. Bun, how do you feel now? The bun slurped a mouthful of glutinous rice porridge and replied, aside from hunger, I feel nothing much. By the way, what serpent bit me? And how did you manage to cure my poisoning? Li Gu and the chef exchanged glances, their expressions hinting at unsaid words. I quickly cleared my throat and interjected. It was merely an ordinary little venomous snake. After a good rest, the toxin will naturally dissipate. Once you have eaten your fill, ensure you rest well. Tonight, Li Gu and I shall retrieve the items. The bun, aware that his current condition was unsuitable for descending, did not protest. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, the bun reclined on the bed, sighed, and lamented, I, Bun Yi, have traversed the rivers and lakes for 19 years, only to fall victim to a mere little snake. What a disgrace it would be if this were to spread. I found myself wanting to laugh, truly. If the bun were to discover that it had consumed bull urine, one can only imagine the reaction that would ensue. Later that evening, Sister Hua visited me, presenting a vial of an unknown liquid. She informed me that spraying it on oneself would render the creatures within the tomb at bay. Upon opening the vial and inhaling its contents, a bitter, acrid scent assaulted my senses. Little brother, do you have a channel for this? If not, I can assist, I inquired. I had promised Chung Jianbin and San Yazi that this particular item would not be shared with others. Furthermore, due to the injuries sustained by the bun the previous night, I had only glimpsed the funerary goods within the ear chamber and had yet to behold the treasures of the main coffin. My apologies, Sister Hua. But this batch is now secured. Perhaps in the future, I may have the opportunity to offer it to you. I have no intention of accepting this item. I merely feared you would lack a route. Since you have paved the way, I shall await your favorable news. Past midnight, when most individuals were enveloped in slumber, Brother Li and I donned masks and descended into the tomb with burlap sacks in hand. We began by hastily stuffing the copper kettle and chime bells from the ear chamber into the sacks, allowing Jiaozi to pull them up gradually. Given Jiaozi's petite stature, I was concerned about her strength, thus, I refrained from loading too much each time. It was not until dawn that we finally cleared the ear chamber's contents. Upon returning to our quarters, the sight of over a dozen bulging sacks left me nearly salivating. This collection could be worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions, and the main tomb had yet to be opened. If it were to be revealed, we would all find ourselves millionaires. Seizing the opportunity, I shared Sister Hua's situation with them. Jiaozi was the first to voice her opposition, while Li and the bun pondered for a moment before allowing me to make the final decision. I embraced Jiaozi and remarked, while it is natural to harbor biases against an individual, we cannot dismiss their existence. Our fledgling team, lacking a solid foundation, is in dire need of connections, otherwise How shall we establish ourselves in this realm? If it comes to it, I shall bear the brunt of it. Giazi pouted in response, expressing her discomfort. Why should we share what we have painstakingly acquired with her? Bowsy gazed at us with a puzzled expression, asserting, I was merely bitten by a small snake. Why is there a need for such a personal obligation? He continued, there is nothing to worry about. You should seek out Chung Jianbin and expedite the sale of this batch. It is unsafe to leave it piled in the house. With that, I retired to rest, intending to resume work that night. Bowsy, skeptical, scrutinized us and muttered that we were undoubtedly concealing something from him. By mid-afternoon, Bowsy, brimming with excitement, knocked on my door. Upon opening it, he waved a bank card before me and exclaimed, Do you know how much Chung Jianbin offered us for those 10 or so sacks? How much? I inquired. 1,800,000. I quickly calculated in my mind. That was roughly the market value for such items in the black market. Most of these were ordinary burial goods, but if we could locate something rare within the main tomb chamber, the price could be significantly higher. The revelation from Bowsy extinguished my desire for slumber, reminding me of words once spoken by Wu Lao Er, finally understanding that he was not merely boasting. As midnight approached, my brotherly and I descended into the tomb once more. Our initial objective was the main burial chamber, yet upon entry, we discovered 2 side chambers flanking it, revealing further treasures yet to be unearthed. Within, there are bronze tripods, bronze mirrors, and an array of exquisite jade artifacts. Under the constrained conditions, we can only bury ourselves in the task of stuffing these treasures into burlap sacks. Guozi, come quickly. There is another burial chamber here. I have grown somewhat numb. Although I am still unaware of the identity of the tomb's owner, I surmise with considerable certainty that it belongs to the king of Ling'an. Only he would possess such elaborate burial arrangements accompanied by these luxurious grave goods. After meticulously cataloging the items in the left and right side chambers and the rear chamber, dawn broke once more. Upon ascending with Li Guo, I found Bowsy in a state of bewilderment. This batch of treasures was 3 sacks lighter than yesterday's haul, primarily due to the abundance of smaller items, each of which is remarkably exquisite, likely fetching a price exceeding that of the previous collection. The ear chamber typically contains common vessels such as bottles and jars, used for wine and rice. In contrast, the side chambers generally hold daily necessities, including mirrors and jade pendants, thus commanding a higher value than those found in the ear chamber. The most valuable items, however, lie within the coffin itself, and I eagerly anticipate the surprises that tomorrow's coffin unveiling will bring. Once again, Bowsy arranged for the goods to be delivered through Chung Jianbin, securing a substantial sum of 2.6 million, totaling 4 million across 2 transactions. In 1998, such an amount was astronomical, sufficient to purchase an entire building in a first-tier city. Guozi, I must attend the coffin opening tonight. Does your backside not ache anymore? It may hurt, but I shall endure. I wish to witness the opulence within the coffin of the king of Ling'an from 2 millennia ago. Are you not afraid of snakes? Isn't there Sister Hua's powder? Just a bit will suffice. Seeing Bowsy's unwavering determination, I ceased my attempts to dissuade him. My primary concern is whether his injuries have healed adequately. Climbing the centipede ladder could prove arduous. At that juncture, both Li Guo and I would have to designate someone to care for him, which would inevitably delay our endeavors. The 3 of us descended once more into the tomb. And with that final tremor, I found myself increasingly anxious. Prior to opening the coffin, I lit 3 incense sticks in reverence. And with the combined effort of Bowsy and Li Guo, the ancient coffin, sealed for millennia, finally creaked open once more. Chapter 25. Dividing the spoils, Bowsy and Li Guo utilized a crowbar in unison to pry open the lacquered coffin adorned with flowing cloud patterns, unleashing a long-buried stench of decay. We held our breath. Having been isolated from the air for an extended period, the coffin may harbor viruses and bacteria. In the future, everyone must exercise caution when excavating tombs. Illuminated by the beam of our flashlight, I peered inside the coffin and discovered a silk-like item resting atop. However, due to the passage of time, this silk had deteriorated, crumbling to the touch. Upon removing this layer of silk, we uncovered a thicker fabric beneath, likely a quilt from that era. The intricate patterns had faded beyond recognition. As I unveiled this layer of fabric, the sight beneath nearly left us speechless. A golden silk and jade burial garment. Indeed, it was a golden silk and jade garment. This exquisite attire was crafted from silk threads and adhered with hemp, consisting of a hood, a top garment, sleeves, gloves, trousers, and shoes. Yet, the silk threads and hemp used in its construction had succumbed to decay, with most jade pieces scattered about. The golden silk and jade garment, exclusive to the high-ranking aristocrats of the late Qin and early Han dynasties for burial, comprised golden, silver, and copper threads. This remarkable garment attested to the noble lineage of its owner. After Baozi uttered the phrase, "Do not be surprised," he commenced the meticulous task of clearing the jade pieces. After 2 arduous hours, we successfully gathered nearly 3,000 pieces. However, the restoration of these fragments would prove to be a formidable challenge. There should be seals among them, so be sure to examine thoroughly and leave nothing overlooked. Such esteemed individuals would undoubtedly have their seals placed within their coffins upon their passing. Eureka! Li Gu was the first to discover a seal, yet it was a blank one devoid of inscriptions. Furrowing his brow, he resumed his search. Before long, Baozi unearthed a remarkable find, a golden seal adorned with a turtle knob. "I told you my luck was exceptional, yet you all doubted me. I found another one." As Li Gu displayed the seal he held, I scrutinized it closely. It was a jade seal with a covered knob, quite substantial indeed. As 2 more hours slipped by, we had uncovered 9 seals, including an intricately carved jade pendant featuring dragon and phoenix motifs, a wall with 3 dragon designs, a wall with dragon and phoenix swirl patterns, and a 6-mountain mirror. Among other treasures, there were simply too many to count, each piece worth an immense fortune. As we concluded our work, I suggested that Guozi remain behind, leaving the 2 blank seals for him, as we could not claim everything for ourselves. I nodded in agreement, and the 3 of us bowed in reverence to the coffin. Baozi remarked that it was fate for us to encounter the esteemed one on our first visit, and we would frequently offer incense in the future. I playfully kicked him on the backside. "Am I afraid of that?" Baozi retorted. "After all, I am somewhat of a Taoist priest. I still remember some of the incantations for delivering souls." "Enough of your banter," I replied. "If the esteemed one were to accompany you, you would be responsible for their upkeep for a lifetime. From now on, no one will disturb him. The elder may finally rest in peace." "Guozi, what do you estimate these items to be worth?" I counted on my fingers, deciding to keep the item with the dragon and tiger motif that features a hook, as well as the copper-framed jade cup. I intend to gift the 3 dragon pattern wall to Jian Shi and the angular jade cup to Qing Jianbin. The jade burial suit will need restoration, but the remaining items should fetch around 5 million without issue. I shall retain these 3 pieces, and I will cover the share for Huajie. How about we split the rest evenly? Jiaozi stepped forward, saying, "I don't need that much. I've done nothing but keep watch, and I'm content with just 1 share." Li Gu then added, "Guozi, you discovered this treasure. It is only right that you take the lion's share. Wouldn't you agree, Baozi?" Baozi nodded, affirming that we should adhere to the established rules. I felt quite gratified at that moment. They were not greedy and demonstrated humility. Where else could one find such camaraderie? We are a team, each playing our part. It is our collective effort that has led to today's success. Let us sell this batch and divide the proceeds. Thus, let us not defer any longer. Seeing my firm declaration, no one said more. I asked Li Gu to reach out to Qing Jianbin, while I would contact Jian Shi. We must never forget the kindness of those who have helped us. Jian Shi and Qing Jianbin arrived one after the other, with Qing Jianbin immediately giving me a hug, exclaiming, "You little rascal, I truly underestimated you all at the beginning. Once this batch of goods circulates, your reputation will likely resonate throughout the land." As Baozi toyed with the golden seal in his hand, he remarked, "Uncle Cheng, we do not seek fame. We merely desire to accumulate wealth." Jian spoke with a smile. "This 3-dragon pattern wall piece is a gift for you, in gratitude for your assistance. Uncle Cheng, this jade cup in an angular form is also for you, as a token of appreciation." Jian Si chuckled lightly. "Old Wu has indeed acquired a fine disciple. I shall graciously accept these gifts." Qing Jianbin patted my shoulder wordlessly, yet his silence spoke volumes. The remaining goods were packaged and sold to us by Qing Jianbin for 5.6 million. He mentioned that he would round it off for us, and this batch would also yield him a profit of several million. We bore no objections, for he possessed the connections and avenues through which to earn such profits. Furthermore, upon acquiring the goods, he would require a craftsman to refine them, which entailed additional complications. In total, the sum amounted to 10 million. After deducting Huajie's 1 million, we were left with 9 million, each receiving 2.25 million. Jiaozi and I, lacking bank cards, entrusted our share to Baozi for safekeeping. After receiving the bank card, Huajie bestowed a kiss upon my cheek, expressing that although I was young, I was resolute in my endeavors, destined to accomplish great things. With the new year approaching, we would take a moment to celebrate, and after the festivities, my sister would procure a fine pot for me, ensuring I would not be accused of exploiting my youth. Very well, sister, we shall meet after the new year. Bowsy, now with a substantial sum, began to grow restless, stating that during his time in Guangzhou, he had yet to fully appreciate the local charms. I reminded him of that evening when he and Li Gu had gone out. Bowsy retorted, "What can two people do for 200 yuan? Today, I desire a presidential package." Jiaozi let out a few cold snorts before entering the house, warning me that if I dared to fool around with Bowsy, she would not hesitate to take action against me. Bowsy looked at me with an expression of helplessness, then left with Li Gu, their arms linked together. Had I known earlier, I would have insisted she take the surname Bao instead of Wu. Chapter 26. Returning home, the adage that wealth corrupts a man holds true without a doubt. Bowsy and Li Gu did not return until dawn. Oh, Guangzhou truly lives up to its reputation. Electric eel, dragon's drill, and the antics of armed men wielding large blades. Oh, my poor back. Li Gu chuckled beside me. While I could only cover my forehead in exasperation, these two were indeed two of a kind. After a night of revelry, today Li Gu was suddenly inclined to analyze the situation. Bowsy, somewhat reluctant, remarked, "Guizi, did you not say that Hua Jie is a key player in the Lingyang gang? With your close ties to her, who would dare to trouble you? Brother, what would you do when someone encroaches upon your interests? Don't assume that these people will give Hua Jie the respect she deserves." By the time we packed our belongings, it was already noon. We hadn't eaten a thing, as Jiaozi refused to prepare any meals for us. In her words, eating would simply be a waste. We all understood that Jiaozi harbored a disdain for women in the entertainment industry. To say she merely disliked them would be an understatement. She loathed them. This sentiment likely stemmed from her background, which she preferred not to discuss, and we dared not pry further. When the train passed through Chaozhou, I disembarked. The temperature difference between the north and south was stark. As soon as I stepped off, the biting cold wind sent shivers through me. As long as she is at odds with Bowsy, their interactions inevitably lead to quarrels. Li Gu remains detached, allowing her to accompany me, thus sparing me some concern. Wu Gua, is your family truly so impoverished? Is there no bus service? The journey from Chaozhou to my home takes an additional half hour, and at that time, buses run infrequently, particularly in the evening when services have ceased. After a brief walk to warm up, you insist on following despite my reluctance. Half an hour later, Jiaozi and I finally arrived at the village entrance. Rural life offers little in terms of entertainment. Televisions are not yet commonplace. The men may gather to play cards for leisure, while the women sit at the entrance of their courtyards, exchanging tales of daily life. Approaching the home of Elder Zhang, I noticed his gate wide open, with him listening to opera on the radio in his yard. This peculiar behavior left me somewhat perplexed. Elder Zhang then invited Jiaozi and me inside, whereupon he spoke to me. It dawned on me why Elder Zhang had been so cautious. However, I was at a loss for words in addressing him. Should I reassure him that all was well? With so many people seeking Wu Lair, what excuse could I offer? It's nothing, Elder Zhang. Wu Lair will manage it on his own, I finally said. Elder Zhang sighed, his gaze shifting towards Jiaozi. Elder Zhang, this is my acknowledged younger sister. I proceeded to recount to him how I had met Jiaozi, of course omitting any details regarding our illicit activities. Very well, very well. A younger sister indeed. When she grows up, she shall come directly to marry. The young girl is so slender, but with proper care, she will surely gain some flesh. Jiaozi and I stood awkwardly in place, as the perspectives of the older generation sharply contrasted with those of the youth. In my childhood, whenever Wu Laosi was away, I would take refuge at Uncle Zhang's home, where he had thoughtfully reserved a room for me. Uncle Zhang, too, was a man burdened by fate. His wife had tragically succumbed during childbirth, leaving him to mourn both mother and child. Since that heart-wrenching loss, he had chosen not to remarry. Naturally amiable, Uncle Zhang adopted a carefree outlook on life, often expressing that one lives but once, arriving into the world bare and departing in the same manner. Thus, there was no need to burden oneself with undue stress. After finishing his meal, Uncle Zhang retired to his slumber, and I led Jiaozi over the courtyard wall back to my home. Daring not to switch on the light, I relied on my memory to locate the flashlight. The room bore signs of disturbance, particularly within the wardrobe, where neatly folded clothes were now in disarray. Fortunately, I had been prudent when I left, stowing away money and books atop the kitchen stove. Upon reaching the kitchen and retrieving the bag from the stove, I exhaled a breath of relief. Jiaozi, hold this bag. It contains a book for you to peruse at your leisure. I hastily extinguished the flashlight and held my breath, listening intently as murmurs drifted in from outside. Let us see. I've heard this child was adopted by Wu Laosi. I wonder how strong their bond is. If Wu Laosi proves to be devoid of sentiment, our efforts may be in vain, and we might have to stretch our resources further. Another voice chimed in. If Wu Laosi is truly so heartless, we should assist in resolving this child's predicament to alleviate his burdensome concerns. As Jiaozi and I crouched beneath the kitchen window, we heard the sound of a lock turning, and Jiaozi's anxiety was palpable, her grip on my hand slick with perspiration. I gently squeezed her hand, then squatted down to retrieve a kitchen knife from the countertop. Taking advantage of the moment, it should be no trouble to subdue someone. Suddenly, with a click, the front door's lock was disengaged, followed by the sound of 2 light footsteps entering the house. Within less than 2 minutes, they exited again. This was unexpected. He had resided here for over a decade, and the villagers would not mistake him. Perhaps he sensed something amiss and took refuge in a neighbor's home. Duck, go next door and inquire, I suggested, while I searched for anything of value inside. Moments later, the door of old Zhang's house was knocked upon, and he grumbled as he opened the door. Damn it, I was sleeping so soundly. Who are you looking for? The one called Duck, instead of being irritated, politely asked. Old Zhang. Any leads? Old Zhang, irritable and dismissive, replied, There's nothing of note here, Brother Mao. How about you? Is there anything valuable? There are a few items. It would not be surprising if Wu Lao had several million. However, his home appears no different from an ordinary person's, Brother Mao remarked. Might there be anything worthwhile in the kitchen? Upon hearing this, my heart sank, and my grip on the knife tightened. What could possibly be of value in the kitchen? If not, why not take a look? Then I heard footsteps approaching us. I thought to myself, if he enters, I shall send him to meet his demise with a single strike. Fortunately, he merely shined a flashlight through the window, saw nothing out of the ordinary, and departed. I let out a sigh of relief, noticing my palm was slick with sweat from gripping the knife. It was puzzling. Where could that fellow have fled? Was he truly that alert? Certainly, this matter must be left to old Wu. Despite the multitude seeking him, his whereabouts remain elusive. Their voices gradually faded, followed by the sound of a door closing. For half an hour, Jiaozi and I squatted in the kitchen, only rising after we confirmed there was no one around. The numbness in my feet felt foreign, and it took quite a while to regain sensation. After some time, Jiaozi and I scaled the wall and returned to old Zhang's residence. I knew I had to check in, and fortunately, you were clever enough not to use the front entrance. Old Zhang's concern for me is genuine. Having lived a life without children, he regarded me as his own during my childhood. As I gazed at the sickle on the table, I was aware that should anything happen to me, old Zhang would unhesitatingly come to my aid. After expressing this, I requested a bag from Jiaozi and placed 2 bundles of old coins on the table. Old Zhang persistently declined, insisting he had no need for money and that I should keep it for myself. Please accept it, otherwise Wu Guo will not leave, I urged. At a crucial moment, Jiaozi interjected on my behalf. With a sigh, old Zhang remarked, Wu Guo has grown up. Very well, then I shall accept it. Should you need funds for a future bride, do not hesitate to ask me. I will assist you. Under the cover of night, Jiaozi and I departed from Liangzhai village. As we left, old Zhang specifically advised me to avoid the main road through the village. Interestingly, just as Jiaozi and I were about to ascend the stairs after registering, 2 individuals arrived at the entrance to book a room. Upon hearing their voices, I instantly recognized them, Mao Gu and Yizi. I quickly wrapped my arms around Jiaozi's waist, pretending we were a couple there to reserve a room. The young lady, displaying her understanding, promptly rested her head against my chest. She desired to lean on my shoulder, yet her stature was insufficient. Ah, the youth of today, still unrefined, yet attempting to engage in adult escapades. We hastened our ascent to the room, swiftly locking the door behind us. Wu Guo, we have booked 2 separate rooms, so what shall you do now? The young lady shook her head, expressing her trepidation. Then you may sleep here. I shall join you in your room later this evening. With that, I paid her no further mind, pressing my ear against the door to listen to the sounds in the corridor. Brother Mao, why not consider hiring a service? After a long day, it would be a welcome relief. I retorted, Duck, you can't just think of such things every day just because you call it out. We only have 2,000 yuan. You spent 1,200 on a lady of the night. Is that sensible? It seems you derived no pleasure from it. As Duck murmured, the sound of a door opening interrupted us. 2 individuals entered and did not re-emerge. Sighing, I plopped down onto the bed, prompting the young lady to instinctively curl inwards. I glanced at her and, in a mischievous spirit, feigned a lecherous demeanor, saying, Jiaozi, are you not afraid of my nefarious intentions towards you? Before I could finish my statement, she retaliated with a swift kick aimed at my most sensitive area. In an instant, a wave of pain surged from my lower back to the crown of my head. I clasped my groin with both hands, kneeling on the floor as I gasped for breath, fearing that I had lost a vital part of myself. Wu Guo, are you all right? I apologize. It was a reflex. I was in such excruciating pain that I could scarcely utter a word. Seeing me drenched in sweat, Jiaozi hurriedly handed me a towel to wipe my brow. After kneeling on the ground for quite some time, I gradually bent over and managed to rise, supporting myself against the headboard before sitting on the bed. Looking at Jiaozi, whose face was filled with remorse, I inquired, Jiaozi, from whom did you learn this technique? You nearly rendered me a eunuch. Do you understand? With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Jiaozi replied, slightly aggrieved. Do you know why I disguised myself as a boy when we first met? It was to prevent those lecherous men from harboring improper thoughts about me. As a girl traveling from Yuzhou to Jinggu, I encountered numerous hardships. My reaction just now was instinctive. I never intended to harm you. I raised my hand to indicate that she need not continue. It's all right. I do not hold it against you. You may sleep here, while I will retire to your room. Jiaozi appeared hesitant, and as I bent towards the door, she called out, Wu Guo, perhaps you could sleep here? I am frightened. Ah, Jiaozi, I believe it would be better for you to sleep alone. If I remain in this room for much longer, I fear for my own safety. With that, I turned and walked away. It was not an act of false nobility. My friends, the truth is, Jiaozi is not my type. If Dr. Bailu were to invite me to stay in her room, I would gladly comply 100-fold. After all, men are typically drawn to women with alluring curves and long legs, and I am no exception. Jiaozi is best regarded as a younger sister. The following day, before dawn, I roused Jiaozi from her slumber, as this was the hour when fatigue weighed heaviest upon us, yet it was also our safest moment. Upon arriving at the station, I fortuitously boarded a train bound for Tianjin, purchasing 2 sleeper tickets before settling in. At that moment, dawn was just breaking, and I was enveloped in fatigue, quickly climbing onto the bunk to catch up on sleep. Just as I began to doze off, I felt someone nudging me. Opening my eyes, I discovered it was Jiaozi, who pointed toward a seat in the aisle. Squinting, I beheld a familiar figure come into view, Du Sanshou. Chapter 28. The gathering. Du Sanshou was leaning on the table, gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought. When Jiaozi and I boarded the train, it was still twilight, and he must have been asleep, thus failing to notice our arrival. I donned the shoes Jiaozi had handed me, and then took a seat opposite Du Sanshou. Du Sanshou? How do you know my name? The note in my pocket on the train was indeed placed there by you, wasn't it? Noticing my evasive response, Du Sanshou chuckled. Wu Guo. It seems old Wu's decision to take you as a disciple was indeed wise. However, you remain somewhat inexperienced and require further training. Remember, the art of thievery is not merely about digging graves and turning over soil. Is he attempting to educate me? Where is Wu Lauer now? Isn't it clearly stated on the note he gave you? He replied, when the time is ripe, he will inevitably make his presence known. Just as I was about to speak, Du Sanshou interrupted, Wu Guo, I too am a member of the thieving community. Heed the words of our ancestor. There is a code to our craft. This is not merely a philosophy, it is our world. I offered him a slight bow, but his words held little interest for me. Jiaozi, come here and massage my legs. I didn't sleep well last night, and my legs are terribly sore. The young girl skillfully kneaded my leg, seemingly attempting to atone for the pain she inflicted upon me yesterday. Before long, drowsiness enveloped me, and her gentle touch was irresistibly soothing. When I finally awoke, it was already noon. Du San had vanished without a trace, and the girl lay soundly asleep on the bed. Just then, the train attendant passed by, and I inquired how much longer until we reached Tianjin. She informed me it would be another hour. Observing the girl in her peaceful slumber, I couldn't bring myself to wake her. From my vantage point, she appeared rather charming. Perhaps her youth was the reason she had yet to fully develop. I mused, Wu Guo, do you think the bun vendor would abscond with our money? A chuckle escaped me. Who was that? Are you referring to me, the bun master? Can I not even step out for a leisurely lunch without being slandered? Just as her words faded, the voice of the bun vendor echoed from outside the door. Upon entering, I barely recognized him. Clad in a tailored suit with a luxurious mink coat draped over his shoulders, his shoes gleamed with a shine capable of reflecting one's silhouette. His hair was meticulously styled with pomade, and a pair of sunglasses clung tightly to his face. He carried a leather bag tucked under his arm and held a mobile phone in his right hand. Well, doesn't he look just like a boss? I thought. Who is he? How do you find my ensemble? This floral shirt is quite striking, isn't it? It complements my aura splendidly, don't you think? The bun vendor tousled his hair, exuding confidence as he remarked, now that we have some wealth, it's only fitting to upgrade from a shotgun to a cannon, right? I genuinely feel that my years as a Taoist were in vain. Nothing compares to our current revelry. Suddenly affluent, he seemed eager to indulge in lavish spending. As Baozi followed me into the room, I inquired about the whereabouts of Li Guo. He replied that Li Guo had gone to seek out Sun Dahai. I contemplated inviting both Sun Dahai and San Yazi to dinner that evening. There was no need to elaborate on Sun Dahai, but San Yazi had provided us with the crucial leads that enabled us to locate the tomb of the Lingnan king. We ought to express our gratitude to him. I decided to gift him the jade-capped cup with a bronze frame as a token of appreciation for his assistance. Guozi, I have procured 2 bank cards using my identification. I have deposited both your and Jiazi's funds into them. This afternoon, make sure to acquire a respectable outfit. Now that we have wealth, we ought to indulge in it. Baozi handed me the bank cards, and I accepted them without hesitation, tucking them into my pocket. The password is 6/8, just as you sent me. By nightfall, our group convened at Zyankali. Li Guo had also undergone a transformation, presenting himself in a striking ensemble. The fashion of that era was heavily influenced by Hong Kong stars, characterized by broad-shouldered suits, vintage jeans, and high-heeled leather shoes. However, Li Ji's physique truly enhanced the overall effect, far surpassing that of Baozi. Sun Dahai did not linger long after his arrival, stating that this was a realm for the youth, and he felt out of place among us. Once he departed, we felt liberated, toasting shots of baijiu and downing bottles of beer. Guozi, I must confess, I never anticipated you would indeed locate the tomb of the Lingnan king. Thanks to your efforts, the Chung family has reaped significant rewards this time. I retrieved the jade-capped cup from my bag and presented it to San Yazi. Mistaking my intention as a request for appraisal, he extracted a magnifying glass from his pocket and began to examine it closely. Ah, this cup is cast using the lost wax method. Though the copper exhibits mineralization, its sound is rather muffled, he remarked. The rusty hue melds seamlessly with the cup, exhibiting a harmonious gradient that is both lustrous and natural. As for the jade lid, it is crafted from the finest jade. Truly exquisite. San Yazi gazes at it with an infatuation akin to that of a man beholding a nude beauty. It's a gift for you. What did you say? A gift for me? San Yazi's face is painted with disbelief as he looks up at me, seemingly searching for a hint of jest in my expression. Indeed, it is a gift for you. Consider it a token of appreciation. I hope you won't disdain it. San Yazi places the jade-lidded cup on the table, then lifts a wine glass, consuming its contents in one swift motion. My friend, you are truly remarkable. I toast to you. Later, I'll arrange for karaoke. One cannot fault San Yazi for his excitement. The jade cup was worth several tens of thousands at that time, equivalent to gifting him 5 or 6 apartments. That day, we all indulged excessively, and it was the first time I truly experienced the sensation of inebriation. It was unbearable. The world spun around me, and I vowed never to drink again. The following day, I discovered that Jiaozi had attended to us throughout the night. After I expelled my meal, Baozi followed suit. And then Li Guo, only for me to continue thereafter. Wu Guo, it dawned on me that you and Baozi are kindred spirits. Ugh, what brings this to mind? Last night at karaoke, you ruined someone's stockings. Seeing your lewd demeanor made me feel quite nauseated. Regarding last night's events, I can recall none of it. With Jiaozi's comments, I could only awkwardly scratch my head. Jiaozi, the money you took from my home can remain with you. In a little while, you should go and purchase a few fashionable outfits. Do not continue to present yourself in such a tomboyish manner. Mind your own business, she exclaimed, extending her petite legs towards my bed and inquiring, Wu Guo, do you wish to tear some stockings? Chapter 29, The Temple of the Medicine King Jiaozi. Do you know what it means to imitate Dong Shi's frown? Who is Dong Shi? I am only familiar with Shi Shi. Never mind, or whatever you like. Guozi, will you accompany me to the Temple of the Medicine King? Oh, Jiaozi, have you acquired new clothes? Baozi circled around Jiaozi and then, placing a hand on his forehead, remarked, Jiaozi, you are the first woman to diminish my interest in stockings. Get lost. Baozi, shaking the handbag in his hand, smugly declared, what do you know? I, Bao Yi, am now a wealthy man. Even my master must serve me tea and water. Enough, enough. I have no desire to hear your boastful tales. If a commotion occurs, I shall make my escape first. The Temple of the Medicine King is unlike other Taoist temples. It is dedicated to the Medicine King, Pai Tong, who was one of the 28 generals under Lu Xiu, the founding emperor of the Eastern Han Dynasty. He was passionate about medicine and cherished by both military and civilians, thus establishing the Temple of the Medicine King, which has been revered for generations. The temple is typically closed to the public, only hosting a medicinal herb exchange on the 28th day of the 4th lunar month and the 15th day of the 10th lunar month. Legend has it that these days mark the birthdays and death anniversaries of the Medicine King. Knock, knock, knock. Despite Bowsie's loud boasts, he appeared somewhat apprehensive as he knocked on the door. As the door to the temple swung open, a young acolyte, roughly the same age as Bowsie, came into view. Hee hee, Brother Meow, I trust you are well. With that, he enveloped Bowsie in a bear hug, as if fearing he might flee. In less than a minute, a throng of people gathered at the entrance, numbering around 20 or 30. Upon spotting Bowsie, their expressions were a mix of mockery, sympathy, and anger. Esteemed brothers, he said, I hope you have all been well lately. Brother Meow, could you loosen your grip a bit? I assure you, I won't escape. You're squeezing the breath out of me. As I observed the scene, a sense of foreboding washed over me. Should this group choose to assault Bowsie, he would surely be reduced to a mere dumpling, his very essence beaten out of him. Just as I contemplated intervening, a coughing sound emerged from the back of the crowd. The assembly halted, parting to create a path for the individual approaching. This person bore a somewhat furtive expression, with disproportionately large ears that reminded me of Liu Bei, the infamous character from the Three Kingdoms. His large ears belonged to Bowsie's master, Xiaolong. With his hands clasped behind his back, Xiaolong regarded Bowsie with a smile that was more skin-deep than genuine, inquiring about the means of compensation. Brother Meow, could you please release me? I assure you, I want to run. Bowsie wriggled free from Meow's grip. Retrieving a leather bag tucked under his arm, he brandished a thick stack of old coins, waving them in front of him while asking, would this suffice as compensation? The crowd paused, momentarily taken aback by the currency in Bowsie's hands, particularly Xiaolong, whose expression shifted dramatically. After a brief silence, Xiaolong suddenly produced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown, stepping closer to Bowsie and embracing him. My dear disciple, where have you been these past days? Your master has missed you dearly. Indeed, my junior brother, you haven't suffered outside, have you? Senior brother, you haven't been bullied out there, have you? A throng of people surrounded Bowsie, who suddenly became the focal point of the Yawang Temple. The swift change in their demeanor left me utterly astonished. Indeed, like attracts like. And a master cannot cultivate two disparate disciples. Bowsie was welcomed into the temple like a cherished star, with flattery and sycophantic remarks accompanying his every step. He placed the cash he held into Xiaolong's embrace, then produced a wad of bills from his bag, raising it aloft as he addressed the crowd. Brothers, share this money among yourselves. Buy whatever you desire. Do not hesitate to spend. In an instant, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. I gazed at these individuals in bewilderment. Hadn't I heard that Taoists pride themselves on their aloofness, regarding wealth as mere refuse? This was not at all what I had envisioned. Master, tomorrow, destroy that wooden bed and replace it with a comfortable mattress. Also, install televisions in the rooms of all the brothers, preferably 34-inch color sets. Bowsie and I dined at the temple that evening. The fare was abundant. The people of Yawang Temple seemed as though they had not savored meat in ages, devouring their meals ravenously. Guozi, please forgive me for this spectacle. My fellow disciples have only feasted on meat twice a year, and they are quite starved for it. I nodded in silence, truly witnessing a plate of sausages before me vanish in less than 3 seconds. The Yawang Temple is not open to the public. Thus it generates minimal economic income. The meager profits from the biannual medicinal fairs barely suffice for daily expenses. To speak candidly, their lives pale in comparison to those bald men. There is simply no basis for comparison. After dining, Bowsie settled into his seat, casually picking at his teeth. Someone offered him tea, and Xiao Longping dismissed the crowd, guiding Bowsie and me to his chamber. Bowsie, tell me, what have you been up to these past months? Surely this money isn't ill-gotten? Ah, master, how could you say that? You know well what kind of person I am since childhood. Rest assured, this money is entirely clean. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long's smile broadened, and he patted Bowsie on the shoulder, saying, My dear disciple, when you venture out, strive to ensure that your fellow brothers enjoy a prosperous year. On our way back, Bowsie remarked that most individuals at the Medicine King Temple share a background similar to his own. Despite Xiaolong's seemingly erratic behavior, he possesses a kind heart. To take in so many homeless souls is indeed a significant act of virtue. Guozi, do you see? This is the purpose of earning money, to enable those around us to live well. Their happiness brings us joy in return. I can't shake the feeling that the priests at your Medicine King Temple are different from others. Baozi stared at me, perplexed. In what way are they different? Do you think we are like those bald men, shouting if I do not enter hell? Who will? Let them try to enter hell. They would flee faster than anyone. Haven't you heard that saying? A dead friend is better than a poor priest. We value following our hearts and being true to ourselves, not adhering to superficial pretenses of benevolence. In times of prosperity, the Buddhist teachings flourish, while in tumultuous eras, it is the Taoist principles that prevail. Before the weighty matters of right and wrong, it is indeed the Taoists who hold steadfast. I concede that Baozi's words carry a semblance of truth. Guozi, you ought to retire early. Tomorrow we shall pay a visit to the Medicine King Temple. Why are we going there? I inquired. To deliver some winter provisions, he replied. The following day, Baozi and I hired a van and returned to the Medicine King Temple, laden with ample supplies sufficient for the residents to enjoy a prosperous year. Having missed the opportunity to explore the temple the previous day, Baozi took it upon himself to show me around. As we strolled to the rear mountain, I suddenly perceived the promising terrain. Guozi, what are you gazing at? He asked. I sense there is something valuable beneath, I responded. With a raised eyebrow, Baozi retorted. You must be jesting. If there were anything of worth here, I would have known after living here for over a decade. I knelt down, scooping a handful of earth and molding it in my palms. Baozi, amused yet exasperated, remarked that I was digging in my own backyard. And if his master were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly disapprove. Once spring arrives and the weather warms, I shall concoct some medicine to render them drowsy. Then we shall investigate, I declared, giving Baozi a thumbs up. Unbeknownst to me, the Medicine King Temple harbored such a talent, perhaps a lament for them. Upon exiting the temple, Baozi and I ventured to Shenyang Dao. Sanyazi had called Baozi at noon, requesting our presence. Baozi, ever with his mobile phone in hand, had left the device gifted by Jianshi at home, finding it cumbersome to carry. Upon reaching Gaixuan, we discovered Sanyazi leisurely savoring tea, who promptly brewed us a cup upon our arrival. Fruits and steamed buns, that batch of goods has already been dispatched by Uncle Ching. The people from the south are already aware that it was us from the north who initiated this venture. The Lingnan faction is relatively amiable, with Huan playing a harmonizing role. However, the Tanzhou and Jiangning factions are less favorable. As I sipped my tea, I found myself puzzled in this world. Should not the virtuous possess all? How can something yet to be discovered already have an owner? Is Huayin the same as Sister Hua? I had assumed she bore a different name. I did not realize her surname was Hua. Upon hearing the Bun's words, Sonya's expression turned grave as he remarked. In this line of work, the web of relationships is intricate. It is wise to remain vigilant. I wholeheartedly agreed with Sonya's sentiment. Reminiscent of my recent encounter with the duck and Brother Mao. It is unclear who they serve, but individuals of their ilk are far from rare. For wealth, men perish. For sustenance, birds meet their demise. Sonya intended to arrange a dinner for Bun and me that evening, yet the mere thought of alcohol repulsed me, prompting me to politely decline his invitation. Upon returning home, I found Jiaozi busy in the kitchen while Li Gu practiced his stances in the yard. It dawned on me that Li Gu had attended a martial arts academy. No wonder he was so muscular. Jiaozi, now that we are so affluent, could you not add a bit more meat to the dishes? I lamented. This broth is merely insipid. Jiaozi prepared a rather vegetarian meal today, drawing Bun's complaints. If you don't like it, then don't eat. You could drink cow urine instead. Realizing her gaffe, Jiaozi promptly sealed her lips. Upon hearing her words, Bun turned his gaze toward Li Gu and me, and we feigned ignorance, focusing on our meals. What did you just say, Jiaozi? Cow urine? Just eat your food. I interjected. I was referring to herbal medicine. No, fruit. You are concealing something from me, aren't you? When I was bitten by the venomous snake, did you give me cow's urine to drink? Realizing that the truth could no longer be hidden, I had no choice but to reveal the events of that day to Baozi. Upon hearing this, Baozi dropped his chopsticks onto the floor, leaning back in his chair, wearing a countenance of utter despair. You actually fed me cow's urine. No wonder I awoke enveloped in an unpleasant odor. However, that does not quite add up. If I drank cow's urine, why do I still smell of urine? Your wound was treated with Wugua's boy's urine mixed with the toxin derived from black sticky rice. Li Gu cast a glance my way before addressing Baozi. I signaled to Li Gu, urging him to check on Baozi, hoping he would not entertain any dark thoughts of self-harm. You too, Jiaozi, how could you let this slip? Wugua, could you refrain from laughing? Haraha. I could hardly contain myself. The memory of that day was simply too amusing. At that moment, Baozi suddenly burst through the door, tears streaming down his face. How could I, Bao Xiagu, a person of great wisdom, have resorted to drinking cow's urine. Is there even a fifth person aware of this? Li Gu, being closest to him, quickly shook his head, asserting that apart from Sister Hua, no one else knew. This matter must remain buried in your hearts. If a sixth person discovers it, we shall sever our ties, wailing. This is no longer the fearless Baozi I once knew. He was weeping like a maiden. Baozi, are you still planning to eat? Get lost. Sigh. It was merely a few sips of cow's urine, wasn't it? I still grasped the urine with my hands. Did I say anything? Li Gu, for the next few days, refrain from wandering about and stay at home. If Jiaozi needs to go out for groceries or anything, you should accompany him. Li Gu nodded, stating that Sun Dahai had already instructed him. After all, he is a seasoned veteran, well aware of the situation. Baozi confined himself to his room for an entire night, refusing to open the door. Concerned about his emotional turmoil, I spent half the night trying to persuade him at the door. The following morning, upon rising, I spotted Baozi and Li Gu confronting each other in the courtyard. Initially, I feared they were about to engage in a fight, but to my surprise, these two fools began performing calisthenics together. Li Gu, do you believe I can complete 3 rounds without stopping? Boastful. I can do 5. Ultimately, Baozi emerged victorious. Baozi, what is wrong with me? If you're not convinced, come at me. This carefree fellow, who had been sobbing the previous night, now acted as if nothing had happened. Alas, I am better suited for intellectual pursuits. I cannot compete with you barbaric souls. Just as I finished speaking, a figure leaped over the courtyard wall, startling me. Upon landing, the individual lay motionless on the ground. Baozi approached and gently kicked him, but there was no response. Hey, what is going on? Are you trying to scam us? That silhouette seemed somewhat familiar, so I rushed over and turned the person over, and Jiaozi exclaimed in shock. Du Xinshou. At that moment, Du Xinshou was covered in numerous wounds, appearing as if inflicted by a blade. Baozi, Li Gu, quick, help him. We hurriedly lifted Du Xinshou and brought him to my room. He was in a semi-comatose state, his mind unclear. What should we do? Let's take him to the hospital. It is uncertain what his true circumstances are, if he is being pursued by enemies. Sending him to the hospital would only lead him into a trap. What shall we do? In Du Xinshou's current condition, if treatment is not administered promptly, he risks succumbing to excessive blood loss, particularly due to a visible wound on his arm where bone is already exposed. Damn it. Leave it to me. Baozi. What are you doing? Have you forgotten? I am a disciple of the Medicine King Temple. Chapter 31. Baozi's Medicine Indeed. Baozi is a disciple of the Medicine King Temple, yet his capabilities leave me feeling uncertain. This is primarily because Baozi has never demonstrated his skills. The only instance I am aware of was when he poisoned everyone in the Medicine King Temple. Are you confident in your abilities? We might as well treat a dead horse as a living one. If you continue to hesitate, he may very well lose his life. Can we not just observe from here? The secret techniques of the Medicine King Temple are not to be divulged. With no other option, the 3 of us could only wait in the courtyard. I sent Jiaozi outside to scout for any suspicious individuals. Guozi, do you think Baozi can heal Du Xinshou? I have a feeling this is rather dubious. There are no alternatives left. We must let Baozi give it a try. This suggests that Du Xinshou, after sustaining severe injuries, managed to find us solely through sheer willpower. Of course, this is merely conjecture. All questions will remain unanswered until Du Xinshou overcomes this ordeal. Approximately an hour later, Baozi emerged from the room, drenched in sweat. I hurriedly inquired about the situation, and Baozi wearily nodded in response. The miraculous remedy from the Medicine King Temple has been applied to him. His injuries are largely superficial, having spared his internal organs. Though he has lost a considerable amount of blood, in just a few days, he will be lively and full of vigor, having grown accustomed to his boastful nature. I often find myself doubting the veracity of his claims. Thus, I hastily entered the room, only to find Du Xinshou covered in a white powder, breathing steadily in a state of unconsciousness. Bun, does this wound not require suturing? No need. It will heal on its own in a few days. I'm tired, so I shall take my rest now. I remained vigilantly by Du Xinshou's side, fearing he might slip away. To my astonishment, he awakened in the afternoon. And it was then that I began to believe Bun was not merely boasting. Jiaozi, quickly fetched some water. Seeing that Xinshou had regained consciousness relieved me greatly. Jiaozi promptly brought over a bowl of rice soup, and I carefully spoon-fed it to Du Xinshou. After consuming half a bowl, his spirits visibly improved. Li Xiaozi was indeed correct. Ultimately, it is you who saved me. Ah? I was somewhat puzzled and inquired, who is Li Xiaozi? You will come to know in due time. My life is now indebted to you. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Such individuals irk me. They speak in half-truths, and upon further inquiry, they play coy. Moreover, his words suggest that we are the ones seeking favors from him. However, I chose not to argue at this moment. With your agility, who could have possibly inflicted such harm upon you? Upon hearing my question, Du Sanshou closed his eyes and sighed. The Ghost King Hall. The Ghost King Hall. Du Sanshou remarked that the Ghost King Hall was established by the notorious Wang Zhenfeng of the Thief Sect. Having severed ties with the Thief Sect, Wang Zhenfeng adhered to principles that starkly contrasted with those of his former affiliation, rendering the Ghost King Hall a den of malevolence. The current pursuit of Du Sanshou primarily aims to ascertain the whereabouts of Wu Laoer. Although they hail from the same era, their divergent beliefs preclude any possibility of unity. Ghost Hand, how does that compare to you? Du Sanshou said with a bitter smile. I feel as though I have been ensnared in the vendettas of a bygone generation, where a moment's inattention could lead to irrevocable consequences. Uncle Du, I addressed him with newfound respect. What exactly has Wu Laoer acquired? Why is he being sought by so many? He claims to possess the Longan Jade Pearl. Yet it remains uncertain whether this is merely a smokescreen of his own devising. Old Wu is a master of schemes. Who can tell if he is playing a grand game? Rest well, Uncle Du. The medicine from the Medicine King Temple is precious, and in a few days, you shall be able to rise from your bed. Stepping out of the room, I felt a twinge of melancholy. The more one knows, the more burdensome life becomes. I preferred the simplicity of being a carefree youth from the countryside. Guizi, should I summon my uncle? After some contemplation, I realized that Sun Dahai and Du Sanshou were likely old acquaintances. Inviting him over might lead to the formulation of some strategies. I nodded, urging Li Gu to exercise caution. My uncle had not ventured out on a whim. Upon inquiring with the neighbors, I learned he had not been seen for several days. This is turning into quite the spectacle. Let us dine first, Li Gu. You fetch the buns while I gather the bowls and chopsticks. At this moment, Jiaozi had prepared the meal and called us to dine. Baozi, appearing weary, emerged from his room and inquired whether Du Sanshou had awakened. I nodded and asked him about the nature of the medicine, questioning why he had never mentioned it before. With a pained expression, Baozi explained. This is a secret formula from the Medicine King Temple, and the required herbs must be at least decades old, if not centuries. I only have this little bit left, and once it's gone, it's gone. I patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort, saying, if it's gone, it's gone. When I have time, I'll accompany you to the mountains to gather some. You wouldn't know how to gather anything. Many herbs can only be found in the 10,000 Great Mountains, a place rife with venomous creatures and fierce beasts. Without someone familiar with the terrain to guide you, entering is perilous, and what? Can you not express your thoughts all at once? I'm merely trying to enjoy my meal. I've heard that practitioners of witchcraft often roam the 10,000 Great Mountains. They are not to be trifled with. They can cast spells upon you without your knowledge, and you might not even realize your fate until it is too late. Although Baozi's words were unsettling, I held little belief in them. The priority at hand was to ensure Du Sanshou recovered swiftly. I feared complications might arise if he lingered among us for too long. Jiaozi, tomorrow procure some nutritional supplements, and later, prepare some light dishes. I will tend to Du Sanshou. As night fell, I engaged in conversation with Du Sanshou, observing his wounds visibly healing at a remarkable rate, which compelled me to marvel at the efficacy of Baozi's medicine. Wu Guo, old Wu intends to groom you as his successor. There are matters I am uncertain how to articulate, but in time, you will comprehend. You have always been aware of our whereabouts. Was this also orchestrated by Wu Laoer? I have yet to encounter him in person. All my knowledge comes from others relaying messages. This time, I was truly careless and fell into the hands of the Ghost King Hall. Had it not been for the little package, my life would have been forfeit. So, you are aware that the dumpling has the means to save you, which is why you dared to venture here. Du Sanshou smiled helplessly. I too am taking a gamble. Li the Blind previously cast my fortune and warned me of impending bloodshed, with the variable residing in Jinggu. To my astonishment, the old man's predictions were eerily accurate. And who is Li the Blind? Du Sanshou yawned and replied, just a swindler from the underworld, peddling fortune-telling and deception daily. Observing his fatigue, I exited the room. Li the Blind is no charlatan. Otherwise, how could he have foretold Du Sanshou's predicament? The world of the extraordinary is indeed rife with peculiar individuals. Chapter 32. Surveillance from the moment of birth. One's destiny is sealed, determining the path they shall tread in life. Some yearn for sudden wealth yet adhere to a monotonous routine, barely scraping by throughout the year. As I fiddled with my bank card, memories of my childhood flooded back. I find myself suddenly affluent, yet the joy I anticipated remains elusive. The complexities of the underworld can ensnare one without warning. Once one plunges into its depths, a distant land becomes a second home. Guzi, earlier. While Jazzy and I were out shopping, I had the unsettling feeling that we were being followed. Did you take a detour? We did. Yet I'm uncertain if we managed to shake them off. My mind wrestled with uncertainty, whether the pursuers were after Du Sancho, Wu Lao Air, or the rustic scholar from the south remained unclear. Awakened Bowsy, let us deliberate on a strategy. Bowsy, bleary-eyed, emerged from his quarters. It seemed that Li Gu had reiterated his thoughts during their earlier exchange. Upon his arrival, Bowsy exclaimed, regardless of their origins, let them come, one shall be extinguished, and two shall meet their demise. We are in dire need of a fierce battle to establish our renown, otherwise, we will be inundated by mere rabble seeking our attention. Bowsy's reasoning held merit. After all, it was preferable to confront them head-on. Li Gu and Bowsy were indeed warriors at heart, and their sentiments were not without foundation. Li Gu, you and Jiaozi remain here to guard the homestead, while Bowsy and I venture out to survey the surroundings. We must transform our passivity into assertiveness. Li Gu was reluctant, yearning to accompany Bowsy, urging me to stay behind. Li Gu, we cannot afford to be without a capable defender at home. Much like in Guangzhou, I have no desire to suffer another grievous injury. With no other recourse, Li Gu acquiesced. Bowsy and I strode confidently into the streets, purchasing some sunflower seeds as we walked and cracked them open. Bowsy, have you spotted any suspicious individuals? He inquired. There is a small figure lingering behind us, but he appears quite astute, trailing us closely. Let us find a suitable location to lure him in, and once apprehended, we shall inquire about his intentions. Deliberately, Bowsy and I chose a less frequented path, leading us to a narrow alleyway shortly thereafter. I signaled to Bowsy, and we discreetly concealed ourselves within the doorways of adjacent residences. Just as we settled in, footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance. I heard a curse escape the stranger's lips as he hastened forward. As he passed us, both Bowsy and I extended our legs simultaneously, causing him to stumble and fall in a most undignified manner. Before he could utter a curse, Bowsy had already seized the collar of the man, delivering a punch directly to his eyes. The blow caused tears to stream down the man's face. Having followed for some time, it was about time for answers. Speak up. Why have you been trailing us? Who the hell is following you? Bang. Another punch landed, this time on his other eye. The force was just right, leaving him dazed but unharmed. Clean up your language. I, Bao Yi, do not wrong the innocent. If you remain silent, my friend here may resort to more serious measures. Despite enduring 2 punches, the man remained obstinate, claiming he was merely walking his own path, insisting he was not following them. Bowsy scoffed, a cold smile creeping across his face. Very well, let us see how long you can hold on to that bravado. Guzi, remove his trousers. With that, he winked at me. Though I comprehended his intention, I hesitated to take action. How could I maintain my standing in the underworld? I'll help you hold him down. You take the lead. I then positioned myself atop the man, pinning him firmly. Bowsy let out a sinister laugh as he pulled down the man's pants, revealing rather flamboyant floral boxers. How peculiar, floral boxers. Guzi, hold him tight. Wait, I'll talk. Bowsy ceased his actions and crouched before the man, awaiting his confession. Brother, I concede, you even play with men, you truly are a beast. Enough with the nonsense, tell me, who sent you to follow us? Jiangning Gang, Chui Xiaobai. From the words of this individual, we learn that Chui Xiaobai from the Jiangning Gang was angered by our transgression against the Ling and Wang, and it was us, a few inexperienced youths, who had provoked him. Enraged, he intended to confront us. He sent his subordinates to gather intelligence on us, and tonight, Chui Xiaobai would arrive in Jinju. Once he arrives, we would undoubtedly endure a severe beating. Bowsy scoffed, dismissing Chui Xiaobai and his ilk, proclaiming that when he arrives, we shall turn him into Chuan Youbai. What time is he expected? Around 8 o'clock. Just as I was about to rise, an older woman walked into the alley, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she suddenly screamed. Noticing our gazes fixed upon her, she covered her eyes and declared, I saw nothing. Do carry on. With that, she turned and left, and I could hear her muttering, what a shame, 3 grown men engaging in such behavior in broad daylight. I knew that tonight, somewhere in Jinju, the scandal of 3 men would surely spread. It was all Bowsy's fault for insisting on this method. Upon returning home, I found Du Sin already able to get out of bed, currently stretching in the courtyard. Bowsy, your medicine is truly miraculous. What of it? Have you heard of the Ngongyo Huang Wan? As long as there is breath left in a person, even Yama cannot take them. Do you have any? Where would I procure that? The ingredients are now nearly impossible to find. Well then, that was a pointless statement. Li Gu, come and keep an eye on this fellow. He is the one surveilling us. Li Gu approached, observing the panda eyes with a look of confusion. The person who followed me and Jiaozi this morning is not the one you think. I sat on the bench in the courtyard, my face etched with worry, while Dusan stepped closer to comfort me, saying, what you lack now is reputation. Hence, some individuals, unaware of their own limitations, wish to test you. At this moment, you must exhibit a ruthless demeanor, ensuring that no one dares to cast their eyes upon you in the future. Baozi pondered for a moment before asking, what are you planning to do? Gather a few helpers and concoct some unique secret recipes? Brother, this matter has nothing to do with me. I am merely a messenger. I have said all that needs to be said. If not, perhaps you could let me go. Li Gu cracked his knuckles and smiled. Every visitor is a guest. Why the urgency to leave? Are you perhaps intent on leaking information? Certainly not. That would be unfathomable. I, Wang Dianwen, lead a life of integrity and kindness. Even assisting elderly women across the street. To think otherwise is a grave injustice. Bang. Your tongue is too sharp. Chapter 33. The drugging Wang Dianwen had undeniably developed panda eyes, with hues of green, black, and purple. Li Gu, take him inside, lock the door, and ensure he does not escape. Wang Dianwen, with a woeful expression, inquired when he might be released. Once I have a word with your master, I shall naturally let you go. Allow me to introduce my senior brother, Song Xiaobao. Please do not misunderstand. This Song Xiaobao is not the same as the infamous one known today, nor is he the same as that Haiyan. One must be discerning, for they are not the same individual. Song Xiaobao possesses a physique that rivals that of Li Gu, robust and formidable at first glance. Greetings, everyone. Baozi mentioned you have encountered some difficulties, and my master specifically sent me to offer assistance. After exchanging pleasantries with Song Xiaobao, Baozi instructed Jiaozi to prepare some food, noting that they had yet to dine. He particularly emphasized the need to prepare a generous portion, as his senior brother has an exceptionally hearty appetite. I pondered whether his size could truly surpass that of Baozi. To my astonishment, he indeed broadened my horizons by consuming 5 bowls of rice, leaving not even a drop of the vegetable broth in the plate. Youth certainly has its advantages, I reflected. Du Sanshou observed Baozi and Song Xiaobao with a smile, exclaiming in admiration, Uncle Du, I shall have Li Gu and Jiaozi stay with you tonight. Please take care. Wu Guo remarked, when dealing with a snake. Strike at its vital point, ensuring it learns to fear you, so it won't trouble you again. After the meal, Song Xiaobao retrieved several small paper packets from his pocket, instructing Baozi to distribute them among us. Each person received a packet containing a substance capable of temporarily alleviating pain. Upon encountering a challenging situation, one could consume it. Is there truly such a remedy in this world? My curiosity piqued. I opened the white paper packet to discover a pale yellow powder within. Is this akin to a stimulant? Theoretically, yes. This substance stimulates the adrenal glands, diminishing physical pain and thereby sustaining prolonged combat effectiveness. Truly, the apothecary king has developed such extraordinary medicine. From Wang Dianwen, I learned that Cui Xiaobai is expected to arrive in Jinju around 8 o'clock tonight. They have a stronghold at the Indu Hotel. I casually inquired about the appearance of Cui Xiaobai, and by 7 o'clock, Baozi, Song Xiaobao, and I arrived at the Indu Hotel to stake out. Bao Ge, do you think you can handle Cui Xiaobai without needing Baozi and me to intervene? It's a piece of cake. Just watch and learn. I was uncertain about the intentions of Song Xiaobao, who remained enigmatic and refused to divulge any details. Guozi. Ignore him. That's just how he is. But as Bao Ge said, he certainly has confidence. Just past 8, 2 vans pulled up at the entrance of the hotel, and a dozen individuals disembarked. They did not appear to be a single group. They seemed to be 2 factions. Boss Cui, you've kept me waiting to the point of wilting. Haha, I sincerely apologize. The train was delayed. It had been a while since I last saw Master Wang. I wondered how he had been faring lately. Baozi and I exchanged glances. These 2 groups were indeed Cui Xiaobai and the Ghost King Hall's members. How did they come to be together? Master, everything is well. I've been waiting for you these past few days. Otherwise, I would have acted sooner. I pondered whether the old rogue Du Sanshou was still with them, uncertain of his fate. With your brotherly around, even if he is alive, he won't have an easy time. It's windy outside. Let us talk inside. As I listened to their conversation, I suddenly realized why the Ghost King Hall had been silent after Du Sanshou was gravely injured. They were waiting for Cui Xiaobai. Guozi Baozi. The plan has changed. This Li seems quite formidable. Upon witnessing this group enter the hotel, Song Xiaobao whispered to us, "There are too many of them, and many are skilled fighters. I fear the three of us cannot handle it. What shall we do then?" After a moment's contemplation, Song Xiaobao remarked, "I possess a sachet of soporific, but the conundrum lies in how to administer it surreptitiously." Baozi's eyes gleamed with cunning as an idea sparked. "Fear not, esteemed brother," he declared, "entrust the concoction to me, and I shall endeavor to put it to the test." Song Xiaobao rummaged through his pockets, muttering as he searched, "Here we have Xiaofeng powder, then the 5 venoms powder, and finally, the soul-stealing powder. Here you are." Song Xiaobao's actions left me in a state of bewilderment, wondering if all members of the Medicine King Temple were so remarkably talented. Upon receiving the potion, Baozi instructed us to remain in place while he darted into the hotel. Approximately 20 minutes elapsed before Baozi emerged from the hotel, beckoning us to approach. "I've introduced the elixir into their tea," he announced. "Its effect should soon manifest, and we can proceed with our harvest." "But," I interjected, "that's only enough for 5 individuals." Baozi, wearing an air of strategic brilliance, retorted, "Do underlings merit the privilege of tea? Surely, we can manage those insignificant lackeys." Indeed, events unfolded as Baozi had foreseen. Upon entering the suite, we discovered Cui Sibai and the man surnamed Li attempting to rouse their unconscious subordinates. "Who are you?" they demanded. "We are physicians," I replied. "Were you not the ones who summoned the emergency medical services? We have come to assess the situation." The individuals, not entirely lacking in discernment, quickly realized that we were responsible for the incapacitation of Cui Sibai and the man surnamed Li. "Physicians, my foot." One of them bellowed, "Attack! Annihilate them!" What ensued was a display of prowess by Baozi and Song Xiaobao, who held their own against the 7 or 8 adversaries. I secured the door and stood guard in the hallway, lest the commotion attract the attention of the hotel staff. In less than 5 minutes, Baozi assisted Cui Sibai while Song Xiaobao carried the luggage, and the two emerged together. I leaned my head into the room and observed that their subordinates had all been laid low on the ground, utterly motionless. "You too. Haven't tea caused any fatalities, have you?" "No worries, they merely fainted." "Then I can rest easy." They walked ahead while I followed behind. And as we passed the front desk, the receptionist inquired about the situation. Baozi replied that they were intoxicated. Upon reaching the entrance, I heard the receptionist mutter, "Can one really get drunk from tea?" Once outside the hotel, Song Xiaobao asked how to deal with the two. I glanced at Baozi for his opinion, and his wicked smile told me he was concocting something mischievous. "Brother Bao, do you have any aphrodisiacs in your pocket?" "I suppose so, but why do you ask?" "Let us administer some to them, then strip them bare and toss them onto the street, giving them a chance to face the world." This method was rather cruel. Yet if we proceeded with it, there would be no room for leniency. Our conflict with the Jiangning gang and the Ghost King Hall would become one of mutual destruction. Are we going to do this? This would be a mercy compared to what they would do to us if the tables were turned. With a steely resolve, I gritted my teeth and declared, "Let us do it." I wonder if the slightly older friends from Jinjubu remember the winter of '98 when 2 naked individuals, covered only by a quilt, lay on the road, their exposed bodies pressed against the pavement, and in that era devoid of the internet, otherwise, Cui Xiaobai and his companion would surely have made headlines that day. Chapter 34. Retribution. Jiaozi and Li Gu. Hastily gather your belongings. The winds are fierce. Once Cui Sibai and the individual surnamed Li awaken, they will undoubtedly cast their suspicions upon us. Given our current strength, it is prudent to avoid direct confrontation with them. However, the rift has been established, and reconciliation may be elusive in the future. One might wonder why we do not simply eliminate them. Cui Xiaobai and the individual surnamed Li represent 2 distinct factions, each with an intricate web of relationships. Our actions serve as a measure of restraint. Should a life be lost, it would lead to an unending cycle of vengeance. Moreover, at our age, our temperaments are not yet sufficiently seasoned. As Du Sanshou aptly puts it, a wildfire may not be extinguished, but will rise again with the spring breeze. What of Wang Dianwen? He is to be released. Alas, another relocation. When shall we find stability? Jiaozi grumbled while packing. For tonight, we shall seek refuge in a hotel. And tomorrow I shall venture to the outskirts to procure a more secluded residence. Subsequently, I will acquire a van. After all, Li Gu can drive, which will facilitate our future movements. We packed swiftly, taking only our personal items and discarding the rest, intending to purchase new belongings once we secure an appropriate home. Du Sanshou mentioned that his injuries have nearly healed, and he wishes not to burden us further. I had hoped he would rest for a few more days. But he declined. Wu Gua, now that you have stepped into this world, you must cultivate a steely resolve. At times, compassion may lead to one's own demise. One may encounter failure in endeavors, yet never should one falter when a second opportunity is absent. In the evening, I found myself crammed into a room with Baozi. As there were no available accommodations in the hotel, Li Gu remarked that he would rather endure a night outside than share a bed with Baozi. Thus, Baozi and I shared one room, while Li Gu and Song Xiaobao occupied another, and Jiaozi had a room to himself. I sensed that Song Xiaobao harbored a certain interest in Jiaozi, evidenced by the lingering glances he cast in her direction. At dawn, I was roused from slumber by the blaring ringtone of a mobile phone. It was San Yazi calling me early in the morning. What the hell? You're calling me for this at such an early hour? What time is it? Aren't you going to sleep? Are you so preoccupied with sleep that you're oblivious to the possibility of being cornered by Cui Xiaobai and his companions? However, this time, the Jiangning faction had been thoroughly disgraced, much to the delight of us northerners. It was high time someone dealt with those southerners. After ending the call, I began to rouse Baozi from his slumber. When San Yazi had called earlier, he was already awake, now wrapped in his blanket, lost in thought. What are you daydreaming about? Get up and search for a place, I urged. I'm not going. If you want to go, then go ahead. It's freezing outside. And the warmth of the bed is far more inviting. By the way, make sure to find a place with a heated Kong. It would be quite comfortable. If you're not going, then don't be so picky. Take whatever you can find. I donned my clothes and went to seek out Li Gu. After knocking on the door a few times, he emerged. I might as well have slept with Baozi. This Song Xiaobao snores, grinds his teeth, and passes gas, driving me to the brink of neurosis. Perhaps it is a common affliction among those who indulge in hearty meals. Li Gu, let us pick out a decent van shortly. You can drive, as I am not well versed in such matters. At that time, a brand new van would cost around 50 to 60,000, while a second-hand vehicle in decent condition would still be approximately 20,000. Upon arriving at the car market, Li Gu meticulously sifted through the options and ultimately settled on a Songhua River van. This vehicle boasted ample space, making it ideal for transporting tools and other items without issue. After conducting a thorough inspection and ensuring that everything was in order, he completed the payment and drove away. Wuzzy, why didn't my uncle say goodbye when he left? Perhaps he had urgent matters to attend to. Li Gu, are you certain this car is free of defects? I can't shake the feeling that aside from the horn not working, everything else seems fine. Searching for a residence was next. During that period, the trend of migrating south for work was prevalent. Those with foresight had departed their hometowns in search of opportunities in the southern regions. After all, the harsh winters in the north offered little in terms of employment, prompting many to seek their fortunes elsewhere. Consequently, there were numerous vacant houses in the suburbs, most of which were being sold by neighbors on behalf of the owners. We found a courtyard that met our expectations, complete with a heated Kong, as per Baozi's request. As Li Gu and I hurriedly exited the vehicle and peered inside, we were greeted by a scene of utter disarray. My immediate thought was that Cui Sibai and his companions had come to seek revenge. The words of the Annie heightened my anxiety. A nearby woman chimed in. Isn't that the truth? That little chubby guy is quite formidable. He took down several opponents single-handedly. It's the shop owner who is unfortunate. What a significant loss this must be. I quickly inquired, Annie, where did that little chubby guy go afterward? The aunt gestured in a particular direction. There, he ran off that way. Without delay, Li Gu started the engine and sped off in the direction indicated by the aunt. Although Baozi and Song Xiaobao were skilled fighters, they were outnumbered, especially last night. When Song Xiaobao remarked that the individual surnamed Li was formidable, I found myself genuinely anxious about potential unforeseen events. I sat in the passenger seat, nervously surveying my surroundings in hopes of spotting Baozi and his companions. I retrieved my old mobile phone and dialed Sanya, inquiring whether Baozi had visited him. Sanya replied in the negative, and I proceeded to relay the events that had transpired here. With a hint of skepticism in his voice, Sanya questioned, surely the Jiangning gang wouldn't dare to retaliate so brazenly. After all, this is the territory of the northerners. Have they truly become desperate? Not only the Jiangning gang, but also the Guiwang Hall. Upon hearing this, Sanya inhaled sharply, then cursed, damn it, why didn't you mention this sooner? That bunch from Guiwang Hall is capable of anything. Don't worry, I will contact the Reheat gang immediately. With that, Sanya hastily ended the call. At that moment, Li Gu suddenly pointed towards a nearby alley, which was surrounded by dozens of people. From my vantage point, I could clearly see Cui Sibai and his group, with Baozi and his friends ensnared in the center. Li Gu, charge forward and run over these scoundrels. Chapter 35, The Race. Shifting gears, releasing the clutch, and pressing the accelerator, Li Gu executed these actions in seamless succession. The 0.8-liter van emitted a frenzied roar as it barreled directly towards Chui Xiaobai and his crew. The latter had already sensed the commotion and hurriedly attempted to evade. With a deft drift, Li Gu brought the vehicle to a steady halt right in front of Baozi and his group. I quickly swung open the side door and shouted for them to get in. Chui Xiaobai and his cohorts, realizing the situation, brandished their clubs and began to retaliate against the van. Drive. Song Xiaobao was the last to get into the car, receiving a heavy blow to his back. Yet his face betrayed no hint of pain. He and Baozi must have taken medication. Otherwise, they could not have endured until now. Damn it, my newly bought second-hand van. Li Gu, they are pursuing us. It's time to test your driving skills. Li Gu glanced in the rearview mirror, swiftly shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator, causing pedestrians to scatter in fear of being caught in the chaos. Chui Xiaobai and his companions closely tailed our vehicle, persistently seeking an opportunity to overtake and intercept us. This scene resembled a Hollywood blockbuster. Li Gu, drive faster. They are about to overtake us. My foot was nearly pressing into the fuel tank. This beast has such a large displacement. Had I known, I would have purchased that Santana in the morning. By now, I would have left them in the dust. Is there any remedy for regret? Just as the opposing vehicle was about to pass us, Li Gu shouted, "Hold on tight," and abruptly wrenched the steering wheel to the right, attempting to collide with Chui Xiaobai's car. He was gambling, wagering whether the other party would decelerate. Seeing this, Chui Xiaobai's vehicle also veered sharply to the right, while simultaneously reducing speed. At that moment, the vehicle on the left was closing in, its front nearly brushing against our rear door. Gritting his teeth, Li Gu abruptly turned the wheel to the left again, creating a potentially catastrophic scenario that sent cold sweat trickling down my palms. Jiazi covered his eyes, muttering something incomprehensible. We braced ourselves for a collision, but unexpectedly, Li Gu suddenly spat out a curse, followed by a massive plume of black smoke billowing from the engine hood. The engine has stalled. Damn it. That unscrupulous merchant. He promised there would be no issues. Quickly, get out of the car. It might catch fire. We hastily disembarked, and at that moment, Chui Xiaobai and his companions also came to a sudden halt, swiftly surrounding us. Run. We took off. Yet strangely, Baozi, who usually had no trouble with running, could barely move, and Song Xiaobao was in the same predicament. This is bad. The effects of the medication have worn off, and my entire body aches. Baozi forced a wry smile, pausing to speak to me. Guozi, you take Jiaozi and Li Gu and flee quickly. I'll hold them off with Bao Gu. If we perish, remember to burn extra money and beautiful women for me in the afterlife. Baozi, we are a team. We once vowed to earn wealth together and share prosperity. How could I possibly leave you and Bao Gu behind? We'll fight to the end, even if it means dragging someone down with us. As we spoke, Chui Xiaobai and his gang had already closed in on us, panting heavily, his teeth clenched in fury. Running, are we? Why have you stopped? Damn it. You little brats have made a fool of me. I've lost all face on the streets. Chui Xiaobai was far from pale, with a scruffy beard and thinning hair. At this moment, his hair was in disarray, yet he still attempted to straighten those few strands. Watch your mouth. Why don't you stay in the south instead of coming up north to show off? If you're capable, let us settle this one-on-one. I'll rip out those few strands of hair you have left. Song Xiaobao's words struck a nerve with Chui Xiaobai, who let out a furious roar and launched a flying kick towards Song Xiaobao. However, his martial prowess was still somewhat inferior to that of Song Xiaobao. Before he could even reach Song Xiaobao, he was struck on the inner thigh by a punch from Bao Gu, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground. This move by Song Xiaobao bore resemblance to a technique from a video game, akin to the Haya move from Street Fighter, a game familiar to many. Just as Song Xiaobao contemplated delivering another kick, a man surnamed Li unexpectedly drew an object from his waist, pointing it towards us. It was a handgun, a sight I had only ever encountered on television. The dark muzzle aimed at us filled my heart with despair. Ordinarily, the rules of the underworld prohibit the use of firearms, especially against a group of mere children like you. Yet, your unexpected actions compelled me to reconsider. Allowing you to grow would undoubtedly become a grave threat. Bring them away. With the adversary armed, we dared not act recklessly. Chui Xiaobai rose and taunted Song Xiaobao with a mocking grin. You think you're impressive? Aren't you supposed to be tough? Go ahead, make a move. Song Xiaobao could only glare at him in fury. Keep watching. Soon enough, I'll find an isolated place to end you. Chui Xiaobai remained lost in the euphoria of victory, while his subordinates approached, ready to escort us to a vehicle. Just then, 3 cars sped towards us, screeching to a halt beside us, and a dozen individuals disembarked, 3 of whom were armed with shotguns. Well, aren't the folks from the south quite imposing, wielding firearms? What is this? Are we from the north so easily bullied? Faced with the unexpected turn of events, Mr. Li furrowed his brow, then holstered his firearm and declared, I am Li Jitsan of the Ghost King Hall, attending to some trivial matters. And who might you be? What a peculiar name, Ghost King Hall. It merely signifies a traitor to the Thieves' Guild. Such a title is meant to instill fear. Let me be clear, these children belong to our Rihi gang, and none shall take them away today. His words carried an air of authority, and I exhaled a sigh of relief. The timely arrival of the third lad's reinforcements was fortuitous, otherwise we might not see the dawn of another day. What of the Rihi gang? No one from Jiangning gang can prevent us from taking whom we desire. Chui Xiaobai, witnessing the imminent loss, was filled with resentment. Can you represent the Jiangning gang? Indeed. Then give it a try. The Rihi gang member raised his shotgun, aiming it at Chui Xiaobai's forehead. Chui Xiaobai turned his gaze towards Li Jitsan, who clenched his teeth and waved his hand, saying, Let us depart. Afterward, he glanced at the members of the Rihi gang, his eyes flickering. We of the Ghost King Hall shall remember the camaraderie of the Rihi gang, and in due time, we will repay your kindness tenfold. The members of the Rihi gang chuckled, the leader exclaiming, Huh. Watching the Ghost King Hall and Jiangning gang retreat in disgrace is quite satisfying. The feeling of having survived a calamity is truly delightful. Chapter 36. Northern and Southern factions. In light of the timely intervention by the Rihi gang, I expressed my heartfelt gratitude. There is no need for such formality. We are allies on the same front. I have long held disdain for those southern rascals, and this was the perfect opportunity to teach them a lesson. Ma Zhanlin spoke with a smile, exuding a warm and amiable aura. He was of similar age to Wu Lauer, hence we affectionately referred to him as Uncle Ma. Uncle Ma, I believe the Ghost King Hall will not simply let this matter rest, which will undoubtedly cause you much unwarranted trouble. Ma Zhanlin, wearing a nonchalant expression, replied. In Jinggu, they wouldn't dare. You first stirred up trouble in Guangzhou with the Lingnan king, and then humiliated them yesterday. This has certainly vindicated our brothers from the north. I scratched my head, feeling somewhat embarrassed by his words. Uncle Ma, this isn't the place for idle chatter. Let us find a restaurant where we can eat and converse. Ma Zhanlin waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need for pleasantries. You should attend to your own matters. We shall take our leave. With that, Ma Zhanlin and his companions departed, driving away with purpose. Did you observe? This is the essence of a seasoned veteran, handling affairs with remarkable decisiveness while instilling a sense of caution in others. We are still too young. We must hone our skills for a few more years. Song Xiaobao couldn't help but exclaim, then turned his attention to Jiaozi, inquiring if he was injured. Jiaozi rolled his eyes and retorted, Mind your own business. Song Xiaobao, feeling embarrassed, laughed awkwardly. Where to next? Let us go find that unscrupulous second-hand car dealer. We headed straight for the used car market. Those engaged in the second-hand car trade often possess various connections within society. When we first arrived, they adamantly refused to refund us, even threatening to ensure we could not exit the market. This amused Brotherly greatly. In the presence of the second-hand car dealer, he made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, the dealer hurriedly returned our money, even adding an extra 500 yuan as compensation. I inquired about whom Brotherly had called, but he merely mentioned it was a friend of Sun Dahai, without elaborating further. Everyone has their own network of connections, which is fundamental to establishing oneself in the underworld. Upon leaving the second-hand car market, we headed directly to Sanyazi's place. Sanyazi was leisurely sipping tea in his shop, and, upon noticing our arrival, shifted in his seat to invite us to sit down. Welcome, esteemed guests. How do you find the experience? Exciting, is it? Baozi abruptly snatched the teacup from Sanyazi's hand and drank the contents in one gulp. Exciting? Not at all. I'm bruised all over thanks to those rascals. Sanyazi smiled silently, prompting Jiaozi to ask what was amusing him. Sanyazi replied that it reminded him of the sun and the earth. Previously, I was unaware of how the divisions between southern and northern gangs were delineated. Through Sanyazi, I learned that due to the vast differences in customs and geography between the south and the north, burial practices were naturally categorized as well. On this basis, those of our profession generally delineate the regions along the Yangtze River, dividing them into southern and northern factions. By the time of the Republic of China, These factions gradually evolved into 10 major circles based on the operational territories of each gang. The southern faction, primarily represented by the Tanyo gang, also includes the Jiangning gang and the Ling'an gang. As for the northern faction, for much of ancient China's history, their activities were largely confined to the Yellow River Basin. This resulted in a greater population and consequently more burial sites in the north, thereby strengthening the northern faction's influence. Among them are the Liaoshan gang, Rihe gang, Chongping gang, Zhuliuo gang, Yanbei gang, Guanzhong gang, and Runan gang, totaling 7 factions. The discord between the northern and southern factions primarily arises from their starkly contrasting approaches and attitudes towards treasure hunting. The southern faction is audacious, inherently skeptical of the supernatural, and disregards various conventions in their endeavors. In contrast, the northern faction adheres to numerous traditions, such as lighting candles and consulting feng shui, which are legacies of their customs. Consequently, members of both factions harbor mutual disdain. The northern faction disparages the southern faction as country dogs who desecrate cultural relics, while the southern faction derides the northerners as hypocrites who, despite being thieves, feign propriety. This animosity has persisted for many years, nearly escalating into violent confrontations. The long-standing grievances between the southern and northern factions explain their vehement reactions when you launched the Lingnan Wang in Guangzhou. Such disputes are commonplace, as seen historically in the rivalry between Buddhism and Taoism, where each faction perceives the other unfavorably. Song Xiaobao sighed in resignation. Sun Yazi inquired about an unfamiliar individual, to which Baozi replied that he had forgotten to introduce him as his senior brother. Song Xiaobao offered his self-introduction and then placed his hand upon Baozi's shoulder, exclaiming, "No way." Before they could voice their opinions, Jiaozi was the first to express dissent. This hulking figure scrutinizes others with narrowed eyes. He is capable of administering drugs. And what if one day he concocts a scheme against me? Jiaozi's words left Song Xiaobao at a loss for words, muttering, "It won't happen." I gazed sternly at Jiaozi, as her statement seemed devoid of any rational thought. If it weren't for Brother Bao today, neither you nor Baozi could fathom the consequences. Moreover, which of your eyes has witnessed Bao Gu observing others with a sly glance? My tone was heavy, imbued with a hint of reprimand. Jiaozi's eyes glistened with a hint of redness, exuding a palpable sense of grievance. Upon noticing this, Song Xiaobao swiftly intervened, striving to ease the tension. I shot another glare at Jiaozi, who, after a brief pause, spoke up. "I apologize, Bao Gu. I was merely jesting. We warmly welcome your presence." Hearing this, Song Xiaobao's face lit up with joy as he patted his chest, assuring us that he was more than capable of handling the arduous tasks, having previously taken charge of the labor at Yaowang Temple. Thus, in celebration of Bao Ji's inclusion and in gratitude for San Yazi's timely assistance today, I propose that we indulge ourselves until inebriation. This individual is a quintessential example of one who forgets the pain once the wound has healed. Just days ago, he was retching uncontrollably, yet here he is, ready to drink once more. At the banquet, each person engaged in lively discussions about their aspirations. Yet all conversations circled back to the topic of wealth. Without money, what dreams can one truly discuss? Sun Yazi inquired if I had a place to stay tonight, to which I replied that I intended to linger with him for the next couple of days, fearing that the forces of Gui Wang Tang and Jiang Ning Bang might return with renewed vigor. Sun Yazi grimaced, lamenting that today's expenses had been considerable, and requested that next time we gather, I should bring him something of value. I mused that our next gathering might only occur when spring blooms anew. As the new year approaches, it is imperative to enjoy a peaceful celebration first. After a satisfying meal and drinks, the 6 of us strolled along the road, and I couldn't help but reflect on whether such a delightful existence would continue to grace our lives. Gazing up at the round moon, we collectively sang The Moon's Mischief, recently released by Zhang Yu. I confess that it is the moon's fault. The night is simply too beautiful and tender. Chapter 37, Ru Kiln. In recent days, we have been accompanying San Yazi for both meals and lodging. During the day, we meander through the antique market, and at night, we indulge in a bit of wine to pass the time. Song Xiaobao has developed a particular fondness for lingering around the antique stalls, rendering him almost invisible during daylight hours. When Baozi inquired about his preoccupations, he replied that he had recently befriended many individuals and intended to learn about porcelain appraisal from them. Song Xiaobao believes that among all artifacts, porcelain holds the utmost value, not only in our homeland, but also among foreign magnates who are fervently passionate about porcelain relics. the Ru kiln from the Song dynasty, the blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty, the Ming-style official kiln from the Ming dynasty, and the famille rose porcelain from the Qing dynasty all possess extraordinary worth. This is attributed to the intricate process of porcelain production, which involves numerous meticulous procedures. As an art form, porcelain showcases the exquisite and remarkable craftsmanship of ancient ceramic art. Moreover, porcelain embodies a wealth of historical culture and significance, and due to the limited quantity of exquisite pieces, their prices tend to be elevated. Baozi cautioned Song Xiaobao to be wary of deception, to which Song Xiaobao confidently responded that he would never engage in anything that required him to part with his money. A few days later, however, Song Xiaobao suddenly requested 50,000 yuan from Baozi. When Baozi asked what he needed the money for, he stated that he intended to go to the countryside to collect land, hoping to acquire any intriguing items he might find. Collecting land refers to the practice of going door to purchase antiques. During that era, many individuals would traverse rural areas in search of hidden treasures. Baozi said nothing further, handing the money to Song Xiaobao, advising him to be discerning and not to be deceived. With a face full of confidence, Song Xiaobao declared, "Rest assured, I have a few bigwigs accompanying me. If I cannot gauge something accurately, they shall lend their discerning eyes." That night, Song Xiaobao did not return home. We were gathered in the Sanyazi shop, engrossed in the television, when he burst through the door, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. "Brothers, a windfall has descended from the heavens. Today, I, a beggar, have struck it rich," he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Did you uncover something valuable?" Baozi inquired, tilting his head as he observed the exhilarated Song Xiaobao. Pouring himself a cup of tea, Song Xiaobao gulped it down in one go, wiping his mouth as he proclaimed, "When Brother Bao makes a move, one can discern the truth. Brothers, lend me your discerning eyes." He then carefully removed a satchel slung across his shoulder and extracted a plastic bag from within. Inside the bag lay layers of protective bubble wrap, followed by old newspapers, and then soft cloth. Song Xiaobao had meticulously wrapped this item, illustrating just how much it meant to him. Cautiously, he unwrapped the final layer of soft cloth, revealing a porcelain bowl. He cleared the tea table of other items, placing the bowl squarely in the center. "Brothers, come quickly and lend me your discerning eyes." We gathered around, scrutinizing the porcelain bowl he had unearthed. The bowl was relatively thin, its body presenting a delicate ash-gray hue, commonly referred to as ash-gray clay. The texture appeared refined and lustrous at first glance, with a compact and sturdy quality. Baozi marveled, "This bowl looks splendid. Sanyazi, what do you reckon its value is?" Instead of responding, Sanyazi turned to Song Xiaobao, inquiring about the bowl's origins. Song Xiaobao chuckled, "Yesterday, I ventured into the countryside to dig up some land. Initially, I had little success, merely unearthing a few worthless copper coins from the Qing dynasty. Later, Brother Su sought out a household to borrow their restroom, and the family, recognizing us as antiquities collectors, presented us with this exquisite porcelain bowl. They were connoisseurs themselves, claiming it to be a prized treasure, unearthed while digging a vegetable cellar a few days prior. Had it not been for the grave illness of the elderly patriarch, they would have had no intention of parting with it. Upon entering their home, we indeed found an ailing elder confined to bed. This family initially demanded 80,000, a sum that Brother Su and the others had not brought. Eventually, I managed to negotiate it down to 50,000. At this point, Song Xiaobao could hardly contain his amusement. He composed himself and continued, "Gentlemen, this is an authentic piece from the Ru kiln of the Song dynasty. Observe its jade-like luster, surpassing even that of jade itself. Is this not a splendid celadone lotus bowl?" Sanyazi rose to fetch a magnifying glass from the counter, scrutinizing the porcelain bowl with great care, while Song Xiaobao continued his animated discourse. "At last, I feel as though I have turned my fortunes around. You see, when luck smiles upon you, it is unstoppable. Baozi, do you have any idea what this bowl could fetch in the market?" 800,000. Brother Su and his companions gazed at him with envious eyes, tinged with longing. I kept my focus on Sanyazi, noting his transformation from nonchalance to a furrowed brow. A sudden intuition struck me. There must be something amiss with this bowl. As I had suspected, Sanyazi set down the magnifying glass and remarked, "The bowl, adorned with 10 lotus petals, features a rim reminiscent of a blooming lotus, slightly flared at the edges, with a deep belly that tapers inward. It has a rounded base and a high foot, with 5 minuscule nail marks evident on the bottom. From an outward appearance, there seems to be no issue, however." The young man prolonged his tone, and Song Xiaobao, exhibiting a look of anxiety, inquired, "But what?" Clearing his throat, he replied, however. The glaze on this bowl is excessively dull, and the crackling is entirely inconsistent. Most importantly, roux typically incorporates agate powder, which imparts unique colors to the porcelain. I discern no trace of agate in this bowl. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaobao stood there, momentarily stunned, stammering, Then what about this bowl? A counterfeit. I replied, observing his bewilderment. You have fallen into a trap. A trap? Song Xiaobao queried, perplexed. A trap is when someone digs a pit for you to leap into. The person you know, Brother Su, at the antique market is likely a pawn. Once they gain your trust, they will gradually lead you into their snare. Baozi sighed, remarking, When has fortune ever fallen from the sky? What a coincidence to find a Song dynasty roux. They surely wouldn't let such a substantial benefit slip through their fingers, allowing you alone to reap the rewards? Cursing under his breath, Song Xiaobao turned to leave. I inquired about his destination, to which he replied that he was going to find the individual surnamed Su. After he departed, Baozi scoffed, stating, Where do you think he'll find that person? They've long since vanished. Jiazi commented that Song Xiaobao deserved it, having grown so large yet possessing no sense. Such fish-killing platters have become quite popular in recent years, with these schemers using old rural houses or excavating cellars as pretexts to produce a few counterfeit items to lure in their victims. These individuals possess remarkable skills in deception, skillfully blurring the lines between reality and illusion, rendering the average novice utterly incapable of discerning the truth. Once their prey is ensnared, they vanish without a trace. That despicable Su is indeed nowhere to be found. Baozi sighed, remarking that he would take this as a lesson learned, advising Song Xiaobao not to dwell on it. No. I must journey to the countryside and seek out that family. Your efforts would be in vain. They have long since vacated. Chapter 38. Ma Zhanlin at this moment. Bao Gu resembled a wilted eggplant, slumped silently on the sofa, devoid of any words. We wished to offer him comfort, but found ourselves at a loss for how to begin. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Sen Yazi suggested, Why not accompany Bao Gu to the countryside? Perhaps those people have yet to make their escape. Upon hearing this, Bao Gu perked up, immediately rising to his feet and urging us to hurry along with him. Jiaozi remained behind to tend to the shop while Sen Yazi drove, with Bao Gu in the passenger seat guiding him. After a bumpy hour-long ride, we arrived at a small mountain village named Dongjing. Following Bao Gu's directions, Sen Yazi parked the car in front of a residence. In a fit of anger, Bao Gu kicked open the front door. We followed him inside, only to find the place utterly deserted. This was unexpected. I distinctly recalled seeing an ailing elder. Bao Gu recognized this as mere platitude. In the vast sea of humanity, these individuals would simply relocate to another place. The previous emperor had barely begun his endeavors before meeting an untimely demise. Bao Gu sighed heavily. Expressing his despair in modern terms, he was thoroughly disheartened. On the journey back, Bao Gu remained silent. I nudged Baozi with my elbow, urging him to offer some comfort. Baozi shrugged, spreading his hands to convey his helplessness. The atmosphere in the car was heavy with silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. In the days that followed, Bao Gu isolated himself in his room, emerging only for meals and bathroom breaks, nearly becoming a recluse. Concerned that he might be bottling up his emotions, I asked Jiaozi to intervene, though he was utterly reluctant, citing the dangers of the dark, slippery roads, and the complexities of society, insisting that this was a lesson Bao Gu needed to learn through hardship. The warmth from the heated Kong was far more comforting than a conventional stove. Bao Gu had begun to emerge from the shadows of that incident, now spending his days experimenting with herbs, assembling various jars, concocting unknown potions. In his words, venturing into unfamiliar territory could lead to deception. It was far more soothing to remain within the realms of his expertise. Li Gu, reclining on the Kong, chuckled softly, suggesting that perhaps Baozi could take on the task of stoking the fire, as he might even surpass the warmth of Bao Gu's efforts. You all lack ambition. There is still a month until the new year. Don't you wish to earn some festive money? Bao Gu remarked, setting down the jar he held. If you're willing, lend me a hand, as I still have several concoctions to prepare. The mention of this task ignited Baozi's temper. Just take a whiff of the scent in here. The most infuriating part is that concoction you made with human bile. Even the neighbors came over, asking if I was boiling excrement. Human bile is made from feces. Ugh, you're all truly disgusting. I could hardly tolerate these lively characters any longer. So I ventured into the West Room, where Jiaozi was engrossed in watching my fair princess. I tore off a piece of paper and handed it to Jiaozi, gesturing for her to wipe her tears. Jiaozi clutched the paper tightly and said, "When will I ever have such love?" I touched my forehead, feeling overwhelmed. It seemed that there was not a single sane person in this room. Sun Dehai had yet to make an appearance, and Du San's hands had seemingly vanished as well, while Wu Lao remained untraceable. Everything appeared calm on the surface, yet I could not fathom the hidden currents that lay beneath this tranquility. As I pondered these matters, a knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. Surely, no one knew we had moved here. I hurried out of Jiaozi's room to open the door. As I swung it open, a gust of cold wind rushed in, revealing Ma Zhanlin shivering at the threshold. "Uncle Ma, what brings you here? Did Sanzi tell you we were staying here?" I asked, somewhat astonished, wondering what business Ma Zhanlin could have with us. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" I quickly realized my oversight and ushered him inside. Ma Zhanlin covered his ears and remarked, "This northern winter is unbearable. Even urine freezes. Your place is rather warm, though." Once inside, Baozi and the others promptly rose to greet him. Ma Zhanlin sneezed, rubbed his nose, and said, "Don't stand on ceremony. Carry on with your activities." "Uncle Ma, in such frigid weather, what brings you here?" I inquired. Ma Zhanlin chuckled lightly. "Oh, it's nothing much. The new year is just around the corner. And I wanted to ask if you are interested in making some money for the celebrations." "What do you mean?" I asked. "I've stumbled upon a pot over by the riverbank, but I cannot determine which dynasty it belongs to yet. Are you interested in getting involved?" With a hint of confusion, I inquired, "Uncle Ma, given the multitude of individuals within your Hihi gang, what prompted you to think of us?" He responded with a knowing smile. "That is of no concern to you. Simply express your willingness to participate." Baozi, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "I'm in." "Very well. Tomorrow evening I shall come prepared to escort you," he assured. Baozi, relieved to have an opportunity for engagement, felt his spirits lifted. After Uncle Ma departed, Baozi exclaimed, "It seems fortune favors the prepared. Tomorrow will be a chance to stretch our limbs." At that moment, Li Ji's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, "What method does Ma Zhanlin possess to break through the frozen earth?" We were oblivious to the answer, but reassured one another that we would follow his lead tomorrow evening. For he is a seasoned master, likely to impart valuable knowledge. After Baozi finished speaking, Bao Gu inquired about his responsibilities for the following day. "Your task will simply be to observe and learn, as we too are unaware of Ma Zhanlin's exact approach," he explained. Bao Gu chuckled, confident in his quick comprehension. At that moment, Jiaozi leaned against the door of our east room and asked, "Do I still need to come tomorrow?" With 5 of us in total, including Ma Zhanlin. Her presence seemed unnecessary in such frigid weather. It would be best for her to remain home. "No need for you to come. Just ensure our meals are well taken care of," I advised. "Inquire what everyone wishes to eat and prepare a grand feast to honor the brothers." "I would love to have chicken stewed with mushrooms," I expressed. "And I crave kung pao chicken," another chimed in. "I crave spicy chicken." Jiaozi, with a face full of despair, remarked, "I wonder how this chicken has offended you. Does it truly deserve such a fate?" Chapter 39, The Explosion. Hey lads. Are you ready? After a day of relentless snowfall, it only ceased by evening. Following a day of excruciating anticipation, Ma Zhanlin arrived to pick us up in a van as darkness enveloped the sky. As we boarded the vehicle, we noticed a black bag in the back seat alongside the tools we intended to use. "Do not touch that bag," he cautioned. "If it ignites, we shall all meet our demise." Li Gu, having engaged in numerous battles with Sun Dehai and possessing considerable experience, inquired with trepidation, "Uncle Ma, is there explosives in that bag?" Ma Zhanlin replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, how else would we blast through the frozen ground?" He explained that given the current temperature in Jingu, the frost layer was approximately 50 to 80 centimeters deep. The whirlwind shovel and Luoyang shovel would be ineffective. Thus, using explosives to create a pit would facilitate our excavation considerably. "Uncle Ma, the noise from the explosives is quite loud. Will it not alert others?" Ma Zhanlin chuckled confidently. "The beachhead is rather secluded, and with the new year approaching, many are setting off firecrackers. In this frigid weather, who would venture out at night? Everyone is huddled at home with their families." The beachhead, a decade ago, primarily produced sweet potato vermicelli. According to Ma Zhanlin, the production scene back then was picturesque, with strands of vermicelli cascading like waterfalls into large pots, while people gathered around the cauldron, laughing and chatting, embodying the essence of life. The noodle workshop has now relocated elsewhere, leaving only a few old houses in the distance, lending an air of desolation. "Uncle Ma, I truly cannot discern anything remarkable about this place. The snow covers everything, making our exploration rather futile." Ma Zhanlin chuckled and replied, It is precisely because of the snow that I possess a certain degree of confidence. Young ones, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Listen closely. We immediately stood upright, signaling our attentive ears. When snowflakes fall, they form a crust akin to salt. When thunder and lightning clash, a tomb must surely lie beneath. This phrase conveys that during snowfall, the snow in areas where ancient tombs are present tends to be denser, resembling coarse grains of salt. This phenomenon is connected to the Earth's energy. If the tomb is undisturbed, the ground will reveal its ancient secrets. To illustrate, consider the vegetable cellars commonly found in rural areas. When opened in winter, they release a mist, a manifestation of the Earth's energy. This is why the snow in areas with ancient tombs appears firmer. Moreover, the latter part of the saying implies that whenever you observe thunder or lightning consistently striking the same location, it is a strong indication that an ancient tomb is nearby. This is due to the presence of substantial metal within the tomb, which attracts lightning. I can ascertain a general vicinity, yet the precise location necessitates our separate investigations. Within a radius of several hundred meters, let us meticulously search for variations in snow density. We dispersed in different directions, gradually expanding our search. This task proved to be quite arduous. The endless expanse of white caused our eyes to blur with prolonged focus, particularly during the night, with temperatures plummeting to sub-zero conditions. It wasn't long before my feet felt as if they were turning to ice. For 2 hours, we had achieved nothing. Bowsy, growing impatient, plopped down onto the snow, despondently remarking, "All this snow looks the same to me. To discern their shapes, one would need a magnifying glass. Everything my eyes perceive is a mere expanse of white." I straightened my back and stretched my limbs, having been hunched for so long that it felt as though my waist might snap. Enough chatter. We've only searched half of the area that Uncle Ma specified. Aren't you usually bored out of your mind? Why express annoyance now? Bowsy fell silent, sighed, and resumed his search, determinedly digging into the snow. "Come quickly. I found something." Bao Ji's voice rang out like a beacon of hope in the darkness, and we all turned our gazes toward him. He was crouched in the snow, cupping a handful of it, exclaiming with excitement. Ma Jianlin was the first to rush to Bao Ji's side, scooping up a handful of snow for closer examination before tasting it. Yes, it's right here. Wu Guo, fetch the tools and dig a pit 20 centimeters deep and half a meter square. However, the ground was frozen solid. After several strikes with the pickaxe, we had merely scratched the surface. "Let me give it a try." Li Gu took the pickaxe from my hands, unleashing his strength as he swiftly broke through to a depth of 10 centimeters. Thus, under Ma Jianlin's guidance, the four of us took turns excavating, gradually expanding the pit to his satisfaction. "Wu Guo, stay here. The rest of you, step back and go to the vehicle." I couldn't shake the thought that Ma Jianlin might be intending for me to detonate explosives. This was no trivial matter. "Wu Guo, shortly I will place the explosives. You shall cover the soil we just excavated. I will proceed to set the fuse." A sigh of relief escaped me, for I had never handled explosives before, and an air of trepidation lingered within. Once I completed these tasks, Ma Jianlin urged me to evacuate swiftly. I rushed to his side as he held the fuse and advised me, "Wu Guo, the safe distance for detonation is 100 meters, and the fuse burns at a rate of 20 centimeters per second. Therefore, when planning for any future explosions, it is imperative to calculate the length of the fuse accurately to avoid self-harm." I nodded solemnly. The practical knowledge imparted by Ma Jianlin was invaluable, far beyond what one could glean from textbooks. "Let the blast commence," Ma Jianlin exclaimed as he produced a lighter and ignited the fuse, then crouched down, covering his ears with his hands. We mirrored his actions, and shortly thereafter, I heard a muffled explosion, the ground beneath us trembling slightly. "Do not rush. Let us wait half an hour to see if anyone approaches." The previous commotion had been considerable, particularly in the stillness of the night. One could only fear the curiosity of passers-by. Caution is the mother of safety. The potency of the explosives was evident, as the small pit had now widened and deepened, measuring approximately 70 to 80 centimeters in depth and around 1 meter in diameter. Without hesitation, Li Gu leapt into the pit, wielding a shovel with determination. Although he had penetrated the frozen soil, the excavation proved laborious. After a brief period, Bao Gu was eager to take his turn. He encouraged Li Gu to rest momentarily, seize the tools, and commence digging. I inquired of Ma Jianlin whether the soil remained loose. He shook his head and replied, "No need for concern. The snow has afforded us a significant advantage. After a brief interval, once the task is completed, simply spread the soil as much as possible. Then cover it with a layer of snow." As Ma Jianquan's words faded, Baozi suddenly exclaimed, "Uncle Ma. Fruits. Look, oh my, it's Huahua soil." Chapter 40. The Suspicious Tomb. Huahua soil? A Tang Dynasty tomb. Tombs from the Tang Dynasty typically employed materials such as lime, yellow earth, and glutinous rice for their construction. Consequently, a vibrant layer of multicolored soil surrounds the burial chamber. The formation of Huahua soil necessitates a harmonious combination of various conditions, including the quality of lime, the density of yellow earth, and the stickiness of glutinous rice. Thus, the emergence of Huahua soil epitomizes the stacking techniques of Tang Dynasty tombs and stands as one of their significant characteristics. If we delve another meter down, we should be able to access it. Ma Zhanquan, being a man of experience and having witnessed grand spectacles, remained particularly composed in this modest situation. "I have a feeling we might unearth a few Tang Sankai tonight. Wouldn't that be a splendid year for us?" This was Bao Ji's first experience with such undertakings, and he was filled with anticipation and excitement. "Uncle Ma, white clay," Baozi shouted again in the winter chill. Ma Zhanquan nodded, instructing Baozi to shovel at a diagonal angle, creating an inclined passageway. "You all switch hands. We have ample time, and dawn is still far off." After more than an hour, Li Gu called out that they had broken through. He then climbed up the centipede ladder, sweating profusely despite the winter chill. "Wu Guo, prepare the materials. Xiao Bao, you are in charge of keeping watch outside." Bao Ge hesitated, feeling reluctant, as this was his first experience, and he was eager to descend and take a look. "Uncle Ma, let me keep watch. Let Bao Ge go down and see." At this moment, Li Ge handed a mask to Bao Ge, opting to exchange duties with him. Bao Ge cast a grateful glance at Li Ge before swiftly taking the mask, while Baozi shook his head, remarking that Bao Ge lacked any depth. Ma Zhanlin was the first to descend the centipede ladder, and I followed closely behind. The temperature below was significantly warmer than that on the surface. Yet the darkness was overwhelming. Those with claustrophobia would find this task unbearable. My assessment was correct. We had precisely struck the burial passage. Upon entering the tomb, Ma Zhanlin began to examine the interior conditions with the beam of his headlamp. "Uncle Ma, how did you come to this conclusion?" I inquired. Ma Zhanlin lightly touched the side wall of the burial passage and replied, "It is all experience." At that moment, Baozi and Bao Ge also made their descent. Bao Ge asked if we had prepared black dog blood and donkey hooves. I looked at him in confusion and questioned the purpose of those items. "What if there is Zongzi inside? What shall we do?" Ma Zhanlin chuckled, and Baozi promptly retorted, "You fool. Have you watched too many of Ying Shu's films? This person has been dead for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. If we are lucky, we might find a pile of bones. If not, there may be nothing left at all. Where would the Zongzi come from?" Before Bao Ge could respond, he received a playful kick from Baozi. "Do you still want to go in? If not, go back up and swap with Li Ge." Bao Ge sheepishly smiled and fell silent. We followed Ma Zhanlin deeper into the burial passage, where he noted the presence of a layer of lime on both sides of the passage, indicating that there might be murals on the walls. Yet, to our dismay, there was not a single trace of anything visible. Ma Zhanlin speculates that this place was originally adorned with murals, yet the painting process may have been rather rudimentary. The artisans might have hastily completed the murals without taking the necessary protective measures, leading to their gradual disappearance over the millennia due to subterranean erosion. According to your conjecture, what transpired during the burial of the tomb owner? Why was the interment conducted in such a hasty manner? Ma Zhanlin gazed into the inky darkness ahead and remarked, "We can only await the discovery of the epitaph. Of course, all of this is mere speculation. The epitaph is a significant artifact within the tomb, inscribed with the life chronicles of the deceased, comprising 2 tiers. The upper tier is referred to as the cover, while the lower tier is known as the base. The cover bears the title, and the base is inscribed with the epitaph itself. The concept of epitaphs emerged during the Wei and Jin dynasties, evolved during the Northern Wei, flourished in the Tang dynasty, and persisted into the Ming and Qing eras. Initially, epitaphs were crafted from brick, later transforming into stone inscriptions. In the era of the Lingnan kings, epitaphs were non-existent, and the identity of the tomb owner could only be discerned through seals and inscriptions on burial items. Beyond the tomb passage lies a corridor, leading to a courtyard, which constitutes the basic structure of Tang tombs. Only after traversing the courtyard can one reach the main burial chamber. As we advanced, Ma Zhanlin, leading the way, did not forget to enlighten us on the fundamental knowledge of Tang tombs. Upon passing through the courtyard, we were greeted by the long-awaited sight of the burial chamber. However, the scene within the chamber left us somewhat perplexed. There were no epitaphs, no coffins, and even the accompanying artifacts were limited to a few rudely crafted figurines nestled within 4 niches. What is the meaning of this? Uncle Ma. Could it be that we have stumbled upon an overturned site? Ma Jianlin wore an expression of disbelief as he took a couple of steps forward and remarked, "This cannot be. Such a large coffin could not possibly have been removed. Moreover, look here, this was originally the designated spot for the coffin. Yet there are no traces whatsoever." Baozi retrieved a clay figurine from the niche and, with a tone of despondency, lamented, "What value could these mere trinkets possibly hold?" I leaned closer to inspect, noting that such figurines of this caliber might fetch only a few hundred yuan each. This journey seemed a fruitless endeavor. However, Baoga held a different perspective, asserting that even flying meat is still meat, and that as first-time treasure seekers, we could not return empty-handed. With great enthusiasm, he placed the clay figurines into a burlap sack, and upon counting, we found there were 8 in total. Sensing our disappointment, Ma Jianlin reassured us, saying, "It is common to leave empty-handed. Not every expedition yields rewards. In truth, what is far more significant than the funerary objects is that we have witnessed history and gained insight into ancient cultures." As the hour grew late, he suggested we take our leave. It would be disingenuous to claim we were not disappointed. After all, we had stumbled upon a Tang dynasty tomb, only to have it conclude in this manner. Once we finished our work, Legay approached us and inquired about our findings. I gestured towards the burlap sack on Baoga's back and replied, "We had quite a fruitful haul. It could be worth over 1,000. Legay's eyes widened in astonishment. Struggling to comprehend, "This sack is worth over 1,000,000? What, over 1,000? On the return journey?" I queried Ma Jianlin regarding the circumstances surrounding the Tang tomb we had encountered today. He confessed that this was also the first time he had encountered such a situation in his career. I expressed my suspicion that this might be a dubious grave. A dubious grave? The suspicious tomb is a grave constructed to deceive and mislead individuals, particularly tomb raiders. This practice emerged during the late Han and Three Kingdoms periods when tomb robbing was rampant. Folklore suggests that Cao Cao was notoriously cunning and suspicious in life, a trait that persisted even after his death. To thwart potential grave robbers, on the day of his burial, all city gates of Yi City were thrown open, and 72 coffins were simultaneously carried out from the 4 cardinal directions. Cao Cao's deceptive tombs numbered as many as 72, with some even submerged in water. Thus arose an enduring enigma. Among the 72 suspicious tombs, which one is genuine? Chapter 41. The plotter. By the time we returned home, it was already past 1 in the morning, and everyone was weary and hungry. Jiaozi, who had already settled down, sprang into action, and shortly after, 4 small dishes were served on the table. Bao Gu poured a medicinal wine he had prepared for Ma Jianlin, claiming it to be highly restorative. It was evident that Bao Gu was particularly excited today, as he usually refrained from sharing this wine with anyone, yet he willingly offered it to Ma Jianlin to taste. Of course, we were still left out. "Oh, just how restorative is it? I must have a sip," Ma Jianlin remarked as he savored a mouthful of the wine, exclaiming it was excellent. He then addressed us, saying, "I appreciate everyone's hard work today. Although we haven't unearthed any treasures, I feel rather embarrassed." "Ah, Uncle Ma, you needn't say that. We have gained so much invaluable knowledge from you," I replied. Ma Jianlin chuckled. "This is all learned through practice. You are still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." At that time, there were no checks for drunk driving, and he vanished into the night in his van. Later, I discovered that it was the medicinal wine prepared by Brother Bao that had taken effect. He had gone off to relieve his discomfort. After Ma Jianlin departed, Brother Bao arranged the ceramic figurines beneath my windowsill. "Please remove these items. They are rather unsettling to behold in the dead of night," I urged. Brother Bao shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattle drum, insisting that he was concerned about theft. "Who would bother to steal such worthless trinkets?" I retorted. "It merely reflects our elevated tastes. When Sun Dahai first guided us to the Ming tomb, we were thoroughly content with just those few artifacts, much akin to Brother Bao's current state of satisfaction." Upon our return, Brother Bao carried several plastic bags filled with pig trotters, large elbows, and an assortment of marinated delicacies. "Brothers, the 8 ceramic figurines and San Yazi have netted me a total of 1,500. Tonight, I shall treat you all." These dishes were favored by Baozi, who eagerly grabbed a pig trotter and began to gnaw on it, mumbling indistinctly, "Senior brother, could you pour me a cup of that medicinal wine? I wish to taste its salinity." "It's not that I refuse to let you drink. You simply wouldn't be able to handle it," I replied. There was no need for Jiaozi to cook tonight. Jiaozi gave Brother Bao a thumbs up, remarking that this thick-headed fellow had finally come to his senses. Just as I was enthusiastically devouring the pig trotter, my mobile phone rang unexpectedly, startling me with its loud ringtone. I handed it to Jiaozi, who answered it. It was San Yazi on the line, stating, "Guozi, I have located the individual who set up the trap for Brother Bao." Upon hearing this, Brother Bao immediately set down his pig trotter, snatched the phone from Jiaozi, and demanded, "Where is that scoundrel, Su Kaishun? I have already dispatched someone to follow him. I will notify you shortly." I had initially presumed that when San Yazi mentioned seeking someone with the surname Su, it was merely to console Bao Gu. To my astonishment, he took the matter seriously. Approximately half an hour later, San Yazi's call came again, informing us that Su Kaishun was currently in a residential house in Hushi, urging us to hasten our arrival. Bao Gu, growing increasingly impatient, rushed out of the room before San Yazi could finish his sentence. I instructed Jiaozi to remain at home while Baozi and Li Gu promptly followed me out. I was determined to capture this scoundrel. If I did not twist his head off and use it as a ball, I would not bear the surname song. The harm Su Kaishun inflicted upon Bao Gu was irreconcilable, a lesson in society that left us ensnared in his web. We hailed a vehicle to Hushi, where San Yazi's associates awaited us. "Brothers, the person you seek is inside that house," one of them stated. "My task is complete, so I shall take my leave." "Wait," Bao Gu called out, retrieving a 100 yuan note from his pocket and insistently shoving it into the man's hands. "Friend, on this frigid day, indulge yourself with some fine wine and good food." The man, unhesitating, clasped his hands in gratitude and departed. Once he was gone, Bao Gu, seething with anger, approached the door of the house and delivered a powerful kick that indented the door. "Su, come out." Within mere seconds, over a dozen individuals emerged from the dwelling. Cursing as they did so, I recognized the leader, who appeared momentarily taken aback before a smirk crept across his face. An old acquaintance, the very thief who had robbed me upon my arrival in Jinjing. Thus, it became apparent that Su Kaishun was indeed from this very city. Just as it happens, both the new and old accounts are to be settled together. Bao Gu, oblivious to the situation, pointed at Su Kaishun in the crowd and unleashed a torrent of invective, the nature of which is beyond description, but it certainly included disparaging remarks about his female relatives. De Huangya, upon noticing Baozi and me, frowned slightly. Ignoring Bao Ji's tirade, he darkly inquired, "What do you mean by this?" "What do you mean?" "This scoundrel has swindled me out of 50,000 yuan. Make him return it at once." Baozi and I remained silent, curious about how De Huangya would handle the matter. Meanwhile, Baozi tugged at Li Ji's sleeve, signaling him to maintain his composure, given that Sun Dehai had previously resolved the disputes in Jimin. It was evident that De Huangya harbored some apprehension towards us. He then turned to Su Kaishun, asking if there was any truth to the matter. Su Kaishun, seemingly indifferent, retorted, "I didn't swindle him. He simply failed to see clearly. What does that have to do with me?" Just as Bao Gu was about to speak, I pulled him back and stepped forward to address De Huangya, saying, "You must surely know whether he orchestrated this scheme. I have no desire to pursue past grievances. Let him return the money, and we shall consider the matter settled." Upon hearing this, De Huangya snorted coldly and replied, "Do you truly believe that with Sun Dehai backing you, we are intimidated? Blame your lack of skill on others, will you? I'll tell you plainly, there is no money to be had, and as for your life, that is even less likely." Ha ha. With that, De Huangya's companions from Jimin erupted in laughter, their mirth dripping with derision. "Let me hear you laugh. Laugh at your own mother." Baozi cursed, then aimed a kick at De Huangya. As Bao Gu witnessed Baozi taking action, he immediately rushed towards Su Kaishun, who was amidst the crowd, with Li Gu following suit to join the fray. I stood awkwardly in place, acutely aware of my own inadequacy. My combat prowess was negligible, and I doubted my ability to render any assistance. Just as I entered the fray, a kick landed squarely on my abdomen, forcing me to retreat as pain twisted my insides. This impact revealed my vulnerability, prompting 3 individuals to converge upon me with the intention of overpowering me. Realizing the dire situation, I resigned myself to the inevitability of a beating, hoping only that Baozi and the others would swiftly subdue these assailants. Chapter 42. The beating. Waving the wooden stick in my grasp haphazardly, I attempted to thwart the advances of the trio. However, my efforts appeared to them akin to a child's scuffle. Seizing an opportunity, one of them lunged forward and forcibly snatched the stick from my hands. The sheer strength of this individual sent me stumbling, nearly causing me to fall in a most undignified manner. "Please, no strikes to the face," I implored silently, hastily shielding my head in fear of their fists landing upon my handsome visage. In an instant, I felt their blows raining down upon me like a relentless storm, leaving me curled up in pain, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Do not mock me. I am but a 16-year-old youth, utterly incapable of contending with 3 seasoned adults who have navigated the harsh realities of life. Unlike Baozi and his companions, who have trained in martial arts since childhood, I find myself at a significant disadvantage. The martial arts of you were lethal techniques, starkly contrasting the contemporary forms which prioritize aesthetics over efficacy. After the trio had relentlessly beaten me for 2 or 3 minutes, I suddenly sensed a cessation of their assault. I opened my eyes to ascertain the situation and saw that Baozi had disengaged from my battle, pursuing and striking the very 3 individuals who had been assailing me. Still not up? I had warned you before, practice during idle moments, but you wouldn't listen. Just look at the state you're in, I thought to myself. Hurriedly, I rose to my feet and noticed that many from Tianjin had fled. Bao Gu was vigorously slapping Su Kaixuan's face, causing it to flush a delightful shade of red, reminiscent of a ripe apple. These scoundrels, fortunate for their swift escape, otherwise they would have been thoroughly beaten to the point of unrecognizability. Bao Gu continued to chastise Su Kaixuan, while Baozi urged him to desist, warning that if he kept it up, he might inadvertently cause a fatality. Li Gu patted my shoulder, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from me due to the pain. Baozi cast a sidelong glance my way, reproachfully remarking, Guozi, just look at the cowardice you displayed earlier. I had told you before, those who are reckless fear nothing. You ought to have thrown caution to the wind and taken down one of them. I refuse to believe you could endure such a beating. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he exhibited a palpable sense of disappointment, akin to that of a mentor frustrated with a prodigy. I refrained from retorting, as I had no justification to do so, merely offering an awkward smile in response. We escorted Su Kaixuan to San Yazi's location, driven by a hint of ulterior motive. The Chung family possessed a modicum of influence in Tianjin, and the locals might harbor some trepidation. By arriving here, we ensured at least a semblance of safety for the time being. The young lad, San Yazi, gazed at Su Kaixuan, whose face had swollen to a grotesque degree, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. Su Kaixuan, with eyes barely open, squinted at San Yazi and mumbled indistinctly, Tang Lauda will not let you go. Are you referring to Tang Li? Under his dominion, Tianjin has truly fallen into decay. Indulgence in vice, deceit, and thievery. What vice do you not partake in? I suggest you return the money, and we can all pretend nothing has transpired. Why must you make such a spectacle over a mere 50,000? With a cold snort, Su Kaixuan remained silent. Bao Gu, witnessing this demeanor, felt a surge of anger and prepared to strike him once more. At that moment, several vehicles approached the storefront, led by an Audi 100, a veritable luxury car, valued at over 300,000, a sight unattainable for the common folk. Individuals disembarked from the following vehicles and hastened to open the rear door of the Audi. Out stepped a middle-aged man in his 30s, his hair styled as if licked by a dog, draped in a trench coat over his suit, exuding an air of great authority despite the chill. Your boss has come to fetch you, Saint Yazi remarked, eyeing the entrance. This man was none other than Tang Li of Tianjin. Tang Li's subordinate held the door open for him, and he strode in with his head held high. Boss Ching, quite leisurely today. How is your father faring lately? Isnt Tang, always rather leisurely himself? What brings you to this humble abode? In response to San Yazi's deliberately probing inquiry, Tang Li cast a cursory glance at us. San Yazi remained silent, directing his gaze towards us instead. Release the funds, Bao commanded, grasping Su Kaixuan's collar and addressing Tang Li, and you may escort this cur away. Tang Li responded with a non-committal "oh," his countenance darkening as his henchman, who had been waiting outside, surged into the establishment. Observing the unfolding scene, Third Master inquired with a somber tone, President Tang, do you intend to vandalize my establishment? Chung Guoqing, Tang Li retorted, out of respect for your father, I have refrained from engaging in conflict with you. Do not presume upon my restraint. I am resolved to take this individual with me today. As for the funds, I can only attribute the loss to a deficiency in skill. Do you possess the audacity to demand their return? You. Bao began to retort, but I restrained him, stepping forward to confront Tang Li directly. President Tang, if that is your stance, then you shall not take this individual. Had this been a fair contest between 2 individuals, we would concede the loss. However, your subordinate orchestrated a deceitful scheme against my friend. Where, then, is the deficiency in skill? Does your influence reign supreme in Tianjin, that your pronouncements are law? Tang Li chuckled, though his mirth was devoid of warmth. His gaze remained fixed upon me. And if my pronouncements were law, what recourse would you have? Undaunted, I met his gaze. I would exhaust every connection at my disposal to ensure your demise. Haraha. Tang Li erupted in laughter, as if he had heard a jest of immense proportions. He regarded me with disdain. I am intrigued to hear of these connections you possess. Jian Shi. Upon hearing the name Jian Shi, Tang Li paused, a look of astonishment crossing his features. You are acquainted with Brother Jian? He inquired with a hint of surprise. His query indirectly confirmed his own acquaintance with Jian Shi. I then procured a telephone from Third Master and, in Tang Li's presence, initiated a call. The phone connected, and on the other end, I could still hear Jian Shi's cheerful laughter. Jian Gu, it's Guozi. How have you been lately? I asked. Aren't you in Jinji? What prompted you to call me? I relayed my situation to Jian Shi, who responded with a curse. Is Tang Li around you? Have him answer the phone. I handed the phone to Tang Li, who eagerly dashed outside to take the call, likely fearing a loss of face in our presence. From within the room, I observed Tang Li nodding and bowing with a smiling face, although he had yet to encounter Jian Shi himself. Tang Guyu, what do you mean you? Stop digging holes without offering a glimmer of insight, and quickly apologize to these young brothers. Chapter 43. The seller Tang Li ultimately compensated 5,000 yuan and departed politely. He even extended an invitation for us to visit him. This was all thanks to Jian Shi's influence. The younger generation may be unaware of Jian Shi's legendary tales, but the older folks certainly know. Back in 97, Jian Shi fought against Yonggu in the Jingjing corridor, a battle that cemented his status in the region. Although Jian Shi now resides in Guangzhou, who would dare to disregard his reputation in Jingjing? The Baozi was left unclaimed, allowing Bao Gu to keep it for himself. I felt the most unfortunate, having endured a beating and now owing Jian Shi a favor. Speaking of the beating, I felt a renewed wave of pain. Upon returning home, I stripped off my clothes and discovered bruises all over my body. Even the slightest touch made me wince. Bao Gu, please apply some of your best ointment for me. If I sleep on this tonight, I'll surely wake up with my body swollen beyond recognition. Endure it, for there is no such medicine. Practicing deep breathing exercises before sleep has proven quite beneficial. Jiaozi could no longer bear to see my discomfort and ventured out to the pharmacy to procure some remedies for my injuries. I gazed at Baozi and the others, who sighed deeply in unison, acknowledging Jiaozi's kindness towards me. Before retiring for the night, I resolutely settled cross-legged on the Kong, commencing my breathing exercises, gradually sensing a reduction in the intensity of my pain. At times, one must concede that certain aspects of Taoism possess an undeniable mystique. Indeed, it embodies the wisdom of our ancestors. In the ensuing days, we found ourselves devoid of pressing matters, indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping. Baozi's physique had become noticeably rounder, while Jiaozi remained engrossed in her daily dramas, and Bao Gu continued his pharmaceutical pursuits. Nevertheless, Li Gu appeared to harbor a weighty concern. When I inquired about his unease, he disclosed that he had yet to receive any news from Sun Dahai, expressing his worry about potential misfortunes. I reassured him, saying, there is no need for concern. At their age, they are quite adept at navigating challenges and evading peril. The elderly possess their own wisdom. Li Gu shook his head, insisting that he sensed the situation was far from simple. Be it simple or complex, can we not relish the role of humble grave robbers? Let the older generation tend to their own troubles. Baozi's remarks were, perhaps, made from a place of comfort, were his master to encounter any issue. I doubt he would remain unperturbed. This year marked our first time celebrating the new year away from home. Previously, all preparations were deftly handled by Wu Lao. Now, procuring festive goods relied entirely on our personal preferences. I scoffed at his claim, recognizing his genuine craving for treats. Jiaozi's spirits seemed to have waned in recent days. I surmised she might be yearning for her family. Her origins have always been shrouded in mystery. She is reluctant to speak of them, and I do not wish to press her. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, our small group busied ourselves with preparations. We affixed couplets, slaughtered the New Year's chicken, and tidied the rooms. Guozi, your couplet is a bit askew. Are those two holes beneath your eyebrows for venting? I teased. If you think you can do better, why don't you give it a try? I noticed him standing idly, directing from the sidelines while others toiled away, seemingly oblivious to his own lack of contribution. Baozi, unfazed, turned and went to supervise the others. Before long, the sound of firecrackers erupted, accompanied by Jiaozi's shrill scream. You fool, Baozi, are you trying to scare her to death? I chuckled as he dashed out of the room, looking quite sheepish. Li Gu, is the chicken ready? Once it is, bring a few heads of cabbage from the cellar. Jiaozi emerged from the room, Her cheeks flushed as she scurried around the stove, clearly overwhelmed with the task at hand. Wait a moment, I've never done this before. Why don't you ask Wizzy to help? Just as I finished hanging the couplets, I grabbed a small basket to head down to the cellar. Bowsy, come with me. Why don't you go on your own? I'm just going to help Bauga with the window. He offered to assist, yet showed no inclination to actually do anything. Bauga waved him off, saying, keep your distance. If you're not working, don't speak so freely. Left with no choice, Bowsy followed me down into the cellar, marking my first descent there, as Jowsy had previously always gone alone to fetch the vegetables. The cellar was enveloped in darkness, exuding a damp, musty aroma. In such an environment, it was puzzling how potatoes, radishes, and cabbages willingly lingered. I picked a few cabbages and questioned why I was beckoned down here. Am I not afraid of the dark? After placing several cabbages into the basket, I attempted to gather the remaining ones. As I reached out, my fingers brushed against a cold, hard object. I picked it up and, due to the insufficient light, it appeared to be a stone approximately the size of a brick. I handed the vegetable basket to Bowsy and, taking advantage of the illumination at the entrance, scrutinized the stone more closely. The more I examined it, the more I sensed something amiss. Bowsy, could you fetch a flashlight? Bowsy leaned over to inspect the stone in my hand and muttered something dismissively before climbing back up. Moments later, he handed me a flashlight and remarked, dinner is almost ready. Do you plan to coexist with these radishes and cabbages? You all eat first, I replied. My actions piqued Bowsy's curiosity, prompting him to squat at the cellar's entrance to observe what I was up to. I switched on the flashlight and, illuminating the soil in the cellar, began to excavate the earth from the spot where I had found the stone. Approximately 10 centimeters deep, the soil became denser. It was glutinous rice mortar. Bowsy, quickly grab a tool. There's work to be done. Bowsy responded with a puzzled huh, before descending the ladder to peer into the small hole I had dug, questioning, what is so special about this? Just do as I say, and I will explain shortly. Bowsy mumbled something as he ascended, shortly thereafter handing me a probe from above. He did not descend, informing me that dinner was ready and that he intended to partake in the meal, leaving me to tinker below. Starving spirits incarnate. I grasped the probe and plunged it into the small pit, discovering that the soil beneath differed significantly in hardness from the ordinary layer, making it quite laborious to penetrate. After merely 7 or 8 attempts, the soil brought up by the probe sent a jolt through me, 3-part soil. Upon seeing me enter, Bowsy raised a chicken leg and inquired how I had come up. Ignoring the need to wash my hands, I seized a pig's trotter and took a bite, then exclaimed with excitement, brothers, it appears we are in luck. Beneath the cellar lies a pot from the Song dynasty. Chapter 44. The stone slab. My declaration rendered several of them momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, they resumed their meal, as if they had not heard my words at all. I reiterated that beneath our vegetable cellar lay a pot from the Song dynasty. Was it not the new year? A time to refrain from fanciful talk? We were certainly not lacking in funds for the celebrations. Bowsy licked his fingers, seemingly unsated by the chicken leg. Believe it or not, once we finish eating, who among you will join me below? Let it be known, those who do not descend shall receive no share of the spoils. Jowsy, noticing my serious demeanor, softly stated her intention to join me. Wali Gu cast a glance at her and declared he would accompany as well. As for Bowsy and Bauga, their sole focus remained on their meal. Very well, as long as they hold no regrets. My certainty regarding the cellar housing a Song tomb stemmed from the stone and the underlying 3-part soil. That stone was not naturally formed. It bore signs of having been polished and was composed of granite. Under normal circumstances, it would be improbable for such stones to exist in the vegetable cellar, coupled with the presence of 3-in-1 soil. Thus I deduced that beneath the cellar lies a tomb from the Song dynasty. The primary materials of a Song dynasty stone chamber tomb are granite and marble. After hastily consuming a meal, I descended into the cellar with Bowsy and Li Gu. Upon seeing the soil I had unearthed, Li Gu appeared astonished. Indeed, it is 3-in-1 soil. This requires considerable effort. Hand me the tools, and I shall commence the excavation. 3-in-1 soil is a mixture of glutinous rice juice, lime, and yellow sand, akin to modern concrete. Once this mixture hardens, the tomb chamber becomes entirely isolated from the outside world, providing both waterproofing and preservation. Had the original owner of this house continued digging an additional meter while excavating the cellar, this Song dynasty tomb would have remained concealed from my discovery. Li Gu, this layer of 3-in-1 soil should not be too deep. Put in some effort. I will send Jiaozi to call Bowsy and the others. No need to call them. Having just finished their meal, they are likely too lethargic to assist. This is our own home. We need not fear outsiders, and when weary, we can rest. Just as Li Gu finished speaking, Baozi's voice echoed from the entrance of the cellar. Li Gu, I'm merely digesting my meal. I've rested sufficiently to come lend a hand. As Baozi spoke, he descended the ladder alongside Bao Gu. The once modest cellar now accommodated 5 individuals, creating a somewhat crowded atmosphere. Li Gu, take a break. Let Bao Gu handle it for a bit, as he has indulged rather excessively. Bao Gu took the whirlwind shovel from Li Ji's hands and began to dig downward. I inquired of Baozi, didn't you say you wouldn't come down? Have you changed your mind? Bun pursed his lips and remarked, I did not say I wouldn't come. My intention was to arrive after finishing my meal. Did we not agree that we would prosper together? Jiaozi let out a scoff, stating that Bun's short stature had its reasons, claiming it was due to his overly cautious nature. You may call me plump, but you cannot label me as short. I shall duel you over this. The elder lady then proceeded to tidy up, suggesting he go duel with the neighbor's dog, Big Yellow. Speaking of Big Yellow, I cannot refrain from mentioning him. The neighbor possesses a dog named Big Yellow, who wags his tail at us whenever we pass by. Yet, he barks incessantly at Bun, which irritates him greatly. Jiaozi inquired if Bun had perhaps stolen Big Yellow's bones when he wasn't looking, provoking Bun to roll his eyes in frustration. He vehemently declared that he would one day engage in a fierce battle with Big Yellow. Just as Jiaozi was about to climb up, Bao Gu exclaimed, I've uncovered a stone. We hurried over to inspect the situation. Beneath a pit approximately 1 meter deep, we discovered a slab of granite. What should we do? It seemed that this slab was part of a larger piece. We needed to dig further to locate the joint and pry it open with a crowbar. The slab appeared to be about 1 square meter in size. Bao Gu dug about 20 to 30 centimeters to one side and quickly identified the joint. Li Gu, grab the crowbar. Bun, assist with the steel rod, he instructed. The gap at the joint of the slab was exceedingly narrow, barely the width of a finger, rendering the crowbar ineffective. This is futile. The gap is too small, and the mortar is too hard. We need a chisel. Bun furrowed his brow, staring at the slab, feeling somewhat at a loss. But where are we to find a chisel? Shall we go to the hardware store to purchase a few rods? Bao Gu emerged from the pit, his face smeared with dust. At 29, the hardware store was already closed. Perhaps we should check with our neighbor to see if they have any, suggested Ligay. Bao Bao shook his head and replied, You can go if you wish. That foolish dog of theirs does not get along with me. I chuckled, realizing that the fearless Bao Bao was actually afraid of the neighbor's large yellow dog. I'll go, I offered. When I purchased the house, it was I who signed the contract with the neighbor, and it seemed their dog would not bite me. I explained my purpose, and the old man went to the warehouse to find tools while I entertained the large yellow dog in the yard. Before long, the old man returned from the warehouse with a chisel and hammer, which he handed to me. I thanked him and was about to leave when he called out to me, Young man, wait a moment. Unsure of what he wanted, I inquired, Sir, what is it? No sooner had he spoken than the old lady emerged from the house, carrying a plastic basin. The actions of this elderly couple truly moved me. Indeed, close neighbors are more valuable than distant relatives. Thank you, sir and madam, I replied. You are quite right. We truly do not know how to steam buns. In truth, not only buns, but even making dumplings might pose a challenge. Jiaozi can cook other dishes without issue, but when it comes to kneading dough, her skills are rather lacking. Just a few days ago, she mixed some dough that was so hard it could have been used as bricks, leading Bao Bao to mock her for quite some time. Bao Gu took the hammer and chisel and began to hammer away with enthusiasm. About 20 minutes later, he excitedly shouted, I've got it, and requested a crowbar from Ligay, which he then inserted into the crevice. Open it up. Bao Gu exerted all his strength, yet the stone slab remained unmoved. No, Baozi, you come down. Let's work together. I'll go down instead. With Baozi's stature, there won't be any space left. After Li Gu spoke, he jumped down, spat into his palm, and joined Bao Gu in their efforts. Gradually, a narrow gap began to emerge from the heavy stone slab, which weighed several hundred pounds. One cannot help but admire the ingenuity of the ancients. How could they transport such a massive stone without modern cranes, relying solely on human strength? Chapter 45. The enigma of the tomb passage. As the stone slab was pried open, Baozi and I rushed forward to support it. Once Bao Gu and Li Gu had freed their hands, the four of us combined our strength to lift the slab. A musty odor, long sealed away, enveloped us. Typically, Song Dynasty tombs were well sealed, and the accompanying artifacts were relatively well preserved. I'll fetch the items. You all set up the centipede ladder. When I descended after retrieving the items, I discovered that Bowsy and the others had vanished. Were they that impatient? Did they not wait for me? I hastily climbed down the centipede ladder, only to find the ground shrouded in darkness, accompanied by an indescribable scent. Despite the beam of the searchlight, there was no sign of Bowsy or the others. Bowsy? Liku? Bauga? This shouldn't be. I had only gone up to fetch something. And at most, 5 minutes had passed. In that short span, where could Bowsy and the others have gone? Moreover, Song Dynasty tombs are generally not very large. They should have been able to hear my calls. I glanced around, realizing that I was in a tomb passage. Yet its dimensions clearly exceeded those typical of Song Dynasty tombs. A flicker of doubt crossed my mind. Could it be that we have unearthed a royal tomb? However, I quickly dismissed this notion. There are only a few imperial tombs, and royal burial grounds tend to be concentrated. It would be improbable to construct a solitary imperial tomb in Jingu, and I had never heard of any emperor being interred here. Everything had become shrouded in mystery. The priority now was to locate Bowsy and the others. Bowsy. As I ventured forward, I called out for him. The tomb passage was enveloped in darkness, so silent that it instilled fear. Walking alone through the passage, I felt as though I could hear the rhythm of my own heartbeat. The atmosphere grew oppressively heavy, suffocating me with an unsettling sensation. I took a deep breath, attempting to quell the turmoil within. But the fear that festered in the depths of my soul gripped my heart like an invisible hand. After mustering the courage to continue for several hundred meters, I suddenly heard a faint sound. Instantly, I halted, listening intently, but the sound vanished abruptly. Bowsy, is that you? A chill ran down my spine, spreading from the base of my spine to the crown of my head. I dared not proceed any further. I was unaware of the source of that sound, and recklessly advancing could lead me into peril. It was impossible. I had traversed a distance far exceeding that which I had covered upon entering. How peculiar. I must have lost my way in this tomb passage. Yet there existed but a solitary tomb passage. It seemed implausible that an exit could not be found. I sensed my legs beginning to weaken, barely able to uphold my own frame. Just as I teetered on the brink of despair, I suddenly discerned a beam of light ahead. It was a faint glimmer, yet within the oppressive darkness of the tomb, it appeared as a lifeline, instilling a flicker of hope within me. I quickened my pace, moving towards the light, and upon drawing nearer, I discovered Bowsy fumbling forward with a lighter in hand. Bowsy. The sight of him filled me with exhilaration, alleviating the dread that had previously gripped my heart. However, when I called out to him, he seemed oblivious to my voice, continuing his mechanical advance. Bowsy. At last, he halted. Are you deaf? I called to you, yet you remain unresponsive. Bowsy slowly turned, and I was taken aback by the expression upon his face. His gaze was vacant, his countenance rigid, exuding an aura of malevolence. Bowsy? He fixated on me, utterly motionless, when suddenly a sinister smirk crept across his lips. A sense of foreboding washed over me, and as I turned to flee, Bowsy lunged toward me. Damn it! I was caught off guard, and he tackled me to the ground, his weight nearly equivalent to that of two of me, pressing down so heavily that I felt as though I might regurgitate my midday meal. You fool! What madness has seized you? It's me. Yet Bowsy paid my words no heed, his mouth agape as he lunged towards my neck. Good heavens! I twisted my neck aside, for the first time appreciating the length of it. Bowsy, having missed his target, launched another assault upon my throat. Suddenly, I recalled the remarkable technique of Bowsy. Without further hesitation, I thrust my knee directly towards his most vulnerable point. Of course, I moderated the force, fearing that his future happiness might be jeopardized by my actions. This strike caused Bowsy to leap up, clutching his groin, as he hopped around the tomb passageway. After a considerable while, he regained his composure and, with a somewhat bewildered expression, inquired, Gwuzzy, why are you lying on the ground? At that moment, Bowsy's gaze had cleared, and he finally recognized me. You fool. You almost bit my head off just now. Surely you haven't forgotten that? How could I? I was enjoying a whole roasted lamb when someone kicked me. Oh, right. Are we not in a tomb? I asked Bowsy what had transpired after he descended. Bauga suggested we descend first, stating that you could retrieve the items quickly. As the tomb was not large, you would soon find us after coming down. Hey, where's Bauga? Where's Legay? I recounted the recent events to Bowsy, who looked utterly astonished and exclaimed, is it truly that bizarre? Could it be that we are possessed? Where have Bauga and Legay gone? And how come you were unharmed? After speaking, Bowsy appeared to have an epiphany. Gwuzzy, the peachwood sword I gave you is still with you, right? I nodded. Then that explains it, he said. However, I began to feel a sense of unease. Could there truly be something unclean down here? Valga and Legay must have encountered something as well. We should hurry to search for them. I hesitantly inquired, Bowsy, there wouldn't be any ghosts here, would there? What ghosts? At most. It is merely a difference in magnetic fields. The magnetic field here disrupts the one within our bodies, resulting in such phenomena. As we approach the 21st century, who still believes in superstitions? Just as Bowsy finished speaking, he seized my hand and urged me forward. My flashlight illuminated the path ahead, revealing a shadowy figure in our line of sight. Bowsy shouted, "A ghost," and pulled me to retreat. Did he not claim that there were no spirits? Chapter 46. The palace. Did you not say there were no ghosts? Why are you running? I struggled to keep pace with Bowsy as he dragged me along. Could it be that Li Gu and the others were ahead? We pressed onward. I refused to believe that this tomb passage lacks an end. Guzi, are you saying that the passage we pried open has vanished? This is utterly implausible. An object as large as the centipede ladder cannot simply disappear into thin air. Bowsy remained unconvinced until we encountered a stone door. Is this the end? Bowsy pushed against the stone door, but it did not budge. There should be a mechanism behind it. Without professional tools, it cannot be opened. With a sigh, Bowsy turned to me, asking what we should do now. Let us head in the opposite direction, but be cautious of what is above us. Together, we traversed the tomb passage in reverse. It truly stretched for hundreds of meters without revealing an endpoint. Woozy, have you considered that the entrance we excavated might have been sealed by someone? Bowsy's words sent a shiver through me. Are you implying it was Jiaozi? Impossible, absolutely impossible. What reason would Jiaozi have to trap us here? I can only speculate. I truly cannot fathom why the hole we dug would vanish into thin air. I remained silent, yet inwardly, I found myself somewhat inclined to embrace Bowsy's notion. Who could have constructed such an extensive burial passage here? It strikes me that the Terracotta Army is perhaps no grander than this. Have you ever visited the Terracotta Army? No, but if I ever have the opportunity to witness it in person, I would willingly endure any consequence. I glanced at Bowsy, who seemed preoccupied with his fantasies at this moment. Let us find an exit first. Otherwise, we shall not endure more than 3 days in this place. I, Bowsy, am favored by the heavens. Do not. Hey, Guizi, look. There is a light ahead. The sight of this light sent a shiver down my spine. For it was how I first encountered Bowsy. He may feign disbelief in the supernatural, yet when faced with the unusual, he runs faster than anyone else. The searchlight may soon dim. At this moment, its beam began to wane, prompting Bowsy to switch it off and produce a lighter from his pocket. Indeed, it was this very lighter I encountered him with. I found it rather curious that he carried a lighter despite not smoking. When I frightened the timid girl in the room, I had carelessly pocketed the lighter, which now seemed a wise decision. At that time, the lighter still utilized a flint wheel. The flickering light of the lighter was dim, yet sufficient for illumination. Cautiously, Bowsy and I made our way towards the light, covering approximately 200 meters, until we beheld a stone door. This door was ajar, and the brightness emanated from behind it. How could there be yet another stone door? Who do you ask when you have a question? Should we proceed or not? Is there an alternative route if we choose not to enter? Bowsy gently pushed against the stone door, which surprisingly shifted, creating a larger gap sufficient for him to slip through. I thought to myself, what on earth? After Bowsy entered, he suddenly exclaimed a curse, leading me to believe he had encountered some peril, prompting me to hastily follow him inside. The scene before me was beyond my capacity for description. My limited vocabulary failed to furnish me with adequate terms, leaving me only able to express my astonishment with a simple exclamation of disbelief. Before my eyes lay a magnificent underground palace, its walls adorned with flickering ever-burning lamps. A grand wooden door was embedded in the center of the palace, ajar by half. The passage of time had left its marks upon the walls, each stone bearing the weight of historical memory, etched with tales of former splendor and glory. One could only imagine how the artisans of your meticulously carved each stone, infusing their dedication and ingenuity into this monumental edifice. Could this truly be the royal tomb? Bowsy exclaimed, his excitement causing him to forget our predicament. I furrowed my brow, surveying the surroundings, and shook my head, stating, this does not resemble a tomb. It evokes the essence of an underground palace once inhabited by someone, reflecting architectural styles reminiscent of the Tang and Song dynasties. Bowsy scratched his head, puzzled. If it is not a tomb, then why has it been sealed with rammed earth? I too was at a loss. Nodding, Bowsy lifted his leg, intending to push open the wooden door and enter the palace, but I seized him abruptly, wary of potential traps within. Be cautious, I urged. Bowsy stepped back, picked up a stone from the ground, and hurled it towards the wooden door of the palace. The sound of clashing stones echoed through the air. There should be no problem. Gwazi, keep your distance. If anything happens to me, you should run. Run? I'm trapped here. I can't escape. We shall face whatever comes together. Together with Bowsy, I entered the palace through the doorway. The interior was resplendent, dominated by a massive wooden bed positioned at the center, seemingly crafted from rosewood. This alone did not astonish me. What truly surprised me was that Bauga and Ligay were peacefully reclined on the rosewood bed, appearing to be asleep. Bauga? Ligay? I approached and gently tapped them, and they slowly awakened, looking somewhat dazed, gazing at Bowsy and me with bewilderment. Gwazi? Bowsy? They then rose and began to survey their surroundings. Where are we? I exchanged a glance with Bowsy, both of us reflecting confusion in our eyes. Bauga, Ligay, did you not come here on your own? They shook their heads, indicating that they had no recollection of what had transpired. This was indeed perplexing. Gwazi mentioned that I had just experienced a fit and had been irrationally biting him. Moreover, Gwazi and I had seen a shadow in the tomb passage, and if that shadow was not them, it suggested the presence of others, perhaps even other beings. As Bowsy concluded his statement, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense, the air thick with silence. Let us leave quickly. I have an unsettling feeling. After Li Gu finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards me. I could only manage a wry smile and shook my head, saying, I fear we cannot escape. The entrance we pried open is lost to both Bowsy and me. What? How is that possible? Bowsy exclaimed, throwing up his hands. Anything is possible. Chapter 47. Trapped. The four of us sat there, dazed, upon the wooden bed, enveloped in silence. The eternal lamps in the underground palace cast a dim and somber glow. As I stared into the obscurity for too long, the surroundings began to blur, and I fancied I could see ancient emperors and empresses resplendent in their finery, hosting grand feasts and celebrations. Suddenly, Baogu broke the silence with a startling revelation. When we first descended, we detected a strange aroma. It must be the enchanting incense. Enchanting incense? We looked at Baogu with puzzled expressions. He continued, enchanting incense is a concoction made from rosemary, mandrake flowers, and other ingredients. This drug can cause one to lose their senses, rendering them entirely oblivious to their actions. Li Gu seemed to grasp the situation, remarking, no wonder we found ourselves lying on this wooden bed. It was all unconscious behavior. Bowsy, however, disagreed, looking at me and asking, but how come Gwazi is unharmed? Li Gu explained, we descended as soon as the stone slab opened, and the seal here was tight, which meant the enchanting incense was at its strongest. Gwazi entered a moment later, by which time the incense in the passage had dissipated considerably, allowing him to escape its effects. Bao sighed, expressing the possibility that someone truly wished for us to remain here indefinitely. We all understood whom he referred to, Jiaozi. Yet, deep within, I could not bring myself to believe that Jiaozi would resort to such actions. For what reason? For money? Our bank cards lay within the room, and she was privy to the passwords. Upon careful reflection, this seemed to be the only conceivable explanation. So what shall we do next? Bowsy reclined, resting his head on his hands and leisurely swinging his legs. Although Li Gu often appeared rather taciturn, he possessed the ability to devise ideas during critical moments. I declared to my comrades, we cannot simply resign ourselves to fate. Let us search for any valuable clues here, even in death. We must comprehend the circumstances of our demise. Unmoved, Bowsy laid upon the wooden bed, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Were we to escape, I would undoubtedly have this wooden bed removed. In present times, it might be valued by the gram. After he spoke, Bowsy gently caressed the surface of the bed, as if tenderly stroking a beautiful maiden. You may lie here. I shall venture out with Gwazi. Should we discover an exit, we shall not summon you too. Why exert such effort? It would be far better to await death in serenity. Li Gu disregarded him and beckoned me to join him in the search for clues. This palace consisted solely of this vast chamber, and frankly, one could see the far end with a single glance. Aside from the Wang Wali wooden bed in the center, there was nothing else of note. Of course, the walls bore several murals, predominantly depicting landscapes, with an occasional portrait of figures. Yet, I could not decipher their significance. Were these self-portraits of the owner? And to suggest that this place was a tomb? There are no burial items present. If one were to assert that this is a dwelling, it bears a striking resemblance to a tomb. In any case, an air of the extraordinary permeates this place. Gwazi, come quickly to observe. There are small inscriptions here. Li Gu discovered a line of text on the wall, and as I approached swiftly, I found beneath a mural depicting human figures, a line of small characters. These characters bore a resemblance to Chinese script, appearing familiar at first glance, yet becoming unrecognizable upon closer inspection. Are these traditional characters? Why do they seem so peculiar? After scrutinizing for a long while, Li Gu could not decipher the meaning of this line. This is the consequence of our cultural ignorance. Let us search more diligently for other inscriptions. Thus, Li Gu and I commenced our meticulous examination of the murals, bending over in search for an extended period, yet we uncovered no further valuable clues. Li Gu, disheartened, remarked that this was destined to be. It is commonly said that those of our profession meet with grim fates, and it appears that prophecy has proven true. Guozi, how unfortunate for you. You are still a virgin, are you not? You should have sought an opportunity to experience life back in Guangzhou. To this day, you have yet to savor the essence of a woman. How pitiable. You dare to utter such words. If I were not a virgin, who could have saved Baozi when the grim mouse attempted to claim him? Upon hearing my words, Baozi immediately sat up from the wooden bed. You should continue your slumber. Refrain from prying into worldly affairs, he retorted. The more Baozi insisted, the more curious Baoga became. He shot me a glance, urging me to speak. I cleared my throat and coughed lightly. Baozi threatened me with a look, while Li Gu, arms crossed, awaited the unfolding drama. As we reminisced about our dashing and formidable Baozi during our time in Guangzhou, I playfully addressed Guogu as my brother. My prolonged tone seemed to soften Baozi's resolve, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. However, it wasn't long before silence once again enveloped the palace. Alas, I pondered, in a few hundred years, should someone stumble upon this place, we would possess not even the slightest token of burial. How utterly destitute. We four were huddled together on the large wooden bed, and as the thought struck me that my 4-month journey was destined to culminate here, a wave of despondency washed over me. I felt akin to the late emperor, whose ambitions were tragically cut short. I reassured myself with the notion of sleep. Perhaps a slumber would alleviate my woes. Before I knew it, I was lost in dreams of my childhood, trailing behind Wu Lao Air, incessantly begging him to buy me sweets. I also dreamt of Wu Lao Air carrying me, feverish and weak, through torrential rain to receive an injection in town. Those carefree days of yore were a delightful and exquisite memory, and I found myself regretting the moment I discovered that stone in the cellar and my stubborn decision to pry open the stone slab. In a state of drowsiness, I heard someone calling my name, initially dismissing it as a figment of my slumbering mind, and I turned over. Yet, the voice grew closer and clearer. I sat upright, rousing Baozi and the others. Baozi, rubbing his sleepy eyes, inquired if I was unwell. Do you hear that? Is someone calling me? Baozi perked up, straining to listen, and the distinct sound of Guozi reached our ears. Is that you, Guozi? I exclaimed. Quick, pinch me. I can't be dreaming. Chapter 48. Rescue. The voice of San Yazi resonated clearly in our ears. The four of us hurriedly emerged from the underground chamber and raced to the tomb passage, where flickering lights danced around us. Before long, the figures of San Yazi and Ma Zhanlin came into view. San Yazi, Uncle Ma. Upon hearing our calls, San Yazi, wielding a searchlight, hastened towards us. I remarked, you four truly are a handful. Were it not for Jiaozi, you might have languished down there for eternity. Ma Zhanlin chuckled and replied, as we gradually climbed out of the cellar, we finally breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of surviving such an ordeal is truly splendid. Outside, darkness had descended, while the incandescent light within the room emitted a warm glow. Upon entering, we discovered Jiaozi lying on the Kong, appearing exceedingly weak. We were taken aback. How could Jiaozi be poisoned? From whence did this toxin originate? What? I exclaimed in horror. The bowl of steamed buns had been given by the elderly couple next door. Could it be that they had poisoned them? Those two old wretches. I shall confront them at once. Baozi, filled with indignation, pushed open the door, intent on seeking retribution from the neighbors. Ma Zhanlin, observing Baozi's impulsive demeanor, could not help but shake his head. He then recounted everything that had transpired. The couple next door were not ordinary individuals. They were renowned tomb raiders from 20 years ago, famously known in the underworld as the Land Mouse couple. This pair had traversed the land, excavating numerous grand tombs, but ultimately fell victim to betrayal when they stole from the Song family of Shibao and were subsequently pursued into hiding in Tianjin. Their retreat to Jinggu seems to be intricately linked to the subterranean palace we fortuitously uncovered. At the very moment I wielded the chisel, they must have surmised something amiss, which explains the offering of that bowl of steamed buns, an attempt to silence us. How did they come to this conclusion? As Ma Zhanlin aptly remarked, Those engaged in our line of work carry a particular scent. What scent, you ask? The earthy aroma of the soil. None of us indulged in the buns. However, Jiaozi, upon tasting a morsel at home, detected an unusual flavor and refrained from further consumption. Yet, that singular bite rendered her with a throbbing headache and a sense of weakness, prompting her to seek assistance from Sonia. Meanwhile, the couple known as the land mice deemed it the opportune moment to visit our abode, only to find it deserted before descending into the cellar. What they did not anticipate was that Jiaozi had chosen not to accompany us. A twist of fate that ultimately facilitated our escape. After Ma Zhanlin's exposition, we exchanged bewildered glances. Clearly, his explanation bore inconsistencies. He urged us to investigate the neighboring residence for clarity. Baozi was the first to dash outside, and upon our arrival at the home of the land mice, we found it indeed vacated. Their storeroom was replete with an array of tools for excavation, many of which we had never encountered before. Inside their dwelling, we discovered a tunnel approximately 4 to 5 meters deep, and their vegetable cellar was brimming with a mixture of clay. Behold, does this excavation technique not speak of expertise? One cannot achieve such a perfectly executed tunnel without decades of practice. Had they not been advanced in age, this subterranean palace would have surely been breached long ago. Ma Zhanlin gestured towards the tunnel, and I felt a flicker of confusion. What could they possibly be unearthing within a void? After descending with Sanyazi, we discovered that the tomb passage connected two distinct spaces, the first being the underground palace you entered, and the second marked by the stone door adorned with natural rock. The true treasures lie behind that stone door. This revelation only deepened my confusion. Why not simply construct a burial chamber without such elaborate efforts? The Song people believed that death was merely a transition to another form of existence. Thus, the construction of Song tombs was typically closely aligned with earthly life. It served as both an idealistic refuge and a manifestation of aspirations. The Song individuals harbored an unwavering pursuit of earthly pleasures, which is why their burial chambers were crafted in accordance with the architectural styles of the living world. This notion perplexed not only Li Gu, but myself as well. After a moment of contemplation, Sanyazi remarked, "That must be Khitan script." To be honest, Ma Zhanlin and Sanyazi had us utterly bewildered, flitting between the Song dynasty and the Khitan, leaving us in a cloud of uncertainty. During the Song dynasty, Jinggu belonged to Jizhou, part of the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun, which at the time was a territory of the Liao kingdom and adjacent to the borders of the Song. The Khitan script was a writing system developed by the Khitan people of the Liao dynasty to record the Khitan language, derived from Chinese characters. At that time, Jinggu was home to both Khitan and Han people, leading to a rich cultural fusion. In matters of funerary customs, the Khitan also drew inspiration from the burial practices of the Song. Upon hearing Sanyazi's explanation, Ma Zhanlin nodded, seemingly satisfied with Sanyazi's erudition. So, if that is the case, the burial site behind the stone door should belong to a Khitan individual? Sanyazi shook his head and replied, "We cannot ascertain that just yet. We must wait until we open the stone door. To pry open the natural stone, a pry bar is required. Tomorrow marks the eve of the new year, and I feel it prudent to first celebrate the holiday before addressing this matter further." I turned to Ma Zhanlin, seeking his perspective. With a chuckle, Ma Zhanlin remarked, "The couple of land rats have already fled. This place cannot be seized by others. Once the new year has passed, I shall bring the pry bar and ascertain what divine being resides beneath." The pry bar is an implement with a long handle on one end and a semicircular metal end on the other. When opening the tomb door, one inserts the pry bar into the crevice, allowing the metal half-circle to clasp the natural stone. By gripping the handle, one can elevate the stone while simultaneously pushing the tomb door, leaning the stone against the door to keep it upright. As the land rat couple departed, they did not take the large dog, and I led him into my yard. Baozi initially opposed this, but upon seeing the large dog wag its tail a few times, his heart softened. He instructed the dog that it must not bite him in the future, lest it be cast out and become a stray. The dog seemed to comprehend, vigorously wagging its tail in response. Upon returning indoors, Jiaozi was still asleep. Sanyazi mentioned that Jiaozi had managed to locate him purely through her determination. This young girl is indeed reliable. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering Jiaozi, I began to feel a pang of guilt. How could I have suspected her of plotting against us in the underground palace? Such thoughts should never have crossed my mind. I truly am not a good person. Chapter 49. Brotherhood. Fortunately, Jiaozi's poisoning was not severe, and she awakened on the morning of the New Year's Eve. However, she appeared somewhat weakened. As we were uncertain of the specific poison she had ingested, Balga was unable to provide the appropriate antidote. Moreover, Ma Jianlin assured me that Jiaozi was not in any mortal danger and would gradually recover. In my heart, I silently vowed that if I ever caught the land mouse couple, I would certainly flay them alive. Third young master invited us to celebrate the new year at his home, claiming that a larger gathering would be more lively. Observing Jiaozi's condition, I felt she would not be able to handle such an occasion, so I asked Baozi to take Li Gu and Bao Gu along instead. Initially, they were reluctant, but the thought of me preparing their meal was enough to induce a headache. Once they departed, only Jiaozi and I remained in the house. Fortunately, during my time with Old Wu, I had always been the one to cook. Preparing a meal for just the two of us was ample for me. Jiaozi, what would you like to eat? I shall make it for you. Jiaozi shook her head and attempted to rise from the bed, insisting that my cooking could never compare to hers and that she should take charge of the kitchen. I gently pushed her back onto the Kong, urging her to rest while I showcased my culinary skills. By noon, Jiaozi and I had a simple meal of hanging noodles. After lunch, I began to prepare for the evening's New Year's feast. Just the two of us, I planned 4 dishes: chicken, duck, fish, and eggs, accompanied by a plate of dumplings. To be honest, I truly struggled with kneading the dough, resulting in oddly shaped dumplings. As night fell, Jiaozi's condition had evidently improved, and she sat by the window, gazing at the fireworks outside. Suddenly, she asked me, "Wu Gua, have you ever contemplated the future?" Her question took me by surprise. The future? I had never given it a thought. Why was she posing such a question? Jiaozi rested her chin on her hand and said softly, "Once one enters the world, one is no longer in control of their own fate. We are currently living on the edge, fearful that one day one of us may vanish forever." I can sense that Jiaozi has been shadowed by the events involving the land mouse couple. Approaching her, I gently stroked her head and said, "We shall not continue down this path indefinitely. Rest assured, the events of yesterday shall not be repeated. The truth is, the responsibility for yesterday's occurrences also lies with us. We must remain vigilant, for whether at home or elsewhere, we must always have a contingency plan, lest we find ourselves in precarious situations. Thus, let us not underestimate the role of vigilance within our team. Its presence offers us a vital escape route. Do not dwell on it too much. It is nearly midnight, and I shall prepare dumplings." Jiaozi nodded, her gaze still fixed on the fireworks outside. Dinner time. A simple feast of 4 dishes accompanied by a platter of dumplings constitutes our New Year's Eve meal. Just as the dishes were laid upon the table, we heard the sound of the door opening. There stood Bao Bao and Legay, carrying food and wine, their faces beaming as they beheld Jiaozi and me preparing to dine. "Happy New Year," they exclaimed. "On this festive occasion, how could we allow you and Jiaozi to spend it in solitude?" "Bao Bao, pour the wine. Legay, serve the dishes." Watching Bao Bao and the others, my heart swelled with genuine joy. Since my arrival in Jinju and the fortune of meeting them, I have been truly blessed. Finding kindred spirits is a rarity. Here's to bidding farewell to 1998 and welcoming 1999 with a toast. Cheers. That night, apart from Jiaozi, we all indulged a bit too much. The 5 of us ventured into the yard, surrounded by a sky ablaze with fireworks, and pledged our brotherhood. Brother Bao is the eldest, Brother Li the second, and Baozi the third. I am the 4th, and Jiaozi the 5th. Together, we kneel on the ground, chanting the slogan, not seeking to be born in the same year and month, but hoping to die in the same year and month. De Huang barks incessantly beside us, as if in celebration of our camaraderie. On the first day of the new year, Sanyazi arrives at our home with an abundance of gifts. He first offers his apologies, explaining that he could not join us on New Year's Eve due to visiting the elders. How could we possibly hold that against him? "Sanyazi, did you bring the tools?" I inquired. "Shall we open the stone door below today?" Sanyazi chuckled wryly, replying, "While we celebrate up here, must we assume those below do not celebrate as well? Let us allow them to enjoy their festivities." His reasoning seemed sound, so we decided to continue our revelry, vowing to drink until we were inebriated. In these past few days, I have consumed alcohol I hadn't touched in over a decade. In truth, I know little of wine tasting, merely swallowing with my eyes closed. As expected, we became quite intoxicated once more, and our brotherhood expanded to include Sanyazi. On the 4th day, Ma Jianlin arrived with the necessary tools. He proclaimed that the new year has passed, and it was time to commence the work below. Excitement mingled with anticipation filled the air. My knowledge of the Liao dynasty is scant. This regime established by a minority group seems to have left a minimal imprint in the annals of history compared to others. The mistakes you made last time must not be repeated, I warned. No matter where we are, we must have clear divisions of labor. Who will keep watch? I shall, volunteered Brotherly, stating that since Jiaozi had yet to fully recover, this important task could fall to him. All right, Little Li keeps watch, Wu Gua. Ensure you have the essentials. Let's commence. Descending once more into the burial passage, we swiftly arrived before the stone portal. Ma Zhanlin provided an on-site demonstration on the utilization of the mortise nail. You two possess considerable strength. Create a fissure so I may insert the nail. Baozi and Baogu, upon hearing this, gently attempted to push the stone door, but it remained unyielding. They exchanged glances, and in unison, counted to 3. Directly ramming into the stone door. I winced at the sight. With a resounding thud, the stone door quivered, dislodging dust that cascaded upon Baozi and Baogu. Cease your brute force, Ma Zhanlin interjected. Sanya Zi, Wu Gua, lend a hand. I secured the spotlight, tightened my belt, and exerted all my strength to push against the stone door. Excellent. Maintain your position. I shall insert the nail. With the stone door ajar by a mere 5 or 6 centimeters, Ma Zhanlin maneuvered the mortise nail into the crevice. Wu Gua, incline your head slightly to the left, aligning with the gap, so I can discern the position of the locking stone. I complied with Ma Zhanlin's instructions. Excellent. Persevere. Success. Little Bao, assist me in dislodging the locking stone. Subsequently, the grating sound of stone grinding against stone permeated the air, sending shivers down my spine. Little Song, open the door. Upon hearing this, Bao Gu exerted every ounce of strength to propel the stone door. Creak. Under Bao Ge's strenuous efforts, the stone door gradually yielded. Exercise caution. I shall venture in first to ascertain the absence of peril before summoning you. Upon Ma Zhnlin's utterance, he swiftly stepped through the stone portal. My heavens. Outside, we heard Ma Zhnlin draw in a sharp breath, leading us to believe he had encountered some peril. You all, come inside. Chapter 50, the pearwood coffin. I felt the term opulent fell short in describing this sepulchral chamber. As I crossed the threshold, my eyes beheld a meticulously adorned edifice. Square tiles paved the floor beneath an arched ceiling. The ground was fashioned into a sumru pedestal, with the edges of the lower railing intricately carved with lotus motifs, and the waist adorned with brick partitions framing lifelike brick sculptures of figures. Was this truly a tomb? It resembled nothing less than a luxurious residence. Baozi could not help but exclaim. Ma Zhnlin approached the corridor, gently caressing the octagonal columns on either side, remarking, "It is said that the Song dynasty folk knew how to indulge in life, and this is undeniably true. This structure is constructed precisely as their abode in life, even more splendid than their original dwelling." With that, we all stepped into the corridor. On the wall bricks flanking the corridor, sentinels of stone were carved, adorned with helmets and armor, brandishing long blades, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. They seemed to caution us, no trespassers allowed. Beyond the guardians, symmetrical floral motifs began to emerge on the walls, 6 blooms on each side, appearing remarkably lifelike. Uncle Ma, are these wall bricks valuable? If they hold worth, I shall pry them away, Baogu inquired, his avaricious nature rivaling that of Baozi. In his eyes, anything ancient must possess value. If I could take them outside to sell, they might fetch a mere dime each. Who knows if anyone would use these for construction? Upon hearing this, Baogu scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. As we exited the passageway, the tomb chamber was revealed before us in all its solemnity. The chamber was modest in size, with a coffin made of yellow rosewood quietly resting in its center. The walls of the chamber, on its eastern, western, and northern sides, were adorned with exquisite brick carvings depicting a male and a female figure. The male figure, his hair styled in a topknot, donned a round-collared robe cinched with a cloth belt and high boots. He stood with his hands clasped, leaning slightly inward in a posture of servitude. The female figure, her hair elegantly arranged in a bun, wore an open front blouse layered with a short garment, cradling a plate of offerings that contained coral. Her visage was full and inviting, standing gracefully at the forefront of the chamber. The artisan's remarkable skill rendered these brick sculptures with an astonishing lifelike quality. Alas, these are but artworks. How delightful it would be to carry them away. Their historical significance far surpasses their material worth. Even Ma Zhnlin could not help but express his admiration. After surveying the tomb chamber, our gaze finally settled upon the yellow rosewood coffin. This coffin measured approximately 2 meters in length and about 1.5 meters in width, crafted from 2 intricately carved pieces of yellow rosewood that fit together seamlessly. The base was adorned with 3 layers of lotus motifs, the petals plump and substantial, The eave columns were octagonal, lacking any pedestals. The coffin lid was designed to mimic a rooftop structure, with its ridge and slightly uplifted and embellished with beastly heads, while 4 downward curving ridges also raised slightly. The roof's 4 slopes featured intricately carved tile edges, the ends adorned with circular tile caps, and the eaves detailed with square overhanging edges. The entire form distinctly embodies the architectural characteristics of Song Dynasty wooden structures. The coffin, oriented north to south, invited me to circle around it. The southern side's lower section displayed 2 closed doors, intricately engraved with door nails and rings. Above, a window was carved, its cross-section forming a triangle. On either side of the wooden coffin are intricately carved figures of 8 male and female attendants, each approximately 70 to 80 centimeters tall. Among them are maidens gracefully holding tea trays and gourd-shaped vessels, alongside warriors brandishing weapons. The reverse of the coffin bears rows of inscriptions, identical to those found in the underground palace. Sanyazi claims these inscriptions are in Khitan script, though he admits his inability to decipher them. This peculiar phenomenon leaves us puzzled. Why would a tomb from the Song Dynasty feature Khitan characters? The key to this enigma likely lies within these inscriptions. Who will ascend to procure paper and ink to make rubbings of these characters? Alas, most of the ceramics are shattered, and the cause of their disrepair remains a mystery. Only a few plates remain intact, presenting a rather dismal sight. Baugul lamented while holding several flat porcelain plates. During the Song Dynasty, it was customary to bury bowls and dishes alongside the deceased, reflecting the belief that these items would be of use in the afterlife. This practice serves as a form of spiritual solace. Ma Zhanlin nodded in agreement, stating, Wu Guo possesses commendable historical knowledge. It appears he has invested considerable effort. Old Wu would be quite pleased to learn this. I raised my head, somewhat astonished, and inquired, Uncle Ma, do you also know Old Wu Air? Ma Zhanlin chuckled softly, replying, Old Wu is indeed a prominent figure in our northern regions. Had it not been for Sanyazi's information, we would not have gathered so many people during the conflict with the Jiangning gang. His words were somewhat understated. Without Old Wu Air, the Rihe gang would not have rushed to our aid at Sanyazi's behest. No wonder, indeed, it was all due to Old Wu Air's influence. Seeing me lost in thought, Ma Zhanlin continued, in truth, Old Wu's current troubles primarily stem from that group in the south. We, in the north, are not so petty. Those unclaimed treasures underground are earned through one's own efforts. While we in the north may envy them, we do not covet a share. The southerners, however, are quite different. They believe that since these are their territories, all that lies within is rightfully theirs. Even if others discover something, they feel entitled to a tribute for protection. Thus, the degradation of societal morals can ultimately be attributed to the blinding influence of money. As soon as Ma Zhanlin's words fell, Baozi rushed over with an axe and a saw. Observing his breathless state, I inquired what he intended to do with those tools. You are truly filial. Sanyazi, this task of imprinting is entrusted to you. Ma Zhanlin assigned the task to him, then pointed to the wooden coffin, saying, in a moment, the 4 of us will each take a corner and lift the coffin lid. We must coordinate our strength. I fear that the lid, having been undisturbed for so long, may not withstand our efforts. Wu Guo, you go first and light 3 sticks of incense and a candle, reciting a few words. We nodded, retrieving the incense and candle to ignite them in the southeast corner, softly murmuring, spirits of the departed, do not take offense. We temporarily borrow some wealth to perform good deeds on your behalf. After completing this ritual, I bowed once more before rising to a corner of the coffin, resting my hand upon the lid. 1, 2, 3, Ma Zhanlin called out, and I began to gradually increase the pressure of my hand. Put in more effort. I felt as though I were exerting every ounce of strength within me, yet the coffin lid remained utterly immovable. Ma Zhanlin gestured for us to halt, then circled the coffin, remarking, there are no signs of adhesion between the body and the lid, nor are there any embedded nails. The only plausible explanation is that the coffin and its lid employ the mortise and tenon technique. Who lies within this intricate structure? What a convoluted arrangement. He sighed. Regardless of who it may be, our only course of action now is to forcibly dismantle it. Fortunately, Xiaobao's axe and saw will come in handy. Chapter 51. The gold ingots. Oh, what a magnificent rosewood, so carelessly destroyed. Baozi lamented, yet his axe showed no mercy as it swung through the air, sending wood shavings flying. Despite the high hardness and density of the rosewood, centuries of subterranean preservation had altered its composition. The axe in Baozi's hands moved with vigor, rendering the wood trivial in comparison to the treasures concealed within the coffin. That's enough. Use the saw to cut away this edge. We only need to disrupt one mortise to access the entire structure. Upon hearing this, Bauga seized the saw and began to slice through the area Baozi had previously struck. The sound of crack, crack, echoed as, in no time, a corner of the coffin lid was severed, revealing a gap in the coffin chamber. Ma Jianlin took the axe from Baozi and, with a horizontal blow aimed at the crevice, struck down. With a resounding thud, the entire coffin lid trembled slightly. I stood in astonishment, mouth agape. Ma Jianlin had always directed our efforts, but I had never witnessed him genuinely engage in the task. This display of strength was so formidable that it left me utterly speechless. Do not remain in a stupor. Come and help me lift the coffin lid. I have made the necessary rubbings. As the lid was raised, Sanyazi also took the opportunity to transcribe the chitin characters. Uncle Ma, is this gold ingot? Baozi was the first to peer into the coffin, and under the beam of the spotlight, the gold ingots inside radiated a golden glow. Ma Jianlin nodded in affirmation and then reached in to retrieve one of the ingots. This ingot was of a curved, wasted form, and upon closer inspection, the front was inscribed with the characters Xiang Wulong, indicating it was of exquisite gold, weighing 25 taels. Baozi collected all the visible ingots, totaling 9 in all. If I were to sell these and forge a gold chain, wouldn't it suit my temperament splendidly? Do not squander such treasures. A single ingot could fetch hundreds of thousands on the black market, sufficient to craft numerous gold chains. Baozi was astounded, his eyes darting as if calculating the worth of these ingots. After gathering the gold, we began to carefully unwrap the fabric shrouding the corpse. The material resembled cotton linen, and beneath it lay several layers of silk. When the final layer of silk was removed, a head covering revealed a decayed body before our eyes. Ma Jianlin cautiously lifted the covering and exclaimed in astonishment, "It's a woman?" Ma Jianlin was utterly perplexed, and I shared his confusion. In such a grand burial, only a single woman lay interred? Through the beam of the spotlight, I discerned that the corpse's hairstyle and skeletal structure were intact. 3 gilded silver hairpins adorned her hair, complemented by 4 ornate hair combs. Around her neck hung an embroidered ribbon with a phoenix motif and a golden pendant, while her chest bore a heart-shaped, filigree silver incense burner. This object is known as a xiaopei, a garment not to be donned casually by the ordinary folk, but rather a ceremonial attire reserved for the court ladies. After Ma Jianlin finished speaking, I furrowed my brow and remarked, "This is even more peculiar." The Song dynasty government had issued funeral regulations mandating simplicity in burials, prohibiting the inclusion of valuable items within coffins. There are specific requirements regarding the materials of the coffin and the size of the burial site. Clearly, this exceeds the stipulated norms. Just the few gold ingots alone surpass the funeral decree's provisions. Moreover, observe that there are copper coins present. While we conversed, Baozi had already begun to explore the bottom of the coffin. Sanyazi examined the copper coins closely and gasped, "Jingfu Tongbao? Yao dynasty coins?" Ma Jianlin swiftly took the coins from Sanyazi's hands, scrutinizing them repeatedly. This was utterly absurd. Our coins and inscriptions found in a Song tomb, especially those belonging to a woman, defied all logic. Baozi and Baoga, oblivious to our discussion, were preoccupied with rummaging for valuable treasures within the coffin. Before long, they had unearthed dozens of copper coins, a jade comb, and a white jade plaque adorned with a relief of a figure. The plaque depicted a beautiful woman, whom I surmised to be the likeness of the tomb's owner, exuding an air of opulence and grace. "Is this hairpin valuable? Should we take it?" Baozi and Baoga, having thoroughly stripped the coffin of its contents, began contemplating the fate of the hairpin. "Let it be. A few silver hairpins hold little worth. We ought to leave something for the deceased," I suggested. Baozi let out a sigh, gazing longingly at the interior of the coffin. Upon returning to the cellar, we collaborated to properly replace the stone slab and then leveled the earth. Li Gu stood idly at the entrance, and upon our emergence, he exhaled into his hands and inquired, "Is it done? The meal is ready. Come and partake." Once back inside, we commenced tallying our recent acquisitions. We had secured 9 gold ingots from the Song dynasty, a total of 39 coins comprised of Jingfu Tongbao and Chongxi Tongbao, 2 pieces of jade, and a pair of ceremonial sashes. Sanyazi remarked that while the quantity was modest, the value should be substantial, estimating it to be around 1 million. In comparison to the treasures of the Ling and King, this sum seemed almost paltry. As Sanyazi prepared to depart, Ma Jianlin summoned him to accompany him. I hastily inquired about the fate of our findings. Ma Zhanlin replied that we would temporarily store them here, once Sanyazi had translated the secrets of the Song Tomb. We could proceed with the sale. In the world of antiques, it is customary to imbue artifacts with a narrative. Items with a story often command a higher price. After Ma Zhanlin and Sanyazi departed, Li Gu quickly urged Baozi to unveil the treasures for his admiration. Jiaozi also approached, and Baozi retrieved the gleaming gold ingots from his pocket, which caused Jiaozi's eyes to sparkle with delight. Indeed, women are often drawn to such things. By the way, Baozi, did you not mention intending to saw off that large Wangwali bed to bring it out? Do you still wish to pursue this? Baozi waved his hand dismissively, while Jiaozi scornfully chided him for his lack of shame. How can I lack shame? Isn't it simply a matter of men and women? Do you think I am like Guozi, a virgin to this day? I am perplexed as to why I find myself unjustly caught in this situation. Having just turned 17 after the new year, I ponder the significance of being a virgin. After the departure of the handsome lad, Baozi, with a lewd grin, addressed us. Brothers, we have struck gold again. Shall we revel tonight? Chapter 52. A love story. I find it bewildering that Baozi, so young, possesses such inclinations. At this rate, he may find himself diminished before reaching 30. He remarked that I lacked experience and inquired if I understood why yellow precedes gambling and drugs. I shook my head, indicating my ignorance. Baozi explained that yellow is even more addictive than gambling, thus earning its position at the forefront. This was the first time I had encountered such an assertion, leaving me uncertain whether it held any truth or was merely his fanciful fabrication. Without even sharing a meal, the three of them dashed out. The handsome lad questioned why I did not join them. I confessed my shyness. The following morning, my pleasant dreams were abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. In my slumber, I had been on a date with Bai Lu, only to be roused at a critical moment, leaving me quite irritable. Expecting it to be Baozi and the others, I was surprised to find Sanya at the door. He stumbled in, yawning and sporting dark circles under his eyes. What else with the temper? Did Baozi and the others leave you behind? I had no desire to accompany them. What I sought was love, not a fleeting encounter. Senya gave me a thumbs up, proclaiming me a pure, innocent virgin. Do you have anything on your mind? Is it possible for me to have nothing on my mind? Senya retorted, producing an A4 sheet from his pocket and handing it to me. Do you not yearn for love? Take a look at the love contained within this. This is the result of a night of toil I dedicated to translating. Have you managed to translate the Khitan script? I took the A4 paper and meticulously read the contents inscribed upon it. The owner of the Song Dynasty tomb beneath the vegetable cellar is named Lu Maojun, a name that resonates with the artistic essence of the Song era. The individual responsible for the construction of this mausoleum is known as Yel Zongjin. While many may be unfamiliar with Yel Zongjin, they would likely recognize him as the esteemed Liao Xingzong of the Liao dynasty. Yel Zongjin, whose Khitan name was Yel Zhigu, courtesy name Ibu Jin, was the eldest son of the Liao Xingzong Yel Longshu and the son of the revered Empress Xiao Naojin, making him the 7th emperor of the Liao dynasty. During his reign, he exerted pressure on the northern Song, compelling them to increase their annual tribute of silver and silk. He personally led military campaigns against the western Xia, forcing Li Yuanhao to apologize and acknowledge vassalage. Enamored with the culture of the Central Plains, he extensively employed Han officials, with the Jingfu Tongbao and Chengshi Tongbao coins being minted after the model of Song currency. Logically speaking, a Khitan emperor and a Han woman should not be intertwined. However, the love between these two individuals was undeniably genuine. In his youth, Yel Zongjin encountered Lu Maojun in Jingu, and he was instantly captivated by her charms, while she too developed a profound interest in him. Their romance blossomed until Yel Zongjin ascended to the throne. The Liao Taizu, Yel Abaoji, had previously decreed that members of the Yel clan could only marry within the Shao clan, ensuring the stability of the ruling class of the Liao dynasty. This decree forced Yel Zongjin and Lu Maojun to part ways reluctantly. Yet, Yel Zongjin could not forget Lu Maojun and frequently sought her out for clandestine meetings to alleviate his longing. As time passed, Yel Zongjin's wife, Xiao Tali, discovered this matter and demanded that he eliminate Lu Maojun. Consequently, Yel Zongjin constructed an underground palace to provide Lu Maojun with a temporary refuge. However, it wasn't long before Lu Maojun succumbed to despair and illness, ultimately passing away at the tender age of 27. Deeply mournful, Yel Zongjin erected a tomb adjacent to the underground palace, interring Lu Maojun there. Due to her Han heritage, he honored her with Han burial customs. This explains the presence of Khitan characters and coins found in the Song tomb. In the 24th year of the Yongxi era, Zongzhen fell gravely ill during an outing and soon departed from this world at the age of 40. Upon reflecting on these events, I let out a soft sigh. It is truly lamentable that Zongzhen and Lu Maojun could not unite due to their ethnic differences. Zhenzong was indeed a man of deep affection and loyalty. Having finished reading, I turned to Sanyazi, my curiosity piqued by his reluctance to accept. Sanyazi offered a wry smile and explained that the Chung family might be under surveillance, prompting his father to advise him to remain discreet. However, he reassured me that, as before, everything could be managed with a little finesse. I nodded in understanding, urging him to exercise caution. After Sanyazi departed, I reclined on the Kong, idly playing with Lu Maojun's jade comb, reflecting on the plight of this devoted woman, truly deserving of sympathy. When I awakened again, the sun was already high in the sky. Baozi and the others were watching television, perhaps out of concern for disturbing my rest, as the sound was muted. Upon noticing my awakening, Baozi inquired why I had not changed out of my clothes before sleeping. I handed him the A4 sheet, and as Baozi reached out to receive it, I caught a whiff of his perfume. This tale could easily inspire a television drama. The man with the surname Yi, despite being an emperor, seems to complicate matters by declaring his intentions regarding marriage. Sometimes, it appears more liberating to live as an ordinary citizen. After perusing the contents of the paper, Baozi passed it on to Li Gu, expressing his thoughts. The gentleman's surname is Yelu, not Yi. Do not mock him. If you were bestowed with supreme power yet faced immutable circumstances, would you choose to live as a commoner? Baozi found himself momentarily speechless. It seems we are merely nibbling on radishes while worrying about matters that are centuries old, which bear no relevance to us. My immediate concern is to ascertain the potential value of our goods. Has Senya mentioned anything to you? Senya might be encountering some difficulties lately. As he is currently negotiating with other contacts for us, the prices will certainly be more favorable. That is reassuring. By the way, could you reimburse me for last night's entertainment expenses? What do you mean by entertainment expenses? Initially, I was taken aback, but it took me a few moments to comprehend. Get lost. As evening approached, Senya paid us another visit, this time accompanied by an individual. This man appeared to be in his early 30s with well-defined features. Fair skin and a businesslike short haircut, exuding vitality. Guozi, allow me to introduce you to Lao Meng, a veteran of the antique market. He is particularly interested in your goods, and he possesses substantial financial backing, being a bona fide scion of wealth. Brother Chung, you flatter me. Since we are all friends of Brother Chung, I shall acquire the goods at the best price from the black market. Let us unveil the merchandise. Old Meng's voice had a somewhat effeminate quality, and coupled with his complexion, it gave off a rather delicate impression. Baozi hastily presented the gold ingots and copper coins upon the Kong, piquing Old Meng's interest as he scrutinized them closely. After a round of haggling, he offered us a price of 130,000. Chapter 53. Sun Dahai returns after Old Meng made his offer. I exchanged a meaningful glance with Sanyazi, who subtly nodded in agreement, and thus we finalized the deal at this price. Once Old Meng departed, Baozi inquired of Sanyazi, "How do you know this woman?" I instantly became unsettled, realizing that Old Meng was indeed a woman. Baozi's eyes widened with incredulity. Wherever Old Meng went, others presumed him to be male. How could he discern otherwise? With a haughty tilt of his head, Baozi proclaimed, "No matter how masculine this woman may appear, her feminine traits remain unmistakable, her Adam's apple, bosom, and curves, among others." I interrupted Baozi, questioning why he had not recognized Jiaozi's femininity upon their first meeting. Baozi craned his neck toward the west room and whispered, "Jiaozi was so flat, like an airstrip, that it led me to overlook her true nature." "Bao Xiaogu, you are courting death," came Jiaozi's furious roar from the west room. Baozi stuck out his tongue in response, scurrying outside to avoid the impending wrath. Old Meng, originally named Meng Huan, was the only daughter of Meng Qing from the Jiasen auction house. The Jiasen auction house exhibits a keen enthusiasm for the auctioning of antiques, adeptly transforming these obscure items into legitimate treasures, though the mechanics of their operations remain a mystery. As for the sum of 1,300,000, when divided among the 7 individuals, it proves insufficient for an equitable distribution. Consequently, the 6 of us each received 150,000, while Ma Zhanlin was allotted 400,000, a gesture of gratitude for his previous act of salvation. One must adopt a long-term perspective and understand the essence of sacrifice and reward. Having received their shares, the group, particularly Bao Gu, ventured out to revel in newfound wealth. With plans already laid for the utilization of these funds, I promptly descended from the Kong and inquired with Li Gu about Sun Dahai's whereabouts. He is at home. Though his condition appears to be less than favorable, Baozi and Bao Gu are currently by his side. Let us proceed there. En route. Li Gu informed me that they were out shopping when the skilled healer, Li, found them and relayed that Sun Dahai was seeking him. This marked my first visit to Sun Dahai's residence, a solitary courtyard adorned with an artificial mountain and a pavilion. In stark contrast to my home in Chaozhou, it felt like a different world entirely. Upon entering, I found Sun Dahai reclining on his bed, his complexion pale and aged beyond his years. "Uncle Sun, what has happened to you?" I inquired. Sun Dahai, upon noticing my arrival, smiled and gestured for me to take a seat. "It matters not. Age has its toll. Unlike the vigor of youth," he replied. With a cough, Li Gu promptly poured him a glass of water. Sun Dahai propped himself up against the headboard and accepted the glass, taking a sip before inquiring, "Northeast? What brings us there, to that frigid land?" Sun Dahai sighed and continued, "We have uncovered some clues regarding the ancient state of Susan. Just as we began to gain some insight, we were met with heavy snowfall that sealed off the mountains. Fortunately, we had made some preparations in advance. Otherwise, we would have been left to freeze to death in the mountains." "And you, Uncle Sun, did you go with Old Wu?" Sun Dahai nodded. I hurriedly inquired, "Where is Old Wu now?" "It seems my second brother has gone to Xingqing. I didn't ask too many details. By the way, my second brother asked me to convey a message to you. Remember those 5 precepts. Since you have embarked on this path, you must carve out your own destiny." Upon hearing this, I fell into silence. Susan was an ancient northeastern ethnic group, one of the ancestors of modern Manchu and other Tungusic tribes. Since the legendary times of Shun and Yu, Susan had established tributary relations with the Central Plains, the classic of mountains and seas mentions. In the northern wilderness, there is a mountain called Buxian, home to the nation of Suhan. This Buxian mountain is identified as Chabai Mountain in the Bamboo Annals records that Suhan, since the Yu and Xia dynasties, was a significant northeastern nation. After Sun Dahai finished speaking, Baozi expressed interest, saying that if we could locate the ruins of the ancient Susan state, we would never have to work again in this lifetime. Easier said than done. Cough, cough. Sun Dahai suddenly coughed, and Li Gao promptly handed him a tissue. Sun Dahai wiped his mouth, and I noticed bloodstains on the tissue. "Uncle Yu." Li Gao's expression turned anxious upon seeing Sun Dahai cough up blood. Sun Dahai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing serious, just an old ailment. Everyone faces the inevitability of aging and illness. In my life, I have no children or family to worry about." Sun Dahai remained remarkably composed, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Uncle, allow me to take you to the hospital for an examination." Sun Dahai was the cousin of Li Gu, and naturally, he was quite anxious for him. I am well aware of my own body. I have experienced all that life has to offer and enjoyed every moment. Even a visit to the hospital would yield the same outcome. It is far better to live joyfully for a few more years. "Wu Gua, if you have some free time lately, perhaps you could make a trip to Xingqing. You might be able to assist Ergo." I nodded in agreement. Even without Sun Dahai's suggestion, I had been inclined to visit Xingqing. After leaving Sun Dahai's home, Baozi could not shake off thoughts of the ancient country of Suhan. He inquired, "Shall we first venture to the northeast?" "Not yet. Did you not hear Uncle Sun mention that heavy snow has blocked the mountains? We should wait until the weather warms up before making any plans." "I intend to set off for Xingqing tomorrow. Will you accompany me?" I turned my gaze toward Baozi, who merely shrugged, expressing indifference. "I'll follow you wherever you go." Baozi mentioned that Sun Dahai had a high probability of cancer, and that medication could only prolong his life for a few more years. Given the long journey to Xingqing and the uncertainty of conditions there, I decided to have Jiaozi stay at home, advising her to visit Li Gu when possible. This way, she could also help care for Sun Dahai. Jiaozi had no objections to this arrangement. She remarked that whether she accompanied me or stayed at home, her role remained the same, serving others. "Women are simply meant to cater to others," she added. I refrained from interjecting, fully aware that the daily meals and household cleanliness were her responsibilities. The following day, Baozi and I arrived at the train station early, embarking on a journey to Xingqing that required a transfer, as there were no direct trains available. It was only after 10 in the morning that we managed to board the train, setting off on a 2-day, 1-night expedition that promised to be yet another arduous experience. Chapter 54. Xingqing. My impressions of Xingqing were solely composed of goji berries and vast herds of sheep and cattle. After nearly 30 hours of jarring travel, we finally reached our destination. Upon disembarking, I was immediately struck by the bone-chilling cold, a stark contrast to the briskness of Tianjin, penetrating deep into my very bones. First, we ought to purchase some warm clothing, I suggested, and then indulge in a steaming bowl of lamb soup. The cost of living in Xingqing was remarkably low. I acquired an entire outfit for just over 100 yuan. With a hat snugly perched on my head and a scarf wrapped around my neck, I felt significantly warmer. Let us refrain from excessive conversation during our meal, Baozi cautioned. For most establishments here are halal restaurants, and one must tread carefully with their words, lest we provoke an unwarranted confrontation. Why would they do anything to me? I shall simply eat what they serve, I replied. We settled into a bustling eatery where we ordered a serving of hand-grabbed lamb chops and 2 bowls of lamb noodle soup. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of lamb, primarily due to its strong odor. Yet, I find myself able to enjoy lamb skewers. Curious, I assented. Baozi devoured nearly all the lamb chops himself, while I managed only a couple of bites of the noodles. After a satisfying meal, Baozi, with a toothpick in hand, inquired about our next destination. My impulsive decision to journey to Xingqing was driven by the desire to find Wu Laoxi. Yet the vastness of the city rendered the task akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Unfamiliar with the area, we were at a complete loss for direction. Let us find a place to stay for the night, I proposed. Tomorrow, we can explore the antique market. Perhaps we might uncover some leads. Do not harbor excessive hopes. Consider this merely a journey. I am uncertain if there are any entertainment venues here, but I shall take you out for some revelry this evening. Just as we were about to leave, 2 individuals entered, causing my pupils to constrict. It was my neighbors, the field mice couple. How could they possibly be here? Baozi gestured for me to remain silent, shaking his head in warning. I suppressed the surge of anger within and sat back down with Baozi. The staff member who had approached us to tidy up inquired about our situation. In a hushed tone, I replied that we were still hungry and requested another bowl of noodles. Since Baozi and I had prepared to leave earlier and were wrapped up quite well, the field mice couple did not recognize us. After they settled in, each ordered a bowl of noodles, and soon enough, I overheard the elderly woman lamenting. Why leave the comforts of the South to come to this place, where one might suffer the worst fates? Humph, women are often long-haired yet short-sighted. With so many capable individuals gathered at the hilltop, there must be significant discoveries to be had. We might just share in the spoils, replied the elderly man. And what of it? The North and South have never seen eye to eye. They may appear amicable now, but one can only wonder what schemes lurk beneath the surface. This murky water is treacherous. Alas, had it not been for those rascally kids from Jinggu, we would be reveling with our earnings right now. I cannot fathom where these brats came from. They have spoiled my plans. Upon hearing this, I rose to confront them, but Baozi grasped my arm, pulling me out of the establishment. Alas, the noodles you ordered have yet to be consumed, and I have not yet settled the bill for this bowl of noodles. Baozi tossed a 10 yuan note to the attendant and hurriedly led me away. I caught a faint murmur from the attendant. What sort of person is this? Why are you dragging me into this? Have you forgotten how these 2 nearly brought us ruin? Can't you use your brain? Did you not overhear their conversation? This is likely connected to your master. Now that they have arrived, it is only a matter of time before retribution ensues. They cannot escape. Baozi's words jolted me from my reverie. I had been so consumed with thoughts of vengeance that I had overlooked this crucial aspect. What were they discussing earlier? I had not paid attention. Baozi shot me an exasperated glance and replied, Potu. After inquiring with a passerby, we learned that Pota lies in the southwestern part of Xingqing, adjacent to the Yellow River and bordering the desert. It is approximately 20 kilometers away, a half-hour ride by car. Upon reaching Potu, Baozi and I first sought accommodation at a local inn. The proprietor was not a local of Xingqing, his accent suggesting he hailed from the Donglu region. While registering, he muttered softly, Why are there so many outsiders lately? What is there to enjoy in this desolate desert? Ah, you're from Donglu? I'm from Chaozhou. So we are fellow townsmen. The innkeeper glanced up at me momentarily before returning to his registration task. Fellow townsmen should support one another, yet in this small business, there is little room for sentiment. 30 yuan per night. Who will cover that? This left me feeling quite awkward, as if I were imposing. No one intended to take advantage of you. Encountering a fellow townsman in this vast sea of humanity should evoke a sense of camaraderie. Is a 30 yuan discount truly worth the trouble for my brother and me? Bun, while speaking, pulled out 100 yuan and placed it on the bar counter. No need for change. My brother's fellow villager will take care of your business. The innkeeper picked up the money, examined it under the light, flicked it with his fingers, and then, beaming with delight, tucked it into his pocket. It's always the fellow villagers who are considerate. There's an empty room on the second floor, just right with 2 beds. He leaned closer and whispered in our ears, "After midnight, there are special services available. Typically, it's 80. But for the sake of our connection, I'll charge you 70. Call me anytime if you need anything." I grabbed Bun and headed straight upstairs. Unable to tolerate the innkeeper's pretentious demeanor, which was an embarrassment to the people of Donglu. "Bun, your fellow villager isn't much to brag about." He hurriedly offered a 10 yuan discount. "He is not my fellow villager. I'm from Chaozhou, far removed from him." Bun chuckled and asked if I needed special services that night. Squinting at him, I replied with a teasing smile, "If we're sharing a room. Be careful not to engage in any frivolities, or I might just have to silence you." As I spoke, I gestured with my fingers in a scissor shape. Bun, covering his groin, looked at me mockingly. "I wonder how long you can maintain that innocent facade. I fear you might not find an antidote next time you get bitten." The lodging conditions in this inn were deplorable. The sheets were stained with some unknown liquid, scattered like a map. Moreover, the room was permeated with an unpleasant odor, a ghastly blend of stinky feet and mildew, which assaulted the nostrils. The surroundings are utterly dismal. In this environment, even 30 or 3 yuan would seem excessive. Let us not waste words. I will open the window for some fresh air, and I shall speak to him about replacing the bed linens. Baozi, grumbling, went to open the window. Just as I was about to open the door, I heard the distinct sound of high heels echoing in the corridor. I wondered to myself, could it be that some resident had become intolerable and was now seeking special services? As I stepped out into the hallway, the sound of the heels halted right outside the door of my room. I looked up to find Sister Hua, equally astonished, gazing back at me. "Sister Hua? Wu Gua? What brings you here, little one? Surely Zhou Si did not invite you over?" Chapter 55. The ancient city of Xixiao. Sister Hua was adorned in a half-length skirt, paired with a cropped fur jacket and knee-high boots. With her exquisite makeup and graceful gait, I surmised that no man could resist stealing a glance. Upon entering our room, Baozi greeted her and promptly made an excuse to leave. Normally, he would be too bashful to even glance at a beauty like Sister Hua. "Sister Hua, were you invited by Zhou Si? What are his intentions?" Sister Hua produced a cigarette and offered it to me. I waved my hand, declining. "How can a man not smoke?" She remarked. "Cigarettes can help one make choices in times of uncertainty and offer solace when one is disheartened." Noting my silence, Sister Hua exhaled a puff of smoke and continued. "Zhou Si's invitation to people from both the north and south pertains to the ancient kingdom of Xixia. This ancient kingdom, which has existed for nearly 2 centuries, mysteriously vanished without a trace. There are no historical records, no written accounts, nor any remnants left by its descendants. Sister Hua, I recall that the fall of the Western Xiao was due to Genghis Khan succumbing to a poisoned arrow from the Tanguts during his expedition, ultimately passing away on Mount Lupin, after which his death was kept a secret. Before his demise, Genghis Khan bequeathed a decree demanding the surrender of Western Xiao, followed by the extermination of all its people. In a frenzy of warfare, the Mongol forces, driven by a fervent desire for vengeance, unleashed a cataclysmic destruction upon Western Xia. They not only massacred the inhabitants of the capital, but also obliterated the palaces and historical records that had accumulated over nearly 2 centuries. The winds of history swept away the Western Xia, leaving behind only the lament of the Tanguts, and thus the kingdom vanished entirely from the annals of history. Sister Hua gazed at me with a smile that made me feel shy. "You possess a commendable understanding of history. Yet have you ever pondered that history is written by the victors? The vast city of the Western Xia did not simply disappear without reason. Such an occurrence defies logic." "Sister Hua, what do you imply?" She extinguished her cigarette, pausing momentarily as if to gather her thoughts. While the Mongolian cavalry could ravage cities, they could not obliterate the Western Xia realm in such a short span. Numerous archaeological experts, drawing on unofficial histories, have surmised that after the Mongolian cavalry annihilated Western Xia, the kingdom was engulfed by a superlative black storm. A black storm? Indeed, a black storm, referring to a severe dust storm. This intense sandstorm can raise sand into a towering wall, rendering visibility to zero in its wake. It is highly probable that the ancient city of Western Xia was buried beneath the desert by this black dust storm. I neglected to inform you that Cui Sibai from the Jiangning gang has also been invited by Zhou Si, so do exercise caution. I was taken aback. It truly is a small world, and if that fellow discovers my presence here, he would undoubtedly seek revenge on both me and Baozi. "Flower sister, are you aware of Wu Denghui being here?" I inquired. "Me?" I gasped, for Wu Lao'er is quite renowned in the underworld. It astonished me that Flower sister was unfamiliar with him. No worries, flower sister. I was merely asking. She chuckled softly, closed the door, and departed. I heard Bowsy greeting her in the corridor. Flower sister, won't you stay a while? Not at all, little chubby. The journey has been exhausting. I shall indulge in a beauty sleep. After Bowsy entered, he shook his head continuously. Nonsense. What do lumbar discs have to do with the neck? Gwuzzy. I must tell you, flower sister gives me the impression of being no ordinary individual. Tread carefully around her. I burst into laughter. Is there a woman that you, Bowsy, fear? With utmost seriousness, Bowsy replied, do not be deceived by her appearance. If she lacked capability, could she possibly establish herself in this industry? Remember our time in Guangzhou, where our commission was tacitly accepted by Jianshi. Consider this. How could a nightclub madam command such respect from Jianshi? Be wary of being manipulated by her. Most importantly, do not let her compromise your integrity. Go to the devil. Do you think I am that kind of person? That is not a certainty. Not being that kind of person does not preclude one from engaging in such affairs. I had no desire to delve further into this topic. Without Bowsy's admonition, I was already acutely aware of the perils of this world. Yet, I was taken aback to discover that Bowsy, who typically revels in the underbelly of society, held a certain apprehension toward Flower Sister. You asked the boss to change the bed linens, and he responded with irritation. The disgruntled Bowsy expressed his frustration, remarking that the boss claimed there was a perpetual water shortage here, making it inconvenient to wash the linens. If we found the conditions unsatisfactory, we could simply remove the sheets and covers ourselves. What a shrewd businessman. Let us take a break for now and later inquire with Sister Hua about their departure time. If necessary, we can accompany her. Chui Xiaobai has also been invited for Thursday. I wonder if anyone from the Ghost King Hall has arrived. Bowsy scoffed, stating that if they could be defeated once, they could certainly be vanquished again. I don't mind boastful individuals, but I do find it irksome when others are more boastful than I. Well, as long as we refrain from boasting, we remain good friends. Lying on the bed, I contemplated that since Sun Dehai mentioned that Wu Lao had arrived in Xingqing, it was highly likely connected to the ancient city of Xixia. However, I was uncertain of his whereabouts. Was he lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment? My thoughts spiraled without clarity, and fatigue from a restless train journey began to weigh heavily upon me. Ignoring the unpleasant odor from the bed, I soon drifted into slumber. Gwuzzy, wake up, Bowsy exclaimed, revealing that the couple known as the Land Mouse had also moved in, occupying the room directly across from us. Instantly, my drowsiness vanished. What should we do? Should we confront them directly? Bowsy's eyes sparkled with mischief as he devised a cunning plan. I have some medicine left. Originally, I intended to use it against Chui Xiaobai since I heard he was here, but let us first target that rodent couple. After Bowsy shared his scheme, I gave him a thumbs up. How delightfully wicked. I quietly opened the door and went downstairs to request a pot of boiling water from the unscrupulous landlord. As I ascended the stairs, I discreetly poured the medicine I had into the kettle when no one was watching. Stealthily, I approached the door of the Land Mouse couple's room and gently knocked. Who is it? It's the water delivery. Just leave it at the door. I placed the kettle at the entrance and swiftly descended the stairs. Peering from the staircase, I saw the male mouse bringing the kettle inside. A sense of glee surged within me as I thought, drink up, drink up. Soon you shall learn the consequences of crossing us. I exchanged a knowing smile with my companion and boldly pushed the door open. Ah, the thrill of mischief has its own delight. Chapter 56. Thursday, upon entering the Land Mouse couple's chamber, I found them sprawled across the bed in utter relaxation. My companion chuckled mischievously, beginning to undress the female mouse. It was not from any deviant desire. Her 60-something physique held no allure for us. Leave her pants and bra on. Are you not concerned about your eyes? In no time, my companion had stripped the female mouse bare, revealing loose, wrinkled skin that was somewhat nauseating. Do not merely stand there. Fetch a pen. I mused. Chui Xiaobai was here. Your wife still possesses a certain charm, which pleases me immensely. Fruit, does this writing meet your approval? Though my companion's handwriting resembled the chaotic scrawl of a spider, it seemed oddly fitting on the female mouse's body. I felt something was amiss, as if it were lacking in some regard. After pondering for a moment, my companion tugged at the female mouse's bra, exposing half of her sagging form. Then, with a swift motion, he lowered her panties, revealing a few unruly strands of white hair that playfully sprang forth. Forgive me. It was rather scandalous to behold an elderly woman in such a state for the first time. After uttering these words, Bowsy proceeded to expel 2 streams of nasal mucus onto the female vole's abdomen, the viscous fluid shimmering with a yellowish tinge. Do you find it repulsive? Isn't it all the more realistic this way? With Bowsie's lecherous chuckle echoing, we retreated from the Vole couple's chamber. As the adage goes, if you do not pull up the roots, they will grow back when the spring breeze blows. Your current approach is rather puerile. Were I in your position, I would devise a means to eliminate anyone who dared to offend me, thereby precluding any future complications. It appears that Huajia has been keenly observing our subtle maneuvers. However, given the couple's dubious reputation in the martial world, it is best to subject them to some initial hardship. Should they dare to meddle in the affairs of Xixia City, others will undoubtedly deal with them, obviating the need for your intervention. Baozi rubbed his hands together in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, they are both of advanced age. They should be enjoying their twilight years in peace. In Jingu, we were nearly killed by these two rodents. Let us first impart a lesson upon them, and then, once this matter has subsided, we shall find an opportunity to properly settle accounts." Huajia inquired as to our activities within the Vole couple's room. After I recounted the events, Huajia erupted in laughter, her frame shaking with mirth. "You two are certainly devious. But have you considered the possibility that, upon awakening, they may inquire as to the benefactor who provided the water, thereby exposing your involvement?" I scratched my head, admitting that I had not considered this possibility. Baozi retorted that even if their involvement were revealed, they could still handle the two old codgers. I posited that, given the scandalous nature of the affair, the male Vole would likely refrain from making it public. At such an advanced age, one should still consider the importance of maintaining one's dignity. After I finished speaking, Sister Hua shrugged her shoulders and remarked, "Let us wait until they awaken. I have come here personally. You two will accompany me tomorrow as my bodyguards." I was at a loss regarding how to locate Zhou Si, and Sister Hua had conveniently provided me with a solution. Furthermore, should we encounter Cui Xiaobai, Sister Hua might lend us some assistance. In truth, her request for me and Baozi to act as her protectors was, in fact, a measure to safeguard the both of us. After all, the sum of money involved in Guangzhou was not insignificant, and she was well aware of this. Around 8 in the evening, as Baozi and I were dining in our room, we heard a resounding shout from the adjacent room belonging to the land mouse couple. Who the hell did this? The male mouse's furious tone filled me with a sense of delight. How could I possibly know who was responsible? I had fainted myself. What nonsense. If someone is meddling with you, can't you feel it? Following this was a sharp slap and the sound of the female mouse weeping. "Stop crying already. Your sobs are driving me mad. That scoundrel Cui Xiaobai should have been dealt with back in Xiangzhou." Upon hearing this, a wave of amusement washed over me. The cries from the other side gradually diminished, and Baozi and I exchanged knowing smiles, relishing the sense of our cunning success. The following morning, Sister Hua knocked on our door, and Baozi and I, yawning incessantly, hurriedly gathered our belongings to accompany her. Sister Hua informed me that the land mouse couple had departed the previous night, and we had been so soundly asleep that we hadn't heard a thing. "Soon, I will take you to meet Zhou Si. Once we arrive, please refrain from speaking." I exchanged a nod with Baozi, wrapping my scarf tightly around my face, leaving only my eyes exposed. "Sister Hua, how many guests did Zhou Si invite this time?" Sister Hua shook her head, indicating that she was uncertain of the exact number. "But it should be no less than 20 or 30 individuals, all skilled practitioners in the field. Who exactly is Zhou Si, capable of summoning such a multitude? What does it matter who he is? Everyone is drawn to the ancient city of Xixia. People driven by self-interest are always eager to partake in any potential gain." Sister Hua remarked, before leading us to a vehicle. The driver seemed to recognize her, and after we boarded, she did not specify our destination. He simply drove us away from the slope. We remained silent during the half-hour journey, until the vehicle came to a halt deep within the Gobi Desert. "Sister Hua, Boss C is just ahead. The vehicle cannot proceed any further. I kindly ask you to disembark," the driver informed her. Sister Hua nodded and led us out of the car. Once the vehicle drove away, she quietly cautioned us, "Have you noted the direction? The Gobi is unlike other places. It is difficult to find reference points. In the event of an emergency, do not lose your way." Baozi, somewhat perplexed, questioned, "In this vast desert, could any monsters possibly emerge?" Sister Hua shielded her eyes from the sun and surveyed the horizon, responding, "Do you think that just because the desert is arid, it is devoid of hazardous creatures? The death worm, the armadillo lizard, the tula tarantula, each one of these can be lethal." I was enlightened. I had assumed the desert only harbored camels, but it turns out there are numerous terrifying beings lurking within. Sister Hua chuckled softly as she walked ahead of us. Today, she donned a set of athletic attire, a down jacket enveloping her upper body, complemented by a pair of sports shoes, swaying gently as she moved forward. After a brief 10-minute stroll, Sister Hua led us to a grand tent reminiscent of those used in earthquake relief efforts, capable of accommodating a considerable number of individuals. She pulled aside the door curtain and stepped inside, with Baozi and me closely trailing behind. "Ah, Sister Hua, you've arrived quite early," remarked Josier. "Josier, am I early, or are they late?" "I possess a strong sense of time," she replied. Josier, with a square face and a buzz cut, had prominent brows and large eyes that lent him a solid appearance. Inside the tent, there were 3 unfamiliar individuals, all roughly the same age as Josier, in their early 40s. Upon Sister Hua's entrance, their gazes immediately fixed upon her, their eyes appraising her with an almost predatory intensity. "Miss Hua, the desert winds are fierce. You must protect your delicate skin from becoming weathered," one of them remarked. "Miss Hua?" I nearly stifled a laugh. Sister Hua seemed unfazed by the moniker. Responding with a cheerful demeanor, "Zheng the Lame, you should stay in the western Guangdong region, given your poor mobility. Why rush to join the commotion?" Zheng the Lame let out a derisive chuckle, stroking his chin as he replied, "Though I may be limping on one leg, my third leg is quite capable. Perhaps we could engage in some friendly sparring sometime." Any ordinary woman would have taken offense at such a remark, yet Sister Hua remained composed, as if she were accustomed to such crude banter. "Sparring? I fear your frail physique might perish in the throes of passion." Josier, sensing the delicate atmosphere, promptly interjected to smooth things over. "We jest in good humor, friends. Let us not take offense and harbor resentment. Please, be seated for a while. Everyone will undoubtedly be present before noon. At that juncture, I shall apprise you all of my scheme." Sister Hua responded with a smile, asserting that she was not one to hold petty grudges. Zheng the cripple, however, cast a profound glance at Sister Hua before lapsing into a meditative repose. The other 2 individuals remained silent, their faces adorned with faint smiles, seemingly amused by the verbal sparring between Zheng the cripple and Sister Hua. Sister Hua drew back a plastic stool near the entrance and seated herself, while Baozi and I stood vigilantly behind her. As time elapsed, individuals gradually trickled into the tent. Those acquainted with Sister Hua would approach to exchange greetings. By approximately 11 o'clock, the tent had amassed 17 individuals. Their seating arrangements betrayed their respective affiliations, the northern faction occupying the left side and the southern faction the right. Zheng the cripple's position on the left elucidated his audacity in treating Sister Hua with such impudence. Nearing the hour of 12, the sound of approaching footsteps reverberated outside the tent. Subsequently, Cui Xiaobai, accompanied by 3 individuals, entered the tent. His arrival incited murmurs among many within the tent, predominantly from the northern faction. Some wore expressions of mirth, while others nodded in knowing acknowledgement. This spectacle did not escape Cui Xiaobai's notice, and his countenance instantly darkened, his gaze sweeping over the assembly with a malevolent intensity. "Xiaobai, we were awaiting your arrival. Please, take a seat," Josier greeted Cui Xiaobai, forcing a smile onto his face. "Brother C, the journey was protracted. Please, offer your pardon." "Ahem." Josier coughed twice on Thursday, causing the chatter within the tent to cease abruptly, with all eyes turning towards him. "The purpose of gathering everyone here is clear to those present. You are all luminaries in this field, and your respective talents need no elaboration. I hope that you can set aside personal grievances and join forces to uncover the ancient city of Xixia. It is my aspiration that we share the rewards together." As soon as Josier finished speaking, a voice of skepticism arose. "Boss Zhou, the ancient city of Xixia has been lost for centuries. Searching for it in this vast desert is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Surely, you do not intend for us to serve as free labor?" Josier regarded the speaker with a smile, albeit one tinged with a hint of derision. "I do not compel anyone. If we find the ancient city, we will profit together. Of course, I never claimed it would be a certainty. Thus, if anyone wishes to withdraw, I, Josier, will not stand in your way." The individuals present had long navigated the complexities of the martial world and were seasoned veterans. Their presence here indicated that they would not be deterred by a mere statement from Josier. Some were merely intent on maximizing their own interests. I directed my gaze towards Cui Xiaobai, who sat with his fingers interlocked, eyes closed in contemplation. Perhaps sensing my stare, he opened his eyes and looked back at me. In our mutual gaze, I discerned a flicker of confusion. "Miss Hua, who are the 2 individuals accompanying you?" Sister Hua raised an eyebrow at Cui Xiaobai and replied with a smile, "As a delicate woman, I must travel with 2 bodyguards. Otherwise, I would be subject to constant bullying. Chui Sibai chuckled awkwardly. A delicate woman? If you were to consider Hua Yun as a delicate maiden, then it might be said that we, the gentlemen, are not even as capable as the ladies. After Chui Xiaobai's jest, laughter erupted from those nearby. Are you a bodyguard by day and a bed warmer by night? They chuckled. It truly baffles me how Sister Hua can endure such ridicule. If she were a pampered miss, she would have long since delivered a resounding slap to his face. Once the laughter subsided, Sister Hua lit a cigarette and turned to Zhou Seer, inquiring, Boss Zhou. The crowd is gathered. Please share your plans. This was the moment everyone had been eagerly anticipating, and the tent fell into an expectant hush. Over the years, I have perused countless historical texts and materials, including the Gazetteer of Baoqing County. Although there are no records concerning the ancient city of Xixia, I have uncovered some intriguing clues. In the year 1227, a cataclysmic sandstorm ravaged Ajin, raising clouds of yellow sand that obscured the sun. Many homes in Baoqing were buried. And one must note that Baoqing was not the epicenter of the storm. If even the outskirts could be engulfed, one can only imagine the devastation experienced at the heart of the storm in Ajin. According to historical accounts, Ajin was still an oasis at that time, inhabited by numerous Dongxiang people. Having concluded his thoughts, Zhou Seer scanned the crowd. Thus, the primary areas we will investigate are Ajin and its surrounding regions. For the ancient city of Xixia is likely buried beneath these sands. A man beside Zheng Kezi interjected, Zhou Seer, are you jesting? Do you not realize the vastness of Ajin? With our limited numbers, we would barely cover the edges with a Luoyang shovel. Moreover, this is merely your conjecture. We cannot afford to squander our time playing make-believe here. After Zhou Seer finished speaking, he retrieved a device from beneath the table. This object looked somewhat familiar, resembling a mine detector used by engineers. What purpose do you have for this? Someone inquired. Could it be that there are landmines buried in this desert? Zhou Seer ignored the question and addressed Yang Wu, saying, this is a mine detector, but I have modified it. It now functions as a metal detector. It can detect metallic objects buried up to 10 meters deep, and I have tested it numerous times. Chui Xiaobai, who was closest to Zhou Seer, was the first to take the metal detector for closer examination, exclaiming, no wonder Brother C has been so extravagant lately. It appears he has been researching this device. It seems you've been quite productive recently. If this were to be mass-produced, it would be remarkable, such a time saver. The others passed the metal detector among themselves, marveling at Zhou Seer's mastery of advanced technology. Brother C, one alone is insufficient. Do you have any more in stock? Zhou Seer smiled with pride and replied, I have modified a total of 10. They should arrive before nightfall. Gazing at the metal detector, I was suddenly reminded of a saying, a rogue is not frightening. What is truly alarming is a rogue with knowledge. In Chapter 58, The Scorpion Strikes, someone asked Zhou Seer why he did not mass-produce these metal detectors. Zhou Seer explained that the detectors must meet military-grade standards, which is no simple feat. He had spent a considerable sum to acquire these 10. Indeed, it is a case of having the funds but not the market. I felt that with this device, seeking treasures would be as effortless as child's play. Sister Hua scoffed at this matter, asserting that a depth of 10 meters is neither particularly profound nor trivial. It is certain that large objects cannot be detected, while smaller items should pose no issue. During lunch, Sister Hua deliberately took me and Baozi outside. The temperature soared at noon as we nibbled on bread accompanied by soda. Sister Hua, do you truly believe that Thursday's metal detector is ineffective? I inquired. Its utility is likely minimal, after centuries of sediment accumulation. The ancient city is likely deeper than 10 meters. Not to mention, even larger tombs of higher specifications may render this device futile. Baozi, chewing on his bread, mumbled. This contraption is akin to a chicken rib. Discarding it seems wasteful, yet consuming it offers no satisfaction. We should merely observe and leave the rest to them. Baozi and I nodded in agreement, and I asked Sister Hua once more if she truly did not know Wu Denghui. She affirmed her ignorance, insisting there was no reason to deceive me. At that moment, Baozi casually remarked, if you don't know Wu Denghui, do you know Wu Laowa? I was momentarily speechless. Sister Hua, Wu Denghui is Wu Laowa. His full name is Wu Denghui. Sister Hua responded with a simple "oh," admitting she was unaware of his full name. It was no surprise. I had only learned Wu Laowa's full name after 16 years, so it was reasonable that others might not know either. So Wu Laowa is your master, I pondered, wondering how someone of your youth could grasp such matters. Did he also come to Xingqing? How come we haven't seen him? I do not know, I replied. Hua Jie rose, dusting off the sand from her trousers, and gazed at the large tent where Zhou Si and the others were situated. With a calm demeanor, she advised, "Be sharp tonight. Do not fall into any traps. Although you both hail from the north, you are with me now, and no one will recognize you, so it is wise to remain cautious." Baozi tossed his soda bottle aside and replied, "We are not from the north. I belong to the Medicine King's Temple, and Guozi is from the Thieves' Guild. We do not adhere to any specific faction, right, Guozi?" "Indeed." At that moment, Chui Xiaobai shouted for Hua Jie from in front of the tent, prompting Baozi and me to hastily cover our faces with our scarves. As Chui Xiaobai approached, Hua Jie inquired if he needed anything. He glanced at Baozi and me before saying, "Sister Hua, there are 13 individuals from the north, while we only have 7 from the south. If we ultimately locate the ancient city, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage in numbers." Hua Jie gestured towards Baozi and me. "I have a bodyguard. My safety should not be a concern. As for your matters, I prefer not to involve myself. I am here to seek wealth, not to entangle in grievances." "Huayan, do your words represent the Lingyan gang?" It was evident that Chui Xiaobai was somewhat irked. Directly addressing Hua Jie by her full name, "Chui Xiaobai, whether I represent the Lingyan gang is of no concern to you. Each person earns their keep based on their own abilities. We from Lingnan are not like you and those from Tanzhou, who are perpetually self-righteous, oblivious to how absurd you appear to outsiders." Hua Jie's words provoked a laugh from Chui Xiaobai, who repeatedly exclaimed "good" before turning to leave. Observing Chui Xiaobai's embarrassment brought me a sense of quiet satisfaction. Sister Hua let out a dismissive snort, asserting that there was no need for haste, as someone would inevitably take care of him. As evening fell, a pickup truck rolled into the Gobi Desert, its bed laden with an array of supplies and practical tools. Baozi and I set up a tent, for the desert's temperature fluctuates drastically between day and night. Inside the tent, I kindled a small fire, which soon warmed the space. Zhou Er informed everyone to retire early, for we would embark at dawn the following day. I scattered a bit of medicinal powder around our sleeping bags to deter any insects that might burrow up from the sand during the night. Do not sleep too soundly. Remain alert to the sounds outside, Sister Hua advised Baozi and me before she nestled into her sleeping bag, receiving special consideration for being a woman. We 3 shared one tent, while 6 or 7 others cramped into another. With Sister Hua's admonition echoing in my mind, I found myself unable to sleep, my ears straining to catch any external noises. Baozi's snores filled the air, and I was uncertain if Sister Hua had succumbed to slumber. My eyelids were in a constant battle, each threatening to close. I must have pinched my thighs purple in my restless state. Time slipped away unnoticed until a chilling wail pierced the stillness of the desert, sending shivers down my spine. Both Baozi and I jolted awake, scrambling from our sleeping bags and hastily exiting the tent. "Zhang Matzi! Zhang Matzi!" The cries emanated from Zhang Kezi and his companions. By the time we emerged, Zhou Er and Chui Xiaobai had already gathered at the entrance. Peering through the gaps in the crowd, I caught sight of Zhang Kezi half kneeling on the ground, vigorously shaking Zhang Matzi. At this moment, Zhang Matzi lay convulsing, frothing at the mouth, clearly on the brink of death. Zhou Seer quickly fetched some medicine for Zhang Matzi. Zhou Seer, standing at the doorway with a furrowed brow and an expression of deep concern, replied, "Lame one, it seems that Matzi has been stung by a scorpion. You must get him to the hospital immediately." Zhang Lame understood the gravity of the situation, yet he hesitated. If he took Zhang Matzi to the hospital, he might fall behind and lose his chance at the ancient city. At that moment, Chui Xiaobai, standing at the entrance, began to make sardonic remarks. He was merely stung by a scorpion. A night's rest should suffice. If you leave, Zhang, you might never find us again, and who knows? You could miss out on millions. Such is human nature. At times, a life seems less significant than a mere antique. Zhang Lame clenched his teeth, pulled Zhang Matzi from the sleeping bag, borrowed Zhou Seer's pickup truck keys, and drove away with Zhang Matzi. Zhang was not truly lame. He simply walked with a slight tiptoe. However, this action significantly altered my perception of him. He refused to abandon his partner for the sake of money, a rare quality in this line of work. After Zhang departed, Chui Xiaobai immediately brightened, pleased that the northern faction had lost 2 members, bringing the numbers closer to parity. Alas, that scorpion is truly venomous. It hasn't been long, and he's already frothing. Perhaps his health was already poor? One of the remaining members of the northern faction, witnessing Chui Xiaobai's smug demeanor, darkly remarked, "Chui, don't get too cocky. You won't escape either." Chui Xiaobai shrugged off the comment with indifference. "Sai, let us hope. It is time for slumber, for dawn will soon break." Chapter 59, A Change in Weather. Has Zhang the cripple departed? Indeed, he has. Zhang the scoundrel has been stung by a scorpion, and the venom is truly potent. In mere minutes, he is on the brink of collapse. Sister Hua scoffed softly. Typically, scorpions dwell in the depths of the desert, so their presence here at night is rather unusual. Moreover, all has been dealt with in front of the large tent. It seems the scorpion has indeed exerted itself, venturing such a distance in search of sustenance. Are you suggesting that this scorpion was deliberately released? Before Sister Hua could respond, Baozi interjected. Is there any need for inquiry? This scorpion's venom is exceptionally fierce. It is certainly no ordinary creature. The folks from the south possess a ruthless disposition. Sister Hua chuckled derisively and remarked, that is precisely why I urged you both to exercise caution. The most treacherous element in this world is the human heart. For benevolent souls often find themselves unable to survive. Sometimes, one may harbor no malicious intent, yet others may still seek to harm you. In the face of profit, morality holds no sway. Before dawn had arrived, Zhou Si summoned us all from our slumber. He instructed us to pack our tents, for camels would soon arrive to carry our possessions. After approximately half an hour, an elderly man appeared, guiding a train of camels. There were 5 in total, perfectly capable of bearing our entire load. Shall we set forth, boss? The old man, with a pipe of dry tobacco in hand, spoke, revealing his yellowed, smoke-stained teeth. Zhou Si offered a package of cigarettes to Wang the old man, who waved his hand in refusal. Returning sand is a term for sandstorms. The old man took a puff from his pipe and said, let us hope. Old Wang led the camel at the front, with a group of us trailing behind. Baozi, Flower Sister, and I lingered at the back of the procession, while Cui Xiaobai occasionally glanced back at us, perhaps uncertain of what to expect. Flower Sister, I mused. How long must we wander aimlessly before we reach our destination? It is not a matter of urgency. Sometimes, it takes years to pursue a single clue. Baozi gasped incredulously. Flower Sister, are we truly destined to remain in the desert for a year and a half? If that were the case, I would surely lose my mind. Flower Sister shook her head, assuring us that it would not be so. If Zhou Si had less than a 90% certainty, he would not have invited us here. We shall follow along. When the time comes, you two will simply need to lend a hand. Traveling through the desert is far more exhausting than walking on solid ground, as the sand is soft and uneven. Moreover, we must frequently remove our shoes to shake out the sand that accumulates within. After a morning of trekking, I estimated we had covered only a mere 10 kilometers. During our midday rest, Baozi and I reclined on the sand, unwilling to take another step. Flower Sister brought us water and provisions, saying, Zhou Si mentioned that we should reach the vicinity of Egina this afternoon. At that point, you may pretend to use the detector. I was somewhat perplexed. Flower Sister was heading towards the ancient city, so why the need for pretense? Flower Sister, do you have a plan? I inquired. She cast a glance towards Zhou Si and the others before replying softly, it is too early to speak of a plan, as there are always variables until the very end. I pose a question to you. Should the ancient city be discovered, would you prefer to share its treasures equally among all, or claim them for yourselves? Undoubtedly, the latter, Baozi exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. Whether you believe it or not, the others share this sentiment. Baozi and I nodded in agreement, and Sister Hua continued. Zheng Kezi and Zhang Matzi have departed, leaving 11 individuals in the north, seemingly led by Chen Balan. In the south, aside from Cui Xiaobai and his 2 companions, I am unfamiliar with the remaining 4. I wonder if they belong to the Tando gang. I gazed at the crowd. Chen Balan was the individual who had sat next to Zheng Kezi yesterday. A scar resembling a centipede stretched from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, lending him a somewhat fearsome appearance. After resting for half an hour, we resumed our journey. At that moment, a few dark clouds began to drift across the sky. Old Wang looked up, his mouth continuously puffing on his dry tobacco. Boss Zhou, he remarked, I sense a change in the weather. You ought to take precautions early. Cui Xiaobai, glancing at the sky with indifference, responded, Old man, what are you afraid of? They're merely a few clouds. Old Wang shook his head, stating that the weather in the desert is capricious, with bright sunshine one moment and fierce storms the next. But Old Wang, when I came here, I checked the weather forecast for several days ahead, and there are no warnings of severe weather. Those clouds should pose no threat, right? Zhou Si's demeanor towards Old Wang was considerably more respectful than that of Cui Xiaobai. Boss Zhou, you said it yourself, it's a weather forecast. And whether it is accurate remains to be seen. We had barely walked for a mere 10 minutes when the sky suddenly darkened and the wind began to stir. Although the breeze was not particularly strong, It carried a chilling bite that sent shivers through our bodies. "Let us cease our journey and find a suitable spot to set up camp," suggested the old man Wang, halting the camel. Zhou Er began instructing us to unload the burdens from the camel's back, just as we had removed half of the load. Delicate snowflakes began to drift down from the heavens. It was snowing. Everyone hurriedly erected the tent and moved our belongings inside. The snow, initially light, soon intensified, transforming the desert into an endless expanse of white. I went to retrieve the stove, while Xiaobao fetched a case of water, and Wu Guo collected a box of instant noodles. As we set up the tent, the snow had accumulated to 3 or 4 centimeters, and the cold was biting. We needed to replenish our warmth. The flame of the gasoline stove offered a glimmer of comfort, and the bubbling noodles heightened my appetite. Instant noodles are peculiar. While they often seem unappetizing at ordinary times, they now tasted like a culinary delight. "Huajie," I remarked, "if this snow continues to fall at this rate, by morning it will reach our ankles, and we shall be unable to proceed." Huajie, who had a modest appetite, was satisfied after a mere bowl of noodles. She lifted the tent flap to peer outside, sighing as she said, "Man's plans cannot rival the heavens. I hope the snow ceases by morning, otherwise. With the supplies Joer has prepared, we will barely last a month with this many people." Huajie smiled, urging Baozi to eat his fill, knowing that the leftovers would inevitably be consumed by others. "Then I shall rest easy. Guozi, please get me another packet." Chapter 60. The wolf pack. The heavy snowfall persisted throughout the night and into the following day. It was not until dusk that the flurries finally ceased. In some areas, the snow accumulated to knee height, while in others, it nearly reached the ankles. Zhou Si'er emerged from the tent numerous times that day, caught unprepared by the relentless snowfall. Inside the tent, I overheard his conversation with the old man Wang. Zhou Si'er inquired whether it was still possible to proceed through such deep snow. After a moment of contemplation, Wang responded, "It is indeed passable, but the place you seek is concealed beneath the snow. Are you certain you can find it?" Zhou Si'er sighed, acknowledging the situation. "Having come this far, we cannot abandon our quest now. We must at least make an attempt. I have invested considerable time and effort into this endeavor. The 10 metal detectors alone consumed a year of my life." Just as Zhou Si'er finished speaking, Cui Xiaobai emerged from another tent. "Fourth brother, come over for a drink. We won't be going anywhere tonight. It would be better to enjoy some wine and get a good night's sleep." Cui Xiaobai chuckled, but at that moment, a chilling howl of wolves pierced the air. "Everyone, come out and prepare your weapons," I exclaimed urgently, and Baozi and I hastily emerged from our sleeping bags, wrapping scarves around our faces before exiting the tent. Old man Wang was leading the camel closer to us, but the creature appeared restless. "Boss Wang, quickly gather everyone to build a fire. These desert jackals fear flames." Zhou Si'er swiftly retrieved a pair of pants from the camel's pack, dousing them in gasoline before wrapping them around a stick. Thus, a makeshift torch was fashioned. Others began to imitate, and before long, 5 or 6 torches illuminated the night sky. Meanwhile, a pack of desert jackals drew closer to us. In the dimness of the night, green glimmers flickered like fireflies. These were the eyes of the wolves, glinting with malevolence. Behold, a scattering of hungry wolves approached. I estimated that there were around 20 or 30 in this pack. The wolves halted approximately 100 meters away, their greedy gazes fixated on the herd of camels and us, as if we were already destined to be their prey. These jackals were notoriously tenacious. Once they set their sights on a target, they rarely abandoned their pursuit. Old Wang's expression grew grave as he observed the pack before him, his hand clutching the dry tobacco trembling slightly. At that moment, a wolf emerged from the group. It bared its sharp fangs and extended its long, blood-red tongue, boldly crouching in the thick snow. It was likely the leader of the pack. We needed to devise a strategy to drive them away. Otherwise, we would squander our precious gasoline. Just as Thursday finished speaking, the alpha wolf lying on the ground suddenly howled. Immediately, the wolves behind it crouched slightly, their front legs stretching forward, preparing to charge. Each wolf's eyes glowed with a sinister light. They were about to rush at us. "Everyone, protect the camels." Those without torches quickly picked up tools like the Luoyang shovel and steel probes, ready to engage in a fierce battle as the wolves advanced. In the chaos, we would look for an opportunity to escape. I was not foolish enough to confront wolves barehanded. "Sister Hua, the wolves are coming. We must prepare to flee." Sister Hua exhibited no signs of haste. She remarked that Cui Xiaobai possessed a firearm, and at a critical moment, he would wield it to fend off the pack of wolves. I recalled the incident in Jinj, where Li Jichang had aimed a gun at our heads. Acquiring a weapon should indeed pose no challenge for them. No wonder Sister Hua could sit at ease within the tent. Before I had even emerged, a wolf's howl resonated once more. I hurried outside and discovered that the pack had commenced their assault. 100 meters was but a fleeting distance for wolves. I tugged at Baozi, signaling him to retreat to avoid being seized by the beasts. Baozi handed me a military shovel for self-defense. From his gaze, I perceived no fear. Rather, there was an eagerness to engage. As the wolves drew nearer, the crowd brandished their weapons and began to retaliate. Torches proved to be the most effective, as the wolves feared the flames and dared not approach. Following closely were the iron rods, long enough to thrust or bludgeon. Chun Balai, with a swift maneuver, toppled a hyena, leaving a gaping wound in its abdomen. The creature collapsed instantly, emitting a mournful howl. To hell with it, those unafraid of death, come forth. Chun Balai grew increasingly fervent, wielding his iron rod with vigor. I remained at the back of the throng, thus momentarily shielded from danger. Yet my gaze remained fixed upon the alpha wolf. The death of its companion did not seem to perturb the Wolf King. It locked its gaze resolutely upon us. Something felt amiss. The Wolf King appeared unervingly composed, as though it had already deemed us as prey. I glanced around. The surrounding pack intensified their assault, seemingly striving to create an opportunity for their comrades. Create an opportunity? Upon this realization, a chill suddenly coursed down my spine. I hastily glanced behind me, only to behold a pack of hyenas stealthily encroaching from behind the tent, now merely a few dozen paces away. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down my brow. Look behind. We are surrounded. We must devise a plan to eliminate the alpha, or this horde of hyenas will pursue us relentlessly. The alpha lay approximately 200 meters away, and given our encircled predicament, approaching it seemed utterly impossible. At this juncture, we could only await the actions of Cui Xiaobai. I turned my gaze toward Cui Xiaobai, while the pack continued to close in, reaching the edge of the tent. Gritting his teeth, Cui Xiaobai drew a dark pistol from his lower back and aimed it at the alpha, which lay prone in the snow, and fired a shot. The sound startled everyone. Aside from the two other members of the Jiangning gang, the rest regarded Cui Xiaobai with profound significance. Cui Xiaobai's marksmanship was lacking. His first shot struck the snow to the left of the alpha. Alerted, the alpha immediately rose to its feet. Cui Xiaobai fired twice more, and at last, the final shot struck the alpha. With a mournful howl, it staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the remaining hyenas were further incited by their primal instincts. The pack behind us suddenly leapt forward, lunging at us. With a rapid succession of gunfire, bang, 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 3 hyenas fell to the ground, likely invigorated by the newfound rhythm. This display of force instilled a formidable deterrent within the pack. The once advancing hyenas hesitated and began to retreat. A howl pierced the air, emanating from one of the wolves, causing the remainder of the pack to retreat. Moments later, the wolves had vanished from our sight. Indeed, wolves are creatures of considerable intelligence. Chapter 61. Roasting wolf meat. Sensing the air thick with danger, the wolf pack opted for withdrawal. Little did they know that the ammunition in the pistol was limited. Had they lingered a moment longer, we might have become their evening repast. After the wolves departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through us. However, the expression on Cui Xiaobai's face was ominously dark. The gun, which served as his greatest assurance, had just discharged 6 rounds. If I am not mistaken, the magazine of his firearm holds 7 bullets. With only 1 round remaining, discontent brewed within him. "Brother Cui, we owe you our thanks. I had not anticipated your marksmanship to be so precise," remarked Zhou Si'er. Offering praise, Cui Xiaobai merely waved his hand dismissively and instructed the other 2 members of the Jiangning gang, "Drag that Wolf King over here. I am determined to savor the taste of wolf meat today." Chun Balai used a pike to lift one of the wolves, preparing to cast it at Zhou Si'er's feet. However, his strength faltered slightly, and the wolf landed instead at the feet of several members of the Tanzhou gang. From the beginning until now, I had rarely heard the Tanzhou gang members speak. Even when discussing matters with Zhou Si'er and the others, their responses were predominantly nods or shakes of the head. I had previously inquired with Sister Hua, who informed me that she seldom interacted with the Tanzhou gang, as they are a peculiar group with their own distinctive style of conduct. "Thank you. We have yet to sample wolf meat. Once it is roasted, we shall send some your way." On Thursday, Air observed the members of the Tanzhou gang carrying away the wolf, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He then cast a glance at Chun Balai, nodding with a smile before assisting in clearing away the carcasses of the wolves. Sister Hua stretched languidly, her exquisite curves becoming apparent. If the two were merely engaged in a physical confrontation, the outcome, whether victory or defeat, would be willingly accepted. In the realm of skill, there would be no room for complaint. However, should one party draw a dagger, the nature of the conflict would alter, disrupting any semblance of balance. Sister Hua implied that Cui Xiaobai wielded a firearm, a revelation that would instill trepidation in the others. Baozi struck down 2 wolf fangs and handed one to me. I inquired whether this item carried the rabies virus. Baozi shot me an exasperated glance and resumed his task of butchering the wolf meat. The flavor of the wolf meat was rather unpalatable, dry, astringent, and sour, far from enjoyable. Moreover, the gasoline stove imparted a distinct odor to the meat, making it nearly inedible after just a couple of bites. Just as I contemplated rising to fetch a packet of instant noodles, Cui Xiaobai entered without a word. Our eyes met, and I detected surprise in his gaze. So it is you 2 little rascals. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity. I suppose you kept your faces covered and silent along the way to avoid recognition? Contrary to my expectations, Cui Xiaobai did not display anger. Instead, his tone was unexpectedly calm. Baozi took a bite of the wolf meat and remarked, "Don't flatter yourself. We simply fear the cold." Cui Xiaobai snorted coldly and turned his attention to Sister Hua, asking, "When did you start associating with these 2? Could it be that they are your new paramours?" Hua Jia lifted her eyelids and remarked, "If you have no business, refrain from meddling. Who I associate with is none of your concern. They are currently my bodyguards, and any grievances you harbor should be set aside for now." Cui Xiaobai, unperturbed, squatted before the gasoline stove, tore off a piece of wolf meat, and upon tasting it, promptly spat it out. "Hua Yun, are you interested in collaborating on something significant?" I pondered his surprisingly amiable demeanor and realized he sought something from us. "How shall we collaborate?" "We split the treasures of the ancient city." Hua Jia was unfazed, responding nonchalantly, "You seem rather confident, yet we haven't even begun." Cui Xiaobai lowered his voice. "The key to finding the ancient city lies not with Zhou Seer, but with old Wang. He is far more complex than a mere camel herder." "Did you release that scorpion?" Hua Jia shifted the conversation, posing this inquiry. Cui Xiaobai paused momentarily before nodding affirmatively. "Yes, that was indeed my doing," he replied succinctly. "Understood. We shall act according to the situation." Satisfied, Cui Xiaobai departed, nodding at me and Baozi on his way out. This exemplifies the notion that there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. "Hua Jia, have you truly agreed to his proposal?" I inquired. She smiled, reiterating, "We shall act according to the circumstances. You too, please boil some water for me. I haven't washed in days, and it is quite unbearable." Baozi abandoned the wolf meat in his hand and declared that this formidable task would be entrusted to him. I prepared the water and presented it before Sister Hua. She glanced at me and remarked, "Aren't you going to fetch the door for me? Do you intend to merely watch me wash?" Instantly, my face flushed with embarrassment. My mind had momentarily faltered, causing me to forget my prior thoughts. Upon exiting the tent, I noticed Baozi engaged in conversation with Chen Balai not far away. As I approached, Chen Balai greeted me with a smile and inquired, "Has Cui Xiaobai come seeking an alliance with you?" One must acknowledge the wisdom that comes with age. This seasoned veteran, having navigated the intricacies of the martial world for many years, possesses a remarkable clarity of perception. I scratched my head and affirmed his statement. Chen Balai smiled silently, leaving me at a loss for words. The camaraderie of gentlemen lies in alliances, while that of scoundrels is rooted in exploitation. I was rather curious to see what schemes Cui Xiaobai might devise. His words bore a certain weight. Whether Cui Xiaobai is a gentleman or a rogue is a matter that requires no further elaboration from me. After Chen Balai departed, Baozi rested his hand on my shoulder. Due to our height difference, this gesture appeared somewhat awkward. "Who is he?" said. "Just now, Chen Balai mentioned that Cui Xiaobai sought an alliance with them as well. What do you think he is up to?" I surmised that he intended to first gain their trust, only to later seize an opportunity to betray them. Chen Balai had just said that the relationships of scoundrels are based on utility. We are all well aware of this. Baozi, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, remarked, "The rural roads are treacherous, and society is fraught with complexity. Are you attempting to engage me in wordplay?" At that moment, Sister Hua emerged from the tent carrying a basin of water, prompting Baozi and me to retreat inside. There was little choice. The chill of the night was unbearable. Baozi recounted Chen Balin's words to Sister Hua, who yawned and remarked, "They are all foxes turned into spirits. their cunning more acute than the sharpest needle. Wugwa, please increase the fire. It is far too cold, and staying here risks catching a cold, which would be an unwise decision. I obediently followed her suggestion and crawled into my sleeping bag, gazing at the dismembered wolf carcass on the ground. I couldn't help but ponder, did this wolf deserve its fate? It merely sought sustenance to satiate its hunger, an instinct inherent to all creatures. Humans, in contrast, are merely more avaricious, differing little from the animal kingdom. Chapter 62. Quicksand at dawn. We set off once more, our footsteps muffled by the snow. Old Wong led the way, guiding the camel, while we followed in its footprints, forming a lengthy procession. This was far more arduous than traversing sandy terrain. Before long, my calves ached, and my shoes filled with snow. As noon approached, the procession finally halted, and my legs felt as heavy as lead. Without regard for the cold ground, I plopped down. Sister Hua, I truly admire you. As a woman, you have walked for so long without uttering a word of fatigue. Sister Hua joined me on the ground, massaging her calves, and replied, what does expressing exhaustion accomplish? We must endure with grit. I felt a twinge of regret, longing for the comfort of ordinary days instead of plunging into this murky ordeal. At that moment, Baozi reminded me that Zhou Si had begun to unload the detector ahead. Guozi, let's also take a look and see if what he has assembled is of any use. You go ahead, I can hardly move any longer. Let me rest a bit before proceeding. With great enthusiasm, Baozi dashed over, and as I leaned forward, I noticed that Zhou Si and Old Wong were positioned on a high slope. Before them lay a vast basin, and a cursory glance revealed a difference in elevation of 5 or 6 meters between the heights and the depths. Sister Hua extended her hand towards me, saying, give me a hand, I can't get up. This marked my first experience of touching a woman's hand, although separated by a glove. I could still feel the softness of her skin. Supporting Sister Hua, I made my way towards the summit, while Baozi and the others had already slid down the slope, leaving behind a long trail in the snow that tempted me to follow suit. Sister Hua, let us men handle this physical labor. You keep an eye on these camels. They represent all our supplies, and I trust you with them. Initially, I had intended to descend, but upon hearing Zhou Si's words, my spirits dampened significantly. Indeed, after Zhou Si finished speaking, Sister Hua insisted that I remain behind to accompany her. I watched in disbelief as Zhou Si slid down the slope with a detector in hand, while to my astonishment, Old Wong pulled out a compass from his pocket. He swiftly determined the direction and followed Zhou Si down the hill. Cui Xiaobai was right. The true master was this camel driver. Sister Hua, is there any significance to the compass he carries? I was unfamiliar with this topic, but I understood that a compass is an essential instrument for geomancers, and only those who have mastered the art of divination can comprehend its deeper meanings. Once the compass is opened, the universe is set, and fortune and misfortune are determined in the blink of an eye. I surmised that Old Wong was indeed the kind of person I had previously described, holding a compass, discerning the landscape with precision. Watching Baozi revel in his play below, I felt a twinge of envy. Sister Hua, why not stay here for a while? I will go down to see what is happening. Sister Hua tightened her clothing and cast me a glance. Just stay here obediently. I cannot take care of those beasts. Besides, isn't it uncomfortable for you not to work? Come here and sit beside me to shield me from the wind. Reluctantly, I settled next to Sister Hua, who then extended her legs and requested me to massage her calves. Noticing my reluctance, Sister Hua chuckled softly. Little Wu, how many men wish to touch my legs but cannot? You should appreciate the fortune you possess. I inwardly scoffed. Massaging a leg hardly equates to any form of fortune. After a while, the nearby camel suddenly let out a grunt, prompting Sister Hua to open her eyes and scan the surroundings warily. Go check if there are any jackals nearby. Those wolves were driven away yesterday. Would they dare to return today? As I spoke, I rose to my feet. But Sister Hua warned me that wolves are vengeful by nature. Although the Wolf King has perished, a new one will undoubtedly emerge and seek revenge. I stood at the highest point, surveying the vast expanse of white, finding no sign of wolves. I surmised that the camel's grunt was likely due to it catching a chill from the cold. Sister Hua promptly stood up, frowning at the camel, and instructed me to drive the camels down to the basin below. I gazed at the steep slope, feeling apprehensive. With the snow accumulation, there was a risk that the camel might tumble down in a deadly roll. I mustered the courage to lead the camel, but due to its unfamiliarity with me, it appeared quite resistant. Thus, I intensified my efforts, hoping to compel the camel to comply. To my astonishment, a chilling howl pierced the air, sending a shiver down my spine, and the camel plunged into a state of panic. Wugwa, quickly, pull down. The wolf pack is truly upon us. I cast a fleeting glance behind me and was struck by a wave of dread. A dark mass of wolves loomed ominously, akin to a sinister harbinger of doom. Huarjia, you must descend and join them. These beasts dare not follow. In this dire moment, I tightened the reins and maneuvered to the rear of the camel, intending to push it down forcefully. However, I was indifferent to the peril of life and death. The camels were obstinate, remaining rooted in place, braying defiantly. In a fit of rage, I delivered a powerful punch to the rear of one camel. I exerted all my strength, feeling the pain radiate through my hand. Contrary to my expectations, the camel did not descend as I had envisioned. Instead, it retaliated with a swift kick to my abdomen. In an instant, immense force struck me, and I was sent tumbling down the sandy slope, rolling for several hundred meters across the pristine, white snow. Simultaneously, a sharp cramp seized my stomach. As if my intestines were twisted in turmoil, I struggled to rise, but my body felt as though it were sinking deeper into the ground. Panic engulfed me. Ignoring the agony coursing through me, I fought to regain my footing. Wugwa, do not move. I saw Huarjia staggering towards me, having stumbled multiple times over the course of several hundred meters. Huarjia, do not approach. When the wolves arrive, none shall escape. At that moment, I felt myself sinking further, as though my thighs were completely ensnared by the sand. Sister Hua rushed over, immediately lowering her body, extending her hand towards me. Wugwa, relax. The more you struggle in this quicksand, the faster it pulls you in. Grasp my hand and attempt to level your body. It's futile, Sister Hua. I can feel something below gripping me, and the force is immense. Let go, or we shall both be doomed. Undeterred by my words, Sister Hua knelt partially, gripping my arms tightly. At that moment, the quicksand had consumed me from the waist down, and the sinking was accelerating. As it reached my chest, I felt a sudden void beneath my feet, and in an instant, I was engulfed by the quicksand. After a brief encounter with darkness, I felt my rear land upon a solid object, followed by a soft, yielding body crashing onto me. Subsequently, I lost consciousness. Chapter 63. The Ancient City Wugwa? Wugwa? I slowly opened my eyes to find an impenetrable darkness surrounding me. I could sense Sister Hua's breath, gently wafting against my face, warm and ticklish. My back throbbed with pain, and my stomach ached, as if kicked by a camel. My back was pressed against something hard beneath me. Sister Hua, are you all right? Wugwa, you're finally awake. It's pitch black here, and I feel somewhat frightened. I struggled to sit up. Sister Hua was very close, and I nearly brushed against her face moments ago. A sharp pain coursed through me, causing beads of cold sweat to form. Yet reflecting on Sister Hua's earlier words brought a smile to my lips. The fearless Sister Hua, who feared neither heaven nor earth, was afraid of the dark. Indeed, this darkness is entirely distinct from the mere absence of light. It is an utter void, wherein only sounds can be perceived, devoid of any illumination. A term comes to mind, claustrophobia. After all, Sister Hua is a woman, and her apprehension is quite natural. Sister Hua, I believe I have a lighter in my pocket, which I placed there while igniting the gas stove last night. My arm is throbbing painfully. Could you assist me in locating it? Upon hearing this, I sensed Sister Hua's excitement as her hands began to fumble over me. Sister Hua, it's in the upper pocket, not the lower ah. The lighter was swiftly located by Sister Hua, and with a crack, a flicker of flame illuminated our surroundings, allowing us both to exhale in relief. Here could it be the ancient city of Xixia? Through the dim glow, I discerned that we were in a partially collapsed space, filled with numerous shattered wooden beams and bricks. The only reason this area had not been completely engulfed by the shifting sands is due to the presence of a pavilion roof, known as the five-ridge roof, which represents the highest form of ancient architectural roofing. The lighter extinguished, intentionally snuffed out by Sister Hua. Wugwa, it appears we have indeed fallen into the ancient city of Xixia. This indicates that Thursday's search direction was correct. He is truly a capable individual. Sister Hua reignited the lighter, offering a wry smile as she remarked, "Let us refrain from discussing them. Whether we can escape remains an enigma." Gritting my teeth against the pain, I rose to my feet, supported by Sister Hua, only for the lighter to extinguish once more. We cannot simply await our fate. Sister Hua, please gather a piece of wood and use my scarf to fashion a torch. The torch flickered to life, casting a warm glow that enveloped us in a profound sense of security. The space I now shared with Sister Hua resembled a grand palace, albeit one marred by crumbling walls and scattered debris. Many of the wooden structures had succumbed to decay, and the ground was strewn with yellow sand. Yet, something felt amiss. According to historical accounts, the Mongolian cavalry had ravaged the city of Shishia, leaving bones in their wake. A sense of unease washed over me as I feared the ceiling might collapse, prompting Sister Hua and me to navigate cautiously, occasionally squeezing through crevices or leaping over barriers. At the end of the grand hall, a long corridor stretched to the left, its sandy floor nearly half a meter deep. With no alternative paths available, we were compelled to tread upon this sandy passage. Fortunately, the sand had compacted over time, providing a firmer footing than expected. I glanced up at the corridor's ceiling, noting that the architecture of Xixiao retained the style of the Tang dynasty, with vermilion columns and elegantly curved eaves. It was truly lamentable that such an ancient edifice lay buried beneath the earth. The corridor extended approximately 50 meters, culminating in another grand palace. However, the entrance was obstructed by a mound of sand, rendering it impervious to our efforts. Sister Hua, step back a bit. There's not much sand here. Let me see if I can clear the way, I suggested. Be careful, she cautioned. Through persistent effort, I finally managed to clear the sand from the doorway, revealing the stone slab beneath. I exchanged a glance with Sister Hua before gently tugging at the wooden door. Perhaps due to its prolonged disuse, the door creaked ominously, the sound echoing painfully in the still air. As it swung open, a musty, suffocating odor wafted from the long-sealed underground space. Stepping into the grand hall, illuminated dimly by the flickering torchlight, both Sister Hua and I were rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before us. The room was filled with a multitude of skeletal remains, exuding an aura of death. Bones lay piled in every corner, some in a state of decay, reduced to mere halves. The hues of these bones varied, with some still adorned with remnants of garments and accessories from their former lives. As we ventured deeper, each step required caution, for the towering piles of bones posed a tripping hazard. History had not erred. Indeed, this place had been ravaged by the Mongolian cavalry, who had carelessly discarded the bodies here. Sister Hua bowed deeply before the skeletal remains, and I followed suit, acknowledging the reverence owed to the deceased. We carefully navigated the bones, and whenever I inadvertently stepped on one, I silently offered a prayer. Turning a corner, a much larger room came into view. This space was starkly empty, a striking contrast to the bone-laden chamber we had just traversed. Just as I contemplated moving forward, Sister Hua gently tugged at my arm, a hint of embarrassment in her voice as she said, "Wu Gua, I need to use the restroom." I handed the torch to Sister Hua and turned to retreat into the shadows. The sound of rushing water reached my ears, stirring an unexpected emotion within me. If Sister Hua and I were trapped here, would my virginity be a source of mockery in the underworld? Amused by the thought, I chuckled to myself. Suddenly, a sharp scream escaped Sister Hua's lips, and I hurriedly rushed in her direction. Sister Hua held the torch in one hand while the other fumbled with her clothing, her expression filled with terror as she stared at the ground. "Sister Hua, what happened?" When Sister Hua noticed my approach, her face flushed slightly as she pointed to the ground and stammered, I was just here, but now there's not a trace left. Is that possible?" I stepped forward and squatted down, scrutinizing the tile beneath me. It appeared unremarkable, save for being a tad cleaner than the others. "Sister Hua, please step aside. I need to use the restroom as well." She murmured in agreement and immediately turned her back, yet remained in place. "Sister Hua, I can't relieve myself with you standing there." She took a few steps forward and said, "Is this better? I'm scared if you go too far." Today, Sister Hua seemed like an entirely different person from the one I had first encountered. Back then, her bold words had left me utterly embarrassed. But since we had descended into this underground palace, her demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. I contemplated that perhaps this was the true essence of Sister Hua. Her previous wild persona might have merely been a ruse to deceive others. I unfastened my belt and, facing the tile where Sister Hua had just been, began to relieve myself. Strangely, the liquid vanished into the crevices of the tile as if it were absorbed. Alarmed, I hastily pulled up my trousers and tapped the tile with my hand, producing a hollow sound. Beneath this tile was an empty space. Chapter 64. The night pearl beneath the tile was hollow. This revelation astonished me. I proceeded to strike several other tiles, each yielding a heavy sound. This indicated that only this particular tile concealed emptiness. Lacking any suitable tools at hand, I pondered briefly before deciding to borrow a bone from the neighboring area. I rushed next door, lowering my head and speaking earnestly. After my murmurs, I suddenly felt a chilling breeze sweep over me, raising goosebumps across my skin. Whether it was a mere illusion or something else, I couldn't shake the feeling that this eerie wind was trailing behind me. Sister Hua, is there something behind me? Sister Hua spat dismissively and advised me not to frighten myself, deeming it rather unsettling. I scratched my head and began to pry up the floor tile with my leg bone. To my surprise, it was remarkably easy. The bone slipped into the crevice of the tile, lifting it slightly. I dragged the tile outward, inch by inch. This marble tile must weigh over 100 pounds. Just as I managed to pull it halfway out, I sensed the cool breeze creeping back. Sister Hua, who was squatting on the ground, glanced at me as I halted my movements. Our eyes met, and I noticed the terror etched on her face. Wu Gua, there's something above your head. I slowly raised my gaze and discovered a spider, nearly the size of a basin, dangling ominously above me. My goodness. My legs weakened, almost causing me to collapse. Humanity bears an intrinsic fear of spiders, a terror ingrained in our very genes. If an ordinary spider elicits such dread, the presence of one so colossal is even more alarming. No wonder I had felt a chill creeping up the back of my neck. It was as though this creature was lurking right behind me, nearly sending me to my demise. Wu Gua, it seems to be wary of our torch. Hurry over here. Sister Hua raised the torch above her head, and astonishingly, the spider began to ascend a few inches. Goodness, its silk was as thick as electrical wiring. Once ensnared, it would surely be unable to escape. Sister Hua, please keep an eye on it. This tile is still a bit loose. I can swiftly pull it out. Summoning all my strength, I finally managed to extract the tile. By the faint glow of the torch, I discovered a stone staircase concealed beneath. Sister Hua, I shall descend first to scout the path. You follow closely and be wary of that spider. Sister Hua responded affirmatively, remarking that it should be I who exercises caution. Puzzled, I listened as she explained, the presence of a spider indicates the existence of other creatures. After all, what would such a large spider feed on? Enlightenment dawned upon me, yet with no alternative routes, I had no choice but to venture downward, praying not to encounter any grotesque beings akin to that spider. The stone staircase was rather steep. After rounding a bend and descending a few more meters, I came upon a corridor. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, its eerie silence instilling a sense of dread. Sister Hua, the spider hasn't followed us, has it? She shook her head, asserting that the spider seemed to harbor no hostility towards us. I remained skeptical. That large spider did not strike me as herbivorous. Moreover, there were no plants here for it to consume. Perhaps it had never encountered beings like us and was merely curious. Given its considerable size, I found it hard to believe it lacked any intelligence. Every 10 steps along the corridor, I discovered a niche, each housing an oil lamp. I ignited one with my torch, and to my surprise, the lamps flickered to life. The lamp oil appeared to be a mixture of tung oil, sesame oil, and animal fat. Influenced by the Tang dynasty, the design of these oil lamps bore a striking resemblance to those from that era. The scent emanating from the lamps was somewhat pungent, and as a dozen lamps blazed simultaneously, the corridor was instantly illuminated much more brightly. At the end of the corridor stood a grand palace gate, fashioned from stone and wood, adorned with a series of door studs. Sister Hua, what do you think lies beyond this door? I mused, my heart brimming with anticipation for the world that lay concealed behind it, envisioning a treasure trove of gold, silver, and jewels. This place felt reminiscent of an underground refuge constructed by the Xixia people, perhaps as a safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. After Sister Hua spoke, she gently nudged the wooden door. As it creaked open, a narrow gap appeared, releasing a cascade of dust that had long been dormant. An air of ancient history enveloped us, and with a further push, I fully opened the door, revealing a scene that rendered me utterly speechless. Before my eyes unfolded a magnificent underground city. Above, a circular disk, reminiscent of the moon, cast a soft, ethereal glow. Surrounding this lunar orb were stars crafted from gemstones, harmoniously reflecting the moonlight, strikingly lifelike. How immense must the luminous pearl be to create such a sight? I couldn't help but marvel. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely have believed such a tableau existed. Upon closer inspection, the moon was not a singular entity, but rather a composition of numerous smaller luminous pearls. Indeed, as Sister Hua had described, it was no trivial endeavor. It appeared that the financial prowess of the Xixia people was quite substantial. I wondered if any valuable artifacts remained hidden here. Sister Hua pointed towards the moon crafted from luminous pearls and remarked, if you could climb to the dome above, those pearls and gemstones could indeed yield you a fortune. I observed the height of the dome, which must be at least 20 to 30 meters, without the aid of modern machinery, Retrieving those luminous pearls is utterly impossible. As Sister Hua and I proceeded forward, we encountered a crossroad, flanked by what appeared to be merchants' establishments, reminiscent of contemporary storefronts. Behind them lay residential quarters, predominantly constructed in a style that combines rammed earth and timber. Continuing onward, we came across edifices of brick and stone, likely the abodes of dignitaries. At the far end stood a magnificent complex of palatial architecture, unmistakably the residence of the Western Xia royalty. This is a miniature and simplified version of a capital city, suggesting that the Tanguts of Western Xia intended to dwell here in seclusion for the long term. However, the circumstances that led to its abandonment remain a mystery. The place is now desolate. Sister Hua and I pushed open numerous doors, only to find dust in every room, devoid of any valuable items. In one of the brick and stone structures, we did discover a few pottery jars, but they were hardly worth anything, merely a few hundred each. I placed my hopes on the palatial quarters. Upon entering one chamber, it was stark and empty, not a single item in sight. The second and third chambers yielded similar results. Sister Hua, logically speaking, if they invested such immense effort into constructing this opulent mausoleum, there ought to be at least some valuables remaining, I remarked. Perhaps everything has been taken away, she suggested. I glanced at Sister Hua, perplexed, and inquired, "Are you implying that the Tanguts did not perish but instead went into hiding?" "Perhaps," she replied. "Otherwise, how can we explain these phenomena? This mausoleum must have been constructed long ago, which demonstrates the foresight of the Western Xia monarchs. The white bones above were likely victims who perished before they could retreat, slaughtered by the Mongolian army. Those below, after the turmoil subsided, possibly fled with their valuables." Sister Hua's explanation is indeed plausible. I sighed and placed my hand on the door of the last chamber. In truth, I held little hope, yet a flicker of optimism lingered within me. Chapter 65. The Desert Toad. The final room contained a writing desk and a wooden chair. To the left stood a screen adorned with carvings of 3 Buddhist figures, Shakyamuni, the Medicine Buddha, and Amitabha. The Western Xia dynasty promoted Buddhism and fully embraced its philosophical framework, thus establishing its profound significance within the societal consciousness of the era. Behind the screen lay a bed, its surface lacquered and intricately painted, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. To my astonishment, a skeletal remains lay upon the bed, a rusted dagger protruding from its chest, indicating a violent demise. Sister Hua and I examined the bones closely, discovering they belonged to a female. The reason for her death in this place remained a mystery. "Wugwa, look here," she beckoned. Upon the corpse's abdomen rested an object, which I lifted to reveal a piece of sheepskin. Unfolding it, I found it palm-sized, densely inscribed with tiny characters, accompanied by a thumb-sized jade seal shaped like a dragon. While I could not decipher the text, I surmised it to be in the script of the Western Xia. The jade seal exuded an unusual aura. It seemed this individual had concealed these 2 items within her, likely harboring a significant secret. I set aside the 2 items and searched the room thoroughly, ensuring there were no hidden passages or exits, before departing with Sister Hua. If the Dongxiang people had fled from here, there must be an exit. Had we perhaps overlooked something? I despondently sat on the steps, while Sister Hua stood behind me, lost in her thoughts. At that moment, my stomach audibly protested. Having consumed only a morsel of bread since morning, exhausted from the ordeal in the quicksand, I felt a hollow emptiness within. Had I known, I would have eaten more at breakfast. Without food or water, we could only endure 3 or 4 days at most. Sister Hua joined me on the steps, resting her chin on her hands in contemplation. Observing her profile, I noted that despite the signs of age, her skin was well cared for, radiant and supple. Noticing my gaze, Sister Hua turned to me and inquired, "What are you staring at? What is there to admire about this old face?" "My skin has sagged from countless sleepless nights." "Sister Hua, how old are you this year?" I asked. She sighed. "Alas, if I weren't trapped here, I wouldn't share that with you. I am 32. Once a woman surpasses 30, she begins to age." "Sister Hua, how many boyfriends have you had?" I ventured. She tilted her head and suddenly smiled. "Do you think of me as a promiscuous woman? My actions were merely a guise. Life for a woman in the world is arduous. You may find it hard to believe, but I have never had a boyfriend." I was somewhat incredulous at her words. Seeing my silence, Sister Hua merely smiled in resignation. Subsequently, the 2 of us sat vacantly on the steps, enveloped in silence. After a while, the croaking of frogs echoed from an indeterminate source, followed by a second and a third call, creating a cacophony that reverberated through my eardrums. Sister Hua remarked that, Judging by the time, it must now be evening, the hour when frogs emerge. My concern, however, lay not with the frogs themselves, but rather the implication that their presence signified an exit. Following the sounds of croaking, Sister Hua and I arrived at a crossroads, discovering that the calls originated from the drainage ditches flanking the street. We leaped from the open channel into the drainage system, which featured a trapezoidal cross-section, wide at the top and narrowing below, with smooth walls and a level bottom. A large congregation of toads was assembled within the drainage culvert, startled by my unexpected arrival. The chorus of croaks abruptly ceased, and a multitude of glistening green eyes fixed their gaze upon me. At that moment, Sister Hua also jumped down upon seeing the toads. She gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Desert toads! What precisely is a desert toad?" Before I could inquire further, the throng of toads suddenly leaped towards both Sister Hua and me. How does that saying go? A toad may not bite, but it certainly unsettles. Hundreds of toads surged towards us, and I urge you to conjure the scene in your mind. In a flurry, I shielded my head with my hands, recalling tales from my childhood that warned of the toad's toxicity, fearing that their venom might mar my handsome visage. Soon, toads were crawling all over Sister Hua and me. She shrieked in terror, shaking her body, while I diligently removed them one by one with my hands. However, their numbers were overwhelming. As soon as one was subdued, two more would emerge. Gradually, I felt my autonomy slipping away, and my vision began to falter, conjuring phantasms before my eyes. I beheld Bai Lu, clad in a pristine white coat, approaching me with a gentle smile. She reached out, her hand caressing my cheek. Then she divested herself of the coat, revealing a simple t-shirt beneath, which she also removed. Bai Lu, adorned only in her undergarments, flaunted her exquisite figure. She beckoned me with a coy gesture, then proceeded to unfasten the final barrier concealing her bosom. A pair of magnificent breasts filled my gaze, and a resonant hum echoed within my skull. I could no longer restrain myself, and I lunged at Bai Lu, casting her to the ground. The sounds of feminine moans and masculine gasps intertwined as we teetered on the precipice of desire, gradually succumbing to the throes of pleasure. When lucidity returned, I was utterly stunned. There I was, entangled with Sister Hua, both of us in our birthday suits. Her eyes were hazy, as if she were still emerging from a dreamlike state. But when I noticed the crimson stain beneath her, I was thunderstruck. Sister Hua. She was also a virgin. I was on the verge of tears, lamenting the absurdity of the situation. Fate, you jest with me. I sat there dumbfounded, imagining Sister Hua's reaction upon regaining her senses. After about 10 minutes, her eyes began to clear. She gazed at me, and I at her, our eyes meeting, and I could sense the bewilderment and trepidation in her gaze. I anticipated a hysterical outburst, but instead, she silently donned her attire and handed me mine. Aren't you going to dress? Or do you intend to continue your indecent behavior? Sister Hua. I received the clothing, at a loss for words. Sister Hua gestured for silence, biting her lip as she said, "This matter is neither your fault nor mine. I hope you will refrain from speaking of it." I understood. Yet what? Do you wish to take responsibility for me? You naive child, the road ahead is still long. Forget today. Consider it merely a dream. Is that agreeable? I truly found myself at a loss for words, silently donning the clothing. Damn it, what is this all about? Chapter 66. The deathly worm. The wretched toads seemed to have vanished, the true culprits fleeing the scene, clearly unwilling to take responsibility for the chaos they caused. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. The parotid and leg glands of the desert toads secrete a peculiar toxin that induces auditory and visual hallucinations upon contact. Sister Hua was the first to break the silence, explaining the origins of our shared delusions. To my astonishment, the figure that appeared in my hallucination was none other than Bai Lu. I wondered who manifested in Sister Hua's vision. Certainly, it was not me. Sister Hua, shall we follow the drainage ditch? Those toads have disappeared from here. Sister Hua nodded, rising to lead the way into the drainage tunnel. I trailed behind her. Observing her somewhat awkward gait, and recalling the madness from my earlier vision, I found myself reacting once more. I finally comprehended why Baozi and the others were so drawn to the pleasures of the world. Once one experiences it, it indeed becomes addictive. I cannot help but admire the wisdom of ancient people. Even in those times, the drainage system was remarkably advanced. The drainage culvert, surprisingly, is equipped with iron grills, presumably for the purpose of filtering debris. However, after centuries of erosion, the iron has succumbed to oxidation. A gentle touch causes it to crumble to dust. The path behind us begins to diminish in height and width, forcing both Hua Jie and me to stoop as we proceed. Ultimately, we find ourselves crawling on the ground. The light has vanished, rendering the surroundings pitch black, where one cannot discern their own hand. Fortunately, this dismal state lasts only about half an hour. And as illumination reappears ahead, my heart swells with anticipation. Could we be nearing an exit? Chui has just passed through here. I shall assess the situation and ensure that I confront him today. Just as Hua Jie and I emerge from the murky depths of the sewer, we hear voices above. Their numbers raise concerns about the potential risks involved. It is the land mouse couple. They have been stealthily trailing us since our entry into the desert. How could I allow him to tarnish my honor? Have you enjoyed yourself, only to feel remorse now? Spare me your nonsense. At that moment, I had no awareness of such betrayal. Your words betray a complete lack of conscience. For decades, you have faltered. Have I ever strayed? Have I not remained loyal to you? Perhaps my remark struck a nerve with the male land mouse, for he erupts in fury. I overhear their exchange and suppress a laugh. Yet from their conversation, I discern that Baozi and the others have successfully entered. But we have traversed from the ancient city. Could it be that we have stumbled upon yet another ancient city? Once the land mouse couple has moved on, Hua Jie and I climb out of the drainage canal. To my astonishment, my guess was indeed correct. This is yet another ancient city, albeit one far inferior to the previous. This place resembles the outskirts of a city, where most of the structures are constructed from rammed earth. Flanking the houses are several torches, likely ignited by Baozi and his companions for illumination. I casually seized one of the torches and, accompanied by Sister Hua, stealthily followed suit. After a few paces, we discovered an individual crouched beside a mud wall. Dressed similarly to our companions, he appeared to be from the northern faction. I approached and gave him a gentle kick, but there was no response. Exchanging a glance with Sister Hua, we turned him over, and to our shock, what we beheld was startling. His eyes bulged grotesquely. His facial muscles were a ghastly shade of blue and rigid. The flesh on his nose had vanished, revealing the bone beneath. His mouth was slightly agape, and I could faintly discern something writhing within. This man seemed to be Wei Daju, referred to as Juzi by Chen Balai, and it was evident that he had departed this world entirely. Sister Hua abruptly pulled me away, leaving me bewildered. Glancing at her, I noticed her pallor. Her voice trembled as she uttered, "The death worm." I had previously heard Sister Hua speak of the death worm, yet I lacked any clear understanding of this entity. Even its appearance was unknown to me. However, from its ominous name, it was clear that this creature was not to be trifled with. Sister Hua urged me to leave hastily, explaining that the death worm had already infiltrated Juzi's body and that we had no time to linger, advising us to maintain a safe distance. I inquired about the appearance of the death worm, questioning whether it operated in groups or alone. She described it as approximately half a meter in length, entirely crimson with dark spots adorning its body. Its form resembled that of a sausage, with a girth akin to that of a man's arm, reminiscent of intestinal parasites found within cattle. The shapes of their eyes, nostrils, and mouths are indistinct, rendering it difficult to discern their heads from their tails. The death worm fears sunlight and preys upon its kind. It can exude a highly corrosive venom, akin to concentrated sulfuric acid. Upon contact with skin, it reduces flesh to mere bone. Upon hearing this, a shiver ran through me. The nose of the pillar must have been eroded by the venom of the death worm. The only solace is that these desert creatures are not social animals. Otherwise, all present would likely fall victim to their grasp. My concern for Baozi's safety began to mount. His defiant nature might not serve him well among these cunning old foxes. Thus, Sister Hua and I quickened our pace, and with each step forward, a faint scent of blood wafted into my nostrils. My expression changed, and I grasped Sister Hua's hand, urging her to jog ahead. She did not resist, allowing me to lead her. It seemed that after that incident, a subtle shift had occurred in both our mindsets. A sudden gunshot interrupted my thoughts. It was the land mouse couple. Sister Hua and I slipped beneath the earthen wall, listening to their conversation. "I can't believe you two filthy rats left the sewers to follow us here. What? Hoping to get a piece of the action? Old Chui, stop wasting breath on them. Old Wang and the others may have already entered the tower. If we delay any longer, we might miss even the broth." "What? Chui Xiaobai and Old Wang are not together? Chui, don't spout such nonsense. Tell me, did you knock me out and then cuckold me just to vex me? Did you enjoy playing with my wife? What?" I can only imagine the bewilderment etched on Chui Xiaobai's face at this moment. I remarked, "Are you feverish? Have you come here to spout nonsense? Take a look at yourself in the mirror. Aside from your fingernails, your body is devoid of wrinkles." while the rest of you is so wrinkled that a fly landing on it would surely perish. Are you deliberately trying to disgust me with your wife? Chui Xiaobai. I curse you. I leaned out, only to witness the female groundhog charging at Chui Xiaobai like a madwoman. It was only when the muzzle of Chui Xiaobai's gun was aimed at her that she halted. Do not impede my affairs. If you dare take another step forward, I shall not hesitate to end you. The couple of groundhogs stood frozen in place, and with a dismissive snort, Chui Xiaobai turned and strode away. Not far from him, another lifeless body lay sprawled. Chapter 67. The black-haired spider. Once Chui Xiaobai had ventured far enough, the couple of groundhogs followed suit. Sister Hua informed me that there were no bullets left in Chui Xiaobai's gun. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would not have spared the couple. I nodded in agreement with Sister Hua's assertion. I had calculated that during the encounter with the wolf pack, Chui Xiaobai had expended 6 bullets. And with the shot he just fired, his magazine was now empty. A conspicuous bullet hole marred the center of the deceased's forehead. Yet, the expression on the corpse was not one of agony. Rather, it bore a hint of relief. Sister Hua, with her keen eye, pointed at the man's ankle, saying, "Wu Gua, look, it appears he has been bitten by something." I crouched down for a closer inspection and noticed a pair of large, deep bite marks on his ankle. The wounds slightly discolored and swollen. Was this the result of a venomous snake bite? Sister Hua grasped my collar and urged me to rise. It appeared that this place had long since transformed into a nest for venomous ants and ferocious insects. A moment's inattention could cost one their life. Black-haired spiders, desert toads, deadly worms, and unidentified poisonous serpents cohabited within this ancient city of the Western Xia, seemingly establishing a unique biological chain that did not welcome the intrusion of outsiders like us. This individual must have been bitten by a venomous snake, subsequently succumbing to the effects of the poison. Chui Xiaobai, unable to bear witnessing his suffering, likely assisted him in finding peace. However, Chui Xiaobai is not one to possess such altruism. Perhaps other circumstances were at play. Were they not saying that old Wang had entered the tower? Let us venture forth and discover what this tower is. Sister Hua and I had to tread carefully. This had only just begun. And already 2 members of our nominal team had perished. I am still young and have no desire to meet an untimely end. After a few hundred meters, a winding path appeared, sloping downward. The earthen structures around us became increasingly sparse, and amidst the hazy darkness, a tower materialized in my line of sight. As we drew nearer, it became evident that this was a 9-tiered pagoda. The number 9 holds a special significance in ancient China, symbolizing the pinnacle of power. A 9-tiered tower represents the 9 grades of the lotus platform, denoting the 9 levels of bodhisattvas in Buddhism, further illustrating the vastness of Buddhist philosophy. This pagoda, constructed in a brick imitation of wood, took on a square, multi-storied form, with Buddha statues intricately carved on all 4 sides. Forgive my limited understanding of Buddhist studies. Apart from a few basic statues, I recognized none of the others. The stone door beneath the tower had been opened, and Sister Hua and I stepped inside. The interior of the tower is shrouded in darkness, with a statue of Buddha facing me, accompanied by a statue of Guanyin seated upon a lotus pedestal to my right. In each of the 4 cardinal directions, additional statues of Buddha stand in serene silence, exuding an aura of solemn dignity, untouched by sorrow or joy. The tower itself is exceedingly narrow, with a staircase that permits passage for only a single individual to ascend to the 2nd level. This 2nd tier, besides the statues, features a small empty platform intended for oil lamps, which are currently lit. The flickering light casts shadows of me and Sister Hua, the silhouettes aligning ominously with the Buddha statue, rendering its visage somewhat grotesque. Where have all the people gone? Surely, they cannot have vanished into thin air. They might be above. Let us ascend and investigate. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, I find it still desolate, save for a solitary shoe on the ground. This shoe appears familiar, and after a moment of contemplation, Sister Hua exclaims, "This belongs to old Wang. Baozi and the others could be in danger." With this thought racing through my mind, I hasten to the 4th floor, empty. The 5th floor reveals no one as well. Anxiety begins to swell within me, and beads of sweat form on my brow. As I ascend the stone steps to the 6th level, halfway up, I am suddenly jolted by the sound of gnawing and crunching emanating from above. My heart tightens in an instant. Cautiously, I peek out from the staircase, and the sight on the 6th floor sends a chill down my spine. For individuals dangle in midair, ensnared by spider webs, wrapped in layer upon layer, resembling cocoons. A large black spider is voraciously feasting on one of them. Only the skeletal remains of an arm remain. Chinbala. They have succumbed to unconsciousness, oblivious even to the spider's relentless assault. What can be done? I must devise a plan to rescue them, or they shall surely perish in this place. I merely saw Sister Hua shake her head at me, signaling me to step back. Her instinct was indeed correct. In the face of peril, one must first consider their own safety. Yet, Baozi's whereabouts remained unknown to me, compelling me to search upward. I could not circumvent the dark-haired spider. We had once shared a bond, having bowed to one another and sworn allegiance. Abandoning him was simply beyond my capacity. With this thought, I seized the torch from Sister Hua's hands and charged forward. Sister Hua, you should retreat and wait for me. If anything were to befall me, you must find a way to escape. Having spoken, I brandished the torch and rushed towards the dark-haired spider. Behold, vile creature, release that man. My shout startled the dark-haired spider, halting its actions as it turned to face me. Just the sight of its pincers, resembling formidable claws, filled me with trepidation. Were the spider capable of reason, I would yearn to resolve our conflict through dialogue, hoping to sway it with my compassion. Alas, it appeared exceedingly intrigued by the prey I had unwittingly presented. A silken thread shot forth from its rear, ensnaring the torch's handle. It began to violently tug at me, attempting to draw me closer. Anyone who claims that the rear serves only for defecation shall hear from me. The dark-haired spider possessed immense strength, its pincers steadfastly anchored in the web. I extended my other hand, intent on severing its thread. However, this proved to be the most foolish decision I had ever made. The thread's adhesive quality was formidable. The moment my hand touched it, I became ensnared, unable to shake free. The soles of my shoes and the straps of my sandals were no match for its grip, adhering metal to plastic and securing glass immovably. Alas, I have effectively crippled myself. As I drew nearer to the dark-haired arachnid, I perceived a mocking expression in its obsidian eyes. Damn, the intelligence of this spider is astonishing. In the nick of time, a figure dashed past me. A brilliant flash severed the spider's silk. The momentum propelled me backward several steps, and I nearly fell to the ground. Regaining my composure, I saw Sister Hua, armed with a dagger, charging toward the spider. Sister Hua's movements were lithe, and she evaded the spider's silk attacks twice in succession. With only 10 steps separating them, Sister Hua hurled her dagger like a shooting star piercing the night sky. The cold light flashed, and the dagger plunged directly into one of the spider's eyes. The spider, in agony, flailed its 8 legs wildly, and green blood flowed from its eye. Don't stand there gawking. Incinerate it with the torch. Chapter 68. Hidden Depth. Sister Hua's words snapped me back to reality. I rushed toward the spider, brandishing the torch. As I approached Sister Hua, she seized me, snatched the torch from my grasp, and hurled it at the spider. Were you planning to approach it directly? Are you unafraid of its long legs crushing your skull? As she spoke, the torch made contact with the spider's body. Its dark fur, like fuel on a fire, ignited instantly, and flames erupted. I gloated inwardly. Let that be a lesson for your ostentation and your fur coat. The black-haired spider writhed in agony upon the ground. Fortunately, it emitted no sound, for the intensity of its suffering would have undoubtedly elicited heart-wrenching cries. The acrid scent of burnt hair permeated the air, and after a few moments, the spider ceased its struggles, its flames gradually extinguishing. I hurried over to ascertain whether it had truly perished. I wondered what roasted spider might taste like and hoped someone who had tasted it could enlighten me. After a while, the temperature of the black-haired spider had cooled considerably, at which point Sister Hua extracted the dagger from its eye. The blade, now charred to a deep black, remained undeterred in its sharpness. Sister Hua, you are quite the hidden talent. I had no idea you possessed such skill. I had no intention of intervening, but seeing you in peril compelled me to act. In this tumultuous world, who lacks the means to ensure their survival? I gave Sister Hua a thumbs up, acknowledging her prowess as a remarkable woman. Please, lower them. I am uncertain of their poison's severity and whether they may awaken. I used the dagger to free the 4 individuals, among whom Chun Ba La suffered the most, his left forearm stripped of flesh, exposing stark white bone. Sister Hua, let us place them here for now. I worry about Baozi. We must ascend and check on him. Sister Hua nodded in agreement, picking up a nearly extinguished torch from the ground, and together we ascended to the 7th level. With Sister Hua, a formidable ally by my side, I felt a sense of reassurance. However, she did caution me that she would only intervene if I were in danger. Otherwise, she would refrain from action. I acknowledged her words, reflecting that our newfound bond might be the reason for her concern. Upon reaching the 7th level, I encountered 3 lifeless bodies on the ground. one of which belonged to the female of the land mouse couple. There was no time to examine the corpses, as a voice echoed from the 8th level. The sound was somewhat indistinct, but became clearer as I ascended the stairs. Chui Xiaobai, what do you mean by this? This relic was discovered by Old Wang. Even if it were to be sold, it should be shared among us all. What gives you the right to claim it for yourself? Why? Because I drove away the wolf pack? Because my brothers have perished? Is it unreasonable for me to take a relic? At that moment, Zhou Seer interjected, Chui Xiaobai. It's not just your brothers who have died, is it? I mentioned before that life and death are fated. Their demise here was their destiny. However, your actions are utterly unjustifiable, aren't they? Indeed, added Zhou, the male land mouse, you witnessed it yourself. My wife was also slain by him. This man has gone mad and has lost all sense of morality. Faced with this provocation, Chui Xiaobai sneered. You needn't label me unjustly. I merely seek what rightfully belongs to me. If you all are so bored, perhaps you should contemplate how to deal with that black-haired spider on the 6th level. Or consider how to rescue Chen Balong. The 8th level grew silent. Zhou Si, let me ask you, Lu Erqiong could have made it up here. Didn't you push him away, leading to his capture by the black-haired spider? That was because he was holding onto my clothing. Had I not pushed him away, we both would have been seized by the spider. Refrain from uttering such trivialities. I have resolved to acquire the relic. While you chatter incessantly, beware of the firearm in my possession. The bullets do not discriminate. At this juncture, silence enveloped the room, and I discerned it was my moment to make an entrance. Ahem, I wager your gun is devoid of ammunition. At that moment, I was uncertain of my thoughts, perhaps believing that such a dramatic entrance would render me akin to a savior, impressively formidable. In retrospect, I realize it was merely a display of folly. Wu Guo, Huayan, are you still alive? Sister Hua and I ascended leisurely to the 8th floor, relishing the astonished gazes of Thursday and the others. Why should we perish? What inconvenience does our existence pose to you? ISNT that so, Comrade Chui Xiaobai? As my eyes scanned the room, I noticed Baozi at the back, arms crossed, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. A sigh of relief washed over me. Considering his cunning nature, he would undoubtedly avoid placing himself in peril. How did you evade that black-haired spider? What has become of Chun Balai and the others? At this moment, I ought to possess a fan. Otherwise, my pretense would lack elegance. It was merely a spider. Yet look how terrified it rendered you. I have already dealt with it, and Chun Balai has been rescued. However, he currently lies in a state of unconsciousness, likely to awaken shortly. Upon hearing that Chun Balai and the others are still alive, the expressions on several faces varied distinctly. Chun Balai's survival signifies that the northern faction's strength remains largely intact. Conversely, our southern faction, already diminished, has lost 3 members, leaving only 4 of us now. Please, holster your weapon. There are a total of 7 bullets, and the final one should be reserved for our own. Chui Xiaobai let out a cold laugh, aiming his gun at me and said, why not give it a try? Go ahead, shoot here. Guizi, Baozi, watching from behind, grew anxious and hurried over to pull me back, saying, there's no need to get worked up over him. At that moment, Sister Hua approached Chui Xiaobai and remarked, instead of squabbling among yourselves, you might as well leave this cursed place sooner. Leave? After so many have perished? Just like that? Sister Hua ignored Chui Xiaobai's retort and continued, suit yourselves. With that, she took my hand and beckoned Baozi to head downstairs. Hua Yun, could it be that you are willing to abandon the treasures that may lie hidden in this 9th floor tower? Have you considered that if you depart, whatever treasures remain shall no longer concern you? Sister Hua disregarded him and made her way down the stairs. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Chen Balai and the others were still unconscious. Baozi rushed over to check their breathing. Everything seemed normal, yet if Chen Balai continued in this state, he might not last long. However, there was little we could do, as we lacked any medical equipment. It was already fortunate that we managed to rescue him from the jaws of the black-haired spider. Sister Hua, are we truly leaving just like this? I do value the treasures, but I have no desire to earn money at the cost of my life. Chapter 69, a scene revisited. Guizi, I thought you and Sister Hua had been devoured by the wolf pack, leaving me quite sorrowful for a while. Looking at Baozi's current demeanor, there was no sign of sorrow whatsoever. I am fortunate and blessed. Those who are destined for greatness are often protected by fate. What you say is merely a reflection of the old adage. Good people seldom live long, while calamities endure for 1,000 years. From Baozi's words, it became evident that the wolf pack had not launched an attack against them. However, it was highly likely that the 5 camels had fallen prey to the wolves. Zhou Seer and the others similarly believed that both I and Sister Hua had met our demise at the jaws of the wolves, yet Baozi insisted, with a sense of intuition, that we were undoubtedly safe. When I inquired about the source of his intuition, Baozi glanced around and lowered his voice, revealing, Old Wang secretly informed me. I was taken aback. Could it be that Old Wang possessed the gift of foresight, capable of predicting the fates of others? Cui Xiaobai had mentioned that Old Wang was not merely an ordinary camel herder, and in that moment, I found myself believing it wholeheartedly. Why would Old Wang tell you this? Sister Hua questioned, and Baozi hesitated for a moment before scratching his head in uncertainty. I sensed that Old Wang and Zhou Seer were not here merely to seek treasure. They seemed to be in pursuit of something else entirely. A shared glance with Sister Hua led us to think of the sheepskin scroll. Regardless of their intentions, we decided to press on and exit first. Baozi took the lead, and the three of us made our way out of the pagoda towards the exit. As we passed by the corpse of the man who had been shot in the head by Cui Xiaobai, Baozi recounted that they had been attacked by unknown insects. And it was this man and Cui Xiaobai who had chosen to stay behind. Unexpectedly, they had met their end here. I recalled that Cui Xiaobai referred to him as Old Zhu, indicating they shared a close bond. I nodded. Old Zhu had accompanied Cui Xiaobai to Xingqing, and now, having perished here, I wondered if he would harbor regrets in the afterlife. The insects that had attacked them were known as the death worms. Wei Dazhu had been poisoned by one of them, and we would need to exercise caution, for these creatures could be lurking anywhere nearby. Death worms? Old Wang suggested that this might be a mutated earthworm, a notion we initially dismissed. Sister Hua shook her head, asserting that earthworms are not so venomous. Upon reaching the side of Wei Dazhu's corpse, a putrid stench invaded our senses. Wei Dazhu's body had undergone severe decomposition, appearing desiccated as if all moisture had been extracted. It was astonishing how quickly he had deteriorated. It felt utterly sinister. Huazi, Sister Hua, we should hasten our departure from this cursed place, I urged. Baozi's face paled at the sight of Wei Dazhu's grim fate, and he began to believe in Sister Hua's warnings of the lethal insect. He quickened his pace, while Sister Hua and I remained vigilant, wary of the possibility of that heedless creature launching a sudden attack. Fortunately, our journey was devoid of further incidents. Perhaps Wei Dazhu had sufficed as its meal, now indulging in a deep slumber. However, something felt amiss. We had descended from this very spot, and I distinctly recalled securing a fixed frame here to prevent quicksand from flooding the area. A chill ran down my spine after the ordeal in the cellar. I had become particularly sensitive to such situations. Think carefully. Could there be a mistake in your recollection? I pondered. Impossible, I reassured myself. We had first scanned the area with a detector, uncovering metallic remnants nestled between the layers of sand and soil. It was Old Wang who had prompted us to begin our descent. I vividly remembered establishing that fixed frame to ward off quicksand from engulfing the entrance. Baozi quickly circled the vicinity, ultimately confirming that our excavation aligned with our current position. Could it be that the landmouse couple, who followed us last, had meddled with our findings? There must be traces left behind when one engages in clandestine activities. It feels as if we have materialized here out of thin air. Throughout our journey, I pondered whether someone wished to hinder our exploration of the secrets hidden within the ancient city. This individual lurks in the shadows, seemingly intent on leading us to our demise. Upon ascending to the 6th level once more, we discovered that Chun Ba La and the others had vanished. The bodies on the 7th level had also disappeared. An unsettling sensation washed over me as I hastened to the 8th level, where the presence of Wang Laohan and the others was nowhere to be found. This is absurd. How could several living beings simply evaporate into nothingness? Having never encountered such a bizarre predicament, both Baozi and I felt an undeniable sense of panic. At that moment, the seasoned Hualing became our pillar of strength. Let us ascend to the 9th level, remain vigilant, and do not fall into any traps. Hualing's expression was exceptionally grave since our entry into Xingqing. She had maintained an air of indifference. Even when I was swept away by the yellow sands into the ancient city, she remained unperturbed. Clearly, the strangeness of this place had instilled a sense of urgency within her. Unsurprisingly, the 9th level was utterly desolate, the statues of Buddha on the walls gazing at us, seemingly urging us to recognize the boundless suffering and turn back. Xiao Bao, did you notice anything unusual upon entering? Unusual? I don't think so, right? Was it perhaps Cui Xiaobai taking the initiative to stay at the rear? Hualing shook her head. Although Cui Xiaobai is rather detestable, he possesses a straightforward nature. Given his intellect, he would not engage in such convoluted schemes. Could it be Zhou Si? Speculating aimlessly is futile. The priority now is to locate them. After Baozi spoke, we began to rush downstairs. Upon reaching the 6th floor, the very level where Qin Balai had been injured, I faintly detected some noise reaching my ears. Suddenly, we came to a halt on the stone staircase, and Baozi nearly collided with me from behind. Hua Jie also paused, her face etched with confusion as she regarded me. "Did you hear any sound?" she inquired. Baozi perked up his ears and replied, "Perhaps it was just your imagination? There's nothing here. Can you not be so superstitious?" I considered that perhaps my heightened anxiety had caused my nerves to be taut, leading to an illusion. Therefore, I decided to continue descending. Creak. This time, without my prompting, the three of us halted simultaneously, straining our ears to listen. Creak, creak. The sound resembled something gnawing on bones, resonating unnaturally within the confines of the pagoda. "Let us investigate this layer," I suggested. I lowered my voice and quietly treaded upon the cool stone floor of the 6th level. It was desolate, and as we traced the source of the sound, our gaze ultimately fixed upon a statue of a Buddha. Unlike the other benevolent-faced Buddhas, this one bore a sinister countenance, evoking an aura of malevolence. "Is that a yasha?" Hua Jie inhaled deeply. "How could there be a yasha within this pagoda?" Chapter 70. The secret passage. The source of the sound lay behind the yasha stone carving. Initially, Hua Jie brandished a dagger, intent on approaching to investigate. However, I restrained her, taking the dagger from her hand and passing it to Baozi. "You possess the skills. You should proceed." With a chuckle, Baozi light-heartedly rebuked, and the previously tense atmosphere eased considerably. "Is anyone there?" he inquired softly as he approached the yasha stone carving. His seemingly foolish action caused the eerie voice to fall silent. Then, as if resolved to a certain determination, Baozi pushed against the stone carving. Despite exerting all his strength, the stone remained immobile. Sister Hua and I hurried over to assist him in pushing the carving. Could it possibly be pulled apart? Baozi suddenly paused and posed this question. He then grasped the protruding part of the stone and gently tugged, astonishingly revealing a passage behind the yasha stone carving. What lay beyond sent us stumbling backward in fear. Behind the stone was a space barely accommodating one person, where Qin Balan squatted, savoring the flesh from his own arm, gnawing on the white bones with delight. "Qin Balan, what are you doing?" We called out, but he paid us no mind, devouring the remnants of his own flesh as though it were a delectable leg of lamb. "Qin Balan, wake up." I stepped forward to pull him out, but Sister Hua stopped me with a shake of her head. "He is delirious, likely poisoned. There is probably no saving him." "What poison could be so potent?" Baozi inquired, to which Sister Hua's face flushed slightly, her expression tinged with embarrassment as she replied, "The secretions of the desert toad." No sooner had she spoken than Qin Balan abruptly rose, emerging from behind the yasha carving. "Hey, eat. Please have some," he exclaimed, extending his skeletal arm toward us. "Eat. Why aren't you eating?" As we remained motionless, Qin Ba's countenance suddenly twisted into a grotesque visage. The veins on his neck bulged, and his entire face began to contort and deform. What transpired next made my stomach churn violently. He extended a finger, gouging at his own eye, forcibly extracting his eyeball. Then, to my horror, he placed the gruesome orb into his mouth. With a sickening squelch, juices erupted forth, splattering the nearest bun with a grotesque mixture of red and white liquid. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. Had I not abstained from eating for quite some time, I surely would have emptied my stomach. Qin Bala chewed a few times, seemingly dissatisfied with the taste of his own eye. Consequently, the mangled remains of the eyeball were expelled, rolling gently to rest at my feet. "Qin Bala, for heaven's sake, wake up." Baozi once again attempted to rouse him, yet Qin Bala remained unresponsive. With his remaining eye, he cast a glance at us before emitting a chilling cry and lunging toward us. "Give me the dagger." In that critical moment, Sister Hua seized the dagger from Baozi's hands, and, as Qin Bala charged, she struck with precision, severing half of his neck. Due to the momentum, the blow resulted in a grotesque disfigurement, and moments later, blood gushed forth as he collapsed to the ground, his head tilting at an unnatural angle. Silence enveloped us. Baozi and I stood in stunned disbelief, grappling with the reality of Qin Ba's lifeless form. I had never contemplated taking a life. He was no longer himself. Even if he regained consciousness, his time was limited. Perhaps it was better to grant him release. As I remained silent, Sister Hua crouched beside Qin Ba's lifeless body, wiping the blood from the dagger with his clothing. She then spoke. "Wu Gua, you must understand that once you embark on this path, compassion has no place. Sometimes, your misguided kindness may lead the entire team into dire straits." Therefore, we must confront the harsh reality that it is either your demise or mine. Baozi approached and gently patted my shoulder, offering comfort. Sister Hua is right, Guizi. Do not burden your mind. Consider it from another perspective. We have aided Chunbala in his final moments. I managed a wry smile and shook my head. It was that I bore a heavy heart. Rather, I felt a disquiet in my soul knowing that a living life had perished at our hands. Sister Hua sighed and reached out to stroke my hair. You will come to understand in time. At times, a life is as trivial as grass. And beings are akin to swine and dogs. Now, let us find Old Wang and the others. With newfound experience, we searched the second, third, and fourth levels of the pagoda, locating several individuals ensnared by the black-haired spider. Without exception, they were as disoriented as Chunbala had been. Sister Hua speculated that they had simultaneously fallen victim to the toxins of both the black-haired spider and the desert toad, resulting in their current state. These three, too, met their end by Sister Hua and Baozi's swift strikes to the throat, ushering them into the realm of bliss. Initially, Sister Hua had offered me the dagger, but I found myself unable to act. Zhou Si and the others must have uncovered some secret, likely surrounding this very pagoda. Who? Baozi's words had scarcely left his lips when a shadow flitted past, vanishing in an instant without a trace. Sister Hua, did you see that? Was that just now a figure? Sister Hua furrowed her brow, remarking that it resembled a person, but who could possess such incredible speed? We hastened in the direction where the shadow vanished, yet all we found were a few statues of Buddha. Baozi examined them and confirmed that the statues bore no hidden mechanisms. Could it be that he has the ability to pass through walls? Come over here and take a look at this Guanyin statue. Doesn't it seem to be missing something? Sister Hua rested her chin on her hand before the stone carving of Guanyin, beckoning Baozi and me to approach. Baozi, with his keen eyes, being a disciple of Taoism, noted that Buddhism and Taoism have historically been intertwined, so he should identify the discrepancy. Baozi squatted down, inspecting the statue from top to bottom, and remarked, I recall that Guanyin typically holds a vase in her left hand and a willow branch in her right. Yet, this statue before me is precisely the opposite. Given the profound Buddhist scholarship of the Western Xia Kingdom, such a fundamental mistake should not have occurred. I placed my hand upon the pure vase and attempted to move it, but it remained unyielding. Shifting my hand to the willow branch, I gave it a gentle tug. And to my surprise, the branch shifted. Fruit, exert a bit more force. Without Baozi's prompting, I had already intensified my effort. As I did so, the Guanyin statue began to slowly shift. In a short while, a square opening emerged in the very spot where the statue once stood, revealing a set of steps leading downward. A secret passage. No wonder the shadow had vanished so swiftly. We were situated between the first and second floors, with a limited line of sight. Thus we could only observe the general area where the shadow disappeared. Sister Hua, shall we descend? Without daring to enter the tiger's den, how can one hope to capture the tiger? Chapter 71. The relic, the willow branch mechanism intricately designed on the hand of the Guanyin stone carving, is a hidden thread connecting the willow branch to the stone base. We entered the tunnel in succession, descending the steps into a lengthy passageway. Upon traversing this corridor, we encountered a half-open stone door. To our astonishment, there were 19 steps and a platform in front of the stone door, each step and the platform strewn with coins. A rough estimate revealed at least 20,000 coins scattered about. Regardless of their worth, you too, don't just stand there. Hurry and collect the money. Baozi gazed at the copper coins littering the ground, nearly drooling. I had previously heard tales of collecting money in sacks but could never envision the scene until today. After Baozi finished speaking, he bent down to gather the copper coins from the steps. I glanced at Sister Hua, noticing her apparent disinterest in the coins. These were all Tianxin coins, worth only a few coins each. Even if we collected them all, it would amount to merely several 100,000, and besides, we had nothing to carry them in. What, just a few coins each? Sister Hua's words made Baozi suddenly feel that the coins before him had lost their allure, his expression turning one of regret. I ascended the steps to the platform and discovered two exquisitely carved phoenixes on the stone door. A large iron lock, evidently forcefully broken, adorned the door. Pushing it open, an unusual fragrance wafted towards us. In the dim, eerie passageway, only a few copper coins lay scattered, and there was nothing of substantial value. Baozi casually picked up a few coins, glanced at them, and then tossed them back to the ground. Sister Hua, where is this fragrance coming from? Sister Hua mentioned that the conditions for producing fragrance are numerous, such as the materials used for coffins, like camphor wood, cedar, and pine. which can retain their aroma even after a millennium. Additionally, the spices utilized for the preservation of corpses, along with the burial items found within the tomb, such as incense burners and fragrant pouches, contribute to the creation of scent. As we conversed, we arrived at the end of the passageway. Here, we discovered 2 stone tablets, inscribed with characters that presumably document the information regarding this underground palace. However, the writing was unintelligible to us. The Xixia script bore a resemblance to the Khitan script, both derived from Chinese characters. Gazing at the incomprehensible text felt particularly distressing, for the truth lay before us, yet we could not decipher the words. It was akin to lying beside a breathtakingly beautiful, naked woman, yet being unable to respond. A mere analogy, of course, as I still possess considerable prowess in that regard. Turning away from the stone tablets, we encountered a second stone door, which was unlatched and wide open. Upon entering, we discovered a multitude of silk textiles scattered across the floor. Despite the passage of a millennium, these silks remained remarkably well-preserved and vibrantly colored. Baozi, seemingly uninterested in the textiles, strode ahead with purpose until we reached the end of the second passageway, where a stupa stood. This stupa, measuring around 70 to 80 centimeters, was adorned on each of its 4 sides with intricate carvings of 2 bodhisattvas, totaling 8 figures. Each bodhisattva was exquisitely crafted, their likenesses strikingly lifelike. What is the Ashoka Stupa? Baozi and I gazed at Sister Hua with puzzled expressions. With a hint of exasperation, she replied, "Could you two perhaps learn a bit more? Our profession also requires a certain level of knowledge." Ashoka, the 3rd sovereign of the ancient Indian Maurya dynasty, was a ruler who held a profound concern for the world. Devoutly revered Buddhism and engaged in virtuous deeds. He propagated Buddhism across the nation and later constructed stupas worldwide to enshrine relics of the Buddha. The structure before us is a diminutive replica of the Ashoka Stupa. Baozi and I exchanged glances, unimpressed. Isn't it just a smaller version? I thought, dismissing its significance. Do not underestimate India. Our Buddhism was introduced to China from there, one of them remarked. Baozi and I merely smiled non-committally, contemplating the notion of foreign cultural invasion. Let us lift this stupa and see if there are any relics inside, I suggested. I have no interest in that. You can do it yourself, he replied. The relics in question are the remains of monks after their enlightenment, the crystallization of their cremated ashes. I could not fathom why so many were so eager to possess such items. Come on, I implore you. Chui Xiaobai snatched a relic from the stupa, and I have yet to see what it looks like. Upon seeing Baozi's eager gaze, I reluctantly acquiesced and helped him raise the Ashoka Stupa. Sister Hua retrieved a relic from the base. This is not genuine. It's a jade replica of a relic. Accept it. Its value may be considerable. Upon hearing Sister Hua's words, Baozi grinned widely and hurriedly accepted the jade relic. He breathed on it and wiped it on his clothing, whispering, "Shh, don't speak." Just as Baozi indulged in his dreams of wealth, a faint sound emanated from the 3rd stone door. The 3 of us quietly peeked out from behind the stone door, revealing a small chamber where a white jade spiritual canopy stood at its center. Behind the canopy, a shadowy figure was engaged in some task. Baozi stealthily approached, but before he could reach his destination, the figure seemed to sense something and abruptly looked up. Our eyes met, and my mind was flooded with questions. How could it be him? What was going on? "Hey, fellow villager, it's been several days since we last met." Upon seeing us, the innkeeper showed no surprise. Instead, he calmly greeted us. "What are you doing here?" I inquired. The innkeeper shrugged. "If you can come, why can't I? This isn't solely your domain." Sister Hua furrowed her brow and asked, "So, does this mean you are behind all this?" The innkeeper promptly waved his hands. "Don't place the blame on me. I merely incapacitated a few individuals, that's all. I had no part in anything else." After saying this, he crouched down and rummaged behind the spiritual canopy for a moment before pulling out an object. He gestured towards us, saying, "Look, I found the Buddhist relic I was searching for. I must thank you. What a twist of fate." With that, he stood up and attempted to leave. But Baozi stopped him, asking, "Where are Zhou Seer and Old Wang?" The innkeeper, seemingly indifferent, replied, "They might have already fed the ants. Who knows? Do not even contemplate impeding my departure. It is solely out of regard for our shared origins that I have refrained from employing force against you. Refrain from pursuing me. Forge your own path to egress. Otherwise, the instrument I wield may prove indiscriminate." With that, he produced a hand grenade from his waist, an antiquated, wooden-handled variety. I have sealed the cavern's primary entrance, yet an alternative route exists. Whether you discover it is a matter of your own ingenuity. I extend my gratitude for your unwitting assistance in locating the ancient city. The innkeeper concluded, brandishing the grenade as he strode past us. Jiang Jiangguo, are you intending to leave? Chapter 72. Wu Lao Air appears. The voice was unmistakably familiar. Wu Lao Air. His figure materialized from the stone doorway, a faint smile gracing his countenance. Wang Laohan and several others trailed behind him, their gazes fixed upon Jiang Jiangguo, their animosity palpable. Jiang Jiangguo, have you been lurking in Xingqing for all these years, solely for the sake of this Buddha relic? Jiang Jiangguo, addressing Wu Lao Air and his entourage, retorted, did not Wang Huaichen tend camels here for 2 decades, with the same objective in mind? You are indeed fortunate to have survived the Red Armor ants. Cease your prevarications. You contemptible cur. You resort to clandestine assaults. Have the courage to face me, your esteemed superior, in single combat. Undeterred by Cui Xiaobai's vehement outburst, Jiang Jiangguo nonchalantly brandished the grenade, declaring, I have acquired what I sought and shall now depart. I request that you gentlemen make way. Wang Laohan, puffing on his pipe, extended a finger towards Jiang Jiangguo. Departure is permissible, provided you relinquish the artifact. On Thursday, Air's countenance was clouded. For anyone who had been schemed against would undoubtedly harbor a reservoir of indignation. He stepped forward, aligning himself with Old Wu, clearly intent on not letting Jiang Jiangguo escape unscathed. Old Wu, I remained behind Jiang Jiangguo, fixated on his subtle movements, fearing he might indeed pull the pin from the grenade, which would lead to our collective demise. Old Wu Air shook his head at me, then spoke to Jiang Jiangguo in a notably calm tone. You, Jiang Jiangguo, possess a modicum of renown in the underworld. Isn't this action tantamount to undermining your own dignity? Spare me the flattery. In the face of wealth, dignity means little. Will you clear the way or not? Jiang Jiangguo retorted, unscrewing the base of the grenade to reveal the fuse within, his hand now gripping it tightly. Either clear the path, or we shall all face oblivion together. Old Wu Air shook his head, asserting that we were all in pursuit of riches and questioned the need for such desperation. Afterward, he stepped aside, creating a passage. Just as Air was about to voice an objection, Old Wu pulled him aside, advising against confrontation. Cui Xiaobai glared at Jiang Jiangguo, nearly grinding his teeth to dust in fury. Thank you all. May our paths cross again in this world, Jiang Jiangguo declared, slowly retreating while wearing a victorious smirk, one that was indeed infuriating. Little did we anticipate that he was orchestrating a scenario akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellow sparrow lurking behind. Be cautious, get down. Old Wang's shout startled us, as Jiang Jiangguo distanced himself by 50 or 60 meters. He suddenly pulled the grenade S-pin. A grenade hurtled towards us, hissing with white smoke. Acting on instinct, I tackled Ms. Hua to the ground, shielding her with my body. Bang! The concussive force threatened to rupture my eardrums. A cloud of dust billowed up, and the acrid stench of gunpowder filled my nostrils. Damn that treacherous cur, Cui Xiaobai exclaimed. I hastily rose from Ms. Hua, noticing Baozi's mischievous grin, as if he had stumbled upon a profound secret. Is everyone unharmed? Wu Lauer inquired, brushing dust from his hair, his gaze sweeping over the group. We're fine. It seems to be a homemade grenade, all bark and no bite. Really just a large firecracker. That scoundrel won't get far. Let's pursue him, Zhou Seer declared, ready to give chase to Jiang Jiangguo. Wu Lauer cautioned him, reminding him of the red ants. Zhou Seer cast a resentful glance in the direction Jiang Jiangguo had fled, lamenting, damn it, so many brothers lost, and in the end, we're left empty-handed. Once we're out of here, I'm sparing no expense in issuing a Jianghu warrant. I'll make sure Jiang Jiangguo never knows peace. Wang Laohan, covered in dust, remarked with a touch of resignation, what good is a warrant? By then, he'll be living it up overseas with the money. There's nothing to say. We were simply outmatched. I noticed the absence of the male field mouse and inquired about his whereabouts to Zhou Seer, who nonchalantly replied, the old codger fed the ants. I exchanged a glance with Baozi, a silent acknowledgement that our long-standing vendetta had been avenged. The demise of that couple was indeed just. By the way, how did those individuals on the 7th tier of the pagoda meet their end? And what transformed Chen Balan and the others into such a state? All eyes turned towards Cui Xiaobai, who, wide-eyed, exclaimed, why are you all looking at me? They suddenly went mad, and I had no choice but to put an end to them. If you are unable to take action, then I shall assume the role of the villain. Observing Cui Xiaobai's nonchalant demeanor, I understood that he was capable of betraying others at any moment, and he himself admitted to being a true scoundrel. Meanwhile, those who had previously stood in opposition within the pagoda now appeared as close as brothers, as if the events had never transpired. This illustrates that those who stand by your side in times of peril may not necessarily share in your fortunes, while those who betray you in adversity may still become your allies. Such is the unpredictability of life. I felt it prudent to search for any hidden treasures in this place. We could not afford to have toiled in vain. I informed everyone about the exit being sealed by Jiang Jiangguo, to which Wu Lauer replied indifferently that he had his own methods. Mentioning treasure hunting, Baozi eagerly scurried off to collect copper coins, for even fly meat is still meat. This left only Wu Lauer, Hua Jie, and myself at the original spot. My intention in leading you into the underground palace was to ensure that you could thwart Jiang Jiangguo before he discovered the relic. Alas, I was still a step too late. Old Wu, was that shadow you? Yes, he replied. I was in such a rush to rescue Wang Huaichen and the others that I had no time to explain. What exactly are those red-armored ants? Are they truly that fearsome? Wu Lauer cast a glance at Hua Jie and remarked, Hua Yun, please elucidate for my foolish disciple while I investigate if there are any oversights in the underground palace. Since their arrival, Hua Jie had remained silent. Once Wu Lauer departed, she quietly expressed her gratitude to me. I scratched my head, inquiring why she was being so courteous. Hua Jie explained that my willingness to disregard my own safety and lean over her necessitated her thanks. I pondered that, given the nature of our relationship, I would certainly prioritize her safety in perilous situations. However, such thoughts remained unspoken as I awaited her account regarding the red-armored ants. The red-armored ants, also known as driver ants, are omnivorous creatures. They consume anything edible, from decaying branches and carrion to living beings. Even formidable predators like tigers and massive elephants flee in terror upon encountering them, leaving behind only skeletal remains. Alarmed by Hua Jie's chilling narration, I asked her how such creatures could be deemed invincible and how Wu Lauer managed to rescue Wang Laohan and the others. In the animal kingdom, a food chain exists, and the red-armored ants have a natural enemy, the desert toad. It is no wonder there are so many toads in this region. Should I harbor animosity towards them or extend my gratitude? Chapter 73. Li Xiezi in Truth, from the perspective of the assembled company. The remaining items within the underground palace held little allure. The relic of Buddha's bone is a sacred artifact revered in Buddhism. Its worth immeasurable. Upon our exit from the underground palace, with the exception of Cui Xiaobai and Baozi, who each obtained a jade relic, the others returned empty-handed. Certainly, the parchment and jade seal I discovered shall remain undisclosed to the masses. I possess an intuition that the parchment may conceal an extraordinary secret. Lao Wu, you mentioned knowing of an alternative exit. I implore you to guide us forth. As the principal architect of this venture, Wang Laohan appears considerably stooped at this moment. Having lived incognito in the desert for decades, nurturing camels solely to clandestinely seek the ancient city of the Western Xia, the prospect of finally pinpointing its approximate location only to have it appropriated by others is indeed a disheartening psychological disparity. Wang Laohan, I believe you ought to rear some mice and train them to burrow for treasure. We would gladly pay a handsome fee for their services. In response to Cui Xiaobai's jest, Wang Laohan remained unfazed, while Wu Laosen cast a sidelong glance at Cui Xiaobai and inquired, What is it? Is the young one incapable? Requiring assistance from the elder? Wu Laosen chuckled lightly. You aren't yet worthy. Cui Xiaobai's face flushed with embarrassment at the remark. Wu Laosen beckoned me to his side and gestured toward the assembled crowd, declaring, When friends arrive, fine wine is in order. When wolves approach, we wield our firearms. We, of the thieving clan, have never shied away from confrontation. Remember, virtue cannot compel, only the fist reveals truth. Wu Laosan's admonition before these individuals served to establish his authority. I was suddenly reminded of a great leader's words. One must strike a decisive blow to avert a multitude of blows. I nodded gravely. Through this experience, I sensed a significant maturation of my character. Following Wu Laosan, we traversed the drainage ditch and crawled through several culverts before suddenly hearing the sound of flowing water. I followed behind Wu Lauer and inquired about the whereabouts of that group of toads. Wu Lauer replied that such a large swarm of red ants would need to find a place to digest after being consumed. He advised that in any situation, one should never allow oneself to fall into a predicament. When undertaking a task, it is essential to contemplate and assess it several days in advance. If it weren't for your dissent, I would not have bothered to come down at all. Under Wu Lauer's guidance, we arrived at an underground river. There was a boat upon which sat a middle-aged man wearing frog-eyed glasses. He held a fishing rod in one hand and a wine gourd in the other. Upon seeing our group approach, he complained, "Hey, just as I was about to catch something, you all show up and scare the fish away. Li Xiezi, can you even see with those dark glasses on in this dim light?" Wu Lauer said as he was the first to board the vessel. I remarked, "Wu Ergu, I've been waiting for you here all day. Your efficiency is abysmally slow." As everyone boarded the boat, the usually talkative Chui Xiaobai fell silent. "Hey, you, the chubby one. Come here and row the boat. It will be a good way to lose some weight." Baozi pointed at himself and asked me, "Yes, you. Let me tell you. Being overweight can lead to high blood pressure and other issues. You should be mindful of this at your young age." Li Xiezi, somewhat loquacious and unreserved, could be described in modern terms as having a bit of social bravado. "Li Banzian, I never expected to see you here. It is indeed a rare encounter today." Chui Xiaobai looked at Li Xiezi with a flattering expression. Li Xiezi, impatient, waved his hand and said, "Stop calling me Banzian. It sounds like some sort of charlatan. With that energy, you should paddle a few strokes alongside the chubby one. You're quite plump yourself." Chui Xiaobai, with a forced smile, pressed his warm face against the cold shoulder of the situation. I had only heard a fleeting mention of Li Xiezi from Dusan, and I truly knew little about him. The wooden boat soon emerged from the dark river, and I was taken aback to discover that in this arid and water-scarce place of Xingqing, a river existed. This was indeed a miscalculation in our strategy. Old Wang informed us that this was the Dianong River, and he had never conceived of a connection between rivers and deserts, which instilled in him a newfound respect for Wu Lauer. "Old Wu, I owe you one this time, should you require assistance in the future. Do not hesitate to speak up." Zhou Seer chimed in, while Li Xiezi, with a disdainful curl of his lips, interjected, "What does this have to do with him? It is I who discerned the celestial phenomena and deduced the course of the mountains and rivers." With Wu Ergu's intellect, he wouldn't fathom this even in a century. Upon hearing Li Xiezi's words, the crowd resumed their flattery. Li Xiezi relished the attention, drawing forth a folding fan from his waist, waving it gently while humming a tune. I mused to myself, in the midst of winter, he seemed unbothered by the chill of the breeze his fan created. After half an hour, the wooden boat docked, and we disembarked. Having gone without food or drink for an extended period, our only desire was to find a place to indulge in a hearty meal, followed by a warm bath. "Aren't you coming with me?" Wu Lauer, supporting himself with the oar, replied with a smile. "I have unfinished business to attend to. Those rascals from the Tanzhou gang have been hounding me lately. I need to take some time to deal with them properly." Among the group, 2 members of the Tanzhou gang remained, their expressions rife with embarrassment. Chui Xiaobai, with a glint in his eye, declared, "No fighting, no acquaintance, from now on. I shall consider my dealings with Xiao Wu and Xiao Bao as settled." I gazed at Chui Xiaobai, pondering the hidden intentions behind his facade. "You, surnamed Chui, are equally guilty of harboring grievances against the younger generation. Conduct yourself with integrity, lest I resort to employing a diminutive figure to prick you with a needle." The smile on Chui Xiaobai's face immediately froze as he thumped his chest, vowing to become a model gentleman of the new era. "Farewell, everyone. Wu Ergu, do guide the boat." A laugh echoes over the vast sea as the tides surge on both shores. Observing Wu Lauer and Li Xiezi depart, their solitary vessel fading into the distance evoked a sense of chivalry. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Laohan and Zhou Seer, Baozi, Huajia, and I made our way towards the city. After satisfying our hunger with a modest meal, Huajia suggested it was time to part ways. Baozi, grinning widely, watched the conversation between Huajia and me, his eyes betraying a suspicion of clandestine affairs between us. "Wu Gua, that parchment might conceal an undisclosed secret. You must decipher it yourself, ensuring that no one else is privy to the knowledge." Upon finishing her words, Huajia casually brushed her hair away from her forehead and rose to leave. Some matters are shrouded in secrecy, and thus, in the pursuit of another's hidden truths, one must be prepared to face the consequences of such revelations. With that, Huajia pushed the door open and exited. Chapter 74. The third child enters the detention center. At times, I find myself contemplating that human growth is a journey marked by the loss of happiness. For instance, Huajia's departure instilled within me an unexpected sense of melancholy. "Still watching?" She has long vanished from sight. My reverie was abruptly interrupted by Baozi's voice. "Guozi, tell me, is there something going on between you two?" The bun looked at me with a mischievous expression, evoking an overwhelming impulse to strike him. "Have you eaten enough?" When you're satisfied, we shall set forth. Where to? The thought was inconsequential, yet upon reflection, it was riddled with inconsistencies. Jiang Jiangwo's sudden appearance was no mere coincidence. He would not spare me simply because we hailed from the same hometown. A bold speculation rose within me. Was this all orchestrated by Wu Lao? As a fellow native of Luzhou, Wu Lao and Jiang Jiangwo must have known each other for some time. Furthermore, Jiang Jiangwo had mentioned a passage in the underground palace, suggesting he too had emerged from that very route. At that moment, Blindly was by the riverside. If Jiang Jiangwo had departed from there, it was implausible that Blindly would not have intervened. The entire affair was chilling upon closer examination. If my conjecture held true, then Wu Lao would emerge as the ultimate victor of this excursion to Xingqing. Everything he later orchestrated would merely be a performance for Wang Laohan and the others. Ingenious, indeed. Wu Lao was a master of strategy, ensnaring all in his web of deception. Without any evidence, what could Wang Laohan and his companions possibly do? Oh, Wu Lao, your cunning surpasses even tenfold of my own. I wish to inquire how he had managed to synthesize the Western Xia script. Last time, he had translated the Khitan script, yet I was unaware of his method. However, upon arriving at San Yazi's Gui Xian with the bond, we found the shop's door tightly shut. This was unexpected. It was not yet closing time. After purchasing some fruit, we continued to Sun Dehai's residence, where he was taking a midday rest, and Li Gu was engrossed in the drama Yongjing Dynasty. Li Gu, has San Yazi visited in the past few days? Li Gu shook his head and remarked that aside from Bao Ji's visit, who brought some medicine for Sun Dehai, no one else had come. Bao Zi borrowed Li Ji's phone to call San Yazi, only to find it had been turned off, instilling within me a sense of foreboding. Perhaps we should visit Qingjiazhuang to see if it is related to the matter San Yazi mentioned last time. Just a few days ago, San Yazi had expressed concerns about his family being under police scrutiny, suggesting that a little bribery would suffice to resolve the issue. Could it be that his efforts were inadequate? Upon departing from Sun Dehai's residence, Bao Zi and I took a taxi directly to Qingjiazhuang. After inquiring with passers-by, we finally located San Yazi's home. However, the peculiar expressions on the faces of those we spoke to only deepened my conviction that something had indeed gone awry at San Yazi's house. As I had anticipated, upon arriving at his doorstep, we found it sealed with a notice, and the house appeared deserted. Could it be that San Yazi had been apprehended? I overheard a neighbor, seemingly relishing the misfortune, remark, "It's all about the antiques. I heard that the Chung family has been involved in trafficking national relics, and they have already been taken into custody. This is a serious offense. If things go awry, they might never see the light of day again." Bao Zi and I exchanged incredulous glances. Could Cheng Guiqing have also been arrested? Cheng Guiqing is a prominent figure associated with San Yazi. As for that, I'm not certain. All I know is that no one is home at the moment. Easy money is hard to come by. In the past, a little cash would resolve issues. But I have heard that a new leader has been assigned to Jinjiu, and they are particularly stringent regarding this matter. As we stepped through the door, Bao Zi began to shout at the top of his lungs. "What are you yelling about? It's the midday break, don't you know? What time is it for a midday break? Haven't you missed your brothers after a few days?" Upon entering the room with Bao Zi, we found Zhao Zai nestled beneath the covers. "How will you ever find a suitable match for marriage in this manner?" Bao Zi remarked. Zhao Zai, disregarding Bao Zi's comment, directed her gaze towards me and suddenly sniffed the air, as if detecting a particular scent. "Wu Guo, with which woman have you been cavorting?" I was taken aback, pondering whether Zhao Zai's sense of smell surpassed that of a police dog. "Cavorting? I've barely bathed for days. I reek." Zhao Zai scoffed dismissively. I inquired whether San Yazi had visited in recent days, to which Zhao Zai replied in the negative, then buried her head under the blanket, declaring her desire to continue her slumber without interruption. To uncover San Yazi's whereabouts, we would have to rely on the police, yet we lacked any connections in that regard. Bao Zi suggested we consult his master. Consequently, Bao Zi placed a call to Bao Gu, explaining our predicament. Bao Gu advised us to wait, as he would inquire with Xiaolong. After a brief interval, Bao Ji's call came through once more. Xiaolong informed us that San Yazi was currently at the second detention center, and if we wished to visit, he could facilitate a request to the authorities. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, Bao Zi and I arrived at the second detention center, where we encountered San Yazi. Having not seen him for a few days, he appeared somewhat haggard. "San Yazi, did you not assert that a little money could secure favorable treatment?" San Yazi shook his head with a wry smile. "That was my belief initially. Yet the new leadership desires to set an example with us, and has been relentless. I visited your home and found it sealed. How is your shop unaffected?" Baozi asked Sanyazi, who looked on helplessly. Is there truly no alternative? With a cold snort, Sanyazi remarked on the nature of human relationships, elucidating a profound truth. When one is in a position of prosperity, there are those who come to offer assistance, enhancing one's fortune. However, when one finds themselves in misfortune, these same individuals are likely to cast stones into the abyss, swiftly distancing themselves. This is the harsh reality of life. Upon my release from the detention center, Baozi inquired about potential solutions. I possessed no grand strategies. My only inclination was to employ monetary influence. Xiaolong had connections with individuals in this realm, and I intended to leverage him to forge a relationship. If 1 million was inadequate, then 2 million would suffice. If 2 million fell short, then 3 million would be the answer. I was prepared to invest until satisfaction was achieved. I refused to believe that there existed individuals indifferent to wealth. If such beings existed, it was merely due to insufficient funds. Chapter 75. Alliance demands to ensure all was in order. I placed a call to Sun Dahai. Having navigated the intricate web of Jinju for many years, he possessed a notable network. Upon hearing about Sanyazi's predicament, he fell silent for a few moments before responding. Wu Guo, in this matter, it is best to remain uninvolved. After all, they are officials, while we are outlaws. Should an investigation ensue, none of us would emerge unscathed. But Uncle Wu, we cannot simply stand by and watch as Sanyazi is imprisoned. We have shared bonds of brotherhood. Sun Dahai fell silent once more, and I could hear Li Guo's voice on the line. Uncle, we must devise a plan. Sighing, Sun Dahai expressed the common trepidation of those in our line of work towards the authorities. Very well, I shall make some inquiries. His apprehensions were not unfounded. The most formidable adversary for those of our ilk is indeed the public security apparatus. Baozi and I then visited Yuwang Temple, where we noted the addition of numerous new artifacts during our absence. It seems that after earning some money, Brother Bao has made considerable contributions to the Medicine King Temple. Wuzi, didn't you mention earlier that there was likely a pot to be found in the back mountain? When shall we commence our endeavors? Are your hands itching to get started? Let us first resolve the matter concerning Sanyazi. Otherwise, we won't be able to focus. Baozi retrieved a jade relic from his pocket and inquired about its worth. I replied that if you were to sell it to a monk, it should fetch several thousand yuan without issue. Upon encountering Xiaolong, he was just finishing changing his clothes and preparing to head out. Ah, you've arrived at the perfect moment. I was just about to step out regarding your friend's situation. Let us go together. Master, where's Brother Bao? I haven't seen him around, I asked. Xiaolong adjusted his collar and replied, Brother Bao is currently busy preparing medicine. Sun Dahai's health is not favorable. After all, he is a friend and has generously donated to our temple, so we cannot neglect him. On our way, I mentioned to Xiaolong that I had also asked Sun Dahai for assistance regarding Sanyazi. Xiaolong glanced at me and remarked, Why trouble him? Do you wish for all of you to be caught in the same net? Baozi and I were taken aback by his words. Baozi stammered, Master, you know what we have done? Xiaolong shot a sideways glance at Baozi, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, Do you take me for a fool? With your capabilities, how could you amass such wealth? Besides digging up hidden treasures, what else could you possibly do? Even selling yourself, no one would want you. I nearly burst into laughter. No one knows a disciple better than their master. Master, then you do not oppose my and Brother Bao's activities? Xiaolong's eyes widened as he waved his hand and proclaimed, It matters not whether the cat is black or white. A cat that catches mice is a good cat. You all must strive to earn well, for I am counting on you to support my later years. Baozi gave Xiaolong a thumbs up, exclaiming, Master, you are truly impressive. Xiaolong led us into an opulent restaurant, the decor suggesting that patrons here were either affluent or noble. Hongfu Tower, Master, have you brought enough money? Please do not embarrass us when it comes time to settle the bill. I have no money. You two will pay later. Xiaolong replied as he guided us into a private room. After half an hour, a rotund middle-aged man with slicked-back hair finally arrived. He was evidently a person of authority within the system. Upon seeing him, Xiaolong immediately stood up, and Baozi and I hastily followed suit. Director Feng, I sincerely apologize for troubling you amidst your busy schedule, Xiaolong said respectfully. Xiao Guanzhu, you flatter me. Were it anyone else, I would not have bothered. But how could I disregard the matters concerning you, the esteemed Xiao Guanzhu? After exchanging pleasantries, Director Feng and Xiaolong took their seats while Baozi and I served tea. Let us get straight to the point, Xiao Guanzhu. The newly appointed Director Shun, who also holds a position on the Standing Committee, is said to be implementing significant changes. Your situation is indeed precarious. Xiaolong complimented him. And Director Feng's tea-drinking paused momentarily, a flicker of delight crossing his gaze before he quickly returned to his composure. Xiao Guanzhu, I must express my gratitude on behalf of my mother. It is said that medicine from the Yaowang Temple is hard to come by. I shall not refuse your kindness. However, Director Feng's tone shifted, elongating the final word. If I were to host this matter, I would unhesitatingly release the individuals involved tonight. But it primarily hinges on the colleagues handling the case. At this juncture, Director Feng's words were clear to all. With a chuckle, Xiao Long remarked, Director Feng, you seem to be looking at this from an outsider's perspective. Surely, I am aware of the necessity of subtle arrangements. Please provide me with a clear indication. Director Feng, with a jovial demeanor, extended a finger, and Baozi and I exchanged glances. This fellow was indeed audacious in his demands. Xiao Long casually glanced at me, and I subtly nodded in agreement. Very well, Director Feng, we shall proceed as you suggested. I appreciate your diligence. Although Director Feng abstained from alcohol, claiming he had further engagements that evening, he did take 2 bottles of Mao Tai with him upon his departure. Once he left, Baozi and I finally began to eat. The feast was worth thousands, and we needed to indulge to make it worthwhile. Master, this fellow is exceedingly avaricious. He opens his mouth for 1 million. Enough to buy a life. Xiao Long observed Baozi devouring the food with great enthusiasm and remarked, such a society, the affluent are outmatched by the powerful. This is the insidious result of Confucian thought, which has been deeply ingrained for millennia, with no remedy in sight. I found this perplexing. What connection did this have with Confucian culture? Xiao Long elucidated, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith are moral shackles imposed on the lower classes, an act of cruelty that utterly saps the vitality of the underprivileged, leading to an ever-widening chasm between the rich and the poor. In a society overshadowed by Confucianism, the core ideology revolves around exacerbating wealth disparities and exploiting the common folk. To put it bluntly, it is a deliberate effort to prevent the common people from enjoying their fill. Confucianism categorizes individuals into hierarchical ranks, which has resulted in the deeply entrenched social stratification of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants that persists to this day. There exists a distinction between officials and commoners, as well as between genders, leading to an omnipresent system of classification. This stratification relegates merchants and entrepreneurs to a severely diminished status throughout history, while the division between officials and the populace fosters a culture of mutual protection among officials, leaving the common people with little recourse to justice. The differentiation between genders has rendered women's status exceedingly low, as articulated in the Analects. Only women and petty individuals are difficult to nurture. By equating women with petty individuals, this reflects a blatant discrimination against women. After establishing these hierarchies, Confucianism further posits that individuals should resign themselves to fate. If one is born into poverty, the prospect of rising above one's station is a futile dream, extending this bleak outlook to future generations, grandchildren, and beyond. Nobility remains eternally noble, while slaves are forever bound to servitude. Xiao Long's remarks profoundly transformed my understanding, yet I find myself in complete agreement with his perspective. However, such sentiments can only be shared among the 3 of us. Were they to reach the ears of those esteemed Confucian scholars, we would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Chapter 76, Master Wen Si. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Baozi and I punctually delivered the medicine and bank card to Director Feng's residence. He did not invite us inside, merely exchanging pleasantries as he accepted the items before promptly dismissing us. Through the crack of the door, I caught a glimpse of his coffee table adorned with several small dishes and a bottle of Mao Tai he had taken away from the restaurant. This fellow was savoring it with great delight. Damn it, were it not for Sanya, Master Bao would not stoop to regard him. On our way back, Baozi expressed his grievances to me. If you harbor resentment, there's little to be done. In truth, we ought to rejoice. The fact that he has accepted payment indicates that matters are likely to be resolved. Such situations have been commonplace throughout history. Essentially, once the funds are secured, obstacles can be easily shattered. Take, for instance, the current scenario. One can pay to have drunk driving charges reduced to mere alcohol-related offenses, and with sufficient funds, even the suspension of a driving license can be avoided. Upon returning home, I called Sun Dahai to inform him that the situation regarding Sanyazi was nearing resolution. Sun Dahai expressed his satisfaction, relieved that he would not need to trouble himself with finding someone to assist. Yet, one cannot overlook the fact that the entirety of the 1 million was borne by me, and I am on the brink of financial ruin. Nevertheless, Director Feng's efficiency in handling affairs is indeed commendable. By the following afternoon, news regarding San Yazi emerged. Director Feng summoned us to assist in securing the release of San Yazi's family. Little did I know that upon arriving at the detention center, I would discover that San Yazi is part of a family of 7. Apart from his father, all the others are immediate relatives, including Qing Jianbin. $1 million to secure the release of 7 individuals seems a worthwhile investment. As for the funds, my account has been frozen, but once it is unfrozen, I shall promptly return the money to you. That evening, San Yazi invited me to his home for dinner. On the way, I inquired about how Qing Jianbin, who was in Guangzhou, ended up being apprehended. If they are determined to pursue you, there is no escaping their grasp, no matter the distance. Due to the presence of elders, and because I had matters to discuss with San Yazi, I only partook of a modest amount of alcohol that night. It is an age-old truth that the tall tree catches the wind. In any profession, if one excels, envy from peers is inevitable. Of course, this is merely a family matter for San Yazi to resolve independently. San Yazi, are you able to translate the Shisha script? San Yazi paused for a moment, then shook his head and remarked, after the fall of the Western Xia to the Mongolian forces, its unique culture has been submerged in the vast river of history. Unlike the Khitan script, which has accessible references, the Western Xia script is devoid of any available documentation. Upon hearing San Yazi's words, I felt disheartened. Without a method to decipher the Western Xia script, the parchment in my possession would be rendered utterly useless. Noticing my expression of disappointment, San Yazi inquired what had prompted my interest in this matter. I recalled Sister Hua's words. This parchment might conceal numerous secrets, and the fewer people who know about it, the better. Thus, I concocted a fabricated tale. San Yazi nodded thoughtfully and suddenly suggested, why not consult Mr. Wensi? He possesses extensive knowledge of ancient texts and the cultures of minority ethnic groups. Perhaps he could assist you. Mr. Wensi? Indeed, the one residing in the West Alley. However, he has a peculiar temperament, particularly when it comes to your profession. He harbors a deep disdain for those who disturb ancestral relics for monetary gain. And where exactly does he reside? I asked. San Yazi admitted that he was uncertain, having only heard a mention of it from a merchant in the past. Very well. I shall pay him a visit tomorrow. After a few days apart, I found Baogu impeccably dressed, though I failed to comprehend the choice of tucking his shirt into his long underwear. Baogu, is that your true self? Aren't those red long johns? Baogu glanced down and replied, what do you understand? This is called fortune at the forefront, the most fashionable attire this year. I couldn't help but chuckle at his words. But Baogu, I assent fortune at the forefront supposed to involve wearing a red hat? You refer to the legs as fortune upon the legs. Baogu regarded me with a look of sheer ignorance that was truly alarming, then pointed at his crotch and said, do I not have a head here? The following morning, I rose early, and Baozi inquired about my destination. I replied that I was going for morning exercises. Instantly shaken from his groggy state, Baozi regarded me with a perplexed expression, questioning whether I was unwell. Initially, I intended to share the matter of the sheepskin scroll with Baozi, but upon reflection, I decided it prudent to wait until I could translate its specific contents. After all, if there were no secrets contained within, it would only lead to disappointment. I procured some fruit and made my way to West Alley, an area within the old city characterized by its dense population. At this hour, numerous stalls had already sprung up, offering fruits, wontons, and soy milk, with the cacophony of vendors calling out their wares. Having not yet eaten, I ordered a jianbing guozi. And while waiting, I inquired with the vendor and about the residence of Master One. Master One? I do not believe anyone by that name resides in West Alley. If he is called Master, surely he cannot dwell here, she replied. Young man, would you like an egg? Yes, please, 2, I responded. Is there anyone with the surname One? The aunt skillfully prepared 2 eggs, and then asked if I wanted a sausage. There are thousands of residents here. How could I possibly know if anyone bears the name One? She said, young man, the jianbing is ready. That will be 3 yuan. Alas, I had gleaned no useful information. Just as I was about to leave with my jianbing guozi, a little girl who had been standing behind me suddenly tugged at my sleeve and said, Big brother, I know of a grandpa with the surname One. I wonder if he is the person you were searching for. The little girl, around 12 or 13 years old, was charmingly adorable, particularly with her pair of large, sparkling eyes. Oh, young lady, could you kindly guide me? I inquired. But I haven't received my pancake yet. Please wait a moment. I directly handed my premium pancake to the girl, who appeared somewhat bashful, yet I pressed it into her hands. Dear sister, this is for you. Will you take me there now? She glanced at me and nodded. As we walked, I asked her name, and she replied, Zhongling. Such a lovely name. It embodies the elegance of heaven and earth. Zhongling led me through a winding path for approximately 5 minutes until we arrived at a dilapidated cottage, where she knocked on the door. Grandpa Wen, are you awake? Someone is looking for you. Before long, a disheveled old man with a scruffy beard opened the door. So, this is Grandpa Wen. His appearance differed from my expectations. Chapter 77. Manuscript. The old man fixated on the pancake in Zhongling's hands, his eyes gleaming with desire, as if he hadn't tasted food in centuries. Zhongling hesitated, retracting her hand, but upon seeing Grandpa Wen's longing gaze, her resolve softened. She gently offered the pancake to him, saying, Grandpa Wen, please enjoy. With her consent, Grandpa Wen snatched the pancake from her grasp and began devouring it voraciously. I noticed the grime embedded beneath his darkened nails. Ah, Xiaoling, who did you say was looking for me? He exclaimed, seemingly oblivious to my presence after standing there for so long, as if I were merely a specter. Master Wen, I have come to seek your counsel. Master Wen then shifted his gaze from Zhongling, chewing on his pancake, and mumbled, What brings you here, young man? How did you come to know my name? Before I could respond, Zhongling interjected, Grandpa Wen, please carry on with your conversation. I must head to school now. With that, she turned to leave. But I quickly grasped her arm and retrieved 10 yuan from my pocket, offering it to her. You must eat breakfast. It is not good for your health to skip it. Go buy something to eat. Zhongling hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. But Master Wen snatched the money from my hands and handed it to her. Take it and go. Hurry to school. Only then did she accept the money. Her spirits lifted as she departed. Master Wen, stop right there. Just call me Wen Si. In my heyday, I was addressed as Lord, but now, in my fallen state, I dare not accept such titles. So, what is it you wish to discuss? Well, Master Wen, I have heard that you possess some knowledge regarding the ancient text of the ethnic minorities, and I am curious if you could assist me in translating the Xixia script. Master Wen scrutinized me with narrowed eyes, assessing me from head to toe. Are you involved in some clandestine activities? What? What underground work? I feigned ignorance, as Sanya had specifically instructed me not to reveal my purpose. Extend your hands. I complied, presenting my palms. After a careful examination, Master Wen remarked, It appears you are not engaged in such endeavors. Come in and let us converse. I understood that his inquiry was to ascertain whether I bore calluses, indicative of hard labor. Yet, considering I had only recently embarked on this path, having worked merely twice, it would indeed be peculiar if I had any. How might one describe the abode of Master Wen? Perhaps the phrase difficult to articulate would suffice. The solitary household appliance within is likely that incandescent bulb, enough to bring tears even to the eyes of a rat. By all accounts, Master Wen ought not to be in such disarray. Has he perhaps encountered some misfortune? I found a place to sit. This may be a humble dwelling, yet it is imbued with my virtue. Regardless of its condition, it remains my sanctuary. I thought to myself, given these circumstances, let us not quibble over semantics. Master Wen, your stature does not seem befitting of such a residence. What stature do I possess? Merely a dying old man, he retorted. Are you seeking a translation of the Xixia script? Let me make it clear, 10 coins per character. If you find that exorbitant, you may purchase a book for 500, without any after-sales service. Observing the mercenary expression on Master Wen's face, my lips involuntarily twitched. Do you still possess any translation books, Master Wen? I recall that Xixia culture had vanished into the annals of history. You are truly Navi. If you do not believe me, you may leave at once. Master Wen's irritation was palpable in response to my skepticism. Despite his current plight, he retained a certain pride, impervious to the doubts of others, much like the aristocracy of the late Qing dynasty. Please do not take offense, but given the abundance of text, it would be more economical to purchase a translation book. With that, I retrieved 5 old coins from my pocket and handed them to him. He accepted the money, glanced at the dim, incandescent light, and instructed me to wait a moment. Then, he rummaged through his sole piece of furniture, an antique wardrobe. At last, I retrieved a yellowed and darkened notebook from within and handed it to me. Ah, a handwritten manuscript titled The Complete Works of Civilized Translation. What an odd name. Is it necessary to invoke civilization in the translation of a book? Or perhaps the esteemed Master Wen is the one who bears the name of civilization. I secured the book, aware that if I found it incomprehensible, the after-sales service would cost 10 yuan per character. With that, I stood at the threshold of Master Wen's abode, feeling disheveled in the wind. In truth, I had braced myself for a potential swindle, yet upon opening the first page, I encountered a line of preface. Without learning the foreign tongue, how can one blend with the multitude of foreigners? Without knowledge of the Chinese language, how could one be counted among the Chinese? It appeared that master one possessed some remarkable skills. Thus, I took the complete works of civilized translation under my arm and hastened homeward with excitement. Before I had even left the western alley, I heard a faint weeping sound emanating from the alleyway. Following the sound, I discovered Zhongling cornered by a scruffy youth of about 16 or 17, demanding money from her. How is it that such petty thugs seeking to extort students seem to be ubiquitous? What sorcery unites them across the nation? Moreover, how could he bear to intimidate such an adorable girl? Truly, what is tolerable for one is intolerable for another. Hey, you there, let the girl go. I called out to the scruffy youth, who turned his gaze towards me, feigning a fierce demeanor as he threatened, "This is none of your business, scram." At that moment, Zhongling, through her sobs, implored, "Big brother, please leave. I'll give them the money." How could anyone resist the sight of such a pitiful figure? I could not bear to see a woman in tears. Consequently, I picked up a brick from the ground and approached the youth. Upon realizing that I was not intimidated, the young man with yellow hair retrieved a butterfly knife from his pocket and began to brandish it menacingly. Did any of you play with butterfly knives in your youth? Raise your claws. Do not engage in such antics. You might inadvertently injure yourself. She is my sister. You ought to leave now, or else you may find yourself being carried away shortly. I was raised to withstand fear. The young man lifted the butterfly knife and lunged at me. He was no match for the seasoned delinquents of Tianjin, lacking any real combat experience. I deftly sidestepped his attack and, seizing a brick in my hand, struck him squarely on the head. Those bricks were solid and formidable. With that one blow, he collapsed to the ground. Youth is a blessing. He fell into a deep slumber. Zhongling, dear sister, hurry off to school. You might be late. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, but soon morphed into concern. Big brother, is he going to die? Do not fret. Just go to school. Stop feigning. Get up. My earlier strike had been just right, sufficiently disorienting without inflicting real harm. The young man was merely pretending to be unconscious. Upon being exposed, he groaned and rose, clutching his head. Brother, I assure you, this is my first time doing such a thing. Rest assured, I shall never bother your sister again. I almost found myself believing his claim of inexperience. As for you, I do not care whom you harass, but you must never bully Zhongling again. If I find out, you will regret it. With that, I departed with an air of nonchalance. Take care, big brother. Do come by often. Chapter 78. The resolution upon returning home. I discovered that Baozi and the others had yet to awaken. I retrieved the complete translation of the Xixia texts and began my arduous task with the parchment scroll. The Xixia script is notoriously obscure and intricate. Take, for instance, the character for life, which comprises 5 strokes in Chinese, yet its Xixia counterpart demands 10 strokes. One wonders who, in their folly, devised the Xixia script based on Chinese characters. After much effort, my eyes grew weary from the strain. It is far from a mere matter of similar shapes. There exists a complete disconnection between the two characters. In the span of an entire morning, I managed to translate only a handful of words. At this rate, rendering the entirety of the contents on the parchment could take me a week. What is this fruit? It resembles nothing but the scrawl of a ghost. Confidential, I muttered. Baozi shifted his gaze from the scroll towards me, but upon realizing my preoccupation, he departed with Brother Bao. Once Baozi had left, Jiaozi donned her attire, preparing to venture out for a meal. She has grown quite lazy, seldom cooking. Nearly all her meals are consumed outside. Jiaozi, could you not simply stir-fry a couple of dishes? Do you not tire of dining out every day? I can't be bothered to cook for just 1 or 2 people. Will you eat, or not? If not, I shall leave. Should you not eat, you will surely regret it. Barely had Jiaozi stepped out when San Yazi entered, pushing the door open. I hastily tucked away the parchment scroll, leaving the copy of the complete Xixia translation on the table. Fruit, I just encountered Jiaozi, San Yazi remarked. Who has provoked her? She was as irate as a puffer fish. Even when I greeted her, she barely acknowledged me. Upon finishing his statement, San Yazi's gaze zeroed in on the complete Xixia translation resting on the table. Oh, Fruit, is this the one you obtained from Lord Wenxi? I nodded and recounted my encounter with Lord Wenxi to San Yazi. San Yazi clicked his tongue and remarked, "These cultured individuals exhibit such peculiar behavior, yet this handwritten manuscript, valued at 500, is indeed worth it." Upon finishing his statement, He retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to me, revealing that his purpose for visiting was to repay a debt. Chungjianbin? He nodded in affirmation. I accepted the card without hesitation. Sanyazi mentioned that in the future, he would refrain from directly acquiring goods from the burial pits, opting instead to procure items from Guangzhou, laundering them through Hong Kong before receiving them. Artifacts in the black market are not confined to domestic circulation. External channels remain perpetually open. Exportation signifies purification. Those antique dealers from Hong Kong maintain trading accounts in various active black markets. If they desire a prized item, transactions can be completed within 2 to 3 days. Goods worth hundreds of thousands or even millions are personally escorted by their subordinates to Yuezhou, and that very night, they are smuggled into Hong Kong. The artifacts, once laundered and packaged in Hong Kong, can then be traded openly and legitimately. Sanyazi, are you planning to abandon your operations here? Not quite abandonment. It's not as if artifacts from before the Song dynasty cannot be traded. I will keep my shop and focus on collecting items from the Song dynasty onward for leisure. I nodded, recognizing that with Chang Jianbin's connections, establishing a presence in that area should not pose much difficulty. That evening, I gathered the brothers for a farewell banquet for Sanyazi, acknowledging the uncertainty of when we might meet again. As night fell, I called over Li Go, and once the others learned of Sanyazi's impending journey, they all raised their glasses, wishing him success. Come, brothers, allow me to set an example. This toast is in honor of Sanyazi's departure, and I shall go first. Baozi, you're being rather morbid, as if you were to send me off to my final rest. My mind remains in a state of chaos, utterly incapable of functioning. Any attempt to move brings forth a wave of nausea. I waved my hand dismissively, and Baozi along with brother Bao advised me to hydrate before taking their leave. Shortly thereafter, Jiaozi entered, bearing a bowl of millet porridge, insisting that I rise to partake. You men are truly something. Fully aware of the discomfort that follows indulgence in drink, yet you persist. Drink this porridge, she urged. It has been sweetened with sugar and honey. Once consumed, your discomfort shall dissipate. Reluctantly, I complied, for I felt unwell and was loath to rise. Jiaozi, however, was insistent, pulling me up and bringing the bowl to my lips. To my surprise, a few mouthfuls of the warm porridge alleviated my malaise significantly. Jiaozi, from whom have you learned this remedy? It proved surprisingly effective. Previously, when my father had overindulged. At this juncture, Jiaozi abruptly fell silent. Jiaozi, what have you endured? What secrets lie within your past? Her expression suddenly grew somber. Will you drink or not? If not, I shall feed it to the dog. I reclined on the Kong until midday. And once the wave of discomfort had subsided, I resumed my translation of the content on the parchment. Though I had only translated 30 characters in total, those brief words instilled within me a profound conviction that they chronicled the whereabouts of the Tangut people. Southwest. Where lies the southwest of the ancient city of Xixia? This fueled my anticipation to decipher the remainder of the text. Thus, in the following days, I entered a state of fervent dedication, neglecting all else apart from the necessities of nature and sleep. At long last, after 5 days, I completed the translation of the entire parchment. The party of the Dongxiang people, whom we are seeking to evade, is believed to have settled in the region of Daikyu, based on my extensive review of historical records. The Dongxiang did not face extinction. Rather, they thrived in Daikyu and may have even established a governing authority. Baozi, are we heading to Bashu? In a state of utter ennui, Baozi abruptly sat up from the Kong. Bashu? I have heard tales of the Sichuan maidens being both fiery and enchanting. Surely, you jest. Baozi, if I deceive you, may I be condemned, but are we going or not? We shall set forth by dawn. Baozi circled around me twice, resting his chin on his hand, gazing at me with a hint of confusion. Guizi, do enlighten me. What purpose do we have in Bashu? It would be beneficial for me to be informed. It pertains to the Western Xia. Perhaps we shall uncover truths long obscured by history or discover untold riches. This journey to Bashu will comprise only myself, Baozi, and Jiazi. Initially, I had not intended to include Jiazi, yet she insisted on accompanying us. Jiazi expressed a desire to savor the authentic Bashu hot pot. Chapter 79, Daikyu. Bashu, the land of abundance. Upon disembarking from the train, Jiazi eagerly sought out a hot pot establishment. The hot pot here differs significantly from that of the north. While the northern version is fiery to the palate, this one ignites the heart. I suspect that by tomorrow morning, I may find myself in a rather precarious predicament. Our destination, Daikyu, lies approximately 300 kilometers from our current location. After our meal, the evening had deepened, prompting my decision to spend the night in Jincheng. In those days, if not for the bustling shopping haven of Chuanxi Road, Quanzhai Alley was merely a dilapidated lane. The People's Market and Hahuapan Market were the true paradises for shoppers. Jiazi, have you finished your exploration? Let us find a place to rest. Shopping has always been a woman's forte. Sister, we are not here for a vacation. Where will you put all these things? I exclaimed as Baozi and I found ourselves laden with shopping bags, most of which contained clothes for Jiaozi. After much nagging from Baozi and me, Jiaozi finally ceased her shopping spree. We then sought out a nearby inn, run by a charming 30-something woman with an enchanting voice. After securing 2 rooms and depositing our belongings, Baozi and I ventured out to engage the innkeeper in conversation. The innkeeper, surnamed Kai, introduced herself as Kai Li Juan, and she proved to be quite gregarious. During our chat, we learned that she also owned a restaurant, which her husband managed. Given our hunger, she kindly offered to have her husband prepare a meal for us. Sister Wan, how many ethnic minorities reside in this area? I inquired. The Tanguts have seemingly vanished, likely having merged with another ethnic group. Such occurrences are not documented in historical texts, leaving us to seek clues in unofficial accounts. Is there anything of interest around here? I asked. Kai Li Juan, having operated the inn for over a decade, was well aware of Baozi's implications. We maintain a respectable establishment here. There is none of that sordidness you might be imagining, she retorted, chiding Baozi. Unwilling to concede, he replied, if that is the case, then Methriya Buddha would surely be displeased. The following day, we set off for Daikyu. Before departing, I asked Kai Li Juan to hold our rooms, as Jiaozi's purchases were still inside. The winding mountain paths and the drifting clouds. This Daikyu love song is one that many are likely to hum along to. In the embrace of mountains, the picturesque landscape of Daqiao unfolds. Upon alighting from the vehicle, we were approached by an individual inquiring if we required a guide. Mistakenly assuming we were tourists, this person, of modest stature and sun-kissed skin, turned out to be a young man of the ethnic group, perhaps due to his complexion. He appeared to be in his 30s, despite only being in his 20s. Is your surname Da? I asked, astonished by the uniqueness of his name. Indeed. My surname is Da, and I am the second child in my family, hence the name Da Erwa, he replied. Jiaozi, curious about Da Erwa's dark skin, inquired about its cause. Da Erwa scratched his head, admitting he was uncertain. I speculated that it might be attributed to the local environment. The high altitude here results in intensified ultraviolet rays, leading to a darker complexion than that of individuals from plains. Erwa, are there any secluded villages or places with customs different from yours? I asked. Da Erwa pondered for a moment before shaking his head, stating, I am not very knowledgeable about that. I am familiar with tourist attractions, but for other inquiries, you would need to consult the Janka Banchan. Janka Banchan? I inquired. Yes. Janko Banchan is the earthly embodiment of Amitabha, possessing knowledge of the past and foresight of the future. He is a sage of our land. Upon hearing this, Baozi scoffed. Isn't that just a charlatan? Predicting the future. Before Baozi could finish his words, Da Erwa hurriedly covered his mouth and glanced around cautiously. One must refrain from speaking ill of the Janken Rinpoche, for such words may invite dire repercussions. Should others overhear your remarks, it could spell misfortune for you. I shook my head in resignation. Different ethnic cultures and beliefs abound, particularly in more remote areas where traditional superstitions are fervently upheld. Da Erwa, will you take us to meet the Janken Rinpoche? I inquired. Da Erwa released his grip on the bun, somewhat embarrassed, and replied. The Janken Rinpoche is not someone one can simply meet. I certainly cannot. The bun, feeling indignant, retorted, what nonsense is that? If a local like you cannot meet him, how could we outsiders possibly have the chance? Hush. Da Erwa led us to a secluded spot, casting a glance around before divulging. Next Wednesday, the Janken Rinpoche will visit the Muya sacred ground for a pilgrimage. You may have the opportunity to see him then. What day is it today? I asked. It's Friday. The bun grimaced. That means we must wait 4 days. Jiaozi, with a gleam of excitement, declared that she would savor every delicacy in that time. I pulled Da Erwa closer and discreetly handed him 200 yuan notes from my pocket. Da Erwa, take us to the Muya sacred ground on Tuesday night. And for the remaining days, show us around. With a beaming smile, Da Erwa accepted the money, assuring us that he would ensure our enjoyment and satisfaction. Young individuals like Da Erwa, who remain in the mountains, often earn less than 200 yuan a month. With his assistance, we found a charming guest house in Daikyu. What is referred to as a guest house is, in truth, merely an unoccupied dwelling belonging to local residents, characterized by exceedingly rudimentary conditions. Jiaozi. Allow Urwa to show you around while Baozi and I engage in conversation with others. Once Jiaozi and Urwa departed, Baozi inquired whom I intended to converse with. In truth, I sought no one, with Jiaozi in tow. Her whims of wanting to purchase this and that were rather trivial. Do you not fancy the shoe girls? Let me take you to find one. Baozi scoffed. Spare me, Guizi. Your words are even more insubstantial than your kidneys. As Baozi and I inquired along the way, we endured considerable effort before finally locating the library. To label it a library would be an understatement. It resembled a typical residence more than anything. The cultural aspirations of the locals are rather modest, particularly among the Yi people, who may marry as early as 12 or 13. Thus, the cycle of life perpetuates through generations, each living in a manner akin to the last. The guardian of the library was an elderly gentleman, currently dozing with his back against the chair. Excuse me, sir, may we enter? Baozi lowered his voice intentionally, yet the old man still seemed startled. You are not locals? His Sichuan dialect was thick, and the aroma of garlic and scallions wafted from his mouth. We are not locals. May we enter? You may enter, but it will cost 5 yuan each. Chapter 80. Local Chronicles. I had never encountered a library that required an entrance fee. This old man was clearly taking advantage of Baozi and me being outsiders. My purpose in seeking the library was simply to peruse the local chronicles and gain insight into any events that transpired after the fall of the Western Xia. To suggest that one might uncover clues regarding the Dongxiang people within the local chronicles is utterly implausible. Were there any such clues? My presence here today would be rendered unnecessary. Good sir, do we strike you as affluent individuals? We are merely students, ardently pursuing the study of historical culture, particularly intrigued by the culture of our folk songs. Upon hearing this, the old man leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and remarked, If you have money, enter. If not, then depart. His dismissive attitude incensed Baozi, who insisted on leaving. It's not about the money. This old man is simply infuriating. Spending money on him feels utterly unworthy. Regardless, whether we enter or not can wait until we meet with the Jiangsu Banshan. Upon hearing Baozi's words, the old man suddenly stood up. I assumed he intended to confront us, but instead, he grasped Baozi's arm and inquired, Child, do you know Jiangsu Banshan? Both Baozi and I were taken aback, unable to comprehend his intent. Before Baozi could respond, the old man enthusiastically ushered us into the library. Children, feel free to peruse the books inside. Just do not take them with you. The transformation in the old man's demeanor was astonishing. Could it be that Baozi's mention of Jiangsu Banshan had prompted such a change? We entered the library, with the old man personally leading the way, asking what specific literature we sought. Good sir, where might we find the local chronicles of our folk songs? The old man, after hearing this, approached a nondescript corner, rummaged through the shelves for some time, and finally retrieved a yellowed volume. Children, this is the local chronicle of our folk songs. Take a look. After speaking, he fixed his gaze upon me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. Good sir, do you require anything else? The old man rubbed his hands together and said, Do you know the Jenkachanjan? Could you possibly ask him for a scripture talisman when you meet him? Just as I was about to decline, Baozi eagerly interjected, No problem, I'll ask for you, but I cannot guarantee that I will succeed. The old man's face lit up with joy as he nodded repeatedly. Well then, I shall leave you to it. I won't disturb you further. After the old man departed, I inquired of Baozi why he had agreed to assist him. Baozi looked at me as if I were simple-minded and replied, If I hadn't agreed, would you have been able to research here? Didn't I say it was uncertain? If all else fails, I can always write him a couple of talismans. After all, it's merely for psychological comfort. In the year 1228, a group of Tibetans migrated to the area around Daku. They were markedly different from the local Tibetan populace and were not accepted by them. The name Muya also originated from that time. Muya bears a phonetic resemblance to the alternate name of the Dongxiang people, Miao. Upon reading this, a thread of insight began to form in my mind. Let us go, Baozi. Baozi, still in a daze, paused at the sound of my call. Are you done? Yes. I may have a lead. I've noticed you are quite swift in your actions. From now on, I shall call you Wu Samyao. To be honest, I arrived in Daku rather confused, and you Haven Tea filled me in on the specifics yet. All I know is that it pertains to the Western Xia. Do you not trust me? Nonsense. If I didn't trust you, would I have brought you along? The reason I hadn't informed you earlier was that I lacked a definitive answer. Now, however, I feel we are getting quite close. As I spoke, I excitedly wrapped my arm around Baozi's shoulder and said, Baozi, the Tanga royal family has not perished. History will be unveiled by us. Unveiling history? Is that all? What about treasures of gold and silver? Do not be so mundane. Do you not feel that we are engaged in something profoundly significant? Baozi shrugged, shaking off my hand, and remarked, what significance? It's far better to lounge at home and watch television. Upon hearing this, Baozi immediately donned a cheerful expression. We are brothers who share life and hardships. If you are to unveil history, I will certainly accompany you. De Irwa is quite dependable. Irwa, is there a bus to Muya tomorrow? Aren't we supposed to go on Wednesday? If we go tomorrow, we can only catch a ride with the villagers. But it's uncertain whether we can get a lift. All right, please keep an eye out for us tomorrow. If we are heading to Muya, your company will be essential. De Irwa assured me that it was no trouble. Once he departed, Jiaozi immediately complained to me. Wugua, this place is a far cry from Jincheng. The food and drink are entirely different, giving an impression of being rather filthy. We must respect local customs. Is there not a saying that when in Rome, do as the Romans do? If we travel to Muya tomorrow, it is a Tibetan area, and the customs will be even more distinct. As night fell, my stomach began to ache, a consequence of the excessively oily hot pot base consumed earlier that day. For someone from the north, it is quite unwelcoming. Throughout the night, I made numerous trips to the restroom, each time producing only a mere trickle, yet the pain in my abdomen persisted. This sensation truly felt unbearable. The two individuals, Baozi and Jiaozi, seemed utterly unaffected, which was truly infuriating. As the hours progressed into the early morning, I felt completely drained, my body hollowed out. A sharp pain surged through me, reminiscent of the fiery aftermath of indulgence. I finally grasped the meaning of being both mentally and physically overwhelmed. Just as I began to succumb to drowsiness at dawn, De Irwa arrived to summon us. He mentioned that a sheep truck was heading to Muya, and we could hitch a ride with him. If I had hemorrhoids, I would surely stuff them down your throats, I exclaimed. Wait for me. I need to visit the restroom. To be honest, in my 17 years of life, I had never encountered the term hemorrhoids until this fateful hot pot meal, which had cursed me with this affliction for the rest of my days. But I digress. Let us not dwell on that matter for now. The sheep truck De Irwa referred to was an old liberation truck laden with sheep. We were required to sit in the truck bed, sharing the journey with these livestock. The pungent odor emanating from the sheep made me feel nauseous. Bah, stop bleeding, or I'll have you all turned into skewers. Chapter 81. Tianqiwen. After a bumpy 30-minute ride, we finally arrived in Muya. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, I eagerly leaped from the truck bed. I felt as though the sheep's distinct odor had permeated my very being. The driver, a Tibetan man, disembarked and began conversing with De Irwa in a language I could not comprehend. Moments later, the driver waved us off and returned to the vehicle. De Irwa approached us and explained. The driver mentioned that normally a fare would be charged for the ride. However, as you are travelers from afar, he kindly offered to take us free of charge. I thought to myself, how generous of the driver. Irwa, are there any particularly unique villages around here? De Irwa pondered for a moment and replied, there are 100 villages in the entire Muya region, but I haven't heard of any that are particularly special. Just then, a voice echoed behind us. Hey, Irwa, what brings you here? Upon hearing De Irwa's voice, I turned to see Tian Chuan, who seemed to be acquainted with him. The two began exchanging pleasantries. Irwa, who are these individuals? They are here to travel in Muya, and I am serving as their guide. Tian Chuan scrutinized us and, noticing our youth, remarked, young people tend to seek adventure, but do take care to ensure your safety. Do you have accommodations? I have spare rooms at my home. Tian Chuan, a tall and robust Han, stood in stark contrast to De Irwa. Once they became more familiar, Tian Chuan discreetly inquired, what is there to see in this impoverished mountain valley? Many of the secluded villagers are not particularly welcoming towards Han people. De Irwa, overhearing this, expressed his displeasure, saying, Tian Chuan, please do not undermine ethnic unity. Tian Chuan shrugged off the comment, claiming he was merely stating the truth. Brother Tian, there aren't many Han people around here. Has your family lived here for generations? Tian Chuan sighed and replied, who knows what my old man is thinking? In Tian Chuan's household, it was just him and his father. He recounted that his mother had tragically slipped while gathering herbs in the mountains and had been gone since he was 12, leaving him to rely solely on his father. Now in his 50s, Tian Chuan's father made a meager living through small handicrafts sold at the market. In principle, Tian Chuan's family circumstances should not be particularly favorable. However, his attire starkly contrasts with his family's situation. I speculated that perhaps his father, in an effort to alleviate the pain of losing his mother, had provided him with the best of everything. It was not until I stumbled upon a tomb guardian statue resembling a serpent-headed human in a corner of their yard that I realized the complexity of their situation. "This is a typical tomb guardian from the late Warring States period," I exclaimed. "Dad, we came here as tourists and have nowhere to stay, so I brought them home." The old man wiped his hands and chuckled amiably. "Chuan, go and kill a chicken to entertain our guests." I hastily stopped Tian Chuan from catching a chicken, suggesting that we could manage with a simple meal. "Oh, that won't do. Guests must be treated well. How can we neglect them?" Relenting to the old man's insistence, we could only watch as Tian Chuan reluctantly slaughtered one of their already limited chickens. "Hey, is that tomb guardian valuable?" Baozi quietly inquired while Tian Chuan and his father were occupied. "If it were made of bronze, it would be worth a fortune. Otherwise, its value is rather modest," I replied. "This elderly gentleman seems to be quite remarkable." After a while, Tian Chuan invited us into the house. Upon entering, my attention was immediately drawn to a pair of Song Dynasty plum vases on the main hall's table. "Tian Gu, these vases are quite exquisite," I remarked. Without lifting his gaze, Tian Chuan, who was busy tidying up the table, responded, "They are merely broken vases. My father said they were my mother's favorite possessions, or else I would have discarded them long ago." It appeared that Tian Chuan was unaware of their true worth. "Tian Gu, what is your uncle's name?" Baozi asked, prompting Tian Chuan to finally raise his head. "Tian Chiwen, what has happened?" Jiaozi coughed lightly beside him and remarked on the delightful aroma of the chicken that uncle had prepared. Indeed, the tantalizing scent wafting in from outside was irresistible. After a night of fasting, my stomach had long since been empty, and upon inhaling the fragrance, it audibly grumbled in response. Soon enough, a pot of rustic stir-fried chicken was ready to be served, accompanied by a plate of cold marinated rhizome, presented in an exquisite Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain dish. "Come, let's eat," he urged. Given the conditions in the mountains, we should all make do with a bite. Baozi placed a piece of chicken into his mouth, and, after chewing a few times, praised Tian Chiwen's culinary skills. "Uncle, this chicken is absolutely delicious, and this plate is quite exquisite." His words momentarily startled Tian Chiwen, while Tian Chuan cast a questioning glance at him, bewildered. "What is so exquisite about it? Look, it's even missing a piece. My dad just can't bear to part with it. I would have replaced it long ago." I pondered to myself, a plate worth hundreds. Yet Tian Chuan clearly lacked appreciation for its value. If he were to discard it, I could only imagine Tian Chiwen's reaction. Ever since Baozi's remark, Tian Chiwen's gaze had frequently drifted towards us. "Erwa, why haven't I seen your sister around lately?" Tian Chuan asked Erwa, his eyes glimmering with a hint of expectation. "My sister? She's gone to work. We don't need her at home, so she's out earning some money to contribute to the household." "Oh." I could distinctly sense a tinge of disappointment in Tian Chuan's eyes. It seemed he harbored feelings for Erwa's sister. "Chuanhua, after we finish eating, you and Erwa should go buy some ingredients for dinner tonight." After dining, Tian Chuan and Erwa departed, while Tian Chiwen cast a penetrating gaze upon us and inquired, "Who are you?" "We are merely ordinary individuals. Uncle Tian, why do you ask?" Tian Chiwen snorted disdainfully. "Ordinary people would not recognize that plate." "You have come to Muya for the purpose of the Thanka, haven't you?" "Thanka?" Tian Chiwen rose, fixing us with an intense stare. "Do not feign ignorance. Wednesday marks the 3rd of March, the Tibetan New Year. This day is of paramount significance to the Tibetan people, as the Jamyang Kintral will present the sacred Thanka for public veneration. You intend to seize the opportunity to pilfer the Thanka, do you not?" We had not heard of such matters. "Uncle Tian, we are not here for any so-called Thanka, nor do we harbor any interest in it." Upon hearing my earnest declaration, Tian Chiwen's gaze intensified as he asked, "Really?" "Indeed." Noticing his palpable relief, I couldn't help but smile. "Uncle Tian, I am aware that you are no ordinary person. Let us speak candidly. The guardian beast in the courtyard, the plum vase upon the table, and the dish for serving vegetables. All of these are your doing, are they not?" Without any pretense, Tian Chiwen replied plainly, "Yes." "Then, Uncle Tian, I have a question for you. Do you know where the Tanguts fled after the fall of the Western Xia?" Tian Chiwen's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Yet he quickly regained his composure and replied calmly, "I know." Chapter 82. The past. I am not aligned with any faction. I belong to the Thief sect. The Thief sect? Wu Lao Air. This revelation astounds me even further. He is actually aware of the name Wu Lao Heir, and it appears he possesses some knowledge of the Thieves' Guild as well. Uncle Tian, do you know Wu Lao Heir? 30 years ago, during a time before the reforms and just after the Great Famine, many, including myself, struggled to find enough to eat. In search of a livelihood, I departed from my hometown of Pingching and arrived in Jiangling. Perhaps you have heard of Bailing-Shan, a region densely populated with ancient tombs, predominantly those of the Chu dynasty, with the royal tombs of the Ming dynasty following closely behind. The burial mounds rise majestically from the hills, resembling peaks. By a twist of fate, I found myself in this profession, guided by the one-eyed Sioux of the Thieves' Guild. This moniker does not imply that he possesses but a single eye. Rather, he is capable of discerning celestial phenomena and pinpointing burial sites with remarkable accuracy using just one eye. He was also the mentor of Wu Lao Heir. At that time, the Thieves' Guild had already fractured, with many opting to pursue their own interests, yet Wu Lao Heir remained steadfastly by the side of the one-eyed Sioux. Reflecting on it now, how swiftly time has passed. By the way, what is Wu Lao Heir to you? Listening to Tian Chi-Wen recount these bygone tales feels akin to hearing a story unfold. Uncle Tian, Wu Lao Heir is my adoptive father and my master. And what led to the execution of that one-eyed Sioux? Tian Chi-Wen wore a look of understanding, casting several glances in my direction. What else could it be? Following the reforms, a crackdown ensued, and he was apprehended and executed as a notorious example. During that era, executions were public spectacles. On the day of the one-eyed Sioux's execution, the crowd was immense, so tightly packed that not even a drop of water could escape. I was present at the scene. A single bullet ended the life of the one-eyed Sioux, such a tragic loss. Since then, I have refrained from drawing too much attention to myself and chose to lead a secluded life here. However, due to my financial constraints, I resorted to swapping a few small pots for some pocket money. Listening to tales of the old generation's underworld fills me with a fervent spirit. One-eyed Sioux, my venerable ancestor, would undoubtedly be a formidable figure if he were alive today. Of course, old Wu is no less impressive now, and I take pride in that. Uncle Tian, I observe that Brother Tian Chuan seems entirely oblivious to these matters, Baozi remarked. Tian Chi-Wen sighed slowly, lamenting, what good fate awaits those of our trade? Digging graves only tarnishes one's moral standing. You are still young and may not grasp this, but ever since Chuanzi's mother passed away, I have come to understand. He continued, I plan to perform a Tonka ceremony on the 3rd of March. And then the two of us will find a place where no one knows us and arrange a marriage for him. We shall lead a simple life, and that will suffice. I do not wish for Chuanzi to tread the same path I have. Living in constant fear is not worth it. It appears that Tian Chi-Wen is haunted by the image of being executed by one-eyed Sioux. De Erwa, speaking up, took out money from his pocket, intending to return it to us. Baozi waved his hand, urging him to keep the money. After De Erwa left, Tian Chuan began to lay out the vegetables he had purchased on the table. There were tripe, lamb, and vegetables. This setup suggested we were to have hot pot. The mention of hot pot caused a slight tension in me. Dad, I bought some ingredients. Let us have hot pot tonight. It has been ages, and it will be lively with everyone around, he declared. My guess was indeed correct. Brother Tian, can we prepare a non-spicy hot pot? Tian Chuan looked at me, somewhat perplexed, asking, can't people from the north handle spice? At this moment, Jiaozi remarked, he suffers from hemorrhoids. Tian Chi-Wen chuckled as he rose and entered the house. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with an old coin, which he offered to Tian Chuan. However, Tian Chuan did not accept the money. Instead, he softly called out, Dad. I understood that he felt a twinge of regret regarding the money, aware of the arduous labor Tian Chi-Wen undertook daily. Baozi, you should accompany Brother Tian, he added. And with a meaningful glance towards Tian Chi-Wen, I declared, I shall go as well. Unable to remain behind, Jiaozi followed suit. Once they departed, I began to inquire about the migration of the Tangut people to Muya. Previously, I had harbored a keen interest in the Tangut descendants, dedicating years to my research. Some were conscripted into military service or governance by the Mongols, assimilating into the local Han populace in the regions where they were stationed. Moreover, the royal family of the Western Xia indeed fled to Muya, becoming a distinct group among the Tibetan people. They even established a regime here, known as the Western Wu Kingdom. The name Western Wu bears a phonetic similarity to Western Xia, and the Muya Tibetan community possesses legends pertaining to the king of Western Wu. I nodded in agreement, realizing that Tian Chi-Wen's understanding was largely parallel to mine, though the mention of the Western Wu Kingdom was new to me. Uncle Tian, if the Western Wu Kingdom truly existed, Surely a nation could not simply vanish without a trace or record. It must have left some remnants, wouldn't it? Tian Chiwen shook his head and replied, initially. I shared your thoughts, but after extensive investigation, I uncovered not a single clue. I understand your perspective. Yet finding the Western Wu Kingdom in Muya is akin to climbing the most formidable of peaks. His words deflated my hope entirely. I have traveled a great distance to Muya in pursuit of historical truths. Naturally, it would be a delightful bonus to unearth some gold and jewels. However, to my dismay, even the seasoned Tian Chiwen expressed a lack of hope, which perhaps indicates a genuine scarcity of prospects. Observing my slight despondency, Tian Chiwen offered a reassuring smile and said, Do not lose heart. I have a matter on which I seek your assistance. I raised my gaze to meet his, encouraging him to continue. The Thanka of the Jamyang Kaian's Wampa is of utmost importance to me. Would you be willing to assist me in this endeavor? Upon its successful acquisition, I shall generously share 2/10 of the bounty with you. I knew nothing of the value of Thankas, but the fact that it mattered so much to Tian Chiwen assured me of its significant worth. What do you require us to do? I inquired. Create a diversion. Chapter 83. Muya Temple create a diversion? Surely, that is a trivial task for us. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month, coinciding with the Tibetan New Year, the local Tibetan populace would flock to the sacred site for pilgrimage. You merely need to incite chaos to draw attention, while I seize the opportunity to procure the Thanka. Uncle Tian, such a valuable Thanka will undoubtedly be under vigilant guard. Are you confident in your plan? Tian Chiwen chuckled softly. In any endeavor, success is never guaranteed until it is achieved. Certain variables remain beyond our foresight. Thus, the outcome rests in our hands. That evening, we enjoyed a delightful meal of mixed hot pot, the clear broth enhancing the flavor of the meat splendidly. With plans to visit the Dongxiang Tibetan community the following day, I opted for only a modest sip of wine. The next morning, I was roused from slumber by the crowing of a rooster. Upon rising, I discovered that Tian Chiwen was already seated in the courtyard, skillfully weaving a bamboo basket. Uncle Tian, why are you up so early? I inquired. As one ages, sleep naturally becomes scarce, he replied. Given your circumstances, there is truly no need for you to engage in such labor. Why subject yourself to this hardship? Tian Chiwen paused his work, gazing at me as he spoke. One cannot afford to be idle. Idleness breeds boredom, and boredom gives rise to frivolous thoughts. Perhaps I had yet to reach that age where I could fully comprehend his sentiments. Uncle Tian, would you take me to visit the Dongxiang ethnic group today? I suggested. He nodded, indicating that we would depart after everyone had risen and had breakfast. Gulong village is a place that eludes even the most thorough maps. Nestled within the valley of Muya Temple, the melodic recitation of scriptures could be heard long before entering the village. The village's clusters of red Tibetan-style houses ascend the mountainside, accompanied by sacred golden-roofed temples and stone walls adorned with mani stones, all set against the backdrop of the enigmatic Yala Snow Mountain. After sending Tian Chuan away, Tian Chiwen led me, Baozi, and Jiaozi to Gulong village. That is Muya Temple, he pointed out to us, close to the divine, yet far from the mundane. I must admit, the temple's opulent decor stood in stark contrast to our modest Taoist shrine. Baozi looked at Muya Temple with a scornful expression. You cannot find fault here. The number of Buddhist followers far exceeds that of Taoists by countless measures, resulting in an abundance of offerings. With such wealth, what else would they do but beautify the temple? After the young man finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Tian Chiwen and inquired, Uncle Tian, why do temples have merit boxes, while most Taoist temples do not? This question left Tian Chiwen momentarily speechless, to which Baozi coldly interjected, the Buddha requires money, whereas the 3 pure ones do not. They practice fasting and have no need for food or drink. As they entered Gunong village, Tian Chiwen pointed to a nearby household and said, that is the home of Neri, which means village chief. In the past, during my investigation of the Tangut heritage, I sought information from him, but it led to no substantial progress. Tian Chiwen then guided us into the village chief's home, where a small dog in the yard began barking incessantly at the sight of strangers. Gazan, are you home? After a brief moment, a middle-aged man clad in traditional Tibetan attire emerged from the house. Upon seeing him, Tian Chiwen slightly bowed and greeted, Tashi Delek. Tashi Delek, Tian Aga. What brings you to my humble abode? Gazan welcomed us into his home, where a middle-aged woman and a girl of around 14 or 15 were present, presumably Gazan's wife and daughter. Upon noticing guests, his wife and daughter promptly stood up, exchanged greetings of Tashi Delek, and retreated to another room. Gazan invited us to take a seat, and soon after, his wife brought forth several bowls containing a milky white liquid. Tian Chiwen informed us that this was butter tea. I took a sip. It was salty, accompanied by a rich dairy aroma. However, I found it difficult to acclimate to such a flavor that mingled sweetness with saltiness. Gazan, these children are delving into ancient culture and have come here to learn about the remnants of the Dongxiang people. Gazan set down his butter tea and cast a glance at us, a fleeting glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. Tian Aga, did I not mention this to you before? Many years have passed, and the Dongxiang descendants have long since merged with our present ethnic group. Where can we go to verify this now? After Gazan spoke, his wife presented a platter of air-dried yak meat, prompting him to suggest that we sample it. The flavor of the yak meat was quite agreeable, though it was excessively tough, requiring considerable effort to chew, leaving my jaw aching. Gazan Nari remarked that the Dongxiang royal family had established the kingdom of Shiwang here. Do you know the location of its ruins? I do not know. Following Gazan's words, a brief silence enveloped the room. As we prepared to leave, Gazan urged us to stay for lunch. Tian Chiwen proposed taking us to the sacred site to experience Tibetan Buddhist culture. Upon exiting Gazan's home, Baozi inquired of Tian Chiwen, Uncle Tian, have you not deeply researched the affairs of the Dongxiang royal family? I have an inkling that Gazan knows something. I am not inclined to delve into such legendary matters. It is far more expedient to get straight to the point. Moreover, even if Gazan possesses some knowledge, he would not share it with us, who would divulge their ancestral secrets to others. Tian Chiwen led us on a brief tour of the village, yet I could not shake the feeling of being watched from behind. Turning around, I saw nothing, assuming it was merely a figment of my imagination. I asked Baozi if he felt the same. The Baozi nodded and remarked that it might be Gazan. No need to concern ourselves. We shall proceed as planned. Ahead lies the Muya Temple. Let us go and behold it. Muya Temple, also known as Jashir Temple, embodies the essence of praying for world peace in Tibetan. The main temple is perched atop a high slope, adorned with golden roofs, red walls, and white stupas. Upon traversing the heavy door curtains of the temple, one senses an immediate tranquility enveloping the world. Here, crimson pillars rise high, and the long corridors are embellished with exquisite paintings. Indeed, within this sanctuary, one feels a profound relaxation of both body and spirit. The intense sunlight filtering through offers a soothing embrace, radiating a gentle divinity all around. Ascending the narrow staircase to the second floor of the grand hall, the ancient wooden floorboards creak softly with each step in the otherwise deserted sanctuary. As we circled around, majestic golden Buddhas came into view, their solemn presence evoking an irresistible urge to prostrate in reverence. The allure of Buddhism is undeniably captivating. Merely witnessing these sights inspires a desire to kneel before them. Lower your voice. Do not let anyone hear you, lest you find it difficult to leave this place alive. Faith can wield immense power. The Baozi glanced around and, addressing the statue, offered a respectful bow, saying, Amitabha, I beg your forgiveness for my impudence. Chapter 84. The well. Before we could exit the gates of Muya Temple, Jiaozi pointed to a well not far from the courtyard, exclaiming, Look, even the well at Muya Temple is constructed from golden bricks. Driven by curiosity, Baozi approached the well and remarked, This appears to be coated with a layer of gold paint. If it were indeed made of solid gold bricks, they would have long been pilfered. Suddenly, Baozi seemed to discover something of significance, his expression shifting to one of surprise. We too moved closer to the well. As Baozi pointed at the golden brick atop the well, Guozi, do you see if there are any inscriptions on this brick? I leaned in for a closer inspection. The brick had been polished and then coated in gold paint. Yet, the characters were faintly discernible, revealing themselves to be in the Xixia script. This bears the Xixia script. This brick holds intrigue. I tilted my head to peer into the well, which appeared pitch black, giving off an impression of unfathomable depth. Baozi, why not descend and take a look? No sooner had Baozi spoken than a voice resonated behind us. Gentlemen, the water is deep and perilous. It is advisable to refrain from approaching too closely. Amitabha, well said. Baozi imitated the gesture of the monk in reverence. Jiaozi nearly burst into laughter at the sight. Tian Chiwen cast a glance at us, returning a one-handed salute to the monk. Gusha, they have come from afar and are particularly interested in the culture of our Muya Temple, thus I brought them for a tour. Tian Chiwen recognized the monk, who maintained a kind smile as he spoke. Tian, it is nearing noon. The temple offers a communal meal, and you are welcome to partake. You are too kind. We have just enjoyed butter tea at Gazan's home. The monk did not press the matter further. Then please continue your exploration. The well is dangerous. It is best not to venture too near. A cunning smile. This is the assessment made by Baozi regarding the Tibetan monk. The more he attempts to keep us at bay, the more it suggests that there is something ghostly afoot. Perhaps we should venture out at night to investigate? However, Tian Shiwen dismissed Baozi's notion, stating that there are dozens of Tibetan monks at Muya Temple, each shrouded in mystery. Thus, this idea is impractical. Zhao Zai nodded in agreement, noting that the monk named Geshe appeared to be quite extraordinary. Upon hearing Zhao Zai's remarks, Tian Shiwen chuckled, correcting us that this monk is not called Geshe. Rather, Geshe is a title of respect for practitioners in the temples of the Tibetan region. Zhao Zai pouted, claiming ignorance of this fact. Let's head outside first, he suggested. I had previously overlooked this water well, but if you wish to delve deeper, there should be an opportunity on the third day of the third month. Tian Shiwen surveyed the surroundings and continued. On that day, everyone in the temple will go to the sacred site. After you create a diversion, you can quietly slip away. I nodded, acknowledging that this might be the most viable plan. Once we exited the valley village, the sensation of being watched dissipated. Tian Shiwen remarked that Gazan, being the village head, must possess considerable acumen. What could his purpose be in monitoring us? Or is it that he wishes to conceal certain truths from us? Gazan surely holds clues regarding the Western Wu Kingdom. Tian Shiwen elaborated on the detailed plan for the third day of the third month. On that day, there would be an abundance of monks, and their protective measures for the Thanka would undoubtedly be meticulous. However, Thankas are sacred to the Tibetan people, and it is likely that those monks cannot fathom that someone might have ulterior motives concerning the Thanka on that very day. Thus, Wu Guo and Xiao Bao, you shall feign a conflict to draw the attention of those concealed monks. Xiao Jiao, your task is to approach the Kinpo of the Jiangchub Monastery and attempt to delay him as much as possible. Meanwhile, amidst the ensuing chaos, I shall seize the Thanka. Remember, I will have but a single opportunity. Whether I succeed or fail, I will make my swift escape. Baozi, grinning, inquired about our course of action. You are outsiders, and the Thanka is not in your possession. Simply feigning ignorance will suffice. They will not harm you. Once the Thanka is discarded, pandemonium is sure to ensue, at which point you may investigate the Muya Temple. I scratched my head, feeling as though Tian Shiwen's plan placed the three of us in a precarious situation. Uncle Tian, we are three. What if we hadn't come? Tian Shiwen paused momentarily, then replied, I initially intended for Tian Chuan to partake. But as fortune would have it, you arrived. That lad Tian Chuan is not as astute as you. I fear he might mishandle the situation. Uncle Tian, are you certain those monks will not retaliate against us? Tian Shiwen pounded his chest emphatically. Rest assured, once I succeed, those monks will focus their attention solely on me. Amidst the turmoil, you may act as you see fit. Upon entering, we immediately voiced our hunger. Tian Shiwen rose to prepare a meal, while Baozi and Jiaozi leaned closer to me. Baozi quietly inquired if the plan was reliable. I shook my head. Even a fool could discern its dubiousness. Jiaozi asked what our next steps should be. We shall act according to the circumstances. Our objective is the ancient kingdom of Zhuogu. As for Tian Shiwen's endeavor, should it succeed, we will rejoice. Should it fail, we shall not jeopardize our own safety. To be frank, we had little prior interaction with Tian Shiwen. He might perceive us as inexperienced due to our youth, believing that a mere temptation of 20% could drive us to irrationality. We could ultimately exploit Tian Shiwen to create chaos, and then we would proceed to Muya Temple. Baozi observed the busy figures of Tian Shiwen and his companion with a sinister grin. I concur with Baozi's idea. If a friend must perish, let it be the friend, not the monk. Right, little Bao Bao? You better stop calling me that, or we shall sever our ties, Jiaozi huffed, declaring the end of their friendship. After our meal, Tian Chuan invited Jiaozi to stroll through the streets. I signaled Jiaozi with my eyes to accompany Tian Chuan. Though she pouted, she eventually went with him. Once they departed, I approached Tian Shiwen to borrow some tools. Uncle Tian, do you have any ropes, grappling hooks, or flashlights? Yes. Wait a moment, I'll find them for you. Shortly after, Tian Shiwen emerged from the house, handing Baozi a rope about the thickness of a thumb. Baozi tugged at it, perplexed, and inquired, Uncle Tian, can this hold someone? What are you saying? This rope was hand-woven. It can easily bear several hundred pounds without issue. With that, he pulled 2 small flashlights from his pocket and handed them to me. Wow, a hand-cranked flashlight. This is pure high technology. Chapter 85. March 3rd, everything was prepared. Awaiting the day of March 3rd. For the next 2 days, I remained sequestered in Tian Chiwen's house, not venturing outside. During this time, Tian Chiwen was seldom seen. Baozi speculated he might be surveying the area. On the 3rd day of March, our group arrived early at the sacred site. I presumed we had arrived sufficiently ahead of time, yet upon our arrival, the place was already teeming with people. Upon witnessing such a scene, I could not help but furrow my brow. The prospect of seizing a Thanka amidst this throng and escaping unscathed seemed utterly fanciful. I glanced at Tian Chiwen, who appeared remarkably composed, as if the Thanka was already within his grasp. "Uncle Tian, when will the Jamyang Kyans arrive?" He checked his watch and replied, "It should be soon. There's no rush. We will make our move when the atmosphere reaches its zenith." After a while, the crowd began to swell with excitement. Following the direction of their cheers, I saw a procession of llamas approaching. At the forefront was an elderly llama, followed by several younger llamas. They carried a wooden palanquin, upon which lay a resplendent golden Thanka, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. This Thanka, entirely embroidered with golden threads, was a treasured possession of the Jamyang Kyans. The sight of the Thanka brought the Tibetan people to their knees in reverence, while the Jamyang Kyans smiled, surveying the crowd with a benevolent gaze. Even we, as mere tourists, were swept up in the fervor of the moment, with many mimicking the gestures of devotion towards the Thanka. Naturally, we were not among them. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed that I was not alone in my role as an onlooker. Suddenly, my gaze fixed upon a familiar figure who happened to be looking in my direction, Du Sinshou. I nudged Baozi with my elbow, signaling him to glance towards Du Sinshou. Upon encountering Du Sinshou, Baozi paused momentarily before pulling me toward him. We approached Du Sinshou, who inquired about our presence there. "Uncle Du, could it be that you two have come for the Tonka?" Du Sinshou glanced around, then whispered, "Shu, speak softly. The golden thousand-handed guanyin has not been seen for years. Previously, the most one could find was the black golden medicine Buddha. I am here to observe, and if the opportunity arises, I shall act." The atmosphere grew lively, indicating that several individuals were indeed coveting Miss Tonka. "Are you also here for the Tonka? I advise you to refrain from getting involved. There are many eyes on it, so tread carefully." I scratched my head and remarked that I held no interest in such matters. Du Sinshou cast a glance my way and noted, "Old Wu Air cannot appreciate such things either." "Uncle Du, does the Tonka have different levels?" Du Sinshou's gaze fixed upon the Tonka as he elaborated, "Certainly. It is categorized. Generally, there are green, red, black golden, and golden Tankas. The green Tankas usually depict Samantabhadra, Akala, Vairocana, Green Terra, and the Buddha of longevity. The red Tankas typically feature Vajrasattva, Padmasambhava, Avalokiteshvara, the four-armed Guanyin, and Amitabha. The black golden Tankas generally represent the medicine Buddha, the wealth god, the Buddha of longevity, Maitreya, and Vajrapani. As for the golden Tankas, they usually include Manjushri, the thousand-handed Guanyin, and Ksitigarbha. After Du Sinshou concluded, I gazed at the golden thousand-handed Guanyin Tonka, realizing why Tian Chiwen was so determined to obtain it. It truly stands as the pinnacle among Tankas. You too, do not wander off. Do not be deceived by that seemingly amiable individual. Their heart is far from kind. In this realm, he embodies the heavens, wielding unparalleled authority. At times, even the government is powerless to intervene. Baozi and I exchanged silent glances. These matters had never been disclosed to us by Tian Chiwen. Had we not encountered Du Sinshou, we might have been foolishly assisting Tian Chiwen in his charade. That wily old fox. Uncle Du, do you require assistance? Are you confident in acquiring the Thanka? Du Sinshou shook his head and replied, let's observe for a while. Patience is key, as someone will inevitably falter. True to his words, scarcely had he finished speaking when a group of individuals stealthily converged towards the area of Jiangsu. The llamas, acutely alert, assumed defensive postures upon sensing the ill intentions of these newcomers. To our astonishment, one llama even extracted a rustic shotgun from a wooden sedan. Goodness, isn't the Buddhist path one that eschews taking life? Evidently, the group was daunted by the llama's intimidation, promptly altering their course and blending back into the crowd. Biding their time. Uncle Du, do you know Tian Chiwen? Du Sinshou shook his head, claiming ignorance. At that moment, Tian Chiwen approached us with the young girl. While Jiangsu Banchan was merely a couple of 100 meters away. Wu Gua, Xiaobao, once Jiangsu Banchan draws nearer, we shall execute our plan. Xiao Jiao. As a young lady, Jiangsu should pose no threat to you. Du Sinshou squinted at Tian Chiwen and inquired, do you also harbor intentions regarding the Thanka? Tian Chiwen did not respond but instead directed his gaze towards me. And who might this be? Ah, I am Du San, a close friend of the esteemed Lao Wu. Upon hearing me mention that Du San Shou and Wu Lao Air were acquainted, Tian Chiwen furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Hey, are you blind? You just stepped on my foot. I retorted. Which of your eyes saw me stepping on yours? Just as we were still several dozen meters away from Jiangchu. A sudden conflict erupted among a group of people beside him. A flicker of amusement crossed my mind. It seemed someone had aligned their thoughts with Tian Chiwen's, aiming to create chaos and divert Jiangchu's attention. This would save us some trouble. Tian Chiwen's expression darkened as he glared in Jiangchu's direction. With a determined grit of his teeth, he began to weave through the crowd. Observing Tian Chiwen's actions, Du Sanshou scoffed, still unable to maintain composure. Wugua. Did you not claim to have no interest in this affair? Why are you collaborating with him? There was no time for explanations. The crowd surrounding Jiangchu had become utterly chaotic. Shouts and cries filled the air. Don't let that person near the Thanka, someone yelled. And the already tumultuous scene erupted like oil igniting in water. I noticed the Tibetan monk from Muya Temple stepping out to restore order. And it dawned on me that now was the perfect opportunity to head to Muya Temple. Let us go, I urged Baozi and Jiaozi, swiftly departing from the throng. Du Sanshou grasped my arm from behind, inquiring about our destination. There will be time for explanations later. Uncle Du, we must head elsewhere. I shall accompany you, he insisted. Upon reflection, I realized Du Sanshou was not an outsider. Given his extensive experience in the martial world, he might prove invaluable should any unforeseen circumstances arise. I found it difficult to refuse, so I decided to follow along. Chapter 86. The iron cage. We swiftly navigated through the throng, our destination set on the Muya Temple. Along the way, I inquired of Du Sanshou why he did not seize the opportunity to snatch a Thanka amidst the chaos. He chuckled, you clever lad. If you aren't eyeing the Thanka, it must be that something far more significant piques your interest. I merely wish to join in the excitement. Experience breeds wisdom. Before long, we arrived at the Muya Temple, which was eerily deserted. Baozi retrieved a rope from his waist, securing it with an eagle's claw hook, and directed it towards the well. Hurry, time is of the essence. Jiaozi, you must not descend. If anything unexpected occurs, you must flee. Baozi, lower the rope. Upon hearing my insistence that she remain above, Jiaozi's temper flared. Baozi, standing beside her, reassured, Jiaozi, we all need to go down. If unforeseen danger arises, we are all doomed. However, if you stay above, you could summon help should we encounter trouble. Jiaozi nodded, replying, you all must be swift. If no one emerges in 2 hours, I shall seek assistance. All right, down we go. I grasped the rope and swiftly descended along the well's edge, with Baozi closely following, and Du Sanshou bringing up the rear. Tian Chiwen had indeed spoken truthfully. This rope was remarkably sturdy, supporting our combined weight of 400 pounds without faltering. Baozi, you best not pass gas, otherwise I shall stuff your mouth with stones. It is you who is being gassy. Move with more agility. The well was approximately 10 meters deep and remarkably dry. Clearly a desiccated shaft. This revelation eased my anxiety considerably. Had the well contained water, our efforts would have been in vain. Descending into the depths of the well, I produced a flashlight. The creaking sound it emitted resonating eerily in the cavernous space below. Wugua, how did you come to discover this hidden realm beneath the well? Du Sanshou inquired, surveying the surroundings. The expanse below was immense, the beam of my flashlight failing to illuminate its apex. Uncle Du, have you ever heard of the Western Wu Kingdom? I felt an instinctual connection, certain that this subterranean world must be linked to it. Du Sanshou shook his head, acknowledging he had only heard of Wu country. What is this? Human bones? Baozi exclaimed upon spotting a pile of decayed white skeletons stacked together to form a small mound. Several dozen centimeters high. I knew it. There is definitely something amiss here. Don't you think this resembles a plaza? I nodded, adjusting my grip on the flashlight, and remarked, Baozi, let us hasten our pace and split up. After parting ways with Baozi, Du Sanshou and I ventured left while Baozi proceeded right. In less than 10 minutes, we reached a dead end, confronted by a stone wall. Guozi, come over quickly. What have you discovered? There's a stone door here. Du Sanshou and I hurried towards it, finding a granite door standing imposingly before us. It weighed, by rough estimation, at least 400 to 500 pounds. An iron lock adorned the door, of a contemporary design. I turned my gaze toward Du Sanshou, who understood my intent and retrieved a piece of iron wire, approximately the length of a finger, from his pocket, beginning to manipulate it to fit the lock. Thankfully, Uncle Du was with us. Otherwise, this lock might have deterred our progress entirely. With a chuckle, Sho declared, given enough time, I can unlock any lock in existence. I knew he wasn't exaggerating. Sho was indeed capable. Crack. In less than a minute, the iron lock yielded. Disdainfully tossing it aside, Sho remarked, what's the point of having a lock like this? I wondered what the lock's owner would think upon hearing that. Creak. The sound of stone grinding against stone echoed as we gradually pushed the stone door open. The noise sent shivers down my spine, and my ears tingled. As the door swung wide, an intense stench assailed our nostrils, the unmistakable odor of excrement, so overpowering it made me want to retch. Damn it, I thought. Are we stumbling into a cesspool? You don't lock up a latrine with an iron lock, do you? What, afraid someone will steal your crap? Quiet, you too. Sho cautioned. Listen to that sound. We fell silent in the darkness. I strained my ears, detecting a rustling noise, followed by faint sobs. Boo-hoo-hoo. The sound was particularly eerie in the pitch-black environment. I felt a chill creep from my rectum to the top of my head, and goosebumps erupted all over my body. Mr. Dill, is that a ghost? I stammered, nearly biting my tongue. Give me the flashlight. Sho requested a flashlight from me. The urgent sound of pressing combined with a low, mournful cry echoed like a death knell. I grasped Bowsie's clothing, trailing behind Sho as we moved toward the source of the sound. Bowsie shrugged off my hand and whispered, look at you, so timid. What is there to fear from ghosts? I would rather it be a female ghost, just to show him Baoye's prowess. I raised my thumb in admiration for Bowsie. He truly possessed a daring spirit, unafraid even of female apparitions. In truth, human hearts are more terrifying than any specter. Suddenly, Sho uttered a grave statement while the flashlight illuminated our path, revealing a row of iron cages. These cages were slightly larger than dog kennels, each containing disheveled humanoid figures. My goodness, ghosts. Just moments ago, Bowsie had boasted confidently, yet now he resembled a startled cat, turning to flee. Sho wielded the flashlight. Sweeping across the iron cages, I estimated there were about 20 or 30. Each cage held a person, specifically women, confined within these cages. They had no choice but to relieve themselves inside, explaining the foul odor that lingered. Upon hearing our voices, the women did not react strongly. A few lifted their heads to gaze at us, their expressions vacuous, as if they had become numb to their plight. Why were so many women imprisoned here? Judging by their ages, they seemed quite young. Sho's expression turned grave, and he clenched his teeth, exclaiming 3 words. Meet lotus flower. The 3 words emerged from San's lips, seemingly imbued with boundless fury, and I sensed that his entire being trembled. It was not fear, it was rage, an anger that reached its zenith. You all wait for me. I shall release them. To be honest, having spent a considerable amount of time with San, I rarely witnessed such an expression on his face. Bowsie and I trailed behind him, observing as he unlocked the iron cages one by one. You are free. Yet, these women appeared to be oblivious to San's declaration, their gazes remaining vacant as they stared at us. San gritted his teeth and uttered, Tibetan demon monk. Utterly devoid of humanity. Chapter 87. The Flesh Lotus. What is the Flesh Lotus? The Flesh Lotus is crafted from the essence of unwed maidens, a process that necessitates traversing 4 formidable trials. The first trial is known as 100 Pestles through the lotus, wherein the maiden must sit in the lotus position and inhale the Vajra pestle of the Arhat. Over the course of 9 days, 108 such inhalations are required to nurture the flesh lotus, ensuring its fullness and richness. The second trial is termed immunity to 100 poisons, during which lamas will fill the maiden's body with toxic insects and herbs for a duration of 81 days, allowing the two to counteract each other and neutralize the malevolent energies within the flesh lotus. Ultimately, this aims to achieve a firm texture, resembling a jade vessel, devoid of any reactive effects. The third trial is known as 9 steams and 9 refines, also referred to as ice and fire in one cauldron. After 18 days, if the maiden survives, it signifies the successful formation of the magical artifact, the flesh lotus. At this juncture, the final trial can commence, the severing of the lotus. Throughout the entirety of the flesh lotus's creation, the maiden is often subjected to inhuman torment for a duration of 4 to 5 months, or even several years. Even so, the yield of the flesh lotus remains exceedingly low. Among 10 young girls, it is unlikely that even one exquisite flesh lotus will emerge. Regardless of whether the flesh lotus succeeds or fails, the ultimate fate of these naive and ignorant girls is often death. Upon hearing Deuce and Show recount the inhumane and heart-wrenching process of flesh lotus production, an unprecedented fury ignited within me. These beasts, who appear to possess benevolent hearts, are secretly engaged in such vile acts. Uncle Do, we must rescue these girls. Though they currently appear disheveled, it is not difficult to discern that each possesses remarkable beauty and figure, and they seem to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Deuce and Show shook his head and said, Bowsy suddenly thrust a fist into the air to vent his pent-up anger. Gwuzzy, this is not the time for compassion. Down here, even if we desire to save them, we are powerless and can only wait until we are out to call the police to handle this matter. Acknowledging the truth in Bowsy's words, I gritted my teeth and stepped forward. The space housing the iron cages was not particularly large, approximately the size of a basketball court. After taking a few steps, we encountered another stone door, similarly secured with an iron lock. Deuce and Show employed his skills once more, and within seconds, the lock was opened again. When we pushed open the stone door, we were astonished by the sight before us. Behind the door stood a Buddha tower, approximately 3 meters tall, with 7 tiers, each filled with flesh lotus flowers. How many innocent lives does this represent? I felt a surge of murderous intent for the first time. I averted my gaze from the Buddha tower, unable to look any longer. Above us, it seems as though countless youthful maidens are crying out, seeking justice. This sensation penetrates the very essence of the soul. It is both ironic and absurd. Upon this sacred stupa, one finds an array of lotus flowers cruelly crafted from flesh. Where, then, does the compassion of Buddha manifest? Wu Gu and Bowsy, it appears, are at a makeshift altar. In contrast to us, Du San Shou maintains a more stable composure. He circumambulates the stupa and beckons Bowsy and me to join him. The altar is strewn with numerous copper coins, and behind it stand 10 stone statues, each approximately 70 to 80 centimeters tall. Guangding Yuabao? Du San Shou picks up a copper coin, examining it closely. This was minted during the Guangding era under the reign of Emperor Li Zunxiang, the last coins produced by the Western Xia. Bowsy picks up a coin and remarks, wasn't the last emperor of the Western Xia, named Li Xian? He never minted coins. One could say he didn't have the opportunity, as his reign was cut short and he was preoccupied with resisting the Mongol hordes. How could he find time to mint currency? Bowsy places these copper coins into his pocket, gathering more than 50 in total. This altar must have been erected in honor of the emperors of the Western Xia, which had 10 sovereigns, perfectly corresponding to the 10 stone statues. From Emperor Jingzong Li Yuanhao to the last Emperor Li Xian, they are all represented here. Bowsy surveys the statues and inquires, so, does this mean that the royal family of the Western Xia indeed fled here and established the Western Wu Kingdom? But this place seems rather meager, just a handful of worn copper coins? Du San Shou chuckles, hands behind his back. What is impossible about this? If there were a vast treasure of gold and silver, it would have long been relocated or squandered by their descendants, leaving us with nothing. Bowsy, feeling disheartened, remarked that it was not as he had envisioned. He had imagined resplendent palaces filled with countless riches. I took the flashlight from Bowsy and circled the altar, then said, the royal family of the Western Xia has just endured the massacre by the Mongol army. Would they dare to brazenly construct grand edifices? Even the Western Wu Kingdom has left only fleeting mentions in history. Suddenly, I sensed something was amiss. What's wrong? Deuce and Show and Bowsy hurried over, following the beam of the flashlight. To our astonishment, we discovered a palm-sized recess behind the altar. I reached into the recess and felt a cylindrical object. With a tentative pull, the entire altar began to shift. It glided forward, revealing a square pit measuring about 1 meter on each side, filled to the brim with gleaming gold ingots and coins. We stood in silence for several seconds, exchanging incredulous glances. By heaven, we struck gold. Fruit. Why didn't you bring a sack? Bowsy exclaimed, as he stripped off his clothing to lay on the ground, beginning to transfer the gold ingots onto it. This was extraordinary. Throughout my life, I, Deuce and Show, have encountered countless mechanisms, yet I had never seen one as ingenious as this. Curiously, I inquired, Uncle Do, what was the first one? He responded, the first was also a massive stone mechanism, known as the turning wheel concealment, located within the Huayan Hall of the Baoyin Temple. That is the only functioning megalithic mechanism in the world, though it is no longer unique. This altar mechanism bears a striking resemblance to the rotating wheel. The rotating wheel is immensely heavy, weighing 5 tons, and it operates through an exquisitely intricate design that allows it to turn clockwise with just a gentle push. This rotating wheel dates back 5 to 6 centuries, likely not differing much in age from the altar mechanism. After finishing his explanation, Dusan walked around the altar several times, seemingly attempting to decipher its structural design. Perhaps in his eyes, those gold ingots pale in comparison to the value of this mechanism. Indeed, the wisdom of ancient peoples is deserving of admiration. It is remarkable that such a clever device could be crafted entirely by hand without any mechanical assistance. Bowsy, noticing our lack of action, began to grow anxious. Chapter 88. The Reversal of Fortune. No wonder this group of llamas is so wealthy. With all this gold at their disposal, a mere sale could sustain them for decades. The three of us filled 3 large bags to the brim, yet there was still a significant amount of gold and copper coins left in the pit. Bowsy loosened his belt, intending to wrap some coins in his trousers to carry away. Don't take them off. We must leave quickly. One must not be insatiable. Bowsy hiked up his trousers, casting a lingering glance at the coins. One day, I shall return for you. What are you thinking? If those llamas discover this, will they simply wait for you to collect it? With the makeshift bundle slung over my shoulder, it felt akin to carrying a small mountain. I estimated it weighed around 40 to 50 pounds. This individual, while he may struggle to carry several dozen pounds of cement, can effortlessly dash with a hefty sum of money. Bowsy muttered under his breath and then shouted to the group of girls, "Do not fear. We will call the authorities once we are outside and ensure your rescue." We sprinted furiously until we finally reached the well where the rope still hung, and we collectively heaved a sigh of relief. Grasping the rope, we began our ascent, the weight of the gold ingots pressing down on my shoulders. "Jiaozi, give me a hand." As the rope shifted, Jiaozi had already leaned over to look down, and upon seeing us emerge, she too breathed a sigh of relief. "What on earth is so heavy?" Jiaozi grasped the bundle, nearly losing her grip. This is quite a treasure." Once we all climbed out of the well, Bowsy bowed in gratitude towards the Moya temple. "Thank you to your ancestors for 8 generations." With that, we hoisted the bundle and took off running. Making our way towards Moya, we directly rented a van from Moya, our destination being Jincheng. Then she cast a glance at the bundle on our backs. "How did you know we were headed to Moya?" Kylie Juan paused for a moment, her expression slightly awkward as she replied, "I guessed. You tourists arriving at this time must be here to celebrate the Tibetan New Year today, right?" "Indeed," I replied. "With an extra person, should we book another room?" "Not for now. Back in the room." I hurriedly instructed Jiaozi to empty the items we had previously purchased onto the bed. Subsequently, I placed the gold ingots into a shopping bag, covering them with a towel. Where could this Kai Lijuan have learned of our journey to Moya? Du-san rubbed his chin and remarked, "After we have completed everything, we shall proceed directly to the front desk to check out." Kai Lijuan appeared somewhat taken aback and inquired whether we would not be staying another night, as if she harbored a desire for our continued presence. "No. Please calculate whether our deposit suffices. If not, we will supplement it. It is sufficient, and there is even a surplus. Allow me to retrieve it for you," she replied, promptly rummaging through her drawer. "Oh dear, I apologize, but I have no change at the moment. Please wait while I step out to get some." "No need, consider it a tip for you," I insisted. Kai Lijuan smiled gracefully. "That cannot be. There is still quite a bit left. I cannot accept this money." With that, she disregarded our protests and exited the inn. Du-sin squinted, watching her retreating figure until she turned the corner and vanished. "Let us go," he exclaimed. The 4 of us hastily exited the hotel, heading in the opposite direction of Kai Lijuan. The street across from her was lined with shops. Where else would she exchange the money if not there? Clearly, this was an attempt to delay us. Forget her, let us head straight to the station. Upon arriving at the station, a sudden thought struck me. We had yet to report to the police. In our hurried journey, I had completely overlooked this matter. Thus, I found a public phone booth by the roadside and dialed the police, explaining the situation regarding Muya Temple. The voice on the other end inquired my name. "I am called Lei Feng," I replied. After hanging up, we prepared to enter the station when Jiaozi grasped my arm and said, "Wu Gua. Look over there. There are several llamas." Following the direction indicated by Jiaozi's finger, I was taken aback to discover Gazin and 4 llamas approaching the station, with Kai Lijuan leading the way ahead of them. "Damn it, we must leave," Dusan shouted as he guided us through the crowd, twisting and turning until we exited the train station's vicinity and entered a narrow alley. I knew there was something off about Kai Lijuan. How could she possibly be in cahoots with those llamas? Dusan glanced at his watch and remarked, "We can no longer go to the train station. The fact that these llamas can spare time to find us indicates that matters concerning Tonka have already been resolved. But what about Tianqiwen?" Did he succeed? Dusan glanced at Bowsy and shook his head. Whether we can extricate ourselves from this situation is uncertain. Why are you still concerned about him? The three of us turned our gazes toward Bowsy, and I couldn't help but feel that he had a point. Jiaozi inquired if it was too risky. Dusan pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand, and said, Bowsy thrives on chaos. Being the first to raise his hand and express his desire to go. But what shall we do with these gold ingots? Let's find a place to bury them. Once the dust settles, we can return for them. In the worst-case scenario, if we are captured by those llamas and the gold ingots are not in our possession, what can they do? I nodded, having already reported to the police, who would undoubtedly investigate at Muya Temple. All right, that's settled then. In truth, had it not been for the matter of the meat lotus, I would prefer not to escalate tensions with those llamas. These individuals are infuriating, utterly devoid of humanity. Uncle Du, where shall we bury these gold ingots? Du Sensho cast his gaze towards the train station, where the figures of the llamas had seamlessly merged into the crowd. They were headed to Qingqing Mountain. Bowsy hailed a taxi and informed the driver of their destination. With a swift acceleration, the vehicle surged forward. You must be tourists, the driver remarked. I must advise you to refrain from lingering in Qingqing Mountain after dark. Jiaozi inquired about the reason behind his warning. The driver, amiable and loquacious, elaborated. Qingqing Mountain is also known as Ghost City Mountain. Legend has it that after Zhang Xianzhong ascended to power, he became extraordinarily tyrannical, slaughtering over 200,000 citizens, nearly annihilating the people of Bashu. The corpses, heaped in mountains, were callously discarded at the foot of Qingqing Mountain, which becomes ominously eerie by nightfall. Bowsy scoffed dismissively. Nonsense. We are merely here to hunt ghosts. Chapter 89. Qingqing Mountain. A proverb circulates regarding Qingqing Mountain. The stone ox faces the stone drum. Silver worth a fortune awaits. It is said that Zhang Xianzhong concealed his treasures within Qingqing Mountain, with the stone ox and stone drum serving as markers to uncover this wealth. If one could locate the stone ox and stone drum, the riches of the great Western Kingdom would once again see the light of day. However, to this day, no one has managed to find this treasure. The journey from Jinsheng to Qingqing Mountain spans an hour. Upon arrival, Du Sanshou did not hasten to lead us up the mountain, but instead took a leisurely stroll around the vicinity. Bowsy urged me to search for any signs of Zhang Xianzhong's gold and silver treasures. I am not endowed with X-ray vision, I retorted. This vast mountain cannot possibly be turned inside out. Bowsy countered, but you can read the stars, can't you? Surely, by combining celestial and terrestrial factors, one could discern the truth. Wugwa possesses the uncanny ability to discern locations where the deceased are interred. Does one truly require to select an auspicious site for burying treasures? What do you, a young lady, truly comprehend? Du Sanshou chuckled and remarked that legends should not be taken literally. Otherwise, after several centuries, Qingqing Mountain would have long been reduced to rubble. Bowsy sighed and said, The Taoists of Qingqing Mountain exhibit remarkable patience. Had it been on the back mountain of Yaowang Temple, I would have excavated it multiple times by now. As dusk approached, Du Sanshou instructed me to seek a nearby hardware store to procure a shovel. I mused to myself about the viability of a hardware store in the vicinity of Qingqing Mountain. It seemed improbable that it could thrive. To my surprise, shortly after departing, I encountered a shop displaying an array of tools, including a Luoyang shovel. This was indeed extraordinary. Young man, do you wish to purchase a shovel? As I drew near, the shopkeeper warmly greeted me. I was taken aback. How could he possibly know I was in search of a shovel? I mechanically nodded, and the shopkeeper promptly presented a folding shovel, exclaiming, This is an entrenching tool, renowned for its durability. The blade is sharp enough to avoid bending even when encountering stones. How did you know I wanted to buy a shovel? I inquired. The shopkeeper chuckled knowingly, as if he were privy to all my intentions. Over the years, countless individuals have visited in pursuit of Zhang Xianzhong's treasure. Everyone comes here hoping to strike it rich. If one were to unearth it, they would be free from toil for generations. I found myself speechless, realizing he had mistaken me for a treasure seeker. So, your business must be thriving then? Not bad. Not bad. Thanks to you foolish, fortunate souls managing the business. Heh 20 for the shovel. The boss promptly restrained his words. Yet I discerned he harbored no benevolent thoughts. Handing him $20, the boss cheerfully passed the shovel to me, assuring that I could inquire about anything I did not understand, with answers provided free of charge. He bore the demeanor of an old friend, as if we had known each other for many years. After taking a few steps, I heard him muttering behind me, Fools are blessed, but fools are not. My lips twitched, I was tempted to use the shovel to silence him. However, upon reflection, I realized he was likely not referring to me. I was not here to unearth treasures, but to bury them. As dusk fell, Deuce and Show led us to the foot of the mountain, where he sought a relatively concealed spot for me to begin digging. Initially, I was perplexed as to why Deuce and Show did not simply find a place in Jincheng to bury it, thus avoiding this long journey. Deuce and Show explained that Qingcheng Mountain was the territory of Taoism, and even if those monks were aware of our burying the ingots here, they would not dare to come searching openly. Baozi asserted that as long as we kept our silence, there was no way those monks could know. Deuce and Show sighed and replied. Baozi thumped his chest, declaring that even if he were tortured to death, he would not divulge a word. Guozi, what do you think? If they were to inflict any punishment upon me, I cannot guarantee I would endure it. I glanced at Baozi and Jiaozi. Jiaozi shrugged, stating he was indifferent. What are you looking at me for? Tonka, I am determined to have Bao Yi. If you are afraid, you may find a way to leave first. In those youthful days, a mere word from others would send my blood surging with fervor. When one dies, let the body face the heavens. If one lives, let it endure for eternity. Who fears whom is but a coward. In retrospect, I once inquired of Du Sanshou, a man of profound cunning, why it did not dissuade us at the time. He explained that while our profession lacked honor, we adhered to our own principles. What we witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg of Tibetan Buddhism. More accurately, it should be referred to as Bon. The grotesque acts, human skin turned to bone, leg bones crafted into instruments, and youthful maidens sacrificed, paint a harrowing picture of inhumanity. After burying the gold ingots, darkness enveloped us entirely. I committed the location of the buried treasure to memory, and together we descended the mountain. On our way, we encountered several vehicles, indicating our destination of Muya. The drivers merely waved their hands, informing us that passage was currently impossible. Eventually, we paid a steep price to secure a ride. Once aboard, the driver informed us that Muya was under lockdown. I can only take you near Muya. It's quite chaotic there at present. I advise you to refrain from going for the next few days to avoid any trouble. Master, have there been any further developments from Muya? I inquired. The driver shook his head, glancing at me through the rearview mirror. I haven't heard anything new, but the tale of the missing gold seems rather implausible. How could one possibly carry several hundred pounds? Even a normal person struggles to lift a sack of rice. I exchanged a knowing glance with Baozi, and we shared a silent chuckle. While the claim of several hundred pounds might be an exaggeration from Muya Temple, 100 pounds is indeed plausible. However, it appears that my report to the authorities bore no fruit. The lamas at Muya Temple had long since relocated those maidens. Now they are claiming to have lost something. Uncertain of the situation on the police's end. If the police were to collude with the lama, we would find ourselves in a precarious position. Upon arriving at Daqiao, the atmosphere felt markedly different from before. The streets were nearly deserted. Even the few passers-by appeared hurried and anxious. Chapter 90. Arson. When we were about a kilometer from Muya, the driver halted the vehicle, stating that he could take us no further. Du Sanshou glanced at his watch. It was already past 9 in the evening. At this hour, most people should be fast asleep, which presented us with an opportunity. Uncle Du, where does Jamp Ba usually reside? It should be at Jumu Temple. I will enter first to scout the area. If anything arises, we will retreat. I nodded, placing my complete trust in Du Sanshou. Jumu Temple lay to the northwest of Muya Temple, and we jogged for half an hour until we reached the temple's outskirts. We crouched behind a tree, peering into the temple grounds. The interior was brilliantly illuminated, as if a significant event were unfolding within. Wait here, I will investigate, Du Sanshou whispered before stealthily approaching the temple's courtyard wall. With a running leap, he effortlessly scaled the 3-meter wall. Wow, is this the lightness of skill depicted in novels? Each profession has its expertise. Uncle Du was indeed adept in this field. If he weren't nimble, how could he outpace others? Baozi gazed at his own bulky figure and sighed. If only I possessed Uncle Du's physique. I too could traverse rooftops with ease. Jiaozi mocked, aren't you aiming for the heavens? At that moment, faint footsteps echoed behind us. I subtly shifted my position, concealing myself behind a tree. Erwa, do you think my father is here? If there is no one at Muya Temple, it's quite likely. It was de Erwa and Tian Chuan. From their conversation, could it be that Tian Chiwen had failed? Had he been captured by Jiangtiu? Erwa, come here. Who? I crouched down and approached to Erwa and Tian Chuan. Upon seeing me, they both exhaled in relief. What are you doing here? Haven't you been caught by Jiangtiu? Erwa. What's happening here? De Erwa shook his head, admitting he was unsure, but mentioned that earlier in the day, Jiangxiu had apprehended many individuals, reportedly in pursuit of Thanka. Tian Chuan, his tone urgent, interjected, "What on earth are you all about? My father is just a simple farmer. How could he be led astray to steal Thanka?" Jiaozi scoffed, "If your father were truly an honest farmer, you would have starved long ago. Don't waste your breath with us. It was your father who sought our assistance. And now he is the one in trouble. You." Tian Chuan attempted to confront us, but De Erwa restrained him. "This is not the time for quarrels. We need to find a way to rescue your father. Look, someone is coming out." At the entrance of Jumu Temple, 2 lamas emerged. We immediately crouched down, the night providing us with ample cover. I initially assumed that the 2 lamas were heading off to attend to some business, but to my surprise, they approached the wall's edge, removed their trousers, and began to relieve themselves, their backs turned towards us. Their conversation drifted into our ears, yet it was in Tibetan, rendering it incomprehensible to me. "What are they saying, Erwa?" In the dim light of night, I could not discern Erwa's expression, but his tone bore a certain weight. Moments ago, they had been deliberating whether that Han individual would survive the night. One of them remarked that the Jamyang Kaians wouldn't allow him to die so easily, and would certainly torment him gradually. The other observed that the Han's condition seemed rather dire, suggesting that the Jamyang Kaians, in a fit of anger, might decide to act more directly. Once Erwa finished translating, Tian Chuan rose, intent on forcefully entering the Jumu temple. Baozi swiftly kicked him to the ground, cursing, "You better behave yourself. If you don't want your father to perish, then stay put." Despite being a young man in his 20s, Tian Chuan had never encountered such a situation before and began to sob softly, drawing disdain from Jiaozi. At that moment, a figure leapt over the courtyard wall. It was Du Sanshou. He sprinted towards us and upon spotting Erwa and Tian Chuan, inquired, "Who are these 2? "The son of Tian Chiwen," Du Sanshou responded, then informed us of the situation inside. Indeed, Tian Chiwen had been captured by the Jamyang Kaians. But he was not alone. Several others, all Han, were with him. Tian Chuan immediately pressed for news about his father's condition. Du Sanshou remarked, "Your father is currently unscathed, having only sustained minor injuries. However, it seems that Jiangchu may not rest tonight and will undoubtedly torment these individuals." Tian Chuan, grasping Du Sanshou's hand, implored, "Hero, having witnessed your remarkable skills, I am certain of your martial prowess. I beseech you to save my father. I shall repay you with my utmost devotion." He was about to kneel before Du Sanshou. I sensed that this lad had indulged too much in the tales of martial arts novels. Setting aside the presence of the Lama, we might struggle against Jiangchu alone, especially given that he wields a firearm. Du Sanshou hastily lifted Tian Chuan, reproaching him, "A grown man, and yet you weep and wail like a woman." After uttering this, Du Sanshou turned to me and Baozi, continuing, "I just scoured the interior and discovered that the Thanka of Jiangchu are stored in the sutra repository. Currently, it is unguarded. I plan to set it ablaze, allowing us to rescue the captives amidst the chaos." De Erwa was the first to voice his dissent, cautioning that if the fire spread uncontrollably, the centuries-old Jumu temple would be reduced to ashes. Jiaozi snorted derisively and inquired if De Erwa had any alternative strategies. De Erwa found himself momentarily speechless. "Are you aware of the atrocities committed by the revered Jiangchu Banshan? Do you comprehend the number of innocent young women who have met their demise at his hands?" Baozi waved his hand decisively, stating, "Let us proceed with this plan. It is unfortunate for those priceless Thankas. Yet, in the face of human life, treasures hold no value, especially when it concerns our kin. Wugua, Xiaobao, Jiangchu resides in the main hall, while the sutra repository is to the right. I shall ignite the fire. You all take advantage of the ensuing turmoil to rescue the captives. Remember, there is only one opportunity, and it must be undertaken with the assurance of our safety. We must not act recklessly." We nodded solemnly, fully aware that if we proceeded, it would signify an unending conflict with the Bin sect. Dusan leaped once more into the Jumu temple, and before long, a thick plume of smoke began to rise from a corner of the temple. The sutra repository housed numerous scriptures, highly flammable, and soon flames soared to the heavens. "Jiaozi, provide assistance here. Baozi, let us go rescue the others." Chaos reigned within the Jumu temple, shouts echoing incessantly. Baozi and I entered through the main gate, making our way directly to the main hall. Suspended from the beams of the hall were 6 individuals, and among them was Tian Chiwen. Upon our arrival, Tian Chiwen appeared somewhat agitated. "Can you still breathe? If so, make haste and flee when the opportunity arises." Chapter 91. Gunfire. Baozi and I carefully lowered Tian Chiwen and the others one by one. The 5 individuals we rescued were the first to engage in the struggle, and upon seeing aid arrive, they were filled with exhilaration. Xiaowu, Xiaobao. I truly thank you. Now is not the time for reminiscing. Let us escape amidst the chaos. Each of them bore varying degrees of injury, compounded by their prolonged suspension, rendering their movement sluggish. Baozi and I could not afford to linger. At least we had saved them. And whether they could flee now depended on their own fate. Just as I was about to step through the main hall's entrance, I suddenly felt a chill on my forehead. I halted and glanced up, my body instantly covered in goosebumps. A dark, ominous gun barrel was pressed against my temple. Thinking of fleeing? Jiang Kaban-Shun held a hunting rifle, his gaze sweeping over us all. His gaze was terrifying, akin to a venomous serpent fixating upon you, sending chills down one's spine. Ahem, a misunderstanding, dear master. As a monk, it is unbecoming to wield weapons. Jiang Chu cast a glance at Baozi, his expression devoid of warmth as he remarked, Today is New Year's Day, a time I wish to avoid creating bloodshed. However, your audacity is unparalleled. How dare you covet the Tonka? And those gold ingots, were they not pilfered by your ilk? As Jiang Chu spoke, his ire intensified, and I sensed his entire being trembling, the creases on his face quivering in tandem. Master, the fire in the sutra repository is raging uncontrollably. We simply cannot contain it. At that moment, a lama rushed over, his appearance grimy and disheveled. Jiang Chu bellowed a scathing epithet before turning his attention to the lama. I calculated that this was the opportune moment to evade his firearm. Thus, I sharply tilted my head, my right foot rising to deliver a forceful kick to Jiang Chu's groin. With a resounding thud, the gunfire erupted, the deafening sound exploding in my ears, leaving them ringing. Seizing the moment, Baozi aimed a kick at the half-crouched Jiang Chu, targeting his forehead. Yet, the lama reacted swiftly, raising his leg to intercept Baozi's strike. Before Jiang Chu could complete his utterance, I launched another kick, this time to his face, catching him entirely off guard. The foot numbered 42 landed squarely upon his face, numbered 48. A perfect strike. In an instant, blood streamed from Jiang Chu's nose, and tears glistened in his eyes. Don't just stand there, run if you can. Upon hearing this, Tian Chiwen and the others surged towards the entrance, seizing the opportunity to land blows on Jiang Chu before he could react. Noticing our attempt to flee, the lama began to shout in Tibetan, undoubtedly summoning reinforcements. To hell with you, Baozi exclaimed, delivering a swift punch to the lama's abdomen, causing him to stumble backward and fall to the ground, yet he continued to shout. Seize his rifle. I, without needing prompting, reached for the hunting rifle in Jiang Chu's grasp, feeling empowered with the weapon in my possession. Jiang Chu, whose vigor had clearly been depleted over time, offered little resistance. Brandishing the rifle, I strode out of the main hall, met by a throng of lamas from the Jumu temple, their gazes menacing. Those who wish to live, step aside, I commanded, hoping the weapon would serve as a deterrent. To my surprise, the lamas, seemingly fearless, exchanged words among themselves and then advanced towards us, initiating a chaotic melee. Hesitant to cause fatalities, I refrained from firing, rendering the rifle useless. Shoot, damn it. Are you saving the bullets for New Year's firecrackers? Outnumbered and with Tian Chiwen and the others hampered by their injuries, we were quickly losing ground. Realizing the dire situation, I gritted my teeth, aimed the rifle at the lama before me, and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the tremendous recoil propelled me several steps backward. The lama I struck collapsed instantly, while the others stood momentarily stunned. My immediate thought was that I had taken a life. A chaotic whirlwind engulfed my mind. Would I be imprisoned for this? Why are you still standing there in shock? Run. Baozi seized my arm and wrested the shotgun from my grasp. If you dare approach again, I'll shoot you all dead. He dragged me along, and I mechanically followed in his wake. Upon exiting the Jumu temple, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. The temple, predominantly wooden in structure, was now engulfed in flames, with the fire spreading rapidly, consuming the main hall. Centuries of heritage were on the brink of annihilation. At that moment, Dusan Sho's figure came into view, cradling something in his arms. His hair singed and his face darkened with soot. Fortunately, you managed to hold off those lamas. Otherwise, these precious thankas would have been lost to the flames. Is everyone out? We must leave at once. Tian Chiwen and Tian Chuan exchanged no words as they met. After Tian Chiwen bid us farewell, father and son vanished into the shadows. The remaining 5 individuals clasped their hands in gratitude, one of them stating, "The Xinyuan Tang is deeply thankful for your rescue. May the mountains remain steadfast and the waters flow eternal. May we meet again by fate." With that, the 5 hastily departed. De Erwa gazed at the ferocious flames consuming Jumu Temple and could not suppress a sigh, saying, "You should leave quickly. The Jamyang Khenpo, and indeed the entire Tibetan Buddhist sect, will be irreconcilable with you for the rest of your lives." Baozi nonchalantly remarked, "If it comes to it, I simply won't return here. It's all too hypocritical." De Erwa shook his head, stating that it was not so simple. "I will escort you to Dak, but from there, you must traverse the remaining distance on your own." De Erwa was a man of integrity, and this young compatriot had indeed lent us considerable assistance. In the jostling confines of the truck bed, I remained silent, the image of the Lama I had struck down haunting me incessantly. Observing my demeanor, Baozi attempted to console me, saying, "Guozi, in that situation, it was either your life or mine. Had you been the one to fall, would they not feel remorse?" After understanding the circumstances, Du Sinsho patted my shoulder, stating, "These individuals are steeped in sin. You have merely acted as an agent of justice. There is no need for guilt." I sighed, reflecting that I was not a chivalrous hero from ancient tales, capable of enacting justice on behalf of the heavens. Ultimately, I was merely a thief. Chapter 92, Yuezhou on the road to Dak. Several police vehicles sped towards Jumu Temple, tightening the knot of anxiety in my throat. If Jiangqiu had reported us, I would be forced to adopt a new identity and live a life on the run. Baozi seemed to sense my apprehension and patted my shoulder, assuring me, "Fear not. I shall accompany you to the ends of the earth, my friend." Du Sinsho remained remarkably composed, suggesting there was no need for distress, for the Jiangqiu faction could not withstand thorough scrutiny. I sighed, remaining silent. After pondering for a moment, Jiaozi suggested, "Why don't we go to Shangdao? It would be a perfect place to evade our troubles, especially since Sanyazi is in Yuezhou." My eyes lit up. Jiaozi's idea was indeed feasible. If I were to be wanted, I could easily escape abroad from Shangdao, provided I abstained from gambling and drugs for the rest of my life. The money I have would suffice for a stable existence. Having been an orphan, I realize that I have no particular home to return to. However, the immediate concern is the safety of the train station in Jincheng, and I am uncertain about the presence of the llamas. The best course of action seems to be to travel overnight to Shanxing and then head south from there. With this thought in mind, I called out to De Erwa, who was driving. I asked him if he could assist us in reaching Shanxing. De Erwa momentarily froze, appearing somewhat troubled as he replied, "It's 600 kilometers from here to Shanxing, and my tricycle has a maximum speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Even if we drive nonstop, it would take nearly 20 hours. Baozi then pulled out a wad of money from his pocket and handed it to De Erwa. "De Erwa, you are familiar with this area. Please help us find a way." De Erwa glanced at the money in Baozi's hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "All right. Once we reach Daku, I will help you find a vehicle to Shanxing." However, he did not take the money. Back in 1999, private cars were not widespread. Owning a motorcycle indicated a family of considerable means. I recall that at that time, an Alto or a Xiaoli cost around 60 to 70,000 yuan, which was beyond the reach of an ordinary family. Upon arriving in Daku, De Erwa parked the vehicle in front of a house. Judging by the construction of the house, it seemed that the family's financial situation was quite good. "Is Uncle Ma home?" Before long, the grand gate swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in his 40s, draped in a garment as he stepped outside. "Erwa, what brings you here at such a late hour?" he inquired. "Uncle Ma, my friends are eager to reach Shanxing. Could you possibly give us a ride?" The man, referred to as Uncle Ma, appeared momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowed in confusion. "At this hour? The roads are perilous. Wouldn't tea tomorrow be more suitable?" Just then, Baozi stepped forward, extending a handful of cash towards Uncle Ma. "We must leave at once. We are catching a bus." Uncle Ma glanced at Erwa, who nodded in affirmation. Accepting the money, Uncle Ma instructed us to wait 5 minutes while he donned his attire. Baozi then produced several additional bills, offering them to Erwa as a token of gratitude. However, Erwa waved his hand, refusing the money. "You have already compensated me. I cannot accept any more." In those days, most people were quite sincere, unlike now, where many are blinded by greed. In a short while, Uncle Ma opened the courtyard gate, revealing a van parked inside, which appeared to be relatively new, likely a recent purchase. "Please wait a moment while I back the vehicle out." As we journeyed towards Shanxing, I inquired about Uncle Ma's usual occupation, considering that a van like this would cost around 30 to 40,000 yuan. This question seemed to invigorate him. He regaled us with tales of his recent endeavors in cultivating a considerable amount of snow region ginseng fruit, which, in the local context, was not regarded as anything remarkable. However, outside the region, curiosity about its flavor had sparked demand, and with Uncle Ma's adept packaging, the ginseng fruit had become increasingly sought after. Uncle Ma remarked that the flavor of the ginseng fruit is rather unremarkable, yet its name is exquisite. In Tibetan, it is referred to as chime ribu, signifying the fruit of immortality. With the endorsement of the Tibetan nomenclature, the ginseng fruit becomes even more enigmatic, leading to an insatiable demand. Consequently, Uncle Ma reaps significant profits. By the time we arrived at the mountain city, dawn was approaching. "Wake up, we've arrived." Baozi and Jiaozi rubbed their eyes, having slept soundly, while Deuce and Shou was already snoring. Evidently, they were entirely unconcerned. Upon disembarking, I took a moment to survey the surroundings for any police or suspicious individuals. What about our gold ingots? Baozi was still preoccupied with those gold ingots. After Deuce and Shou spoke, he promptly approached the ticket counter. The moment he presented his ID, my heart raced with trepidation, fearing any complications. Strangely, Deuce and Shou successfully purchased his ticket, and soon it was my turn. A wave of anxiety washed over me as I handed over my ID. The ticket clerk inquired about my destination. I failed to catch it the first time, and the clerk impatiently repeated the question. "Yuezhou." After securing my ticket, I finally felt a sense of relief. "See, it's all fine. Look at how terrified that fruit made me. Just because everything is well now, it does not guarantee future safety. It is prudent not to celebrate too soon." After a day and night without sustenance, I hastily consumed some snacks in the waiting area. I have always been perplexed by why the station's offerings are exorbitantly priced and utterly unpalatable. After an interminable hour and a half of waiting, the train finally arrived, and we boarded the southbound train. As the moment the car door closed arrived, my heart finally settled into tranquility. Reflecting on the myriad experiences of the past few days felt akin to living out a cinematic narrative. Over the span of more than 1,000 kilometers, we spent a full 20 hours aboard the train. The instant I stepped out of the station and onto the vibrant land of Guangdong, I was utterly astonished by the spectacle before me. Towering skyscrapers pierced the sky, and the streets were bustling with vehicles, interspersed with the occasional sighting of foreign individuals with golden hair and blue eyes, which struck me as remarkably novel. "Hey, handsome, are you looking for a place to stay?" While I was still marveling at Guangdong's opulence, a flamboyantly dressed woman approached us, inquiring whether we needed accommodation. "No, we are waiting for someone," Dusan replied, shaking his head to decline the middle-aged woman's offer. "Oh, come on, our environment is splendid, and we offer services at night too. Really, we don't need it. Someone will be here to pick us up shortly." Seeing that we were unmoved by her entreaties, the woman muttered under her breath, "You little street punk. I can't believe you." At that time, we were unaware that she was insulting us, and I even smiled at her. In retrospect, it was clear that we were rather naive. "Guazi, quickly call Sanyazi. Goodness, why is it so hot here? I'm drenched in sweat." Chapter 93. Newspaper headlines. "Hey, brothers, what brings you here?" Sanyazi, adorned with sunglasses, wore a floral shirt on top and loose denim pants below. His shoes, sharp and elongated, gleamed so brightly that they nearly reflected a silhouette. "Sanyazi, just a few days in Guangdong and you've already transformed into a city dweller, and even picked up some local lingo." With a sly grin, Sanyazi embraced Baozi's shoulder and remarked, "Now that we have arrived in this grand metropolis, we must stay attuned to the trends, otherwise, those foreigners might look down upon us. They come to our territory, and yet they presume to disdain us? Do they think we are still in the era of a century ago?" With a sigh, Sanyazi lamented that the number of those who fawn over foreign cultures is countless, individuals who seem more affectionate towards foreigners than their own parents. Deuce and Shou interjected, stating that in times of war, such people would undoubtedly be labeled traitors. Sanyazi then led us to a shopping mall where each of us acquired 2 sets of clothing, before treating us to an authentic Cantonese feast. "Guazi, may I inquire why you have come to Guangdong?" he asked. I hesitated, uncertain whether I should confide in Sanyazi. "It's nothing significant. Merely a conflict with some Tibetan lamas," Baozi casually replied while sipping his soup. "Conflict? What sort of conflict could compel you to flee to Guangdong like refugees? Are you planning to sneak into Hong Kong?" I must admit, Sanyazi's perception is remarkably astute. "Setting aside that matter, how have you been here?" "Me? I am enjoying delightful food and drink every day, surrounded by beautiful companions. I regret not having come here sooner," I responded. After Sanyazi spoke, he mischievously leaned closer to Baozi, adding, "Baozi, have you ever experienced the thrill of the ocean's allure? Shall I take you out for a night of revelry?" "Ahem. Sanyazi, do you think I am invisible? Du Shou interjected, setting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth. You youngsters seem to have much in common. I shall step out to attend to some matters. Uncle Du, how can we find you? Du Shou chuckled. You need not worry about me, should anything arise. I will seek you out. Baozi recounted the entire sequence of events to Sanyazi, who, stroking his chin, fell into a contemplative silence before finally speaking. Logically, such a significant incident should have made headlines by now, and you two ought to have been sought after immediately. However, the absence of any rumors suggests that the situation may not be dire. Especially you, Guozi, do not bear any mental burdens. Every elder has blood on their hands. After the meal, Sanyazi led us to his residence. The apartment, a modest 3-room layout, housed Jiaozi in one room while Sanyazi offered Baozi and me another. Though I opted for the sofa. As night fell, Sanyazi and Baozi ventured out, their camaraderie suggesting mischief was afoot. Suddenly, I remembered Sister Hua, who resided in Guangzhou, not too far from here. I attempted to call her, but the line was unreachable. Initially, I intended to disregard them. Yet a sensation akin to something being thrown at my face compelled me to open my eyes. To my surprise, it was a newspaper. Puzzled, I glanced at the contents as Sanyazi urged me to read. My gaze fell upon a bold headline. A great fire unveils the atrocities of the Ben sect. 26 missing young maidens rescued. As I delved deeper into the article, the narrative unfolded, detailing an unexpected blaze at the Jumu temple, where, upon receiving a public alert, the police arrived and managed to control the flames, only to inadvertently uncover a hidden underground chamber within the temple. Confined within the chamber were 26 adolescent maidens, their sanity fractured. The perpetrator of their torment was none other than the lauded Jamyang Chochi Gyaltsen. The Gazette further exposed the inhumane practices of the BN religion, such as drums crafted from human skin, thankas painted on human hides, and ritual implements fashioned from crania. This revelation undoubtedly delivered a blow to the countless devotees of BN. My conclusion: Tibet is not the paradise it is often portrayed to be. Turning the pages, I noticed the newspaper contained no mention of our affairs, not even a fleeting reference. Could they possibly swallow this affront? Our apprehensions were for naught. Those lamas, lacking justification, would not be so imprudent as to divulge these matters to the constabulary. Having perused the newspaper's contents, I felt a sense of relief. Let us sojourn in Guangzhou for a few days, using the time for leisure. Sanya, you shall be our guide. Baozi chuckled, exclaiming, my sole mission today is to slumber. That Amazonian woman was too formidable. My aged lumbar region aches. He presented me with a weighty satchel, which I opened to find a stack of banknotes. Uncle Du, why are you entrusting this money to me? The thanka has no bearing on us. You should retain the funds. Du Sin shook his head, asserting, this is the fruit of our collective labor. Were it not for you, I would not have obtained even the gold ingot. Distribute it as you see fit. Do not decline. Unable to refuse, I accepted the money, estimating the bag's contents to be between 1 and 2 million. Wugua, the concerns you harbored may not materialize. I shall depart this evening. The gold ingots buried in Qiqing Mountain should remain undisturbed for the time being. We shall retrieve them when the opportunity arises. I nodded in agreement, as this was precisely my sentiment. After Du Shou departed, I poured the contents of the bag onto the sofa. Counting them revealed a staggering sum of 850,000. I had underestimated the value of the tanka. Its worth was astonishing. I have always preferred the tangible feel of cash. The numbers in my bank account are but a cold abstraction. Reclining on the sofa, enveloped by these banknotes, I found it more comforting than embracing a woman. Wuzzy, this afternoon we shall venture to Hong Kong, where I will treat you to a stroll through Causeway Bay. At that time, the film Young and Dangerous, starring Zheng Yijian and Shen Xiaochun, was immensely popular, igniting a wave of fascination with triads among the youth in the mainland. This phenomenon led many naive young boys and girls astray. In Causeway Bay, the leader was Chun Haonan. I tossed a stack of money to Sanyazi, informing him that I would cover all expenses for our Hong Kong excursion tonight. In a buoyant mood, spinning felt liberating. Chapter 94, The Jade Store from Weizhou to Pengcheng. And then to Zhongying Street. By 8 o'clock in the evening, we had set foot on the land of Hong Kong. Zhongying Street stretches 500 meters long and about 3 to 4 meters wide, representing a juxtaposition of two systems. One end belongs to the mainland, while the other is Hong Kong. I perceived nothing particularly remarkable about Hong Kong. It appeared to be merely a gathering of street vendors. Baozi surveyed Zhongying Street, failing to discern any distinctive features. This is simply the border of Hong Kong. The central district is bustling with activity. Come, Let me treat you to a bowl of instant noodles with sausage and egg, accompanied by a cup of local milk tea. I had anticipated that the instant noodles would be a delectable dish, but when the waiter brought it to the table, I was taken aback. Was this not merely instant noodles? It was merely a matter of adding some sausage, an egg, and 2 leafy greens. Goodness, Sanyazi, after all this time. We finally arrive in Hong Kong, and you bring us to eat instant noodles? What were you thinking? Sanyazi slurped his noodles, speaking indistinctly. Can this be compared to instant noodles? This is a specialty of Hong Kong's tea restaurants. Can you find it in the mainland? A specialty, or just instant noodles? After a meal of instant noodles, Baozi's mood was far from pleasant. Sanyazi suggested we stroll about, planning to stay the night and take us to Causeway Bay tomorrow. Hey, there's a jade shop. Let us check it out. I want to buy a pendant. Jiaozai pointed at a jade shop by the roadside, seemingly quite intrigued. It was rare for her to take the initiative to purchase something, making this moment even more special. Let us go in and have a look. If you find something you like, I'll buy it for you. In the afternoon, we had just divided the money, and with plenty of cash in hand. Baozi felt quite affluent. I'd cherish it if you bought it for me. Baozi and Jiaozai often bickered, something Sanyazi and I had grown accustomed to. Just as we reached the entrance of the jade shop, we heard a commotion inside, with many passers-by stopping to observe. You are clearly trying to extort money. This bracelet was deliberately placed here, and if one is not careful, it will fall to the ground. A young woman with a child was indignantly shouting within the jade shop. The shopkeeper, showing no concern for the woman's distress, replied in halting Mandarin. Was it the child who knocked it over? Is this little girl your daughter? So stop talking nonsense and pay up. At that moment, the little girl hid behind the young woman, her face etched with fear and distress. You want me to pay 80,000 for a broken bracelet? Why don't you go and snatch it? You are clearly trying to extort money. This item is clearly priced. How could I possibly be extorting you? Do not act like a rogue here. If you do not compensate today, you shall not leave this establishment. I gathered from my observations at the entrance that the proprietor of this jade shop deliberately placed a jade bracelet in an inconspicuous, yet precarious position. Any unsuspecting customer might inadvertently knock it to the ground, shattering it, at which point the customer would find it difficult to argue their case. And the owner would demand compensation regardless of the amount. This is a quintessential scheme of deceit. I strode into the jade shop, and the young lad, Sanya, grasped my arm, cautioning me that this was Hong Kong and I should not meddle in others' affairs. What of Hong Kong? Is it not a part of China? Upon entering the jade shop, I made my way directly towards the young mother and her daughter. As I approached, I gently patted the little girl's head, causing her to flinch slightly. Do not be afraid, dear child. How did you break this? The little girl, her voice quivering, replied, I didn't mean to. I didn't see it at all. I smiled at her and then picked up the shards of jade from the floor, examining them under the light before inquiring, Sir, how much do you value this bracelet? The owner, assuming I was acquainted with the mother and daughter, arrogantly declared, the price is labeled. It cannot be lessened by even a penny. I chuckled softly, rising to place the broken jade on the counter. This is the least expensive type of jade. Known as Shoyan jade, this bracelet is worth, at most, 100 yuan. You are asking for 80,000. That is an outrageous demand. Upon hearing my words, the proprietor's expression shifted, his tone rising slightly. What are you, a mere country bumpkin, understand? This is exquisite Hittian jade. At that moment, the man directly pulled $200 from his pocket and slammed it onto the counter. Just 200. Take it or leave it. If you refuse, seek an appraisal from a professional institution. Don't blame us for accusing you of extortion later. This is Hong Kong. Am I afraid you'll sue me? What is so special about Hong Kong? Just because you've been a servant to the British for a few days, you think you're one of them? Well. His words elicited a round of applause from the onlookers outside. The shopkeeper, with a grim expression, gazed at us in silence as I escorted the mother and child out of the jade shop. Be cautious from now on. This place is not like the mainland. In some areas, it's better to avoid wandering around, if you know what I mean. The young woman expressed her gratitude repeatedly before leaving with the little girl. Thank you, uncle. The child's innocent voice rang out as she waved goodbye to us, her smile utterly charming. Young man, you should leave quickly. This shop is run by Bang Yaju, cautioned the owner of the DVD store nearby in a hushed tone. Bang Yaju, isn't that a character from a movie? Does someone with that name really exist in reality? I found it hard to believe that the triads in Hong Kong would wield knives against us. After crossing the Sino-British Street, we entered the northern district of Hong Kong, which resembles the inland cities quite closely. The residents here belong to the middle-class families of Hong Kong. They say Hong Kong is one of the 4 Asian tigers. But I don't see anything particularly special about it, I remarked. The economy is robust, yet it seems to have little connection to the common people. The common people are primarily concerned with their basic needs. How much of that so-called GDP is actually contributed by them? Take per capita income as an example. If you possess $1 and Li Ka-shing possesses 1 billion, then average together, each of you would appear to have 500 million. Thus, discussing per capita figures is merely a deception. Sanyazi's remark is astutely piercing. 5% of the population controls 95% of the wealth. This is a society where money generates more money. After the common people spend on their sustenance, where is there left for savings? To rise from humble beginnings? It is a rarity for one to emerge among millions. Of course, our rather disreputable profession should not be included in this count. Guozi, do you sense an ominous presence? Sanyazi glanced around and suddenly posed this question. What ominous presence? Just ask Baozi. His instincts are usually very sharp. Baozi chuckled and replied, I don't even have a misperception, let alone an instinct. Wait, could it be that these people are coming for us? Chapter 95, Appraising Jade. Following Baozi's gaze, I noticed a group of individuals appearing at the street corner, roughly numbering 20 to 30. They wielded watermelon knives and baseball bats, most sporting hairstyles reminiscent of Qinhaonan. Is this a film shoot? Surely. These individuals cannot be the henchmen of that jade shop owner, can they? Observing this menacing group of hoodlums, Sanyazi appeared somewhat intimidated. What are you hesitating for? Run, Baozi shouted, turning to flee. It would be foolish to remain in the face of a group wielding weapons. Would we wait to be attacked? If we were unarmed, we might still stand a chance. You and I are in this together. I'm with you. A voice emerged from behind, yet I could not comprehend its meaning. What are they chattering about, Sanyazi? I pondered, uncertain. Perhaps they are extending their greetings toward you, came the reply. I paused momentarily, contemplating. Does this mean I ought to halt and engage in nostalgic reminiscence with them? Baozi chimed in, that would indeed provide us with the perfect opportunity to escape. However, such daydreams are often alluring, while the reality is fraught with complications. To my dismay, we found ourselves trapped in a precarious situation. The group trailing behind us also slowed their pace, advancing in our direction. Baozi, baring his teeth, voiced his irritation. It's always the heroes rescuing damsels in distress. Now they've ensnared themselves. Nonsense. I merely act against injustice when I see it, I retorted. You are the one talking nonsense. If you were a true man, you wouldn't bother at all. You're merely reserved, pretending to be a paragon of virtue, he shot back. Jiaozi pinched Baozi's arm and remarked, at such a time, we still find ourselves bickering. Hey, look. Suddenly, the leading figure of the approaching crowd, sporting a buzz cut and clad in a tank top, with a dragon tattoo faintly visible on his shoulder, addressed us. Sanyazi quickly interjected, I recognize that phrase. It means hello. Ah, hello indeed. I sensed no hostility from them. At that moment, the group behind us closed in, halting about 10 meters away. A dialogue ensued between the two factions, though it was all in Cantonese, a language I could not grasp. The atmosphere grew tense, yet after a period of conversation, the leader of the group behind us gestured, commanding his followers to withdraw. As we departed, he cast us a fierce glare. What was the meaning of this? We were not acquainted with any prominent figures in Hong Kong. I certainly did not possess the confidence that it was my personal charisma that compelled the group ahead to rescue us. I heard that you had just assisted a mother and daughter pair in the shop of Koshui 9. Although their Cantonese was not entirely standard, I could comprehend it. I nodded eagerly, pondering whether that mother-daughter duo held significant stature. So, you also have knowledge of Jade, do you? I nodded once more, uncertain of his ulterior motives. My name is Hong Ji-Yong, though everyone affectionately refers to me as Slim B. You may also call me Brother B. Last month, I acquired a jade pendant from Koshui 9, who claimed it was top-quality Burmese jade. Could you help me appraise it to determine if my expenditure of 300,000 was justified? Is that all? Very well, Brother B, where's the pendant? Allow me to take a glance at it. Brother B suggested we should first visit Koshui 9's establishment, where we could authenticate it in his presence. I felt a bit uneasy. If Koshui 9 had indeed sold Brother B genuine jade, that would be one thing, but if it were counterfeit, I would have offended him once again. The group that had just departed would certainly not let us off easily. Brother B was putting us in a precarious predicament. Brother B, let us just examine it here before I could finish my sentence. B, however, upon seeing us behind him, his expression abruptly shifted. Brother B paid him little mind, pulling a cloth pouch from his pocket. Upon unfastening the pouch, he revealed a layer of oil paper. As I peeled back the oil paper, a layer of velvet was unveiled, and beneath the velvet lay a stunning jade figure of Guan Gong. It appeared that Brotherby held a fondness for this jade, having wrapped it in 3 layers. Individuals like them, who navigate the underbelly of society, typically revere Guan Gong. The gang is essentially a conglomeration of individuals with no prior connections, united for a singular purpose. While they may outwardly share a common goal, in reality, each harbors ulterior motives, eager to step over the corpses of others to seize greater gains. Thus, when faced with the allure of profit, they are likely to turn against one another. To foster cohesion and maintain stability within the organization, they delve into matters of faith and psychology. They have adopted the figure of Guan Iri, embodying loyalty and righteousness, as their shared belief. Should one betray the gang, they will undoubtedly face the wrath of Guan Iri. Little friend, could you help me assess the quality of this jade? Given Brotherby's age, it was quite acceptable for him to address me thus. Koshue Jio cast a wary glance in my direction, seemingly advising me to refrain from speaking out of turn. I cradled the jade Guan Gong in my palm, gauging its hardness before scrutinizing it closely against the light, and I had already formed a conclusion in my mind. Sanyazi, take a look. I handed the jade to Sanyazi, whose actions echoed mine almost precisely. After a brief examination, Sanyazi returned the jade to Brotherby, stating, "It is indeed jade." The tension etched on Koshue Jio's face dissipated, replaced by a broad smile. The obsequious smile contorted her features almost beyond recognition. However, Sanya's prolonged intonation abruptly froze the grin on Koshue Jio's face. "Speak, Guazi," I glanced at my brother, who tapped the counter with his fingers, urging me to continue. Indeed, it was jade, but it was of the Indian variety. Koshue Jio erupted, exclaiming, "One can indulge in a haphazard meal, but one must not speak carelessly." Brotherby shot a glare at Koshue Jio, who promptly fell silent. I proceeded. Indian jade is a type of stone originating from India, commonly known as dongling jade. Dongling jade is often used to masquerade as genuine jade. Its base color is an improper oily green. Due to the presence of microcrystalline particles and pyrite within, dongling jade is speckled with shiny dots. Natural jade possesses a glassy luster, whereas dongling jade exhibits a comparatively subdued sheen, appearing somewhat hazy. Furthermore, authentic jade showcases visible reflections of hard jade mineral cleavage on its surface, colloquially referred to as fly wings, a characteristic absent in dongling jade. Upon concluding my explanation, Brotherby scratched his head and inquired, "So, does this mean that this piece of jade is counterfeit?" "Not counterfeit, but certainly not worth the price being asked," I replied. Chapter 96. The bar Brotherby seized Koshue Jio's collar across the counter, coldly demanding, "Koshue Jio, do you have anything more to say? Have you struck it rich at my expense?" Koshue Jio hastily retorted, "Brotherby, you cannot take their word at face value. At their age, what do they truly understand?" He approached slowly, bringing his face close to Koshue Jio's until they were nearly touching. "I knew you would say that. I had the jade appraised by a Chaozhou expert from the very beginning, and his assessment aligns with that of this young fellow. Don't tell me the Chaozhou expert is also uninformed." Upon hearing the name Chaozhou, Koshue Jio deflated like a punctured balloon. I am not aware of any flaws in this jadeite. How about this? You keep the item, and I will refund your money. What do you think?" He released Koshue Jio's collar, gently patting his face as he replied, "You also need to factor in the appraisal fee from the Chaozhou expert, totaling 400,000. This. B's subordinate slammed a watermelon knife onto the counter, exclaiming, "Hey you. B's word is final." "Hey, it seems that's your catchphrase," B retorted. "Here, take this." Koshue Jio rummaged through the counter for a moment before producing 28,000 island dollars. His face contorted in distress as he handed the money to B. "B, this is all I have for now. I will prepare the rest for you tomorrow." B passed the money to his subordinate behind him and turned to Koshue Jio with a smile, stating, "Furthermore, these little friends are now my guests. Make sure they are not troubled again." Koshue Jio nodded repeatedly, muttering affirmations. Upon exiting Koshue Jio's shop, he put his arm around my shoulder and remarked, "I have a fondness for you cultured individuals. You possess such knowledge. I have also told my subordinates, in this underworld life, we cannot rely solely on violence. We must acquire knowledge and understand the law." These youngsters simply refuse to listen. The future underworld will undoubtedly consist of individuals clad in tailored suits, adorned with ties, seated in offices. Do you believe it? One cannot help but acknowledge that Brotherby possesses remarkable foresight. Indeed, many years later, the underworld has manifested just as he had predicted. Tonight, Having earned 100,000, let us venture to Lan Kwai Fong for some indulgence. It required 6 taxis to accommodate our entire party. We shared a cab with Brother B, and the 3 lads inquired whether the Chaozhou fellow he mentioned was the renowned antiques expert from Hong Kong. Brother B confirmed. Yet he had not actually consulted the Chaozhou gentleman for authentication. It was merely a tactic to intimidate the gullible. A few utterances, and the sum of 100,000 was secured. I recall that at that time, the exchange rate of Hong Kong dollars to renminbi was approximately 1 to a little over 1. Baozi asked the 3 lads about this Chaozhou individual. The Chaozhou expert, originally named Lu Jiaming, is the master of Wanbao Studio in Hong Kong, a distinguished connoisseur of antiques and an antique broker. It is said that hiring him for appraisal incurs a fee of 80,000, and he has been engaged in antique authentication for over 30 years. Brother B, seated in the front passenger seat, cast a glance at the 3 lads and remarked on their impressive knowledge of the field. The 3 lads chuckled. Their esteemed predecessor is quite renowned, serving as our role model. Brother B noted that with such discernment at a young age, our futures are indeed boundless. Upon arriving at Lan Kwai Fong, the atmosphere was markedly distinct from that of Central and Western District. The cobblestone paths exuded a European charm, flanked by an array of bars and restaurants, bustling with fashionable youth. Ah, Brother B, what brings you here? Just as we reached the entrance of the bar, a young man in a floral shirt with a buzz cut intercepted Brother B. He spoke with impeccable Mandarin, suggesting he was from the mainland. With a buzz cut, he questioned, "What do you mean by blocking my way?" Brother B, I sincerely apologize for bringing so many people. I fear that if everyone drinks too much, it may lead to unforeseen trouble. Oh, come on. He turned to his companions and instructed, "Take the money and find your own entertainment. I shall accompany these young friends inside for a while." Although our acquaintance with Brother B was still in its infancy, his willingness to compromise with the buzz-cut man was revealing of the bar owner's formidable influence, one that even Brother B seemed to respect. "May we enter now?" The buzz-cut man inquired with a smile, to which Brother B graciously accepted. Truth be told, I am not particularly fond of the atmosphere found in such establishments. The patrons of nightclubs conceal not only their true faces with makeup, but also their genuine selves behind a facade of opulence and indulgence. To women, men are merely figures seeking to acquire their bodies through financial means, while in the hearts of men, those women are merely opportunists, feigning affection in a superficial display of tenderness. All of this is predicated on monetary exchange. Such gatherings are but performances in a facade. The buzz-cut man led us to a booth and instructed the server to attend to us. The noise inside was overwhelming, necessitating raised voices to communicate. "How does this place compare to the mainland?" I asked, as it was my inaugural visit to a bar, and I was oblivious to the mainland's offerings. Baozi shouted, "They're all quite similar." At that moment, a provocatively dressed bunny girl, adorned with a rabbit ear headband, approached us with a drink menu in hand. "Gentlemen, would you like to drink?" Brother B pulled out a few $100 island bills and tucked them into the bunny girl's cleavage, giving a little squeeze inside. "Brother B, I made some money tonight. You take care of it. Make sure these young friends are well entertained." The bunny girl smiled sweetly, tucking the drink menu under her arm, and cooed, "Oh, Brother B, you're hurting me. I'll arrange everything right away. Would you like some young ladies to dance for you? Find us some fresh and pretty ones. If I'm not satisfied, I won't pay." Of course. The bunny girl's voice sent shivers down my spine. Jiaozi sat beside me, and I saw her lips move. Though I couldn't hear what she said, from the shape of her mouth, it was 2 words, "Slut." The bunny girl turned and walked away, swaying her hips. And I noticed she had a bunny tail on her backside. Maybe this is what the rich are into. Young friends? I, Hong Zhiyong, love making friends. Especially with young people like you who stand up for justice and have a chivalrous spirit. Baozi, sitting next to Brother B, smiled and said, "It's only right to draw your sword when you see injustice. No one would turn a blind eye to someone like Ko Shuejiao." I smirked. Earlier Baozi had been complaining about me, and now he was acting all noble. Just then, the bunny girl returned with the drinks, all of which I had never seen before, labeled in English. "Come, let's toast to our meeting. If you ever need anything in Hong Kong, just mention my name. Hong Zhiyong. I still have some influence here. Cheers." Chapter 97. Seventh Master in the Bar. The alcohol began to flow as effortlessly as water. Unbeknownst to me, I had consumed 4 or 5 bottles of beer, and my head was starting to feel light. The dancers swayed their alluring bodies before us, and before long, one had even straddled me. To be honest, I had indulged a bit too much, and in this overly suggestive atmosphere, my hands began to wander restlessly. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my waist, and I turned my head to see Jiaozi's delicate hand gripping the soft flesh at my side. That hurts. What are you doing? I exclaimed. Jiaozi glared at me with fury, and I returned her gaze, while the dancer, sensing the tension, gracefully dismounted. Thus, Jiaozi and I exchanged fierce looks for several seconds, until I eventually conceded. In this situation, the most prudent course of action was to discreetly excuse myself. After inquiring with the waiter about the location of the restroom, I entered and splashed cold water on my face, feeling considerably more alert. I began to comprehend the meaning of a life steeped in indulgence. Even the most steadfast individuals could not maintain their composure in such an environment. After lingering in the restroom for a few minutes and regaining my composure, I stepped back out. As I approached the dance floor, I noticed several individuals entering the bar. At first, I paid them no mind, but a few seconds later, I suddenly found their faces somewhat familiar. After a closer inspection, it dawned on me that they were none other than the group that had intended to confront us earlier. A foreboding thought flashed through my mind. I quickly made my way toward the booth area, while those individuals, having surveyed the surroundings, also headed in the same direction. I saw them reach into their jackets. Bowsy. Run. BDE. Run. Yet my voice, amidst the clamor of the bustling bar, seemed less effective than the faint buzz of a mosquito during slumber. I hurriedly dashed towards the booth, and fortunately, Jiaozi spotted me. I quickly gestured to her. Jiaozi glanced back, immediately rising to her feet and pushing aside the dancers clinging to Bowsy and Sonya. Initially, Bowsy and Sonya appeared somewhat taken aback, their expressions tinged with dissatisfaction. At that moment, the group of assailants had drawn perilously close, brandishing their watermelon knives. Foolishness. Run. I could no longer contain my exasperation. Jiaozi forcibly yanked Bowsy and Sonya to their feet, pointing behind them. Meanwhile, the attackers' blades had already struck the table. Damn it. Brother B, seasoned by life's tempests, swiftly grasped a bottle from the table, preparing to retaliate. The assailants, having failed in their initial strike, swung their knives again. The scene had attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, the atmosphere spiraling into chaos as the dancers covered their heads and scattered in all directions. The intent of these assailants was unmistakable: to eliminate Brother B. The sound of shattering bottles echoed, and recovering from their shock, Bowsy and Sonya began to fight back against the attackers. Get out of the way. Move. One dancer fell, inadvertently obstructing Brother B's escape route, nearly causing him to stumble. At that moment, I reached Jiaozi's side, pulling her behind me to shield her from harm. What the hell? Are they daring to wreak havoc on my territory? In this critical moment, Zhao Pingtu appeared, wielding a baseball bat, striking down one thug after another, each blow aimed at vital points. Hong Jiong, you shall compensate for the losses incurred here. Damn it. The crew of the buzzcut became increasingly emboldened, and before long, the band of ruffians lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony. Who are the wretched lackeys you serve? The fallen Euduels merely groaned in silence, provoking the buzzcut to strike them anew. Hong Jiong, whom have you offended? Look at my patrons, they've all fled in terror. You must make amends. At this moment, the bar was devoid of customers. Likely many had taken advantage of the chaos to evade their bills. After the harrowing encounter, Brother B was wide awake. I shall bear the losses of this night. As for these miscreants, I shall uncover who dares to cross me. The buzzcut waved his hand dismissively, stating that the individuals could not be taken until their leader arrived. For the losses were not worth it. Brother B retorted, I have already promised compensation, haven't I? The buzzcut, resting the baseball bat upon his shoulder, declared, one compensation is insufficient, I demand double. This proclamation rendered Brother B speechless. You lot, guard the entrance and ensure no one else enters. Simply state that we are closed for the night. The buzzcut pointed at us, instructing us to watch the door. Bowsy complied, scampering eagerly to the entrance. This buzzcut fellow is truly formidable, my idol indeed. Bowsy stood at the door, dutifully resembling a doorman. It is rare for him to admire anyone. Yet this buzzcut commands such reverence. Can you match his prowess? Are you not the one who boasts of being invincible across the land? In response to my teasing, Bowsy turned his gaze toward the crew-cut individual and remarked, my skills are merely rudimentary, adequate for dealing with petty thugs, but utterly insufficient against those who dance on the edge of death. The martial arts I speak of are not for show, they are lethal techniques. Observing Bowsy extolling the virtues of the crew-cut man, I couldn't help but scrutinize him further, as he was engaged in conversation with Brother B, who appeared to be haggling. His face flushed and neck taut with tension. At that moment, the bar's door swung open, and an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, sporting a goatee, stepped inside. Sir, Are you not operating today? He inquired. Oh, what a pity it would be to waste such fine weather. Upon hearing the commotion, the crew-cut man hurried over. Bowing respectfully as he asked, Uncle Chi, what brings you here? Brother B followed suit, rushing over and also addressing him with deference as Grandpa Chi. Before the crew-cut man could speak, Brother B hastily recounted his predicament. In an attempt to substantiate his claims, he gestured towards us standing at the entrance, saying, They can bear witness. Grandpa Chi found a seat, stroked his beard, and inquired of the crew-cut man, Have you ascertained the origins of these individuals? Are they targeting Iong or myself? The crew-cut man lowered his head and replied, I have yet to find that out. Then inquire. Although his tone was calm, an air of authority emanated from the old man, a presence born of long-standing power. The crew-cut man promptly dashed over and kicked one of the petty thugs, demanding, Can you still speak? Stop playing dead. Grandpa Chi is asking whose subordinates you are. Taking advantage of the moment, Seventh Master gestured to Brother B to come closer. Brother B, obedient as a child, stood before him, which piqued my curiosity about Seventh Master's identity. Iong, he remarked, you have been navigating the intricacies of Hong Kong for quite some time now. Although the current situation is not your fault, it has arisen due to your actions. Moreover, Xiaofeng has essentially saved your life. I'm sure you understand the rules. Seventh Master, with a slight smile, replied, That is well. Chapter 98. Seventh Master takes action. Seventh Uncle, I have inquired, and these individuals are under the command of the notorious Beng Yaj. However, they were not sent by him. They were dispatched by Yudo Biao. Yudo Biao? Seventh Uncle scoffed, rising to address Brother Pingtu. Call both Yudo Biao and Beng Yaj and instruct them to come here. Do they believe that I, Wang, have grown old and can be bullied? Though his tone was calm, I could sense the formidable aura of one who has long occupied a position of power. I tugged at the corner of Sanya's garment, quietly inquiring about Seventh Uncle's true background. Baozi nodded, asserting that Seventh Uncle's commanding presence was indicative of a life steeped in conflict and survival. Before long, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up at the bar entrance, and an elderly man clad in a tang suit, with hair streaked with gray, alighted from the vehicle. Despite his respectable attire, his appearance exuded an unsettling aura. Indeed, it was quite disconcerting. The old man pushed open the door without sparing us a glance and, turning to Uncle Chi, chuckled, I say, Brother Chi, calling me at such a late hour must mean you wish to treat me to a midnight snack? Although he spoke with a smile, an unsettling sense of malice lingered beneath his jovial exterior. Uncle Chi merely lifted his eyelids, hardly casting a glance at the fishhead sign, which rendered the latter quite awkward. I caught a glimpse of his smile, which flickered with a hint of malevolence. Brother B looked at the fishhead sign, his eyes filled with confusion, and inquired, Is it customary to speak so disrespectfully to one's elders? The respect I hold for my seniors is unwavering, while those who demand it without merit are nothing but trifles. Brother B's words caused the fishhead sign's countenance to darken considerably. At that moment, the bar's entrance swung open once more, and a middle-aged man with a slight overbite stepped inside. Master Chi, you called for me? Upon noticing the fishhead sign's presence, he added, Uncle Biao, what brings you here? He then cast a bewildered glance at Brother B, clearly oblivious to the unfolding drama. Beng Yaju, what are you doing here? Are you unaware that your thugs are brandishing knives with the intent to kill me? Were it not for Master Chi's timely intervention, I would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh by now. Beng Yaju evidently grasped the gravity of the situation, hastily shifting his gaze to the fishhead sign and asking, What are you afraid of, rushing to disassociate yourself? The fishhead sign scoffed at him. If the dock weren't so far, making it difficult to mobilize men, I wouldn't even consider borrowing from you. Uncle Chi's expression darkened. I did not summon you here for idle chatter. Fishhead Biao, do you believe I have grown old? Am I no longer of any use? He had just addressed Fishhead Biao as Biaozi, but now he referred to him by name, indicating his evident anger. It was not a grave matter. Merely inquire whether Hong Zhiyong had dallied with a woman a few days ago. Brother B was taken aback, retorting that he engaged with women daily, and inquiring which woman Fishhead Biao referred to. Fishhead Biao, incensed by Brother B's words, laughed derisively. The one you drunkenly encountered that day, by my mother's name. Fishhead Biao exploded in fury, seizing a bottle from the ground and hurling it at Brother B. Brother B tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the bottle, and quipped. Why such agitation? Could it be that she is your paramour? Do you possess the vigor to satisfy her at your age? Provoked by Brother B. Fishhead Biao lost all reason, taking 2 steps to charge at him. At that moment, Brother Ping, wielding a baseball bat, obstructed his path, Uncle Biao, is this how you intend to renovate my situation? What do you think you are? Fishhead Biao barked, get out of my way. With a resounding crash, a bottle shattered against Fishhead Biao's head. Uncle Chi then raised a chair from behind him and brought it crashing down upon Fishhead Biao's body. Ah, Wang Lao Chi, I curse your mother. Uncle Chi gestured for Brother Ping to hand him the baseball bat. Upon receiving it, Uncle Chi weighed it in his hands before bringing it down forcefully upon Fishhead Biao's head. Instantly, Fishhead Biao's eyes rolled back, and he uttered not a sound. Collapsing into unconsciousness, I observed as a significant swelling rapidly formed on the head of Fishhead Biao, almost visible to the naked eye. How fierce! The fluidity of Uncle Seven's movements left us utterly astonished. How dare you take my kindness for weakness? Are you soaring high above? Or have I lost my grip on the knife? Such an aura of dominance. Although Uncle Seven's words were laden with profanity, they resonated with an undeniable bravado in my ears. Unbeknownst to me, I had begun to admire this elder, who had long surpassed the age of 50. After finishing his speech, Uncle Seven handed the baseball bat to Flat Top Brother, then retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands. He turned to Binge Ju and commanded, take your lackeys and drag them out of here. They are never to set foot on my territory again. I will tally tonight's losses and provide you with a detailed account by tomorrow. Binge Ju hurriedly agreed, crouching beside his group of lackeys, urging them, stop playing dead. Did you not hear what Uncle Seven said? You're only adding to my troubles. The group of lackeys scrambled to their feet, assisting one another as they exited the bar. Uncle Seven merely uttered a disinterested hum, and Binge Ju, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, hastily exited the bar. What about Fishhead Biao? Flat Out Brother inquired, crouching to check for signs of life beneath Fishhead Biao's nose. Throw him in the harbor to feed the fish. Flat Out Brother hesitated for a moment, then quietly cautioned, Uncle Seven, but behind Fishhead Biao is Lai Daquan. This could lead to complications. I expect you to follow my orders. Uncle Seven's voice was stern, and Flat Top Brother dared not protest further as he dragged Fishhead Biao out of the bar. Come here. Uncle Chi beckoned to Brother B, who, having just witnessed the earlier scene, wore an expression of discomfort. I surmised he was feeling apprehensive. Uncle Chi, please fetch me a midnight snack. A serving of beef balls, and you may decide the rest. Brother B sighed in relief and hurriedly exited the bar to procure the meal. I contemplated the ancient adage, beauty brings disaster. For a woman, Fishhead Mark had sacrificed his life. I wondered if, while accompanying the fish in the sea, he would harbor regrets. Chapter 99. The big circle. The bar was left with only Uncle Chi and us. We stood awkwardly at the entrance, uncertain whether to leave or remain. You little ones, have you come from the mainland? Where is your home? Tianjin. Chaozhou. The bar was in disarray, with no seating available. Even if there were, we would not dare to sit. After several seconds of silence, Uncle Chi finally spoke. We were at a loss for words. Uncle Chi, eat while it's hot. See if it suits your palate. Brother B brought a table to place before Uncle Chi and arranged the midnight snacks on it. Come join me. Brother B had not purchased much, and if we were to partake with Uncle Chi, it would be fortunate if each of us could manage a couple of bites. Uncle Chi, please eat. We are not hungry. Uncle Chi leisurely savored his food while we looked on. To be honest, claiming we were not hungry was a falsehood. Having devoured a bowl of sausage and egg noodles on Zhongying Street earlier, we had long since digested it. Yongzi, I must express my admiration for you. You possess a sense of loyalty and a measured approach to your endeavors. However, there is one aspect in which you falter, your inability to maintain composure when it comes to matters of women. Brother B nodded eagerly, affirming with a series of yes. Yes, throughout history, how many heroes have met their demise due to women? King Yu of Zhou lost his kingdom to the flames of passion, and Li Longji lost his position because of Yang Yuhuan. Women are indeed a source of trouble. If you do not amend this flaw, you shall inevitably perish in a woman's embrace. In the face of Uncle Chi's admonition, Brother B resembled a child, standing still and nodding incessantly. Uncle Chi took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. His appetite was modest, satiated after just a few bites. The future of the underworld is not merely about violence. You must consider transformation. How many more years can the remaining old-timers in the gang last? You must seize the opportunity. Next year marks the dawn of the new millennium, ushering in the 21st century. Brother B, visibly excited, quickly knelt down and proclaimed, Uncle Chi, are you supporting my assent? I shall certainly act according to your wishes, always following your lead. Uncle Chi stood up and calmly replied, Rise, I have just advised you to change, yet you still resort to this display of loyalty. Hong Kong is not lacking in gangsters. What is needed is a leader who can unite everyone in pursuit of profit. Brother B rose, assuring that he would heed Uncle Chi's teachings. With Uncle Chi's backing, Brother B was destined to carve out a broader realm in Hong Kong. Am I witnessing the rise of a formidable figure? Uncle Chi, the fish head has been handled. Should we inform Lai Dequan? Xiao Xiao. How long have you been by my side? The inquiry left the straightforward man momentarily taken aback. He scratched his head and replied, I have been under the tutelage of my Uncle Chi since I was 12. Now, at 32, it has been a full 20 years. 20 years. And I see that you are not progressing, but regressing. Do I need to seek permission from others to carry out my tasks? With a lowered gaze, he conceded, I understand. Very well, you may proceed with your own affairs. He turned to Xiao Xiao, take those young ones under your wing tonight. Should the individual seeking vengeance from the fish head mark come after them, their safety alongside Yongzai cannot be guaranteed. Uncle Chi, what will you be doing? I shall seek out those old fellows for a cup of tea. Upon exiting the bar, Brother B exchanged a few pleasantries with the straightforward man before departing, reminding us to heed his counsel and refrain from wandering aimlessly. The straightforward man had always regarded Brother B with a degree of disdain. The events of the night had stemmed from him, and although Uncle Chi chose not to pursue the matter further, the straightforward man had yet to forgive him. Once Brother B had left, Baozi inquired where the straightforward man had acquired his martial arts skills. He hesitated before asking, what martial arts? Bro, your fighting skills are remarkable. It is implausible that you have not studied martial arts, Baozi remarked. The straightforward man chuckled lightly. Contemporary martial arts primarily serve to enhance physical fitness. In practical situations, they are merely ornamental. If you insist on labeling my practice as martial arts, then I can only say that what I have learned is ancient martial arts. Ancient martial arts? Techniques from antiquity? This form of combat is a synthesis of ancient martial arts and modern techniques. I am uncertain how to precisely define it. Only that when confronted by an adversary, one must swiftly subdue them. Through our conversation, I learned that the straightforward man is named Xiao Chiming, and we affectionately refer to him as Ming Go. Ming's hometown is Minzhou, and at the age of 12, he accompanied his family to Hong Kong. At that time, Hong Kong was rather bleak, and being newcomers made their lives exceedingly challenging. By chance, he encountered Uncle Chi, who, recognizing Ming's cleverness and agility, took him under his wing to work by his side. This partnership lasted for 2 decades. Uncle Chi's story is nothing short of legendary. His original name was Wang Xiaozheng, and among their sworn brotherhood, he was the 7th, hence the moniker 7th Master. Hailing from Xianzhou, he immigrated to Hong Kong in the 1960s. Gradually, several gangs emerged within the community, dominating the essential territories of Hong Kong. These formidable factions were virtually unchallenged until the advent of an organization known as the Big Circle Boys, which disrupted the established order of the Hong Kong gangs. In the 1960s, a unique group of individuals migrated from the mainland to Hong Kong, referred to as the Big Circle Boys. This group primarily consisted of young and vigorous men, characterized by their dark skin, foreign accents, robust physiques, and remarkable agility. They exhibited a fierceness surpassing that of the Hong Kong triads, systematically issuing challenges to other gangs and extorting protection fees from the populace, their audacity unmatched. The origin of the name Big Circle Boys stems from their use of tires and similar objects during their clandestine crossings, which resembled large circles, thus earning them this designation among Hong Kong residents. During that era, the mainland faced economic hardships and stringent cultural constraints, rendering life exceedingly difficult. In contrast, Hong Kong was experiencing a period of rapid economic growth, igniting a sense of intrigue and curiosity among mainlanders. Their sole purpose for undertaking such perilous journeys was to seek financial prosperity. Intense desires can incite perilous actions, leading individuals to engage in absurd behaviors. For Uncle Seven and his companions, the liberty and abundance symbolized by the fragrant I'll only intensify their inner cravings. Ultimately, what one cherishes is their own desire, rather than the objects of their pursuit. Chapter 100. Ambush. As Brother Ming concluded the tale of Uncle Seven, admiration sparkled in Baozi's eyes. No wonder Uncle Seven exuded such dominance. I yearn for the day I can embody his essence. The era breeds heroes, and in this current age, it is not one of violence, but rather a time where wealth reigns supreme. Brother Ming spoke as he guided us to a nearby apartment. This establishment belonged to Uncle Seven, and with ample rooms available, we would spend the night here. We followed Brother Ming into the apartment, where he had arranged rooms for each of us before taking his leave. This journey to the fragrant isle, where we encountered a person like Uncle Seven, proved to be worthwhile. Fruit, what time is it? It's the perfect hour for nightlife. Shall we venture out? I understood Baozi's underlying intentions. He was not merely suggesting a stroll, but was yearning for the vibrancy of the evening. Didn't Brother Ming advise us against wandering aimlessly? Why not have a purposeful outing instead? I replied, somewhat exasperated. Baozi could never remain still, always pretending, even as he tore the stockings of that dancer. He still clung to the facade of an innocent youth. With a resounding bang, I shut the door. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Just as I settled onto the bed, a knock echoed through the room. Didn't I say I wasn't going? It's me. The voice of Jiaozi echoed from outside the door, prompting me to leap from my bed to open it and inquire about her well-being. I'm hungry. Will you accompany me for a late-night snack? She said. What else could eat? I have no desire for instant noodles, I replied. Jiaozi tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and mentioned, I know of a delightful clay pot rice restaurant. Before I could ask for more details, she pulled me out of the room. As we strolled along, Jiaozi revealed that she had visited this place with her father when she was 12. This revelation momentarily short-circuited my thoughts. Usually, when we went out together, she spoke little, almost like a ghost. I had never probed into her background. Though I recalled Sun Dahai once suggesting that Jiaozi's identity was anything but ordinary. Yet, she had never alluded to it herself, leading me to speculate whether she hailed from a wealthy family that had fallen on hard times. I remembered the last time I had drunk too much, and she had casually mentioned her father while preparing kanji for me. When I questioned her then, she remained tight-lipped. Now, she had voluntarily brought it up. Jiaozi, what has truly transpired in your life? Is there something you cannot disclose? I asked. With her hands behind her back, Jiaozi began to skip playfully. I don't want to say. You will know in due time. Watching her retreating figure, I could only shake my head in resignation. In truth, Jiaozi was not unattractive. Since joining us, she had gained considerable weight, a stark contrast to her previous slender and diminutive form. Of course, her small bust remained a noticeable flaw. Wait for me, I called out. I must admit, the clay pot rice restaurant Jiaozi led me to was indeed quite delightful. A bowl of clay pot rice served as a testament to the romance of manhood. Wu Guo, do all men prefer women who adorn themselves flamboyantly? Noticing my silence, Jiaozi let out a huff, asserting that all men are the same. I chose not to engage, focusing intently on my meal. At that moment, four young men entered the establishment. Clad in tank tops and adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, they clearly belonged to the street culture. They devoured their food with an air of bravado. Unable to comprehend their dialect, I paid them little mind. It wasn't until one of the young men received a phone call that my attention was piqued. Leo, we are currently dining. We must be in position before old Wang makes his appearance. We will undoubtedly take him down. His conversation was in Mandarin, and the mention of old Wang sent a ripple of anxiety through me. Lacking Ming Ji's contact information, I was at a loss for how to reach him. The most prudent course of action was to wait until they finished their meal and discreetly follow them. Approximately 20 minutes later, the four youths concluded their dining experience and proceeded to settle the bill. As I drew closer, I noticed the bulges at their lower backs. Clearly the shapes of knife handles concealed beneath their clothing. They hailed a taxi, and Jiaozi and I managed to catch another, instructing the driver to trail behind the vehicle in front. Despite the late hour, the streets of Hong Kong remained somewhat congested, and after a half-hour of stop-and-go traffic, the taxi ahead came to a halt in front of an office building. We followed suit, and as Jiaozi reached for his wallet to pay, the taxi driver surprisingly refused to accept renminbi. Was this currency not valid in Hong Kong? He only accepted US dollars, British pounds, and local currency. What a predicament! This individual is undoubtedly an advocate of island independence. If it were not for my pressing matters, I would have already left an imprint of my shoe on his face. Here are a few more bills. Take them and exchange them yourself. The driver, upon receiving several notes from me, instantly beamed with delight and exclaimed, "Thank you, handsome." Before driving away, my companion, unable to contain his frustration, remarked on the absurdity of such pretentiousness from someone reduced to driving a taxi. Some individuals possess an innate sense of superiority, particularly those advocating for island independence, who, after being nurtured by their British benefactors for years, seem oblivious to their own heritage. Just then, I spotted a familiar figure emerging from the office building. It was Uncle Chi. "Uncle Chi, be cautious. There's an ambush." As I shouted my warning, the four young men sprang into action, drawing their machetes from their waists and heading straight for Uncle Chi. My alertness prompted him to brace himself. Having navigated the underworld for so long, he surely possessed a sense of vigilance. Confronted by four aggressive youths, Uncle Chi displayed no signs of panic. He assumed a stance and calmly observed the four before him. I scanned my surroundings but found nothing suitable to defend myself with, facing opponents armed with knives. My own capabilities were woefully inadequate. Besides, I was hardly combat ready. "Who sent you?" Uncle Chi inquired. One of them retorted, "Cut the chatter, Wong. This time next year will mark your memorial. Brothers, send him on his way." Passers-by, perhaps accustomed to such scenes, merely stood at a distance, watching the spectacle unfold. "What are you doing? Call the police," I shouted at the crowd, but they remained unmoved. At long last, Uncle Seven found himself embroiled in a confrontation with the four young men. As I beheld the glinting watermelon knives, a chill of apprehension washed over me for Uncle Seven. "Jiaozi, stay here and don't run off," I urged. No matter how skilled one may be, a kitchen knife poses a perilous threat. Faced with the menace of four watermelon knives, Uncle Seven appeared to be in a precarious bind. "Wu Guo, you mustn't go. Those knives are indiscriminate," I implored. "Go find a phone and call the police." Jiaozi attempted to restrain me, but I broke free from his grasp. I noticed a mop at the entrance of a nearby store and seized it, dashing towards Uncle Seven. Chapter 101. The medicine jar in that moment. I acted on nothing more than sheer passion. Setting aside all else, I could not bear to stand idly by while an elder faced the onslaught of four youths. The quartet seemed taken aback by my intervention, one of them, witnessing me brandishing the mop, let out a derisive laugh and raised his knife to clash with my makeshift weapon. To my dismay, I was left with only half of the mop handle. "Seeking death," he sneered, continuing to swing his knife towards me. Uncle Seven shouted, "Don't worry about me." Yet, the assailant was evidently intent on not letting me escape. Aiming his knife directly at my head, I swiftly sidestepped and desperately raised the mop handle in defense. Perhaps due to the angle, the mop handle miraculously did not break, and the knife became lodged within it. In that fleeting moment, instinct took over, and I instinctively lifted my foot, delivering a kick to his groin. A piercing scream rang out, and the young man relinquished his grip on the knife, collapsing to the ground, hands clutching his injured self in agony. Oh, this maneuver had proven effective once more. I resolved to name this technique the severing of offspring. I hastily picked up the watermelon knife from the ground and yanked it free from the mop handle. Gazing at the young man kneeling in agony before me, I suddenly steeled my resolve, gritted my teeth, and struck at his back. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. As the blade descended, the young man howled in pain once more, the crimson blood instantly staining his shirt. Seeing that he had lost the will to fight, I swiftly ran towards Uncle Chi, who was already marked with several wounds, his fists no match against four adversaries armed with knives. "Uncle Chi, catch the knife." The other three, having heard their companions' cries, were fixated on Uncle Chi, oblivious to my approach. They glared at me with malice, one of them sneering, "Isn't that the kid who went for noodles?" I thought to myself how fortunate I was that Jiaozi had dragged me out for noodles. Otherwise, Uncle Chi would have faced dire consequences today. Uncle Chi caught the knife, twirled it gracefully, and instructed me to stand back. From his initial stance, it was evident that with the knife in hand, Uncle Chi's entire demeanor transformed. "You little brats. Today, Seventh Master will show you what true killing skills are." As soon as Uncle Chi finished his declaration, he launched himself into the fray without hesitation. Wielding the razor-sharp watermelon knife, he emanated an overwhelming aura. The blade gleamed with a chilling light, as if it contained boundless strength and murderous intent. I had never understood this before, but now I realized that the intent to kill could indeed be palpable. With a fierce roar from Uncle Chi, the watermelon knife sliced through the air with a swift ferocity, conjuring a fierce wind that rendered evasion impossible. As the blade traversed its path, the air appeared to be rent asunder, emitting a shrill and piercing sound. A pain cry echoed. One of the individuals, caught completely unawares, received the full brunt of Seventh Uncle's strike upon his shoulder. I surmised that Seventh Master exercised restraint, for otherwise, the blow would have undoubtedly cleaved his head. Witnessing Seventh Uncle's ferocious demeanor, the other two were overcome by a desire to retreat. Exchanging a glance, they turned tail without hesitation, abandoning their comrade to his fate. "Who directed you?" In response to Seventh Uncle's inquiry, the youth remained silent. Seventh Uncle scoffed, raising his cleaver and bringing it down upon the miscreant's wrist. In an instant, hand and arm were severed. "I curse your ancestry," the youth shrieked before succumbing to unconsciousness. At that moment, the wail of sirens pierced the air, and Seventh Uncle hastily ushered me away from the scene. Times have changed. These officers are not to be trifled with. "Wu Guo, over here." Jiaozi beckoned to me from the shadows. Seventh uncle and I scurried over. Upon arriving, seventh uncle suddenly collapsed, startling both Jiaozi and myself. Jiaozi, with her keen eyes, noticed a palm-sized gash in seventh uncle's trousers. Lifting the fabric, she revealed a wound on the outer thigh, from which blood was gushing forth. Damn it, I'm getting old. If I were 20 years younger, even 10 more of them wouldn't have stood a chance. I hastily tore open seventh uncle's trouser leg, fashioned several strips of cloth, and tightly bound them around the wound. Seventh uncle, I'm taking you to the hospital immediately. Uncle Chi waved his hand, declaring that going to the hospital was far too perilous, as one might be met with danger even in the depths of slumber. What then shall we do? I inquired. Take me to the apothecary in the northern district. I instructed Jiaozi to hail a taxi. The journey from here to the northern district would undoubtedly take at least half an hour, and I wondered if Uncle Chi could endure until we arrived. Fortunately, throughout the ride, Uncle Chi remained remarkably lucid, a testament to his indomitable spirit. To be honest, I was profoundly impressed by this elderly gentleman before me. His composed demeanor in the face of adversity and his decisive nature served as an admirable model for me. I had not anticipated that I could bring myself to strike that young man. In the past, I would have merely kicked him a few times. After I fired upon and struck that llama, my mindset may have undergone an unnoticed transformation. Upon reaching the northern district, guided by Uncle Chi, the taxi driver halted before a narrow alley. I assisted Uncle Chi out of the vehicle, and he led me to the front of a residence, where he rapped on the door. After several knocks, there was finally a stir from within. For heaven's sake, it's the middle of the night. Why aren't they asleep? Uncle Chi muttered weakly. Apothecary, it's me, old Chi. The door creaked open, revealing an elderly man with thick glasses resembling the bottom of a bottle. My heavens. Old Chi, what has happened to you? Come in quickly. Inside the apothecary's home, a potent aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped the air, bitter and uncomfortable to breathe. The apothecary examined Uncle Chi's injuries, unable to suppress a light-hearted jest. Goodness, old Chi, at your age, what are you playing at with your life? In the past, you were left with only yourself among your brothers. What now? Do you wish to descend and join those old fellows? Hiss, take it easy. Faced with the jest of the medicine jar, Uncle Chi let out a sigh. His words momentarily stunned the medicine jar, causing him to pause his ministrations and also exhale a sigh. Uncle Chi nodded, then instructed me to use the medicine jar's phone to call Brother Ming and ask him to come over. Just as I picked up the phone, a knock echoed at the door. My expression shifted. I feared someone was coming to hunt down Uncle Chi. Uncle, are you in there? It's Xiao Xiao. It was Brother Ming, and Jiaozi hurried to open the door. Uncle Chi, are you all right? I guessed you might be at the medicine jar's place. The medicine jar, currently tending to Uncle Chi, chuckled and scolded. Damn it, call him Uncle Luo. Chapter 102. Old memories. Brother Ming was filled with self-reproach, lamenting that if he had stayed by Uncle Chi's side tonight, such an incident could have been averted. Uncle Chi waved his hand, urging Ming to discard his overly sentimental demeanor. This is not your concern. It merely indicates that some believe I have grown old and lost my voice in Xiangdao. Xiao Xiao, contact Yongzai. Tonight, I shall instigate a change within the society. The medicine jar hastily restrained Brother Ming, urging him to sit down. I remarked, Young Xiao, has Uncle Chi's confusion led you to share in it? After stating this, the medicine jar turned to Uncle Chi, lying on the bed, and said, You have already acknowledged that times have changed. Why cling to that arrogance? It's time to find a place for retirement, even if you were to live on. How many more years do you truly have? After the medicine jar finished speaking, Uncle Chi slammed his fist on the bed. Damn it, I can't swallow this anger. Today, I went to the association, and those younger folks pretended to show me respect, but in reality, they regarded my words as mere nonsense. The medicine jar sighed and patted Uncle Chi's shoulder, saying, Old Chi, bear with it. After half a lifetime of fighting and killing, it's time to settle down. Uncle Chi remained silent, and the room fell into a heavy hush. Uncle Chi, do you know who attacked you this time? Minggu broke the silence first. It might be related to Fishhead Drow. Perhaps it was all orchestrated by Laida. Minga nodded and stood to leave. The medicine jar inquired about his destination. It's nothing, Jar Uncle. Rest assured, I won't stir up trouble without Uncle Chi's consent. The medicine jar chuckled and scolded. You little rascal. Minggu departed. Yet I sensed he would not idly stand by while Uncle Chi endured such injuries. It's all right, Uncle Chi. We shall remain here with you. After the medicine jar finished bandaging Uncle Chi, he cheerfully remarked, You see, old Chi, the world now belongs to these youngsters. To be honest, this kid looks rather frail. Yet he managed to rescue you. I scratched my head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Kid, your moves seem quite devious. Who taught you? Uncle Chi was likely referring to my infamous technique, the severing offspring kick. It was taught to me by that chubby lad accompanying me. He probably learned it from his master. Upon hearing this, the medicine jar became intrigued and eagerly asked Uncle Chi about my devious methods. After Uncle Chi finished speaking, the apothecary burst into hearty laughter and inquired about the identity of my master, astonished by such audacity. I was uncertain how Baozi would react in this instance. I mentioned that you two might not be familiar with him. His master is the abbot of the Jinju Medicine King Temple. The apothecary paused, asking who currently holds the position of abbot there. Given the tone of his voice, I wondered if he was acquainted with the Medicine King Temple. Xiaolong, the apothecary exclaimed, slapping his thigh and rising to his feet. That rascal has actually become the abbot now. I recall when he was just a snot-nosed brat. What? Both Jiaozi and I were utterly astonished. The distance from Xiangdao to Jinju is vast, yet the apothecary knew Xiaolong. Uncle Guan. Do you know Xiaolong? Don't let that little Xiao lead you astray. Call me Uncle Luo. The Xiaolong you mentioned is my youngest junior brother. In the past, when our master traveled far and wide, he took on a total of 13 disciples. I was the third, and Xiaolong was the 13th. Goodness, what a remarkable history. The apothecary, originally named Luo Hongsun, had arrived in Xiangdao in the same year as Uncle Chi and the others. As previously mentioned, during those turbulent times on the mainland, even securing a meal was a challenge. It was precisely under such circumstances that he came to know his master, Hao Chunxing. Hao Chunxing wandered from place to place, offering medical assistance without ever accepting a penny. He only requested food in return. As fate would have it, while passing through the apothecary's hometown of Linqing, he encountered the apothecary's ailing father. Having sought help from other doctors without success, they had yet to see improvement after several prescriptions. However, after Hao Chunxing took his pulse and diagnosed the condition, he prescribed a remedy, and miraculously, the apothecary's father began to recover. Hao Chunxing was regarded as a celestial figure by the medicine vendor's family, who implored him to take them as disciples. In that era, acquiring a skill meant at least the ability to provide for one's family. Thus, the medicine vendor traveled with Hao Chunxing for 3 years. During this period, Hao Chunxing accepted 10 more disciples. Upon arriving in Xiangdao, he became acquainted with the group led by Uncle Chi. From that point on, whenever Uncle Chi or his companions were injured, they sought treatment from the medicine vendor. I gazed at the elderly figure before me, who, in principle, was still the master uncle of Baozi. Isn't it remarkable how small this world is? Uncle Luo, what a coincidence. Tomorrow, I shall invite a friend to pay his respects to your master uncle. The medicine vendor waved his hand, dismissing the notion, stating that he had only spent 2 years with Xiaolong, and his younger disciple likely had forgotten about his third senior brother. As our conversation progressed, it shifted to my circumstances, and Uncle Chi inquired about our current endeavors. I found myself at a loss for words. Should I admit that I was involved in grave robbing? Thus, I vaguely replied that I dealt in antiques for profit. You, young man, are being dishonest and evasive. I scratched my head, awkwardly insisting, where is the deceit in that? Your shifty eyes betray your untruths. Uncle Chi's insight was indeed keen. I implored them. Please do not look down upon me. Uncle Chi and the medicine vendor nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, my master belongs to the realm of thieves. We profit from the deceased's treasures. The medicine vendor chuckled heartily, proclaiming that there is no reason for disdain, as every profession holds its own significance. Those treasures buried underground, if not unearthed, would only succumb to decay. Uncle Chi echoed, I never would have guessed that you young ones possess such skills. This kind of work requires expertise and is certainly more lucrative than resorting to violence. Uncle Chi, Uncle Luo, please do not jest at my expense, I replied. As our conversation extended into the early hours, around 2 o'clock, both Jiaozi and I found ourselves utterly fatigued. The medicine cabinet provided us with a bed, much to Jiaozi's embarrassment. How can 2 people share a single bed? He protested. Just go ahead and sleep, Jiaozi. I will manage to sit in the chair for the night. With a slight blush, Jiaozi murmured, what's the issue with not undressing? We can just squeeze in together. I fear you may harbor inappropriate thoughts, I retorted. Jiaozi playfully punched my arm, exclaiming, get lost. It was my first experience sharing a bed with a woman. Yet my heart remained unperturbed. The incident with Sister Hua doesn't count, as there was no bed involved. Perhaps, from the very beginning, I had never regarded Jiaozi as a woman in my mind. Yes, she is my comrade. Chapter 103, leaving the island just as I began to drift into a slumber. I was abruptly awakened by commotion outside the bedroom. I hastily donned my shoes and rushed into the living room, where I found Ming standing there, drenched in blood, while Uncle Chi sternly reprimanded him from the single bed. Xie Chengming, are you still a child? How could you dare to undertake such a perilous task alone? What will I say to your deceased parents if something were to happen to you? Uncle Chi's tone was grave. I sensed that had he not been injured, he would have stood up to deliver a more forceful lecture to Ming Ge. Old Chi, what good does it do to say so much? Isn't Xiao just trying to avenge you? Xiao, come here. Let me see how serious your injuries are. Staggering, Ming approached the apothecary, laboriously raising his left arm. A 10-centimeter gash marred his forearm, exposing the bone beneath, blood oozing forth. The apothecary, with a gasp, sheared away Ming's jacket, revealing a multitude of wounds. Young Xiao, how many adversaries did you confront? Such extensive injuries. Ming, gritting his teeth, retorted, I did not enumerate them, but I made certain to cleave Lai Dequan as well. What? Uncle Chi, jolted upright from his cot, winced as the abrupt movement aggravated his wounds. Young Xiao, did Lai Dequan perish? Uncertain. Silence descended upon them. The apothecary commenced cleansing Ming's injuries. Approaching, I observed a myriad of lacerations, varying in size, adorning Ming's back. Young Xiao, your arm necessitates sutures. Yet I am devoid of anesthetic. You must endure the pain. Ming, a veritable paragon of fortitude, remained stoic as the apothecary meticulously sutured his wounds without the aid of numbing agents. Apothecary, once bandaged, bid him depart. We were all taken aback by these words. The apothecary inquired, depart to where? Ming, with a crestfallen countenance, queried, Uncle Chi, do you intend to expel me? What purpose could I serve on the mainland? Uncle Chi, with a sigh, beckoned Ming closer. Young Xiao, though I may have held Lai Dequan in low regard, he was, nonetheless, an elder of the syndicate. Moreover, there exists no concrete evidence implicating him in this affair, only our conjectures. Regardless of whether Lai is alive or dead, you can no longer remain in Hong Kong. Do you wish for me to hand you over in front of the gang? After hearing this, Brother Ming casually replied, I take responsibility for my own actions. I will not leave. If it comes to it, I can pay with my life. Nonsense. If I tell you to leave, you must go. They wouldn't dare harm this old body of mine. Think carefully. Have we truly suffered? Trading a fish head for my minor injuries is undoubtedly a bargain. Perhaps it was rare for Brother Ming to witness Uncle Chi's anger directed at him. He stood there, momentarily taken aback and unsure of how to respond. Observing his bewilderment, Uncle Chi softened his tone. Xiao Xiao, you have been with me for 20 years. It is time for you to venture out on your own. I have made up my mind. You shall work alongside young Wu Guo. You are not a child anymore. Save some money to marry a good woman. But what will you do when I leave? Uncle Chi's gaze sharpened, and he spoke slowly. Do not worry. I will support Hong Shi-yong in rising to power. After all these years, do you think I lack the necessary resources? Brother Ming fell silent, his eyes filled with reluctance as he gazed at Uncle Chi. Has the medicine been prepared? If everything is ready, let them depart overnight. The medic retrieved a packet of medicine from the drawer and handed it to Brother Ming. Change the dressings daily. Within 3 days, it will scab over. Be careful not to let it get wet. Xiao Xiao, heed your Uncle Chi's advice and go out to explore the world. You rascal, lying in bed. Brother Ming led us away, and before departing, he bowed deeply to Uncle Chi 3 times. I noticed Uncle Chi's eyes glistening with unshed tears. For 2 decades, he had regarded Ming Ge as his own son. I roused the 2 of them, informing them that we must depart from Xiangdao at once. They appeared utterly bewildered. I will explain on the way. Hurry and get dressed. Ming Ge hastily gathered a few belongings, and noticing his injured back, I took his bag and slung it over my shoulder. Just as we exited the apartment, Brother B pulled up in his car alongside us. Get in. Inside the vehicle, Brother B addressed Ming Ge, saying, 7th uncle called me. Little flathead. You were rather impulsive tonight, but your actions were undeniably masculine. Go to the mainland and carve out your own path. Rest assured. 7th uncle is in good hands with me here in Xiangdao. Ming Ge remained silent, his gaze fixed out the window. The entire situation stemmed from Brother B. Had it not been for this incident, Ming Ge would not need to leave Xiangdao. Thus, he had no desire to engage with Brother B at that moment. Upon reaching Zhongying Street, Brother B parked the car, and a crowd gathered on either side of the street. Upon seeing Brother B emerge, they collectively called out his name. Goodness, is Brother B showcasing his influence? He seemed intent on proving to Ming Ge that he could adequately care for 7th uncle in Xiangdao. With a chuckle, Brother B remarked to Ming Ge, not interested. After Ming Ge spoke, he walked directly into Zhongying Street, and we followed closely behind, bidding farewell to Brother B. Brother B. When you achieve success, don't forget to find me a few attractive ladies. Ha ha ha, choose as you wish. This remark nearly moved Baozi to the point of reconsidering his departure. As we strolled down Zhongying Street, I recounted the events of the previous night to Baozi and Sanya. Baozi regretted not participating in the revelry with Sanya, missing out on such an exhilarating affair. Guizi, do you truly believe that my inexpensive master uncle is as remarkable as they say? Is his medicine more effective than that of my own master? I am uncertain, however. Minggu is covered in injuries, and look at him now, he appears completely unscathed. Baozi eagerly dashed to Ming Ji's side, his face alight with admiration, exclaiming, Minggu, you are truly impressive. You dared to take on a group of foes all by yourself. Stick with us, and I assure you, riches will follow. I have several gold ingots, and I shall share half with you. Sanya, puzzled, inquired, gold ingots? What gold ingots? Is there any for me? No gold. But do you want a rear? I have no interest in your foul rear. Upon returning to Pengcheng, we settled into a modest inn. This brief sojourn to Xiangdao coming to an end. Outside, dawn was fast approaching. Chapter 104. An unexpected encounter with Jiang Jiangguo. I awoke at noon, groggy and with a sore throat. Surely, I had caught a cold. After a quick wash, I asked Baozi to accompany me to procure some medicine. Baozi rolled over in bed, muttering, It's not as if I have a terminal illness. There is no need to panic. I'll deal with it once I wake up. That fellow is never reliable. I found a small clinic where the doctor recommended an intravenous drip, claiming it would hasten my recovery. In truth, regardless of whether one receives an injection or takes medication, a cold typically resolves itself within about a week. I felt that the drip might actually weaken my immune system. Henceforth, I would have to rely on such treatment whenever I caught a cold. Thus, I requested the doctor to prescribe several boxes of medication for me. Upon exiting the pharmacy, I gazed at the bag of medicine in my hand, feeling somewhat speechless. The cost of living in a large city is indeed exorbitant. For a mere common cold, I had to spend 20 to 30 yuan. It is imperative not to take medication on an empty stomach, and since my companions had not yet eaten, Minggu required nourishment for his injury as well. Xiangji's chicken porridge, which should be nutritious chicken congee, came to mind. I stood at the entrance of the restaurant, glanced at the sign, and then pushed the door open. The place was bustling with patrons at this hour. I placed my order at the counter and prepared to find a seat to wait. Ah, what a small world it is. Jiang Jiangguo. I walked over to him and pulled out a chair to sit across from him. Upon seeing me, Jiang Jiangguo looked up, astonished. Hey, handsome, long time no see. After his initial surprise, he greeted me, then returned to sipping his porridge, which appeared delectably inviting. Are you preparing to head to Xiangdao to sell the Buddha's relic? I inquired. Jiang Jiangguo simply nodded in response. Truth be told, I had long wished to come, but Wu Lao forbade me from doing so. This burden was uncomfortable to bear, especially since I am not a believer. It seems my initial suspicions were correct. All of this was orchestrated by Wu Lao. Are you not concerned that others might uncover your scheme? I asked. Jiang Jiangguo took a tissue from the table to dab his mouth and replied, setting aside whether they possess the acumen to discern it. Even if they do, what of it? Without someone to guide them out, they can only await their demise within. And what of your adversaries, the land rat couple? Have they been buried beneath? Has Chui Xiaobai reconciled with you? Have the others also aligned with your cause? Wu Lao's arrow struck several targets at once. You should take a lesson from him. I let out a silent chuckle, and Jiang Jiangguo continued, Do you know why your master has survived in the martial world for so long? It is because he anticipates 10 possible outcomes for every action he takes. Some matters cannot afford to go awry. Once a mistake is made, it may lead to irreparable consequences, even loss of life. After Jiang Jiangguo finished speaking, he stood to leave. But I stopped him to inquire about the potential selling price of the Buddha's relic. The target is 10 million. 800 will suffice. But I haven't settled the account yet. Please ensure to finalize it for me shortly. Watching Jiang Jiangguo's departing figure, I couldn't help but think to myself, he already possesses millions, yet he still frets over the cost of a meal? I felt Jiang Jiangguo was boasting. How much could a piece of bronze wear from the spring and autumn or warring states period possibly be worth? Could his mere relic truly fetch 18 million? Upon returning to the inn, aside from Minggu, who was already awake, Baozi and the others were still lost in slumber. Minggu appeared visibly unwell, clearly having had little rest. Minggu, eat something first. I will assist you with changing the dressing shortly. Wu Gua, as you often engage in tomb raiding, do you encounter ghosts? I nearly choked on my porridge. Cough, cough. Minggu, why do you ask that? Minggu glanced at me and replied, In the films of Lin Zhengying, aren't those zombies always emerging from their graves? You just stated that it is a movie. If ghosts truly existed, wouldn't those evildoers have been haunted to death long ago? After pondering this for a moment, Minga nodded, only to suddenly pose another question. In your line of work, are you good people or bad? This query left me momentarily speechless. Am I a virtuous individual or a malevolent one? When labeled as a good person, I engage in the macabre act of exhuming corpses. Yet, if deemed a bad person, I find myself devoid of any truly nefarious deeds. How does one differentiate between good and evil? Minggu, upon noticing my silence, chuckled softly. Do not concern yourself, I merely inquired. To me, you are considered a good person. At that moment, Baozi entered, stretching lazily and glancing at the food on the table, remarking, here you two are, philosophizing at midday. What definitive qualities can we attribute to good and bad? Oftentimes, those we deem good are merely advantageous to ourselves, while bad individuals are those who pose a detriment to us. Guizi? From where did you procure this insipid meal? It is utterly tasteless, yet you continue to consume it voraciously? Hey, you both dine without inviting me. How inconsiderate. At this juncture, Sanyazi also arrived, swiftly downing a bowl of kanji. The owner is currently seeking assistance for a clean slate. The fee is 10% of the bidding. After Sanyazi spoke, Baozi cast a glance my way, which I feigned ignorance to. As I lowered my head to sip my kanji, once Sanyazi departed, Baozi beckoned me into his room. Guizi, is the one auctioning the relic Jiang Jiangguo? I nodded, recounting my encounter with him while purchasing food. Goodness, why did you not stop him? You merely allowed him to leave? Are you unaware of the relic's worth? He is allied with Wu Lao Air. Upon hearing my words, Baozi was taken aback, momentarily stunned, before giving me a thumbs up. Your master is indeed an astute fox. Anyone who opposes him is destined to meet an untimely demise. Your master is quite the cunning fox. Deep down, I take pride in having such an extraordinary mentor, surely. I shall avoid wandering down a misguided path for the next 30 years. This afternoon, while changing Ming's dressings, Baozi observed intently. Upon seeing Ming's scabbed wound, Baozi curled his lip and remarked, do you need to boast so much? Is it so difficult to acknowledge the excellence of others? With a dismissive snort, Baozi then inquired, Guizi, where's Jiaozi? Didn't you call her for dinner? I knocked on the door, but received no response. She might still be asleep. Oh no, Guizi. Jiaozi is burning up. What do you mean, burning up? She's burning up with fever. Chapter 105. White Du Jiaozi lay with her eyes tightly shut, her consciousness clouded. I touched her forehead and was alarmed by the heat radiating from her. Jiaozi, wake up. I'm taking you to the hospital. After calling her name several times with no response, I hastily lifted her into my arms. I couldn't let her become delirious from the fever. As I pulled back the covers, Baozi hurriedly shielded his eyes. I didn't see anything. Just hurry and dress her. Jiaozi was clad only in pink lingerie. But that was the primary concern. The crucial point was the cloud of steam that rose as I uncovered her. The mattress beneath her was soaked with sweat. I silently reassured myself, this is my brother, while I dressed Jiaozi. Upon arriving at the hospital, I carried her directly into the emergency room. The nurse inside instructed me to first register at the front desk. Beside me, Baozi exclaimed, after registering, there's no one left to attend to. I'll go get registered first. The nurse, however, refused, asserting that it did not conform to the rules. I immediately grew agitated and began to reprimand her loudly. Damn it, rules are rigid, but people are alive. Do you think I am so desperate for that registration fee? The nurse maintained her condescending demeanor, replying, why are you shouting at me? The rules are not established by me. If you have the capability, go find the director. If it weren't for the delicate child I held in my arms, I would have slapped her soundly. The commotion caught the attention of a doctor from the outpatient department, who entered the emergency room and inquired, what a familiar voice. Bailu, is that you? Bailu and I spoke in unison. She glanced at the child in my arms and instructed the nurse, Xiaohe, I will assist them with registration shortly. First, let us set the patient down. The child had a high fever and was unresponsive. Bailu lifted the child's eyelid briefly and then felt her forehead. Xiaohe, prepare intravenous glucose, sodium chloride, and hydrochloride dopamine, and keep a vigilant watch on the patient's temperature. Dr. Bai, is she going to be all right? Bailu smiled and replied, it's just a fever. Once it subsides, she'll be fine. By the way, is she your girlfriend? I hurriedly shook my head, while Baozi, unable to contain his laughter, darted away, leaving me in an awkward silence. I had often fantasized about being alone with Bailu. Yet now that it had come to fruition, I found myself at a loss for words. Dr. Bai, weren't you in Guangzhou? What brings you to Pingqing? I scratched my head and lamented how I was always running around, rarely at home. Bai Lu smiled gently, saying, you should stay here for a bit. Soon, you'll receive your injection before being transferred to a regular ward. If you need anything, just call for me. I must take my leave now. Seeing her about to depart, I realized this rare moment of solitude was slipping away, so I hurriedly called out to her. Dr. Bai, I'm also feeling under the weather. Could you take a look at me as well? Is it merely a slight cold that requires my attention? Just drink more warm water, and you'll be fine. Watching Bai Lu's retreating figure, I felt an unexpected pang of disappointment. Hey, what are you standing there for? Step aside. I need to administer an injection to the patient. The nurse's words broke my reverie. Excuse me, how late does Dr. Bai usually work? I inquired, but the nurse shot me a disdainful glance. What is it? Are you hoping to win over our Dr. Bai? I'll tell you, the line of suitors for her stretches all the way to Hong Kong. What makes you think you can stand out among them? Moreover, Dr. Bai hails from a distinguished family with high standards for her partner. Do you possess any credentials? Is your family well off? Are you handsome? The nurse's piercing questions left me utterly speechless. All right, please assist in transferring the patient to the regular ward. Ensure she drinks plenty of water once she wakes. Is there a private room available? I asked. The nurse glanced at me with disdain, retorting, does someone with a fever really need a private room? A single room comes at a hefty price. Before she could finish, I pulled out a wad of cash and waved it in front of her. Is this sufficient? Upon catching sight of money, the young nurse immediately donned a bright smile. Absolutely. I shall arrange that for you right away. Handsome, may I inquire your age? 48. Such sycophants exist in every corner. These individuals are mere slaves to wealth, utterly lacking in refinement. Just as the four-drip was not yet completed, the young lady stirred awake, bewildered by her surroundings. She questioned how she found herself in a hospital. I gently touched her forehead, relieved to find it cooler, exhaling a sigh of relief. My dear, what number is this? I waved 2 fingers before her eyes, and her lips moved. From her expression, it seemed she was attempting to say, you are handsome. After a short while, Bai Lu arrived at the ward, carrying a food box. She placed it on the bedside table, and upon noticing the young lady awake, she instructed, Wu Gua, please feed this little sister something. Otherwise, the 4 will take a toll on her body. Momentarily taken aback, I queried Bai Lu about how she knew my name. With an expression of incredulity, she replied, have you forgotten who stitched you up in Guangzhou? The realization dawned upon me. A doctor would certainly know their patient's name. Once Bai Lu departed, I began to feed the young lady porridge. To my surprise, Dr. Bai was quite attentive. Wu Gua, do you have feelings for Dr. Bai? She inquired. Attempting to maintain a casual demeanor, I replied, since time immemorial, heroes have admired beauties. Who does not appreciate a lovely visage? My perspective on Dr. Bai is purely appreciative. The young lady pouted. Your eyes betray you. The way you look at Dr. Bai is filled with desire. Have you already decided on names for your future children? I rubbed my eyes, questioning whether I truly felt unwell. Certainly not. My integrity is beyond reproach. You should tend to your porridge instead of silently enduring this fever. Should you become a fool from this ailment, I would be burdened with caring for you for life. Upon hearing my words, Jiaozi cast a deep gaze in my direction. She half sat up, leaning against the headboard, and spoke with utmost seriousness. Wu Gua, Dr. Bai is truly commendable, far superior to those frivolous women. Although she is a tad older, maturity brings kindness. You should seize this opportunity. Her comments seemed to stray far from the point. I had yet to engage in any meaningful interaction with Bai Lu. Indeed, we hadn't even exchanged pleasantries. At best, I could classify my feelings as a mere infatuation. Get some rest. This matter is not your concern. Tomorrow, I shall procure a pig's brain for nourishment. Experts say you should eat what you wish to replenish. Leave. Chapter 106. Xinyuan Tang. By evening, Jiaozi's fever had subsided. She expressed her desire to leave the hospital. Unable to dissuade her, I arranged for her discharge. In truth, I wished for her to remain hospitalized a few days longer, ideally 10 to 15 days, thus granting me ample opportunity to interact with Bai Lu. As we exited the hospital, we fortuitously encountered Bai Lu finishing her shift. She was riding her bicycle, and I promptly waved to greet her. Good evening, Dr. Bai. Have you finished work? May I offer you a ride? On the admission paperwork, Jiaozi was listed as Wu Jiao, leading Bai Lu to believe she was my younger sister. Jiaozi is nearly recovered. Dr. Bai, have you had dinner yet? If not, I would be delighted to treat you. Lulu flashed a mischievous smile as she stepped onto the pedals of her bicycle, declaring, "I'm on a diet, skipping dinner tonight. You two go ahead and eat." With that, she pedaled away, leaving us a good 800 meters behind. Jiaozi waved her hand in front of my eyes, prompting me to glare at her before I began walking towards the hotel. Wu Guo, your skills in wooing women are dreadfully outdated. Do you even know what girls desire? Romance. Flowers. You think you can win over Doctor by solely with your words? That is pure folly, Jiaozi remarked, linking her arm with mine. Mind your appearance. What do you think you're doing? I retorted. What is wrong with a sibling showing affection? I haven't said anything, so why are you nagging? I turned to look at Jiaozi, who was staring back at me with equal intensity. We exchanged glances for a while, and ultimately, I conceded. If you wish to cling to me, do so, but don't expect to take advantage. Also, I notice your complexion appears rather pale. Make sure to indulge in some delicious food later. Upon returning to the hotel, Baozi and Minggu were engaged in conversation, seemingly discussing matters of martial arts. I recognized Baozi's banter aimed at me, but chose to ignore it and inquired about Minggu's injuries. Fortunately, he reported no major issues, and the stitches could be removed in about 3 to 4 days. Guozi, have you heard from Sanyazi? We can't just linger here indefinitely. We're nearly going stir-crazy. Baozi rose and gazed out the window, realizing that Sanyazi was no longer around, leaving him without a like-minded companion, which made him visibly bored. You may not be idle, but your ideas regarding Shirley should be abandoned, regardless of how Jiang Zhengwo's relics are whitewashed. The ultimate outcome does not concern us. Baozi curled his lips and remarked, of course, the benefits have all been monopolized by your master. I wonder what expressions Zhou Seer and Wang Laohan will wear upon learning this. In truth, I suspect that Wang Laohan and Zhou Seer are likely already aware. Or perhaps they knew from the outset. However, being astute individuals, they have chosen not to expose the truth to emerge from the shadows. I wonder where Uncle Du has gone. We should head to Qingcheng Mountain to excavate those gold ingots, for keeping them buried weighs heavily on my mind. Jiaozi snorted, remarking that Baozi is a typical case of someone who cannot resist a leftover in a doghouse. Why should I let it go? I am not as impatient as you. Witnessing the spat between Baozi and Jiaozi, Minggu couldn't help but chuckle, having known Minggu for a couple of days. It was the first time I had seen him smile. Youth has its advantages. When I was your age, I had not a single friend by my side. Minggu. From now on, we shall be friends. Around 8 in the evening, Sanyazi came to find us. Upon entering, he appeared dejected as he said, "It's all for naught. That piece of Buddhist relic was intercepted by Xinyuan Tang before it even reached us." Baozi and I exchanged glances. Xinyuan Tang? Those individuals we saved at Ju Mu Temple claim to belong to that very group. Sanyazi, what kind of organization is Xinyuan Tang? The name sounds rather formidable. Sanyazi sighed and replied, Xinyuan Tang is a rather mysterious organization. It was established post-liberation and immediately made its presence felt. There was a saying, the Emperor of Heaven, the Emperor of Earth. Once one enters Xinyuan Tang, trust flourishes and wealth is concealed. In the rivers and lakes, it is often said, when Xinyuan sets forth, fortune multiplies. This mention piqued my interest immediately. I urged Sanyazi to elaborate further. Sanyazi shook his head, stating, what I know about Xinyuan Tang is quite limited. I haven't heard any news about them for quite some time. Uncle Ben remarked that the last notable appearance of Xinyuan Tang was linked to the Jade Seal of the Western Han Empress. It seems this group only emerges during the unveiling of national treasures. Otherwise, they may simply accumulate their wealth in silence. After Sanyazi spoke, Minggu suddenly interjected. I recall that whenever there is a major auction in Xiangdao, Xinyuan Tang is always present. Back then, I was assigned by Uncle Qi to oversee the auction house, to prevent any disturbances by unruly thugs. It appears that Xinyuan Tang possesses considerable strength, as even Minggu has heard of its name. By the way, Guozi, a grave worker provided me with a clue. He mentioned that there is a strong possibility of a grand tomb at Wobbling, though he only suggested it without certainty. If you have nothing else to do, it might be worth a visit. Who knows, we could unearth something valuable, making our trip to Pingcheng worthwhile. I inquired of Sanyazi if the grave worker had sold this clue to anyone else. He replied that it was not for sale, rather. It was merely a casual remark during our conversation. Baozi, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly asked, where is Wobbling? Tonight, Guozi and I shall investigate. I rose and stretched, saying, you may go, but I am feeling unwell with a cold, completely drained. I must catch up on my sleep tonight. I shall grant you 2 gold ingots. Very well. It's a deal. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If the bun had pressed me a bit longer, I would have undoubtedly acquiesced. Earning 2 gold ingots with such ease filled my heart with elation. Sanyazi, do you have any plans for tonight? Take us for a stroll around Unveiling. If we uncover anything of significance, I'll reward you with a 10% finder's fee. Sanyazi, raising 2 fingers, retorted, make it 20%. Surely, you ought to show some appreciation for the clues provided by the grave diggers. With a playful punch to Sanyazi's chest, Bun laughed and scolded, shameless. We've already sworn brotherhood. Why would you demand a finder's fee from us? Fair is fair, isn't it? Even brothers must keep accounts clear. I'm counting on this for profit. I can't just let my brother watch me starve. Sanyazi, shifting his tone mischievously, wrapped an arm around Bun. How about this? You share a portion of those gold ingots with me, and I'll forego the finder's fee. Bun promptly pushed Sanyazi away, casting a disdainful glance his way. I have none left. Just moments ago, Gwizzy swindled me out of 2 ingots. If I give you any, I won't even have enough for my trousers. You speak nonsense. You willingly gave them to me. Chapter 107. Weibi Shinjiaozi's words rang true. Bun simply could not remain idle like leftover pancakes in a doghouse. No sooner had Sanyazi mentioned wobbling than Bun hastily urged us to set off. Situated in the South Mountain District, the taxi driver looked perplexed, inquiring why we were venturing to such a place at the dead of night. Bun blurted out that we were going sightseeing. The driver glanced at the Bowsy in the rearview mirror and, with a hint of jest, remarked, I've been driving a taxi in Pengcheng for 20 years. And this is the first time I've heard of anyone venturing to wobbling at night. Be cautious. I've heard that recently, every evening, there have been reports of a female ghost haunting wobbling. Don't let her drain your vitality. Upon arriving at our destination, we were taken aback. Was wobbling merely a collection of small hills? The highest point barely reached 50 or 60 meters, while the lowest was merely a few dozen centimeters. I wish you a delightful and enjoyable time. With that, the taxi driver pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving only the fading glow of his taillights. That fellow took off faster than a rabbit. Sanyazi, are there any other places named wobbling in Pengcheng? I can't shake the feeling that this place is rather eerie. No doubt about it. There is only one wobbling in Pengcheng, but I too sense that this place is somewhat unreliable. Gwizzy, what are your thoughts? Well, I can only rely on my eyes. It's still too early to judge. Let's take a look. Though wobbling was not particularly high, its expanse was considerable. As we gazed across the area, we noted the numerous